Little Terrified Bun Chapter 61 to Chapter 102. Wei Jing's mother was called Xianxia. She was a typical Jiangnan woman. She was gentle like water and had a tactful personality. She spoke in a delicate voice with a hint of tenderness. Her mother passed away when she was 7 years old. Her father married a new wife and gave birth to a son the following year. The relationship between stepmother and stepdaughter was always subtle. In addition, a new brother was born. A young life was fragile yet beautiful. He received more attention from her parents than Xianxia, who had obviously grown up and matured. Xianxia was sensitive and introverted. She suppressed her emotions. Later, when she was in university, she met Wei Jing's biological father, Chen Kuan. Their first love was sour and sweet. It was like Eve's forbidden fruit. Although they knew they shouldn't try it, they couldn't help but reach out to each other. Chen Kuan's personality was the complete opposite of Xiao's. Although he was a little shy, he was cheerful and generous. He was good at studying and sports. In school, many girls had a crush on him. After he got together with the beautiful Xiao, many boys' and girls' hearts were broken. It could be said that they were a match made in heaven. However, they didn't expect that after graduation, one of them would go to the prosperous B city, while the other would go back to her hometown, W city. They talked about it again and again, but no one could convince the other. After the talks broke down, they went their separate ways. Xiao, who felt that she had been abandoned, found an easy job as a clerk. She was an elegant and beautiful woman with a sad face and tears in her eyes. Her beauty was something that even Wei He, who had been through many debauchery, could not resist, let alone a group of young men. Countless men tried to court her, hinting at her openly and secretly. Xiao was hurt by love at this time. Moreover, Chen Kuan was handsome, gentle, and considerate. With him as a comparison, how could Xiao fall for anyone else, until one day, the company's CEO came to inspect the company. He took a fancy to Xiao and transferred her to be his assistant. It would be great if this was a fairy tale. The gentle and beautiful Cinderella captured the heart of the prince who had already become an emperor. The two of them ate and lived together. Even a blind person could see the pink bubbles in their eyes. A woman who was immersed in love had her eyes blinded by the beauty in front of her. She couldn't see anything else. Xiao came to date Wei He with the intention of getting married. She knew that he had a son who was born to his ex-wife. Now that his ex-wife had passed away, her heart ached when she thought of her past. She swore that she would definitely treat the child well. Half a year later, Wei He had an affair. The other illegitimate children came to Xiao to protest. Only then did she realize how naive she was. Who was she? She was just one of his countless lovers. However, Wei He was gentle and considerate, granting her every request. He treated her as if she was a real princess, meticulously serving her. She cried and threw a tantrum, demanding that Wei He could only have one person. Every time, Wei He would agree to her demands. He would give in, say sweet nothings to her, and tell her that everyone else was just putting on a show. Xiao believed him. However, a lie was a lie. It would be exposed one day. It could be a week, or a month. That little bit of trust in Wei He gradually disappeared. Meeting Chen Kuan again was an accident. Chen Kuan, who didn't have a girlfriend yet, and Xiao, who was heartbroken, had a wonderful first love. Soon, the two of them had sex and were intimate. Xiao also found someone else outside. She no longer held on to Wei He's affair. She started to be more generous and gentle. Wei He even bought her a set of jewelry worth tens of millions and a small villa. Xiao didn't dare to tell Chen Kuan that. She was a kept woman. She wanted to keep it a secret for as long as possible. Until, her belly started to swell up. She was so scared that she wanted to abort the child. However, Wei He found out. Wei He had always doted on her. He had a lot of lovers, but the one he liked the most was Xiao. Maybe it was because this woman was too beautiful. He was just a layman. How could he not look at her appearance? Or maybe it was because this woman was too gentle and too fragile. She was like a delicate porcelain that made people want to protect her well. Wei He was happy to see the existence of this child. He wasn't a fool. During this period of time, he also felt the coldness of this woman towards him. He was very happy to use a child to tie her down. At the same time, Chen Kuan, who had found out that Zhuo Shiyao was pregnant, proposed to her. Zhuo Shiyao told him everything with a troubled expression. She didn't know how she had become like this. She couldn't even tell whose child it was in her belly. Chen Kuan left. He left without a sound. Zhuo Shiyao continued to live in the small villa that Wei He had given her. She was like a canary who had been pregnant for 10 months and was happy to give birth to a baby. Wei He waved his hand and gave her a lot of things. However, after the child was born, Zhuo Shiyao's mental state was very bad. Very bad. If she had been a delicate porcelain before, she had now become a flower in autumn. After blooming brilliantly, she was slowly withering. She would cry when she was alone. She would be absent-minded and murmur things that others couldn't understand. Fortunately, she didn't show any signs of attacking others or hurting herself. Wei He hired a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist said that she had postpartum depression and needed time to recuperate. She asked him to accompany her often. Gradually, Zhuo Shiyao, who had taken up half of Wei He's private time, now took up more than half of his time. Wei He hired a nanny to take care of the mother and son. Once she found that Zhuo Shiyao's condition was wrong, she had to call him. Wei He valued Zhuo Shiyao more and more. He was willing to coax this woman and watch her act shy and strong in front of him. Wei Jing grew up in such an environment. When his father wasn't around, his mother liked to be alone. She played a little piano and did yoga. When she had nothing to do, she liked to sit on the deck chair on the balcony and look into the distance. She rarely asked about her son. Wei He was busy with work. Every time he came over, he was anxious to coax Zhuo Shiyao. He didn't interact much with his son, Wei Jing. The atmosphere in the family was oppressive. It only felt better when his father came. Wei Jing, who lived in such a place, was as sensitive as his mother. He was more obedient than other children since he was young. He knew how to eat by himself, play with his own toys, and cry softly like a kitten. However, at some point in time, his mother's mood slowly became more cheerful. She started to go out more often and the child was taken care of by the nanny. She and Chen Kuan got together again. They talked sweet nothings to each other and promised a future. Zhuo Shiyao told Chen Kuan to wait. When her relationship with Wei He cooled down, she would break up with him and be with him. After so many years, Zhuo Shiyao realized that Wei He had a strong desire to control. In addition, he had power. Both she and Chen Kuan were afraid of offending him. However, Zhuo Shiyao's cold treatment didn't lead to a breakup. Instead, she was shocked by his proposal. An unexpected proposal had messed up everything. Zhuo Shiyao didn't dare to reject him openly. She could only try to fool Wei He with vague excuses. Who knew that he would put the ring on her finger directly? The next day, he asked her to bring her child to live in the Wei family's old mansion, which represented the Wei family's wife. There, he saw Wei He's child from his ex-wife. That child was only about 10 years old at the time, but his temperament was as mature as an adult's. He was polite and had a sense of distance that others could not match. Even an adult like Zhuo Shiyao couldn't handle him, let alone a child like Wei Jing. He wanted to talk to his good-looking older brother, but the other party kept looking at him with disgust and refused his advances. Gradually, Wei Jing didn't dare to approach him. He just stared at his older brother like an abandoned pet. Although Zhuo Shiyao lived in the Wei family's old mansion, she still went out often. She was busy comforting Chen Kuan. She was angry and anxious. She didn't understand why things kept changing. Both of them drank a little. Zhuo Shiyao thought that Wei He was on a business trip and wouldn't be back for a while, so she brought Chen Kuan to the small apartment she used to live in. The place was well hidden and there weren't many people around. The two of them whispered sweet nothings and slowly rolled onto the bed. Wei He's arrival scared them to death. Zhuo Shiyao picked up her small suitcase and packed her things. She wanted to run away with Chen Kuan. It was early in the morning and the sky was dark. Their tired bodies and alcohol made them sleepy. Chen Kuan drove the car. Zhuo Shiyao sat in the passenger seat. Her eyes were full of fear. Are we leaving just like that? What about the child? Isn't that Wei He's child? Anyway, it's in the Wei family now. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Let's leave it there for now. If there's a chance in the future, we'll see if we can bring it out. Chen Kuan said. But. Zhuo Shiryao raised her head and said with difficulty. I don't know if it's your child or his. The child was already 5 years old. She had been living a blissful life. Until now, she still didn't know whose bloodline the child was. This sentence was like a clap of thunder, which directly stunned Chen Kuan. In just a few seconds, their tired drivers collided with the drunk driver's car. None of the 3 people were saved. At that time, Wei He and Zhuo Shiryao's wedding invitation had been sent out, but they hadn't registered their marriage yet. The first person the hospital informed was Zhuo Shiryao's mother. When Wei He found out about the situation and rushed to the hospital, the 3 of them had already been pushed to the morgue. She was as beautiful and seductive as Helen when she was alive. After her death, her body was smashed into pieces. One could only see her beauty from the half of her face that was still intact. Wei He suddenly felt like laughing. He didn't know if it was for himself or for her. Zhuo Shiryao's father had passed away a few years ago. Her mother wasn't related to her by blood, so they weren't close. Her half-brother had just graduated from university. Due to the age gap, the 2 of them could only exchange a few words. They didn't have anyone who truly understood them. Her stepmother and brother's thoughts were very clear. They could buy Zhuo Shiryao a grave in their hometown, but they couldn't let them raise the child. In women's words, their son was still so young. If he raised a child, which girl would be willing to marry him in the future? Wei He just let Wei Jing's household register remain with them. He bought the grave in B City, and the location was very good. He watched as Wei Jing's ashes were buried in the soil. After a few days of silence, he secretly took Wei Jing's hair to do a paternity test. The other party wasn't his child. Actually, it didn't matter. After all, he had a bunch of children. It didn't matter if he had one more or one less. However, this child was proof that Zhuo Shiryao had betrayed him. This fact constantly reminded him of this fact every time he saw him. Unfortunately, everyone in B City knew that a child had been brought to the Wei family's old mansion. A young and beautiful woman had died in a car accident just as she was about to become Mrs. Wei. It was enough to be a topic of conversation for a long time. So Wei He couldn't send the child away, at least not in this time of crisis. If this matter was exposed, Wei He would have a hard time dealing with it. But now, Wei Jing silently looked at the black and white report in front of him. After a long time, he wiped his tears and walked out of the private room. He pursed his lips and looked at the expectant eyes of the 2 old people. I'm sorry, I can't answer you now. Can I think about it for a few days? It's okay, it's okay. Take your time to think about it. We have time, the old lady hurriedly replied when she heard her grandson speak. The old man also hurried over to comfort Wei Jing. They chatted for a while and even exchanged phone numbers. That afternoon, Wei Jing lied to the teacher for the first time. He said that he wasn't feeling well and wanted to take a day off. Wei Jing had a good reputation in school. He was well-behaved and had good grades. The teacher comforted him and asked him to rest well and not tire himself out. He returned to his and his older brother's apartment. He looked at the potted plants they had planted together, the sofa they had chosen together, and the computer they had bought together. They had decorated this small space together. It was like a real home. But, he was no longer her family. Wei Jing rubbed his sore nose. He thought about not telling his older brother about this. This way, he could always stay by her side. Was he going to lie to his older brother again? Was he going to lie to his older brother again? He was extremely upset. He wished he could go back to 2 months ago and not participate in the competition. That way, no one would come looking for him. He didn't know about his family background and could stay here all the time. He felt like a little bad guy. Not only did he steal Wei Zhe's love for his younger brother, but he also tried to steal it away from him. Wei Zhe had asked someone to keep an eye on the old man's situation. Today, when he heard someone report that they had been in contact with Wei Jing and that his stupid younger brother didn't go to class in the afternoon, he knew that their non-blood relationship had been exposed. It was time to comfort his stupid rabbit. Weijia smiled casually. Without the obstruction of blood relations, he could openly embrace her in his arms. He could always protect her and give her the greatest care. They would be the closest people in the world. Even if they died, they would be buried in the same grave. It was 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The traffic on the road was not crowded. Weijia arrived home quickly. When he entered the apartment and walked through the door, he saw the young boy sitting on the edge of the bed with red eyes. He was holding a pink pentagram in his arms. Oh. He glanced to the side and saw the pentagram's gay friend, SpongeBob SquarePants, standing by the bed with his usual silly smile. He walked over and half-squatted by the boy's feet. He raised his head and looked at the boy. This was a gesture of weakness. Why are you crying again? Who bullied you? No. No one bullied me. Wei Jing shook his head. His eyes were filled with water droplets that would shatter at the slightest touch, like a high-quality black glazed gem. His lie was as clumsy as ever. I just had a bug in my eyes. Weijia didn't expose him. He held the boy's soft little hand and said worriedly, I heard that you weren't feeling well, so I rushed over from the company. Do you want me to call a doctor? He naturally knew that Wei Jing was not sick. No. No need. I just have a headache. I'll be fine after a while, Wei Jing said. Then I'll sleep with you. Without waiting for the other party to reject, Weijia carried the child onto the bed and took off his jacket. There were dark circles under his eyes. I've been very tired recently. Why don't the two of us rest together? Let's go out for dinner later, okay? Let's eat your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Okay. Wei Jing wrinkled his nose and hugged his big brother's strong waist. It would be great if they could continue like this. The two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. After a long time, Wei Jing whispered tentatively, Big brother, if I'm not your biological brother, will you still love me so much? Huh. Weijia opened his eyes and chuckled softly. His words were so sweet that it made one's heart melt. Even if you're not my brother, I've raised you for so many years. How are you any different from my real family? Family. Not only was he a brother, but he also had a lover. Wei Jing heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that his big brother didn't despise him. As for not being related by blood and not having the right to inherit, that wasn't a problem? Anyway, he had never thought of fighting with his big brother for property. It was his life's dream to be a small painter peacefully. Then he would tell his big brother in a few days. Anyway, his big brother didn't care whether he was his biological brother or not. With no more worries, Wei Jing's brows relaxed completely. He was secretly delighted. He didn't expect his big brother to care about him so much. He could even tolerate this kind of thing? Then he could be disobedient in front of his big brother? With a faint doubt, Wei Jing slowly fell asleep in the young man's warm embrace. When he woke up again, the night had already spread. Weijia kept his word and brought the boy to a private restaurant. The outside of the restaurant was inconspicuous, but the inside was a different world. It was dazzling with gold and jade, and one could tell at a glance that it was a place for the rich to squander money. Wei Jing followed his big brother to a secluded place. There was a thin screen that separated this place from the rest of the restaurant. Weijia ordered a few dishes, all of which were Wei Jing's favorite. He smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed. Little fool, what are you so happy about? Weijia teased him on purpose. No, nothing. How could he have the nerve to say that he was happy because his big brother cared about him? It was too embarrassing. Weijia teased him for a while. Just as the two of them were waiting for the dishes, an uninvited guest came. It was a woman with a graceful figure. She had pure and lovely long black hair. She wore a sky-blue long-sleeved dress that accentuated her slender waist and long legs. She had big almond-shaped eyes, a high nose bridge, and a small pink mouth that was slightly pouty. Men couldn't help but look at her. Although Wei Jing's location was blocked by a screen, if someone walked to the left, they would be able to see him. Song Wenhua came over for dinner with her friends. She didn't expect to see Weijia here. After parting ways with Wei He at the banquet that day, she still felt a little regretful. Currently, Weijia was the only one who was similar in age to her, had a good family background, was handsome, and was capable. After all, the two of them were both 18 years old this year. Those who were similar in age to her were still in school. Weijia was the only one who had successfully started a business and was in charge of a listed company. The Wei family could be said to be in the limelight in the upper-class social circle now. Who would talk about the Wei family now? Wouldn't Wei He have a successor? From Song Wenhua's position, she could only see the faint smile on Weijia's face. His eyes were full of doting love that could drown a person. She couldn't help but sink into his eyes. Who was the person opposite Weijia? Was it someone he liked? With these questions and curiosity, she held her friend's hand and walked over. Long time. No see, Mr. Wei. She smiled gently. When she looked across, a trace of disappointment flashed across her eyes. What? Was it just a little boy? Long time no see. Weijia was a little displeased with this woman who suddenly interrupted his intimate time with Wei Jing. However, he still had to greet her politely. Are you here for dinner with your friend? Yes. I just didn't expect to meet Mr. Wei so coincidentally. Song Wenhua said gracefully, this is my friend. Sumin, the woman beside her, was her roommate in university. Although the two of them weren't very close, they still had a good relationship. Occasionally, they would go out for dinner and shopping together. At least, they had a companion. Hello. At 18 years old, it was the age when one first awakened to love. The girl named Sumin blushed. She was so shy that she didn't dare to look at Weijia. It was obvious that she was just a little girl. A hint of jealousy flashed across Wei Jing's heart. He felt that it wasn't good for him to be like this. It was normal for his older brother to have someone who liked him. Moreover, his sister-in-law from his previous life was here. No matter what, he had to curry favor with her. Hence, he took the initiative and said, Miss Song, right? If you don't mind, why don't you stay for dinner? Song Wenhua glanced at the little boy and then looked at Weijia. If this person didn't say anything, it wouldn't be good if they sat down and annoyed him. However, since Wei Jing had spoken, what else could Weijia say? Even though he wanted to chase everyone away, he could only smile and agree for the sake of his younger brother's face. 4 people. Wei Jing and Weijia sat opposite each other. Song Wenhua knew that Weijia had someone he liked, so she tactfully chose to sit beside Wei Jing. After all, she had mentioned marriage before, so it was better to avoid arousing suspicion. Otherwise, the other party would think that she really liked him. Song Wenhua's roommate blushed and sat shyly between her and Weijia. The round table wasn't big. Sitting like this, one side of the table seemed crowded, while the other side seemed empty. Weijia raised his eyebrows and smiled at his stupid rabbit. Sit beside me. Don't squeeze Miss Song. His reason was fair and aboveboard. There was nothing wrong with it. Oh. Wei Jing replied unhappily. Bastard brother, this is just the beginning. You're valuing your lover over your brother. Wei Jing moved, and the other two moved to the side. In the end, the 4 of them formed a big fork. Weijia and the others had already ordered the dishes. Now that there were more people, they naturally had to add more dishes. Weijia called the waiter over and asked him to pass the menu to the 2 ladies. Song Wenhua came from a wealthy family, so she turned a blind eye to the dishes on the menu that cost more than 100 yuan. Su Min came from a well-off family. Her parents were from B City, and she had 2 houses. She had been pampered since she was young. However, when she came here, she realized how different she was from them. Her expression was a little ugly. She pushed the menu to Song Wenhua and said, It's my first time here. You order. Fortunately, she had a good mentality. After silently lamenting the unfairness between people for a while, she immediately recovered. If she was a cynical person, Song Wenhua would not have brought her here. As the 4 of them ate, Weijia and Wei Jing formed a world of their own. They did not say anything intimate, but anyone with a discerning eye could see the tacit understanding between the 2 of them. Song Wenhua. She felt like she had been stuffed with dog food. She was dumbfounded. Su Min wanted to strike up a conversation with Weijia, but every time she said one sentence, the other party would only respond with a simple ah, oh, and mhm, directly ending the conversation. After trying to find something to talk about, she couldn't bring herself to do it, so she ended the topic. Wei Jing wanted to please his future sister-in-law, but his eldest brother kept nagging at him. Wei Zhe. It was impossible to please other women. After the meal, the four of them politely bid farewell. After getting into the car, Wei Jing was happy, but he was also a little nervous. He said with a worried face, "Big brother, you ignored Miss Song today. How are you going to get engaged?" Engagement? Wei Zhe suspected that he had heard wrongly. He stared at the child with his long and narrow eyes and said in a cold and probing voice, "You want me to get engaged to her?" Of course he wasn't willing. Wei Jing secretly said in his heart. But on the surface, he looked very agreeable. "Big brother, you will definitely get married when the time comes. I think Miss Song is quite good. She is beautiful and has a gentle personality. Most importantly, Big brother likes her. Weren't the two of you engaged in your previous life?" Stupid rabbit. Wei Zhe sighed inwardly. "I won't get engaged to her." His rejection was strong and forceful, with an unshakable firmness. He explained, "In my previous life, Miss Song and I got engaged because she asked for a business marriage. In fact, we don't have any feelings for each other." Wei Jing was dumbfounded. Wei Zhe glanced at him, softened his voice, and continued to explain, "Also, I don't intend to get married again in this life. Wouldn't it be better to go through the same path in my previous life and use a different method?" Wei Jing's delicate little face twisted. He didn't love her but got engaged? So Big brother was a jerk? No, no. It was the girl who asked for it. Sigh. It was a mess. He didn't want to think about it. Big brother could do whatever he wanted. He pushed back the secret joy that he shouldn't have felt in his heart. After returning home, Wei Jing took a shower and ran to Big brother's room with his pillow in his arms. He began to recommend himself as the pillow. "Big brother, I want to sleep with you today." Wei Zhe, who had just come out of the shower, looked at his little brother in white loose cotton pajamas. His little face was flushed from the hot water, and his black eyes were like high-quality black gems. This scene reminded him of an adult Wei Xiaojing. Oh. No. He couldn't think about it anymore. If he continued to think about it, he would have to do something indescribable at night. Wei Zhe turned his body to the side and gave up his bed. He asked casually, "Why do you suddenly want to sleep with me?" "Because it's very warm to sleep with Big brother in the afternoon." Wei Jing answered matter-of-factly. "Also, I think that since I'm still young, I can squeeze on the same bed as Big brother. When I grow up, I won't be able to sleep with Big brother anymore. So now." Of course, he had to seize the opportunity. "Why can't we sleep together when we grow up?" Wei Zhe leaned against the headboard and looked down at the little boy beside him. He dragged out the last syllable with a hint of temptation. "We're family. Even if we sleep together in the future, it's fine. Anyway. We're two grown men. Why don't we sleep together when there's an empty room? It feels weird." Wei Jing tilted his head and said. "What's wrong with that? Don't all women like to squeeze together to sleep and talk through the night?" Wei Zhe replied calmly. "Who says that men can't sleep together?" Although Big brother's words made sense, he still felt that the logic was a little strange. Wei Jing thought in a daze. He was completely confused. Hey! Why would they squeeze together to sleep when there's an empty room? Damn. They were thinking about the wrong things. Wei Jing thought for a while and finally gave up. Who cares? He was only 12 years old now. There was still a long way to go before he became an adult. He moved his small body to the side and leaned against Big brother's warm body. Gradually, he felt sleepy. Wei Zhe patted the little boy's head and softly said, "Good night." The next day. During lunchtime, Wei Jing met the two elders in the cafeteria. He took a deep breath and dismissed his classmates. Then, he sat opposite the two elders with a tray of food. There were many people in the cafeteria. The three of them simply greeted each other and ate in silence. About an hour later, the three of them got up at the same time and went to a remote corner of the school. That. Wei Jing took a deep breath and stuttered, "Grandpa, Grandma. The two elders couldn't sleep last night because of this incident. They didn't look as energetic as they did yesterday. Now that Wei Jing called them like this, they immediately burst into tears. Good boy, she said as she hugged the little boy in her arms and patted his back. The old man's eyes also flashed with tears. He secretly wiped his tears, too embarrassed to let the other two see. That. I have something to say. Wei Jia hugged the two elders and comforted them for a while. After they calmed down, he said, the fact that you are my grandparents will never change. As your grandson, I will take good care of you in the future. But I can't go back to W City with you. Before he could finish his sentence, old madam interrupted him with a smile. Don't worry, we understand. You have family and friends here, so we won't ask you to come with us to City W. But can you come and visit us during the school holidays? Of course. Even if the elders didn't ask, Wei Jing would go and visit them. That's good. Seeing that the little boy had no intention of letting them meet his current family, the old lady patted his head and smiled. It's good that you're willing to acknowledge us. Although our family isn't as rich as your adoptive father's family, we still have 2 houses. Grandpa and Grandma also have some savings. If you need money, give us a call. Adoptive father? Wei Jing was dumbfounded. Fine. In other words, the 2 elders thought that he was adopted by someone else. It was understandable why the 2 of them came to find him directly. He didn't expose them. He smiled and said a few words, making the 2 elders beam with joy. It was only when class was about to start that the 2 elders reluctantly let go of him. Wei Jing walked on the side of the road as he thought about it. He would go back tonight and tell Big Brother everything. Then, after school, he was stopped by Wei He, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. In the quiet restaurant, a soothing saxophone tune flowed quietly into everyone's ears. Wei Jing looked at the man in front of him. He wasn't as old as he remembered in his previous life, nor was he as young as he had been in this life. He was in his prime. He was still handsome, but there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. In his previous life, he had prayed for fatherly love all his life. In this life, he had given up and realized that this man wasn't his father from the start. There was a hint of relief in his eyes. He stroked the warm cup with his fair fingers. What's the matter? What's wrong? You won't even call me dad anymore. Wei He smiled meaninglessly. His lips curled into a mean smile. Well, now you know that I'm not your biological father. Wei Jing's eyes narrowed. His breathing quickened, and there was a look of disbelief on his face. He deliberately lowered his voice and asked sharply, how did you know? Huh? Wei He snorted and gritted his teeth. I've known about this since 7 years ago. That woman betrayed me and found a man outside. In the end, the 2 of them died together because of fatigue. It's simply retribution. Wei Jing looked silently at the man in front of him, who was cursing non-stop. He had taken off his carefully designed disguise. He was no longer high and mighty like an emperor. Instead, he was like countless ordinary people who were angry because their lover had cheated on them. Wei Jing's memories of his mother were already very vague. When he was young, he had always been brought up by a nanny. Those days with his mother on Weibo, after the baptism of time, were covered by a thick layer of dust, revealing only a few traces. So why did you ask me to come here? He asked, interrupting him. Don't you understand? Wei He raised his eyebrows. He looked at him as if he was looking at a leech. Your family has already found you. Go back to where you came from. Don't stay in the Wei family. I'm staying in Big Brother's house, not the Wei family. I'll tell Big Brother about this. As for whether he wants to chase me away, it's up to him. Wei Jing lowered his head and took a sip of the warm milk tea. A wave of warmth passed through his throat and into his stomach, making him feel very comfortable. Wei He frowned. Wei Jia is my successor. He represents the Wei family. But Big Brother hasn't inherited the Wei family yet. What he owns now is his own business. Wei Jing shook his head. I won't leave. I want to stay by Big Brother's side. Tisk. I've seen plenty of people like you. He sneered, you're used to living a life of luxury in the Wei family and refuse to leave, aren't you? I gave you a chance. His voice was very low. If Wei Jing wasn't sitting across from him, he would have thought that he had misheard. Wei, he said, do you want to repeat the kidnapping case from 5 years ago? It's a pity that I didn't get rid of you that time. As if struck by lightning, Wei Jing's small body suddenly trembled. If he were a small animal, his fur would have stood on end. His delicate cheeks instantly turned pale. His pink lips trembled, and his teeth chattered. He couldn't speak. Even though 5 years had passed, the scene at that time still made Wei Jing tremble. He had almost killed someone. It was just like after an earthquake, when some people began to be afraid of the dark and a house that was enclosed on all sides. After the kidnapping case, Wei Jing began to be paranoid. He had a resistance to everyone who approached him that he didn't even notice. He was afraid that he would meet a child like Wei Min again. Even if a 6-year-old child was instructed to do something, he would only act according to the other party's instructions. However, he was able to act flawlessly. Moreover, there was an ambush from his cousin Lu Tianyu. He foolishly stepped into the trap step by step. This made Wei Jing's hair stand on end. Wei Jing knew that he was different from when he first met him. However, he couldn't change. Subconsciously, he was resistant to strangers. He looked at them with a critical gaze. Even if they became friends, they couldn't become close friends. He wouldn't invite them to his house to play, and he couldn't play with them without feeling uneasy. However, it was strange to bring the butler along. Gradually, Wei Jing made a few friends. They were still the same group of friends he had when he was in elementary school. Perhaps, when he grew a little older and taller, he would be able to slowly change. But now, Wei, he said that he was involved in the kidnapping case. Wei Jing's first reaction was to look around to see if there were people lying in ambush nearby. It was already past 5 o'clock. Many office workers had gotten off work, and students had also left school. Even though the cost of living here wasn't low, there were still many people sitting here. He shouldn't be so quick to make a move, Wei Jing thought. It was obvious that Wei he wanted to talk to him. If the negotiation failed, he would find an opportunity to catch him. Pfft. The man in his 40s smiled happily. He took pleasure in other people's pain. His bony fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Wei, he said, do you think you're the only one who can be threatened? Huh? Wei Jing turned his head. He had a bad feeling. To be honest, I really like Wei Jia. He's smart, scheming. But I hate disobedient children very much. He straightened his back. His tall body was like a mountain that loomed over the young man. His eyes were filled with indifference and cruelty. I don't mind changing my successor. He smiled. Wei Jia's business has just started. It's easy to crush him. So what if he has the Yan family backing him up? Didn't I crush the Yan family back then too? He felt a little regretful. If Wei Jia was still a minor, he could take over the company as his guardian. He could only say that this brat was too cautious. He didn't reveal anything until he was an adult. He was like a lone wolf that lay dormant in the dark night, waiting for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to his enemy. You can't do this. Big brother earned all of this himself. Wei Jing was so angry that he trembled. He wanted to pounce on him and bite him. Why can't I? I have the ability, don't I? He smiled like a devil. But as long as you leave obediently, he will have everything. He stood up, straightened his sleeves, and looked down at the young man who was sitting on the chair like a withered flower bud. Make a good choice. My patience is limited. If you don't leave in 3 days. He didn't say anything more. Wei Jing sat on the chair. The cup in his hand was already cold. He looked at the bustling traffic outside through the window. His heart was empty. He didn't even have the energy to cry. He couldn't give Big Brother any more trouble, he thought. He walked out of the restaurant and called Big Brother. Hearing the angry roar on the other side, he smiled softly and said coquettishly, Big Brother, I was just thirsty and wanted to drink some water. I didn't expect so much time to pass. I'm sorry. Don't be angry. Wei Xiaojing, the next time you run around, I'll spank you. Wei Jia was really mad at Wei Jing. the matter was settled. He had just removed the people around Wei Jing yesterday. Today, he came to pick him up at the usual time, but his brother was missing. If he hadn't called in time, Wei Jia would have gone to the police. Wei Jia picked up his brother at the entrance of the restaurant. He looked him up and down and found that he wasn't injured. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. He carried him back to the car and scolded him coldly, "Are you going to call Big Brother again next time?" "Yes, yes, yes." Wei Jing raised his hand like a well-behaved child. "I won't do it again." "Big Brother, don't be angry. Do you know how anxious I was when I couldn't find you? I was afraid that it would be like 5 years ago." Wei Jia held the child in his arms and slapped his chubby butt hard. "What if something happened to you? What would I do if I was alone? Big Brother, I was wrong." Wei Jing's pale face quickly turned red because of Wei Jia's action. He said shyly, "I was wrong. Big Brother, I like you the most, there was a driver uncle here." If he really got spanked, Wei Jing felt that he could die. "Okay, don't do it again." Wei Jia was a little embarrassed. The main thing was that he already understood that the person in his arms was his younger brother who had been reborn like him and had the soul of an adult. In addition, his thoughts were a little impure. It didn't seem good to continue spanking him. The two of them returned home. That night, Wei Jing hugged a pillow and went to Wei Jia's room to ask for him to adopt him. On a spacious bed, the two of them covered themselves with the same blanket. They could feel each other's body temperature through their thin pajamas. Wei Jing's hand secretly fumbled around under the blanket. He held his older brother's hand and said with a smile, "Big Brother, I like you the most." "Yes, I like you the most too." Wei Jia held his hand back. An adult's big hand could directly wrap around Wei Jing's slender and delicate fingers. He smiled. "Why do you remember to coax your older brother now? Did you do something wrong outside? Are you asking for my forgiveness? Say a few nice words and I'll forgive you." Wei Jia was hinting that Wei Jing could tell him about his past. However, Wei Jing's mind was filled with the thought of leaving. He couldn't be with his older brother anymore. He couldn't be a burden to his older brother anymore. He didn't understand what his older brother was implying. He shook his head and said very seriously, "I'm not coaxing you. I really like you the most." Okay. "I'm not coaxing you." In the darkness, Wei Jia smiled sweetly. It was as if the air was filled with the smell of cotton candy. "Goodbye, Big Brother," Wei Jing said silently in his heart. No matter how much time had passed, no matter what life would become in the future, he would always remember the days with him. He would remember the good, the painful, everything. The next day, just as the sky was turning white, Wei Jing, who hadn't slept the entire night, got out of bed. He smiled and greeted the confinement nanny, just like every other day. After his older brother woke up, the two of them went for a run together and had breakfast together. Then, his older brother sent him to school and drove away. Wei Jing's smile was flawless. He greeted his classmates and teachers. During lunch, he chose to sit with the old madam. After lunch, the group of them went to the place where they had talked yesterday. The old madam smiled and said, "What's the matter? Are you coming here?" "Nothing." Wei Jing smiled casually, as if he was very happy. "It's just, can you bring me along when you go back to City W this time?" The old madam frowned and secretly looked at the old master. She asked carefully, "What's the matter? Is there a problem with your adoptive father? Let us talk to them and communicate with him. Your grandfather and I are already old. We have one foot in the coffin. We don't ask for money. We just want you to live a good life. He's not my adoptive father." Wei Jing looked straight at the old madam. "I always thought that he was my biological father." "This?" the old madam exclaimed. Her gaze was obscure. She suddenly understood why this child had such a big reaction back then. She stood there in a daze. Could it be that their arrival had harmed her grandson? "It's okay," Wei Jing said. "Anyway, it's the same no matter where he studies." Yes, it was the same. It was just that there was no Big Brother in City W. He was still smiling. His smile was soft, like a cute little animal, but it made people feel an indescribable sadness. All good things must come to an end. After Wei Jing finished talking with the two elders, they booked the train tickets for the day after tomorrow and prepared to go to City W. He went home as usual and acted coquettishly and talked to Wei Zhe. His life was no different from before. He didn't know how to lie, so he chose to remain silent. Therefore, there were no more lies. The day Wei Jing left was a cloudy day. Gray clouds floated above his head, and the cold wind at the end of May brought with it a chill. He looked back at City B, where he had lived for most of his life, and his black hair was messy from the wind. His heart was empty. Who couldn't live without who in this world? It was just that he didn't want to live. The train continued to move forward. After 5 to 6 hours, it stopped in the distant City W. Old Madam brought Wei Jing back to the place where they usually lived. She smiled cautiously. This place is remote. Let's stay here first. In a few days, when Grandma has cleaned up the big house in the north, we'll move in together. This was the old neighborhood where their family first lived. The security in the neighborhood was not good in all aspects, but the neighbors had good relations. As they grew older, they began to cherish the old times and couldn't bear to move away. The house was not big, but it was tidy. Wei Jing's gaze swept across the room and finally landed on a black and white photo of the deceased. Old Master Zhe, who was always paying attention to his grandson, said, "This is your father, Chen Kuan. Your face looks like your mother's, but your eyes look like your father's." People were usually slow to react to their own appearance. Wei Jing knew that he looked like his mother, but his father. He was stunned. Even if he couldn't tell, he forced a smile in order not to hurt the old man's feelings and said, "Yes." He was tired from the day's travel and had to leave his hometown. Old Madam's heart ached for her grandson. She opened a clean room and said, "This is the room your father used to live in. If you don't mind, you can lie here and rest for a while." "Okay, thank you, Grandma." He thanked her in a low voice. His tone was a little awkward. After all, they were still strangers a few days ago. Now that they had suddenly become close family, they needed time to adapt. "Okay." She helped her grandson carry the small suitcase inside and changed the bed sheets and mattress on the bed before leaving. The bed was a small single bed about 1.5 meters wide. The bedsheet was an ordinary grayish-blue checkered, and the furnishings in the room were very old. Wei Jing sat by the bed and looked at the simple desk, bookshelf, and the posters of the little tigers on the wall. Is this the place where father grew up? What kind of person would he be? Gentle and cheerful? Sports expert? Are your grades good? He lay on the bed and thought for a while. He was physically and mentally exhausted, but he couldn't fall asleep in Wei Jing. He took out his phone but didn't dare to turn it on. It was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. She must be worried sick that she couldn't find her brother. Did he even read my letters? Would she believe what he said? Wei Jing's guess was right. Wei Zhe was indeed very anxious now. He waited outside the school for a while, but he couldn't get through to him on the phone. When he found the school, the teacher told him that Wei Jing didn't come to class today. Wei Zhe hesitated for a while and asked someone to go back to the apartment first. On the way back, he wondered if someone made the stupid rabbit sad again and skipped class. Who knew that what welcomed him wasn't his beloved brother, but a farewell letter? The general idea was that he wasn't his brother, and he felt very sad that he had taken over his place. He had already returned home with his family and told Wei Zhe not to come and find him. Wei Zhe. Wei Zhe almost smashed the house, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "Do you think I don't know if you are my biological son? Why did he have to make such a big fuss? If he had known, he wouldn't have waited for him to confess. He should have just exposed him and trapped him in his arms." He had already looked at the house for the elderly in B City, but Wei Jing actually went back to W City with them. Did he still have him in his heart? Wei Zhe took a deep breath. The devil in his heart was encouraging him, making him want to go over and grab Wei Jing back. He wanted to tie him up with a fine and strong chain and watch him rely on himself for a living. He wanted him to never leave him. No, this wasn't right. He sat on the sofa with his long and narrow eyes half closed. His handsome side profile was blurred by the faint light coming through the window. His assistant beside him held his breath and trembled in fear. He was afraid that he would accidentally get into trouble. Boom, there was a loud clap of thunder. B City, which had been gloomy for the entire day, started to rain heavily. The bean-sized raindrops hit the glass like a piece of music. Weijia turned his head and said in a low voice, "What's the fastest way to get from B City to W City?" "Let me check." Assistant Su answered and walked to the side to make a call. After about 5 minutes, he said, "If you take a plane, there's a flight tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. You can reach there at 11:45 p.m. Okay, book the ticket for me. You can get off work now." Weijia waved his hand. He was still sitting upright, but Assistant Su seemed to see his back bending. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Very good. He was still their serious, and arrogant big boss. The confinement nanny came over to prepare dinner as usual. She noticed that someone was missing and asked curiously, "Where's Xiaojing?" Weijia paused and turned to look at the confinement nanny. He said casually, "He has something to do tonight, so he won't be eating at home. He'll be back tomorrow." Oh. The confinement nanny was a little afraid of this employer. She responded with a few words and hurried off to cook. Weijia opened the door to the boys' room. The things in the room were not touched. They were still the same as when Wei Jing left. If it weren't for the letter in his hand, he would have thought that this was just a dream. "Hello? What's the matter?" Weijia answered the phone. His tone was a little unpleasant. "Mr. Wei, the Wei family broke the contract. They prepared a 1-month contract, but they didn't want to sign it." The voice on the other end of the phone sounded cautious. Everyone in the company knew that the big boss was the son of the current CEO of the Wei family. The two families were actually one family. Therefore, if the other party didn't want to sign the contract, it was like slapping Jing'an in the face. "Okay." Weijia narrowed his eyes. He clicked his tongue and said, "Leave it to me." "Okay." After Weijia hung up the phone, he immediately called Wei He. Their voices were a little distorted because they were separated by a long line. Wei He's tone was a little sarcastic. "After so long, you're finally willing to call me? You're behind Wei Jing's incident?" Weijia lowered his voice. There was a hint of impatience in his eyes. "I just talked to him about a small matter. He made the final decision himself." Wei He played with the teacup in his hand. He listened to the rough breathing on the other end of the phone. "It's just a little pet. Daddy will give you a prettier one." Scram. Weijia squeezed the word out through gritted teeth. He stood quietly in the dark room for a long time until the confinement nanny called him. The young man took a deep breath and walked out of the room. He ate, drank, and slept as usual. It was the last quarter moon at the end of May. The moonlight was dim, just like Weijia's mood at that moment. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Why did he leave? He had been fine a few days ago. Why did he leave without saying goodbye after being scolded by Wei Jing? Did he really care about him? Weijia couldn't figure it out. If it were him, no matter what Wei He said, he wouldn't leave. He wouldn't leave just like that. After a sleepless night, Weijia arrived at the company with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Everyone in the company was shocked. When they thought about the contract that the Wei family tore apart yesterday, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Big Boss and the Wei family had a falling out? As Weijia's personal assistant, Mr. Su was trembling with fear. He stole a glance at the president and said softly, "Mr. Wei, this is the ticket that you asked me to book yesterday." Weijia's gaze was unfocused. He waved his hand and said, "Put it where it is. Your itinerary for today has been changed. How many days will you be in City W?" The president of such a big company couldn't be away for too long. After a long silence, just as Mr. Su was thinking about what he had said wrong, the man slowly said with exhaustion, "The ticket has been refunded. Inform the heads of all departments to come to the conference room for a meeting in an hour." Jing'an's main business now was mobile phones and various mechanical products, as well as the development of online software. Because of the new mobile phones, the stock price was rising steadily. Soon, it reached a terrifying level. However, Weijia wasn't satisfied with this. He wanted to build a bigger business empire and give it to Wei Jing. Wei Jia thought about the day he came of age. He wanted to give Wei Jing the company that Wei Jing wanted but couldn't get in his previous life as his 18th birthday present. Wei Jia felt warm in his heart. Jing'an was named after Wei Jing's pinyin. Perhaps Wei Jing didn't know that Wei Jing owned 46% of Jing'an's shares, Wei Jia owned 15%, and Yan Laosan owned 12%. The rest was divided among a few small shareholders. In other words, Wei Jia's hard work was equivalent to working for Wei Jing. Only Wei Jia and Yan Laosan knew about this. Wei Jing was only 12 years old. If outsiders found out, it was inevitable that his guardian would have bad intentions. Recently, Jing'an had cooperated with the Wei family on a piece of land. Obviously, they wanted to expand the company's business. Wei Jia, who had lived in his previous life, understood how profitable the real estate business was. It could be said to be explosively profitable. The Wei family was a real estate tycoon. Now that they had broken the contract, it would be difficult for Jing'an to get involved in the real estate business. The man's long and narrow eyes narrowed. He chuckled. Wei he was indeed old. Real estate wasn't the only business that could make money. Wei Jia turned his attention to the entertainment industry. The income from this industry wasn't any less than the real estate industry. However, everyone was using 2G networks now. Social media wasn't as developed as it would be in the future. Naturally, no one knew how much money an entertainment company could make in the future. Wei Jia acted quickly. Before the Wei family could react, the company's policies had changed. Outsiders said that Wei Jia was crazy. He had just started the mobile phone industry, but he was already dreaming of taking over everything. He was indeed too young and ignorant to make a move on the entertainment industry that he didn't understand at all. Many shareholders in the company objected. However, Wei Jia had single-handedly earned Jing'an. Without Wei Jing, the biggest shareholder, objecting, he had the final say. Wei Jia wasn't unprepared for this. When his stupid rabbit said that he wanted to make money by drawing comics in the future, he had already considered whether he should enter the entertainment industry. In the future, he could do publicity for his younger brother and sell copyrights. Now, he was just one step ahead of schedule. As for Wei Jing, Wei Jia chuckled. When he finished dealing with the matters at hand, he would see how he could bring him back. Far away in City W, Wei Jing suddenly shivered. He felt a slight pain in his butt. Today was a good day for the Chen family. They told everyone that they had found their long-lost grandson. The whole family gathered at a mid-range hotel nearby and prepared to let Wei Jing recognize him. Old Madam and Old Master Chen were both wearing purple-red tang suits. They looked elegant and energetic. Wei Jing was wearing a cream-colored turtleneck sweater and a pair of blue jeans. His facial features were exquisite, his skin was as smooth as jade, and his slightly upturned cat eyes were pure and unknowingly seductive. The aura he exuded from the inside out made people forget about him. He was like a little prince in a fairy tale. This time, there were 2 tables at the dinner party. The guests were divided into 2 groups. On one side was Old Master Chen's elder brother's family, and on the other side was his younger sister's family. Wei Jing followed Old Master Chen and greeted everyone obediently. Every time he called someone, the other party would give him a red packet. This was a rule in City W. When a child met an elder for the first time, the elder would give a small gift. Usually, it was about 300 to 400 yuan. When he called his younger aunt, Wei Jing realized that this person seemed to be hostile towards him. The woman's face was dark. She clenched the red packet tightly in her hand and refused to give it to him. She glanced at old Madam Chen and said in a strange tone, "Second brother, why did you casually bring back a child? Are you sure he's Akuan's son? There are a lot of scammers these days. You have to be careful." Wei Jing. Wei Jing was dumbfounded. This should be the first time he met this woman. Why was she so hostile towards him? What are you talking about? Old Madam Chen couldn't bear to see people badmouthing Wei Jing. It was already hard for this child to come back with them. Moreover, the DNA test had been done. Did they take the initiative to find him? How could this woman have the nerve to say that? Second sister-in-law, why are you angry? Aren't I just thinking about you? The woman glanced at Wei Jing disdainfully. You brought Wei Jing back just like that. Where are his adoptive parents? They didn't ask you for alimony. When the time comes, not only do you have to support the child, but you also have to support other people. According to the woman's logic, Wei Jing's adoptive father's family must not be as rich as old Master Li's family. Otherwise, why would this child be willing to come back with them? She mocked Wei Jing for being a traitor in the future and using old Master Li's money to support his adoptive father's family. Wei Jing trembled with anger when he heard the woman's words. How could there be such a person in the world? She was so stingy with her sinister thoughts to suspect others. Does my eldest brother lack this little money? Wei Jing took a deep breath and told himself that this was his aunt and that he couldn't scold her. He had to control himself, control himself. The young boy took out his cell phone and faced everyone's suspicious gazes. He said in a clear voice, "This cell phone was made by my eldest brother's company. It costs 8,880 yuan, he snorted coldly. I usually have a car to send me to school and I have a nanny to take care of everything at home. None of the clothes I wear cost less than 1,000 yuan. Oh, right." He smiled. I also learned how to paint. Last year, my eldest brother gave me a set of German Schminker paints for my birthday. The official price is around 40,000 yuan. He didn't look like a little prince. He looked like a real little prince who had been pampered by Wei Zhi with real money. Not only was the woman shocked by his words, but even the eldest son's family, who had been silent at the side, was also shocked. Old Madam and the others were already prepared. They could only sigh in their hearts and could not say anything. They had observed Wei Jing for so long that they had already known everything about him, including the clothes he wore and the car he used. The more they knew, the more guilty they felt. Who doesn't know how to brag? The woman's youngest son muttered softly beside her. They were both 12 years old this year. The child's face was dark as if it couldn't be washed clean. There were also oil stains on the cuffs of his clothes. He looked like a completely different person from the clean and fashionable Wei Jing. Okay, it's time to eat, old Master Li said. Coincidentally, the restaurant started serving the dishes. When the woman saw this, she felt extremely gloomy. Her son's adoption was already in the bag, but Chen Kuan's son had to come out of nowhere at this time of all times. Her plan had failed, so she was naturally unhappy with Wei Jing. Wei Jing was sitting at a table. Other than him and the woman's youngest son, everyone else was adults. The rest of the teenagers and children were sitting at another table. After all these years, there were still some things that remained in his blood. Even though he was eating like everyone else, Wei Jing's. Oh. How should he put it? He just looked better than the others. He was not in a hurry and his movements were elegant. When the people at the table saw him, their rough movements slowed down a lot. Old Master Chen sighed in his heart. It seemed that what this kid said before was most likely true. After a while, everyone was almost done eating. Old Master Chen wiped his mouth and asked lovingly, Xiaojing is 12 years old this year. He will be entering middle school next year. Do you want me to make some arrangements? I have some connections in second high. No need. Old Master Chen shook his head proudly and said happily, our Xiaojing is already in the second year of middle school this year. He will be in the third year of middle school next year. When he shows his grades, he will definitely be able to enter number 1 middle school. He is in the second year of middle school at such a young age. That's amazing. Old Master Chen's son's eyes lit up. Did he skip a grade? It's nothing. I only skipped 2 grades in elementary school. Wei Jing said modestly, my eldest brother is the amazing one. When he was in the first year of middle school, he skipped a grade and graduated from university at the age of 18. Although his eldest brother who skipped a grade was reborn. Facepalm. Old Master Chen was bragging about the grandson he found and Wei Jing was bragging about his eldest brother. It was very harmonious. After the meal, everyone went back to their own homes. Old Master Chen and the rest had a good impression of Wei Jing. This was the Chinese education system. Children who were good at their studies were always more loved than those who were not. Wei Jing handed the red packets in his hand to Old Master Chen and the rest, but he was rejected. They said that it was for him and that he should keep it properly. Wei Jing opened the 4 or 5 red packets. Other than his youngest aunt's family who gave him a pitiful 200 renminbi, the rest of the red packets were all 500 renminbi. Old Master Chen sighed softly when he saw this. His youngest sister was really spoiled by them. Old Master Chen had given his wife's family a lot of money to run a business over the years. Old Master Chen had given them a lot of money, ranging from tens of thousands of RMB to a few hundred RMB. In total, it was around 40 to 50,000 renminbi. However, they had never mentioned anything about returning the money. Old Master Chen thought that he was already so old and did not have any children. Why would he need so much money? In the end, he could not bring it into the ground. But now, he looked at the child beside him. He was so small and soft, and he still needed their care. They could not give him a luxurious life like before, but they would do their best to take care of him and give him the best things for themselves. Wei Jing. Wei Jing subconsciously trembled when the 2 old men looked at him. He felt a little strange. Wei Jing had lived in City W for 5 to 6 days. He had slowly adapted to the surrounding environment. Everyone in the community knew that he was the child that old Master Chen had brought back. They were very kind to him, and the grandma next door would often give him apples. In just a few days, his life in City B was like the moon in the water, a reflection in the mirror. It was so blurry that it was unreal. How was Big Brother now? Would he miss him too? Wei Jia, who was missed by Wei Jing, had finally stabilized the company. He had completed all the handover procedures, booked the plane tickets, and took his suitcase to City W. Haha. He wanted to leave? Did he ask for his permission? At around 7 in the afternoon, Wei Jing, who had just finished dinner, sat on the sofa. He heard a knock on the door. He stood up and asked curiously, "Who is it?" The door opened, and a familiar handsome face appeared in front of Wei Jing. Wei Jia said with a fake smile, "It's me." Wei Jing's little nerve suddenly trembled. With a bang, he closed the door in Wei Jia's face. "Wei Jia, wait a minute. Why did this scene seem so familiar?" "Open the door." The man's voice was low, revealing a sense of danger. "Leaving a letter and leaving? You're quite bold, aren't you? What did you promise me a few days ago?" "What did he promise?" Wei family blinked. "He seemed to have said that he would be obedient from now on." Smiley face, angle, what's wrong? "Who's here?" Old Madame Xing asked when she saw the young man standing motionlessly by the door. Wei family hesitated for a moment before answering honestly. "It's my older brother." "Oh. Then open the door and let him in. He's our family's benefactor." Old Madame Xing exclaimed and hurriedly got up from the sofa. She nudged old Master Wei, whose eyes were half closed and was about to fall asleep. "Wake up. Our Xiaojing's older brother is here." "What?" Old Master Wei rubbed his eyes. It took him 2 seconds to realize what was going on. He looked around and saw that there was nothing wrong. Then, he cautiously asked Wei Jing to open the door. "Fine." Wei Jing gritted his teeth. The sooner he dies, the sooner he can be reincarnated. The young man outside the door was as handsome as ever. He had a high nose bridge and beautiful thin lips. His almond-shaped eyes were half closed and he had a faint smile on his face. It made one's heart tremble. Wei Jing shuddered. He smiled at the young man ingratiatingly and said flatteringly, "Big brother, you must have had a hard journey. Come in and have a seat." Wei Jia was particularly annoyed by the way the young man treated him as an outsider. The young man sneered and raised his eyebrows. "Why didn't you realize that I had a hard time when you locked me outside the door?" Wei Jing blinked and turned his head away guiltily. Wei Jia was furious. However, he could not vent his anger in front of the 2 elders behind the young man. He reached out his hand and said to old Madame Xing and old Master Wei, "Hello, I'm Wei Jing's older brother, Wei Jia." "Hello." Old Master Wei smiled and said warmly, "Come in and have a seat. You must have had a hard journey." Wei Jia was carrying a small suitcase in his hand. It was filled with his toiletries and clothes. He glanced at the nervous Wei Jing and stepped into the room. "Then I'll have to bother you." Wei Jia scanned the room discreetly after entering the room. The walls in the room were yellowed. Subconsciously, he heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the protagonist, Wei Jing, was left alone like a pitiful little boy. Time ticked by. Weijia felt that it was about time. He pretended to stand up from the sofa and said, "It's past 10 o'clock. I should go." Old Madame Xing's gaze fell on the suitcase by the young man's feet. She frowned slightly. "Have you booked a hotel?" "Not yet." Weijia looked distressed. "I'll go out and look for a room." "It's not too late. There should be a vacant room." He came all the way here. It was too unreasonable to ask him to stay outside in the middle of the night. Old Madame Xing and Old Master Wei looked at each other. Old Madame Xing deliberated and said, "If you don't mind, why don't you stay here for a night? There's a guest room next door. I'll tidy it up and change the bedsheets and mattress for you. I promise it'll be clean." Weijia said, "How can I accept that? It's nothing." After talking for a while, Old Madame Xing and Old Master Wei both liked this child very much. He was well-spoken and cultured. Most importantly, he was good to their grandson. It was just a small matter of staying for a night. Even if it was a difficult request, they would think of a way to fulfill it, let alone tidying up a room. "If that's the case, why don't I sleep with Xiaojing?" Weijia glanced at Wei Xiaojing, who was still in a daze. He said calmly, "The 1.5-meter bed is enough for the two of us. Anyway, we often slept together when we were in B City." Wei Jing. Meow meow meow. Often. Slept together? I'm sure he won't mind, right? The young man's gaze was full of threat. Wei Jing. Wei Jing immediately cowered. He smiled stiffly and replied, "Yes. Let Big Brother sleep with me tonight. Grandpa, Grandma, go and rest. It's getting late." "Okay." Old Madame Xing and Old Madame Xing were old and usually went to bed after 9 o'clock. It was already past 10 o'clock and they were already exhausted. They turned off the lights in the living room and walked to the room Wei Jing was staying in. Weijia looked at the trembling young man in front of him and slowly opened the suitcase. He took out his pajamas and said, "Where's the bathroom?" "Big Brother, I was wrong." This was the subconscious reaction of Wei Jing, who was in a trance. After 2 seconds, the young man came back to his senses. He raised his head timidly and said with a trembling voice, "Just turn right after you leave the room." Weijia raised his eyebrows. He looked like a butcher looking at his own piglet. He smiled unusually kindly and patted Wei Jing's back. "Don't be afraid. Wei Jing. Big Brother, don't be like this. I'm even more afraid." When the young man walked out of the room, Wei Jing threw himself onto the bed like a salted fish. Ah. What should he do? He felt that Big Brother was really angry this time. He was probably mad with anger. The dark clouds of resentment were about to condense into a solid substance. What did he say to Big Brother last time? If he was disobedient, he would spank him. Wei Jing's little heart trembled. He touched his buttocks. It was plump and thick. If he were to spank it, it shouldn't hurt, right? Wait a minute, he was an adult now. This was too shameful. He tossed and turned in his bed. He didn't even notice when Weijia came back. "What's wrong? Do you want to be punished now?" In the quiet room, the man's voice sounded faintly. It was as if a ghost had suddenly spoken in his ear. Wei Jing almost screamed. Weijia was shocked by his reaction. His face instantly darkened. "Am I that scary? Oh. I've been misunderstood." No. Wei Jing quickly shook his head and said fawningly, "Big Brother, you're the best person in the world. How can you be scary? Little liar." The man had just come out of the bathroom. His hair was still dripping water, and his face was slightly red from the heat. Even his eyes were misty. He opened his mouth, and his voice was unreal. "If I'm really as good as you say, why did you leave without saying goodbye?" I wrote a letter." Wei Jing felt guilty. He lowered his eyes and didn't dare to look the man in the eye. From Weijia's angle, he could see the little boy's small hair, fair and delicate skin, and his slender neck. His black and curly eyelashes fluttered uneasily. He bit his lip. He was obviously flustered, but he had to pretend to be strong. A letter of less than 100 words? The young man sneered. Then you left with a clear conscience? You don't care about anything. You don't even want Big Brother anymore? The boy didn't speak. He shrank back into his turtle shell. Raise your head and look at me. The man's voice suddenly became stern. Wei Jing was so frightened that he raised his head. The two of them looked at each other. Wei Jia took a deep breath. He softened his tone and said coaxingly, "Why can't we talk things out? We've been together for so long. Don't you even trust your big brother anymore?" I. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything for a long time. The demon that had been suppressed for a long time broke out of his cage. Wei Jia's face darkened. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness and bigotry. He grabbed the boy's weak shoulders with his broad hands. His voice was as cold as ice. What? Now that you have a real family member who is related by blood, you don't want me anymore? His gaze was too impactful. It was like a sharp knife that stabbed into Wei Jing's heart. He couldn't move. Even if you want to leave, shouldn't you return everything that you've eaten and used over the years? You've taken all the benefits. Now you don't even care about your family and want to run away. His cruel words hurt both Wei Jing and Wei Jia. I didn't. This was the first time that his big brother had used such sinister thoughts against him. Wei Jing felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He anxiously wanted to deny it, but his throat felt as if it was stuffed with cotton. He couldn't speak and couldn't breathe. Then why do you want to leave? Wei Jia's eyes were filled with disappointment and sadness towards the boy. A deathly silence filled the small space. They could even hear each other's breathing clearly. So, Dad. Mr. Wei. He trembled and struggled to speak halfway before he realized that he was no longer his father. He said that if I continue to stay by your side, he won't want Big Brother to be his heir. Just because of this? Wei Jia was so angry that he wanted to laugh at Wei Jing. Wei Jing glanced at him pitifully. He also said, to be careful. Be careful of what happened 5 years ago. We don't know when it will happen again, haha. Bastard, you can only fool a naive little fool like Wei Jing. Wei Jia cursed in his heart. He looked at the boy condescendingly and looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. You believed him just because he said so? Wei Jia made a rare joke, even though it wasn't funny. If I said that I'm going to destroy the earth today, would you believe me? I'm not a fool. This was clearly written on Wei Jing's face at this moment. Wei Jia flipped him over, pulled down his pants, and slapped his chubby butt. He scolded angrily, if you're not an idiot, then who's an idiot? You believe everything Wei he says? You didn't even think about discussing it with me. My words were like the wind that blew past your ears. You forgot about them immediately. You're getting bolder and bolder. You want to leave just like that? Do you think you're so great that you're sacrificing yourself for me? Do you have water in your head? Do you want Big Brother to shake it for you and let you hear the sound of the waves? Wei Jing was stunned. He lay on the young man's body, his eyes full of confusion. The pain on his buttocks was endless, and he forced his screams back into his throat. The old neighborhood had poor soundproofing, and he was afraid that he would disturb the old madam and old master next door. Big Brother, stop, it hurts. He screamed pitifully, but in reality, it was really painful. This time, Wei Jia did not hold back at all. There were no important organs in the buttocks, and even if it was swollen, it would only hurt for 3 to 4 days after applying some medicine. This stupid guy dared to leave just like that, he needed to be taught a lesson. Tell me, do you admit your mistake? He forced him to confess as he hit him. I was wrong, I won't do it again. Big Brother, please stop. Wei Jing's pitifully small brain capacity couldn't remember anything else. With a cry, he went along with the man's words. You're admitting your mistake so quickly, I can tell that you're not sincere. Wei Jia was confused by his anger. He was like a calculative, resentful woman, and his logic was in a mess. Didn't you say that all the time? What happened in the end? What should I do after admitting my mistake? Tell me, how can I trust you? Wei Jing. Meow, 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 so you're going to continue hitting me? I really know my mistake this time, big brother, please forgive me. Wei Jing looked up, and his dark eyes were filled with tears of pain as he looked at the young man timidly. His eyes were red, and his nose was sniffling. He cried like a little water figure. Wei Zhi's broad palm paused, and he withdrew his hand uncomfortably. His fingers that had touched the soft skin subconsciously rubbed together, and he secretly scolded himself for being a pervert. Wei Jing's body was only 12 years old, and even if he really wanted to do something, he had to wait until he was an adult. Big brother. Wei Jing did not know the struggle in the young man's heart. He moved his body like a small animal, and when he saw that his big brother did not respond, he slowly got up and sat in the man's arms. His legs hooked around the man's thin waist, and his tender white arms hugged the man's neck. He whispered softly and coquettishly, "Big brother." This was a very ambiguous position. In his previous life, Wei Zhi was obsessed with making money and starting a company. Usually, when he had nothing to do, he would spend all his time and energy on Wei Jing. As a result, he was still a pure mage. The young man's handsome face blushed. He was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Looking at the young man's innocent and naive face, Wei Zhi felt that the shameful thoughts he had in his heart were too much. If he didn't marry her, why would he flirt with her? He stared angrily at the pair of legs around his waist. If you have the ability, why don't you continue doing this after a few years? Use your slender, well-proportioned, jade-like legs to wrap around my waist, Wei Jing. Wei Jing felt that his legs were a little numb. He rubbed against the man's waist uncomfortably. The young man didn't feel anything, but Wei Zhi was almost angered by his rubbing. He glanced at the young man's body and face. Even though he knew that the other party was an adult in his heart, he couldn't do it physically. He wasn't a pedophile, was he? Ahem. You know you're wrong. Then do you know what you did wrong? Wei Zhi raised his head. His eyes were like an icicle as he stared at the young man. Wei Jing blinked and blinked again. He smiled awkwardly and said uncertainly, "I didn't listen to you, big brother?" And? Wei Zhi raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. Shouldn't you have listened to Mr. Wei? You didn't discuss things with big brother and acted on your own? You're so willful. Wei Jing was convinced. He racked his brains and changed the way his big brother scolded him. Wei Zhi chuckled. Since you know what you did wrong, why do you still want to do it? Wei Jing looked like he had nothing to live for. He knelt down in front of his big brother. So this was what he was waiting for? A few days ago, you promised me that you would be obedient and be a good boy. If big brother told you to go east, you wouldn't go west. If big brother asked you to help him, you wouldn't refuse. Why? Did you just say that casually? Don't you mean it? Wei Zhi raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a burning gaze. No. No. Wei Jing pouted. But if I stay by big brother's side, Mr. Wei will do something to big brother. Then won't I become trouble again? Little fool. The young man pulled the young man into his arms. His voice was gentle. We're family. Would you abandon your big brother just because he's in trouble? Of course not, Wei Jing retorted without hesitation. So you think I'm the kind of person who would abandon my family? Wei Zhi asked. No. Before Wei Jing could finish his sentence, Wei Zhi interrupted him and said firmly, You're the kind of person who would do something like that. You're saying nice things, but you're actually doing it. Wei Jing was confused. He didn't know how to refute him. I'll forgive you this time, but there won't be a next time. Do you understand? Wei Zhi's voice became serious. His gaze landed on the young man's chubby buttocks. He sneered and looked evil. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as a spanking. Wei Jing responded with an "oh" in a daze. After a few seconds, he reacted and his delicate little face scrunched up again. Then, what about Mr. Wei? There's still the company. Why don't I stay here? Grandpa and Grandma treat me well. City W isn't bad either. Don't even think about it. Wei Zhi immediately cut him off. I've already arranged a place for old madam and grandma. If they don't want to come to City W, I'll accompany you to visit them every summer and winter break, he continued, his words meaningful. Also, you're not going to learn painting anymore? You don't want Su Jiahui anymore? You don't want to care about Li Fei anymore? Oh wow. Wei Jing had been so agitated recently that he was in a daze. His mind was filled with the thought of being separated from his elder brother and never being able to see him again. He was so sad that he had forgotten about his two friends. He was sweating profusely and feeling guilty. Okay. Wei Jia saw that the time was right. He gently patted the young man's head. I've already settled the matter with Wei He. Trust me. I already have Jing in now. He can give the Wei family to whoever he wants. I don't care. It will be a few years before Su Jiahui and Li Fei's matter happens. Let's take it slow and keep an eye on it. There will be a way. Okay. The Wei family nodded heavily. They looked at Wei Jia with eyes full of dependence and trust. Yes, that's it. Keep looking at me. Wei Jia thought casually, I'll find a way to present you with what you want. It was late at night. The two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. It was early June. The weather had warmed up and the bright sun shone on the ground. Everything around them was covered in a layer of faint golden light. Wei Jing sat in the living room and whispered his plan to old madam and old madam. He felt uneasy. He had said that he would be staying in City W in the future, but he had to leave after a few days. It's okay, we understand. Old master smiled kindly. You've been unhappy these days. Your grandma and I are worried. Go to school in City B and come back to visit us during the holidays. Grandpa, aren't you going to City B with me? Wei Jing bit his lip and asked. Ha 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 ha. Old master and old madam laughed at the same time. He said, Grandpa, I still have 2 years before I retire. When I retire, I'll live with you. When do you plan to leave? It's Friday today. How about the day after tomorrow? You can go to school on Monday. No matter what kind of parents they were, they all valued their studies. Grandpa, how can you send someone away in such a hurry? Wei Jing's heart was slightly warm. He softened his voice and acted coquettishly with the old man. The couple was all smiles. Since you're leaving, do you want to visit your father? He's in the cemetery in the suburbs. He'll be very happy to see you. Old madam felt that the atmosphere was about right and spoke carefully. Her gaze fell on Wei Jia from time to time, afraid that he would be displeased. Okay. Wei Jia put down the cup in his hand graciously. Since we're here, it's only right that we visit uncle. Wei Jing felt slightly guilty. He had been in City W for a few days. Because he was worried about Wei Jia, he was listless. Old madam and the others felt sorry for him and did not mention this matter. Logically speaking, as a junior, he should visit his father as soon as he arrived. Why don't we go now? Wei Jing pulled Wei Jia up. Big brother and I will go buy some things first. Joss paper, candles, chrysanthemums. It felt like they had to prepare a lot of things. No need. Old madam stood up and took out a bag of things from the cabinet with a gloomy expression. We'll just buy a bouquet of flowers on the way there. I've already prepared the rest. Wei Jing was silent for a moment and agreed in a low voice. Chen Kuan's tomb was in the cemetery in the suburbs. Wei Jing and the others took a taxi and stopped on the way. When he went to the flower shop to buy flowers, he saw an unexpected young man, Shui Lekong. First place in the youth oil painting competition. Shui Lekong was wearing a black suit and leather shoes. He was a 16-year-old young man with delicate features and a tall and straight figure. He had a demeanor of his own. Wei Jing thought for a few seconds before spitting out the other party's name with uncertainty. Shui Lekong? Yes. He nodded. There was a hint of sadness and resentment in his eyes. Wei Jing's scalp went numb when he saw this. He said, Why didn't you call me? Call? Oh. That. Sorry, I lost the note. Wei Jing said this self-righteously. Shui Lekong had forced the phone number to him. After he got home, the confinement nanny threw it into the washing machine and it was a mess. He couldn't see anything clearly. Okay. He saw that the young man seemed to be relieved. He said, "Do you have a phone now?" Wei Jing felt helpless and a little amused that the other party was so insistent on asking for his contact information. Forget it. Just give it to him. He quickly gave a string of numbers and said with the chrysanthemum in his hand, "I still have something to do. Goodbye." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the other party to reply. He pulled his big brother, who was on the verge of exploding, and quickly got into the taxi. "When did you two meet? Why don't I know about it?" Wei Jia asked with suspicion. "We met once during the competition and exchanged a few words. We're not close." Wei Jing was confused when he was scolded. Why did his big brother's face suddenly darken? Wei Jia suppressed the subtle jealousy in his heart that he shouldn't have. "Let's go." The taxi went west and soon arrived at the cemetery. Chen Kuan's tomb was very clean. The man on the tombstone smiled a little shyly. He had handsome features and black hair that fell softly on his forehead. Wei Jing silently placed the flowers in his hand on the tombstone. He took the lit incense and candles from the old madam and kowed out a few times before placing them in front of the tomb. "My son. Look, mother has brought your son here." Old madam spoke in a very low voice. Perhaps she was afraid that she would hurt Wei Jing, who had not yet adapted to the situation. Only Wei Jia, who was close to her, could hear her. "Don't worry. We will take good care of Xiao Jing. We won't let him suffer." Wei Jia followed behind Wei Jing. He also offered 3 incense sticks to Chen Kuan and kowtowed. Wei Jing was scared out of his wits. "Big brother? Your family is naturally my family too. Don't overthink it." Wei Jia glanced at him and patted Wei Jing's head with a comforting smile. "Okay," Wei Jing replied in a low voice. His little paws tugged at the hem of his big brother's clothes, and his heart was filled with sweetness. The 4 of them stayed at the cemetery for a long time before leaving. Wei Jing was going to leave the day after tomorrow. They buried their sadness and smiled as they wanted to take him around City W. The 2 elders' bodies were still strong. Wei Jing and the others followed the elders to some famous scenic spots. They even bought some local specialties and wrapped them up, preparing to bring them back for their friends in City B to have a taste. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wei Jing followed Wei Jia back to City W with big and small bags. The 2 old men sent them to the airport and carefully reminded the young boy not to hold back when he was in trouble. They were his backup. This was the first time Wei Jing felt kinship from his parents. His heart was warm and his eyes were slightly red. He hugged the old man reluctantly and listened to his gentle and kind voice. He sniffled like a child. Okay. It's not like we won't meet again." There was a hint of reluctance in the old madam's voice. "Let's go quickly. It won't be good if we delay." "Okay." Wei Jing nodded. He held his big brother's hand and left reluctantly. He returned to City B. As usual, he went to school, learned to draw, and played with his friends. In order to prevent Wei He from causing trouble, Wei Jing always had bodyguards secretly protecting him. 1 week later, there was a big news in City B's upper-class social circle. The son of the woman who had almost become Wei He's wife was not Wei He's son at all. It was the son of her affair with her lover. Gossip always spread the fastest. Before Wei He and Wei Jia could react, the news had spread like wildfire. Wei He was furious when the matter of the past was dug up again and again. Even though those people did not say anything on the surface because of his power, they could not stop them secretly. Wei He wanted to shut these people up, but there was Wei Jia who kept ruining his plans. He wanted to cause trouble for Wei Jing, but Wei Jia protected him so tightly that he could not even touch a strand of his hair. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Wei Jia. Ha ha ha. I want everyone to know that we are not brothers so that they can be together openly in the future. Wei silly white sweet dumb rabbit Jing. He was completely dumbfounded. He knew nothing. Until one night, Wei Jing received a call from Shuelakong. He said guiltily that when he met him in City W a few days ago, he followed him out of curiosity and found out about Wei Jing's identity after a little investigation. He was so shocked that he accidentally leaked the news to his friends. Paper can't wrap fire. Wei Jing had never intended to live as Wei He's son. Now that he was exposed, it did not matter much to him. He calmly accepted the other party's apology and even comforted him. Shuela Kong. He felt even guiltier. What should he do? Time was always like the sand in people's hands, slowly slipping away without them noticing. 2012, City B. The summers in the past few years had been getting hotter and hotter. Even though it was already September, the scorching sun still shone down mercilessly. The 17-year-old Wei Jing carried his suitcase and came to a university alone to report. The 17-year-old teenager was about 1.78 meters tall. He was a few centimeters taller than in his previous life, although he was still not as tall as Wei Zhe. He wore a simple white t-shirt and khaki slacks today. He also wore white sneakers. Her ink-black hair fell softly on her forehead. Her cat-like eyes seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. It was extremely seductive. Her curly, pitch-black eyelashes were like a small fan, pouncing on one's heart. He had a high nose bridge, thin lips with a nice shape, and slightly upturned lips. His skin was as smooth as jade and seemed to reflect the sunlight. Big beauty Like a gust of wind, the seniors who were welcoming the new students surrounded the young man. Junior, what's your name? Which faculty are you from? Do you know the way? The seniors looked at Wei Jing as if he was a fat little lamb. Wei Jing subconsciously took a step back and smiled awkwardly. Then, I'll have to trouble you. It's okay. The senior who spoke first smiled and said, let me introduce myself. My name is Xianxia. I'm already in my 3rd year and my major is interior design. She thought for a while and said, the club I'm in is the animation club. Junior, are you interested in joining us? We lack people like you. The last word was said with a lot of twists and turns. Wei Jing was stunned. He quickly shook his head and said, sorry. Senior, I'm usually a little busy. I don't think I have time to join any clubs. It's okay. Yang Xingnan smiled and took out her phone. Let's exchange phone numbers. If you change your mind in the future, you can come and find me. Okay. Wei Jing's dormitory was newly built by a university in recent years. The environment was good, with air conditioning and a private bathroom. There were a total of 4 people in the dormitory. The upper bunk was for sleeping, and the lower bunk had a computer desk and chair. When he arrived at the dormitory, there were already 2 people making their beds. When they heard the door open, they subconsciously looked over. Hello, my name is Wei Jing. He took the initiative to greet the 2 of them. Hello. They were stunned for a moment before they greeted him in unison. My name is Hongji. I'm 18 years old this year and I'm from City W. The man on the right who had already made his bed jumped down and smiled at Wei Jing. He reached out his hand. We'll be roommates for 4 years from now on. Nice to meet you. My name is Sun Zhenghao. I'm from the same hometown as Hongji. The other person who was still cleaning the bed smiled brightly, revealing his big white teeth. The 3 of them got to know each other. Wei Jing looked at the bed and was in a dilemma. A university's rules stated that students had to live in the dormitory for the first year of school, but he had always been well-fed and had been spoiled by Wei Zhe all these years. Today, he had insisted on enrolling alone. Now, he didn't even know where to buy bedsheets and mattresses, let alone make the bed. Just as Wei Jing was in a dilemma, the door of the dormitory was pushed open again. A young man with rosy lips and white teeth walked in, followed by a large group of servants. Some of them were carrying boxes, some were making the bed, and some were even spontaneously cleaning the dormitory. The other 3 people in the room were stunned. Hello, my name is Zhu Wenyu. He smiled generously and took out a few bags of snacks from his bag. He said in a very down-to-earth manner, do you want to eat chicken feet? It's pickled pepper flavored. After he said that, he gulped down a mouthful of saliva as if he was craving for it. Great. Now, all the sense of distance was gone. Even Wei Jing couldn't help but laugh. He smiled and took a bag of snacks from the young man's hand. His eyes fell on the group of servants, and he was glad that he didn't ask his brother to come with him. Otherwise, there would be more people now. The other two roommates also came over. Kong Jianghao sighed. It feels like an emperor is patrolling. The young man's face was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "It's all because of my dad. He said that I can't do it alone, so I have to bring a few people here to help me tidy up. I think it's a good idea to bring a few people." Wei Jing looked at the suitcase beside him and then at his empty bed. He felt that he was done for. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the dormitory was opened again. The four of them turned their heads at the same time and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was wearing a decent suit, and his hair was neatly combed behind his ears. He was followed by a few servants who were carrying luggage. He walked over, step by step, and said, "Young master." Wei Jing. Wei Jing felt that his cancer of embarrassment was acting up. He didn't dare to look up at his roommate's expressions. He looked down at his feet and said softly, "Uncle Li, why are you here?" "Mr. Wei asked me to come over. This is young master's bed, right? Let us set it up for you." The small dormitory was suddenly crowded with so many people. The four of them couldn't stand it anymore and ran outside to stand. Hongji smiled bitterly and said jokingly, "I didn't expect there to be so many hidden talents in this small dormitory." Sun Jianghao laughed as well. "I feel like we're poor compared to you guys." Wei Jing raised his head and saw that although the two of them said that, there was no inferiority or jealousy in their eyes. He also pursed his lips and directly began to shift the blame. "I previously agreed with Big Brother that I would come alone. He was probably worried about me, so he asked the butler to follow me. A few years ago, after Wei Jing's identity was exposed, Wei Jia made a prompt decision to move to a well-defended and well-protected villa for his safety. Uncle Li was the butler recommended to them by the Yan family. He was a good person and did things in an orderly manner." "Hey, buddy." The young man came over and patted Wei Jing on the shoulder. He smiled and said, "Is this fate?" Wei Jing was speechless. The four of them teased each other for a while. They were all 17 or 18 years old boys, so they quickly became familiar with each other. The most delicate young man among them, Zhu Wenyu, was careless like a little hamster. When he saw something delicious, his eyes couldn't move. He said that he gained weight easily. His family had strictly controlled his diet in order to help him lose weight. Now, he would drool whenever he saw meat. He was quite pitiful. The other two came from ordinary families. They were mature and good at washing, cleaning, and socializing. On the other hand, Wei Jing was the most delicate and the most otherworldly one. When he woke up in the morning, he casually folded his quilt. The first time he washed clothes, he made a big fool of himself. He didn't even know how to insert a coin. They washed their underwear and socks by hand. Wei Jing threw everything into the washing machine with a dumbfounded look on his face. Hongji asked him how he had survived until now. Wei Jing felt wronged and said, "There are people who do these things." "Okay." He covered his face. He forgot that he was a young master. Although they said that, they didn't hate Wei Jing. They would try their best to help him in life. Wei Jing returned the favor by often buying snacks to feed his roommates. The four of them got along well. During the military training, Hongji helped Wei Jing and Zhu Wenyu a lot. The two of them were starry-eyed. Hongji was speechless. Why did it seem like he was raising two children? After the military training, everyone in the dormitory was tanned. Sun Jianghao, in particular, looked no different from an African. However, his teeth were white. When he smiled, he looked even more tragic. Everyone in the dormitory couldn't help but laugh. Wei Jing's skin was fair. No matter how much he tanned, he couldn't get tanned. The young man with rosy lips and white teeth looked at him with jealousy. He complained, "I'm so tanned now. How can I get girls?" Hongji glanced at him and said, "I think it's possible for you to get girls now. When you're really white." He stopped talking. Zhu Wenyu was only about 1.7 meters tall. He wasn't tall, but he wasn't short either. However, his baby face was very deceiving. At a glance, he looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old. In other people's words, he was a legal shota. Now that his skin was a little tanned, he finally looked a little manly. When he returned to his original fair appearance, the girls who got together with him wouldn't be looking for a boyfriend. They would be looking for an older sister and a younger brother. Wei Jing couldn't help but laugh. He secretly smiled. Don't talk about me. Zhu Wenyu saw this and became angry. He pointed at Wei Jing and said righteously, Wei Xiaojing is even better looking than a girl. If any girl has the courage to stand with him, I admire her for being a real man. Wei Jing. He was sitting at home, but the blame fell from the sky. Hong Ji and Sun Jinghao looked at Wei Jing up and down. Then, they nodded in agreement. Wei Jing, the next day, Zhu Wenyu was slapped in the face. That day, the four of them went to a professional class together. They had just arrived at the university, so the group was still fresh. They sat upright and listened attentively. After class, a girl sat opposite Wei Jing with a smile. Handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Zhu Wenyu. Mommy. This doesn't make sense. Wei Jing was stunned. He slowly shook his head. No. Then why don't you let me be your girlfriend? The girl had a pair of beautiful almond-shaped eyes. They were so bright that they seemed to be able to speak. Her skin was fair and there were some inconspicuous freckles on her nose. Not only did they not ruin her beauty, but they also added to her playfulness. Now, the girl was wearing an ordinary round-necked short-sleeved shirt. Her chest was bulging and she wore hot pants that revealed her fair thighs. She was wearing a pair of stilettos. An 18-year-old girl's body was full of collagen. No matter how she dressed up, she would look extremely good. Even though she said such bold words, she didn't seem to be annoying at all. I'm sorry. Wei Jing smiled at her apologetically and said matter-of-factly, I'm still underage. I promised my elder brother that I'm not allowed to date before I'm an adult. Everyone. Meow meow meow? Are you kidding me? The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. It's just dating. It's not like I'm asking you to marry me. Wei Jing was a little embarrassed. He could only repeat, I'm sorry. The girl, everyone. You don't understand. You deserve to be single forever. The girl was also a person who could take it easy. She blinked and stretched out her hand again. Then let's be friends. Hello, Wei Jing. I'm Ruan Chaoyu. Hello. Wei Jing stretched out his hand. Their skin touched. The girl's hand was warm and soft. Her nails were a healthy pink and had cute little crescents. She smiled and her eyes curved into crescents. You don't want to date now. When you're an adult and want to date, you must remember to look for me. Wei Jing, this is called the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first, she said confidently and without a hint of embarrassment. Wei Jing said with difficulty, may I ask why you like me? School had just started and they weren't familiar with each other. It was also Wei Jing's first time meeting this girl. Why did she suddenly confess to him? Do you still need to ask? Ruan Chaoyu's face was full of disbelief. You're so good-looking. Everyone wants to be your girlfriend. Naturally, I have to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Wei Jing. Very good. A straightforward person who was obsessed with looks. The people around them were amused by this girl and laughed uncontrollably. Zhu Wenyu couldn't wait to recommend himself. He shamelessly opened his mouth and said, What do you think of me? I don't look worse than him. Also, my family is rich. I can get you all the jewelry and designer coats you want. When males were courting, they would always show off what they thought was important in order to win the female's favor. Wei Jing. Wei Jing felt that Zhu Wenyu's brain must have been flooded with water. Using money to tempt her like this was simply indescribable. Ruan Chaoyu sneered and sized up Zhu Wenyu for a while. Then she looked at him with contempt. Sorry, I don't want to be in a relationship with a younger man. Why would I choose a good-looking man who is rich? Do I need so much money to eat? Idiot. Zhu Wenyu. Zhu Wenyu felt that he seemed to like this girl even more. Even though he was scolded, he still shamelessly stuck to her. Then let's not take money. Look at me. Don't I look good too? Ruan Xiaoyu laughed and rubbed his wrists. If you don't have money, then let me drink the northwest wind. Is there something wrong with your brain? Do you think love is enough? Zhu Wenyu. Meow meow meow. Wei Jing and everyone else. The reversal came too quickly. It was like a tornado. Then what do you want? Zhu Wenyu's black eyes stared straight at the girl. His eyes were filled with grievances. He looked at Wei Jing for help. Wei Jing gave him a helpless look. He had asked for it, so he had to continue kneeling. Obviously, Zhu Wenyu's words at the beginning made Ruan Xiaoyu dislike him, so whatever he said was wrong. Indeed, I don't want to do anything. She brushed her hair behind her ear and gave the man a flirtatious look. However, the words that came out of her mouth went straight to his heart. I just don't like you, so I'm thinking of ways to reject you. Silly boy. Next time, say something nice. Don't talk about money at the beginning. How vulgar. She continued to say, all the girlfriends you find are after your money. Don't you think you're an idiot? Zhu Wenyu nodded as if he understood. After a few seconds, he suddenly broke into a silly smile. That means you don't like my money, right? Hey, hey, hey. Look, Wei Xiaojing isn't in a relationship now. You can treat me as a spare tire first. I'll definitely be a good and considerate boyfriend. I'll do the laundry and cooking. With a nanny around and using his money to cook, he could treat it as if he did it himself. After all, the money was his. There was nothing wrong with it. Wei Jing felt that his roommate might be poisonous. Everyone was laughing from ear to ear. The next day was Saturday and Wei Jing did not have any classes. Therefore, he quickly packed his things and went home. When he arrived home, it was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun was still scorching hot. As soon as he entered the house, a gust of cool air hit his face. Wei Jing subconsciously let out a comfortable sigh. Wei Zhe was still not home. There were only a few servants cleaning the living room in the villa. When they saw Wei Jing, they greeted him softly. Wei Jing sat in the living room, took out his phone, and logged into Flying Pigeon. After the rapid development of the internet in the past few years, Flying Pigeon's commercial value had been repeatedly developed. Now, it was immeasurable. As one of the earliest batch of old players of Flying Pigeon, Wei Jing had been working hard to develop his account over the years. Now, his fans had exceeded 5 million. Although he could not be compared to those celebrities who had millions of fans, he was still doing well. Many companies had approached him to advertise, but he had rejected all of them. He was now considered a somewhat famous mangaka. His serialized comic had already been published and was selling well. However, Wei Jing felt awkward every time he had to attend a signing event. Firstly, his brother did not want him to go as it was too tiring. Secondly, Wei Jing did not want to travel around. As a result, his appearance was still a mystery to the outside world. However, no matter what, his readers were still very cute. They kept calling him Mrs. Wei Jing could not help but laugh when he saw them. It's just that today, something's not right. When he opened the comments section of Flying Pigeon, he saw that a group of people were discussing a new artist named Xiao Yuan. I am a Yuan's wife, I think this drawing is not bad. It looks like my husband a Yuan. He he he. Does this count as fate? Hey hey hey, it's true. Both of their drawings are good. I like both of their drawings. I love you. Heart to heart, I don't want to talk, what the hell is this? Who is a Yuan? Is there anyone who can help me with this? Am I too behind the times? I'm so confused, flowers, I'm not sure either. I am a Yuan's wife, I'm the wife who recently drew life is like a game of chess. Super high yield. Most importantly, he's super handsome. She really liked him. She was obsessed with his looks and had already been conquered by him. Soft blanket, I went to take a look. He's really handsome. Flying Pigeon, Tranquility Yuan. Hey, hey, hey. I'm going to betray him and become his fan. Electric Heart, upstairs, you are not alone. My procrastination disorder is acting up again. It's not good for you guys to discuss other people on Mrs. Jing Yuan's Weibo like this. That was a little rude, I'm a Yuan's wife, we were just joking. Why are you so angry? What do you mean by impolite? I think you're the most impolite person in the world. When summer will be over, the comment above is so logical. Is a Yuan trying to use our wife as a stepping stone? Ha ha ha, soft blanket, what do you mean? Our Mrs. Yuan needs to step on others to get ahead. Don't tell me you guys want to ride on our popularity. My wife is much hotter than your wife, okay, his procrastination was acting up again, get lost, then why are you complaining on my wife's Weibo? There's something wrong with you. I'm a Yuan's wife, thought Xianxia. She is so good at scolding people. Paper towel salute. Passerby, but it's really not good to scold people like this. It's easy to make trouble for your wife. Wei Jing was confused as he looked at the noisy comments. What the hell? Ning Yuan? I don't even know this person. He wanted to send a messenger pigeon to ease the tension. However, if he did not do it right, it might lead to a fight. Just as Wei Jing was thinking about what to do, he received a call from his agent. Ahem. That's right, it was his manager, and it was someone that his big brother had specially found for him. The promotion and publication of his works all depended on this person. You are on the hot search list, the agent said straightforwardly. Don't say anything. Leave it to us. I will also ask someone to take down the hot search list. Don't panic. Leave it to me. Wei Jing thought, I don't panic. What's going on? He asked curiously. Someone wants to use you as a stepping stone. That's why he hired the internet water army to stir up trouble. The agent sneered. In his heart, he felt pity for this person. Of all the people in the world, he had to choose Wei Jing. Who would be able to do anything to him? Wei Jing nodded. This was very common in his previous life. He did not know how to handle it himself. Therefore, he left it to his agent. Anyway, all he needed to do was to draw. After hanging up the phone, Wei Jing rubbed his stomach. He was starving. Then, he ran to the kitchen and stuffed a box of pastries into his mouth. His mouth was stuffed to the brim, and his cat eyes were looking around casually, like a little hamster that was stocking up on food. Don't eat so many pastries. A familiar voice sounded in his ears. Wei Jing turned his head and saw a man in his 20s walking over from the door step by step. His hair was split into a simple 37, and his hair was pure black. A pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes appeared in front of everyone without any cover. He had a high nose bridge and deep eye sockets. This was a face so handsome that it took people's breath away. Wei Jing placed the pastries on the coffee table. He rubbed his stomach and said pitifully, "Elder brother, I'm hungry." "If you're hungry, you can eat some fruit. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat later," Wei Jie said. He had already sat down beside Wei Jing. "I can eat. I'm still growing. I need a lot of food. I can eat it no matter how much it is." Wei Jing quickly raised his hand to vote. Ahem. Anyway, he could not admit that he was full. Little liar. The man's voice was as doting as usual. His dark eyes reflected his figure. You haven't grown taller since last year, right? Wei Jing. Elder brother, how did you know? What don't I know about you? Wei Jie asked. Wei Jing, okay, there's nothing wrong with that. Wei Jing had been living with Wei Jie all these years. There were no secrets between the two of them. Although they were no longer related by blood, they were closer than in their previous life. Since he was reborn, he had to learn a lesson and not make the same mistake as in his previous life. The two of them went to the study after having dinner as usual. One of them was painting while the other was dealing with official business. It was unusually harmonious. The Su family. Li Fei sat in the study with a gloomy expression. His dark eyes revealed a sense of despair and violence. The weather in September was still hot, but his heart was very cold. It was as cold as the North Pole. I really want to kill that man. He spoke. Those few words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. They carried a terrifying determination. What are you talking about? Su Jiaming spoke. His brows were deeply furrowed, and there was a hint of exhaustion in his eyes. Take it slow. You can't ruin yourself for him. You're still young, and you still have a bright future ahead of you. How can I endure it? He asked and laughed bitterly. I'm 23 this year and he's 45. Let's just assume that he can only live until he's 60. Then I'll have to endure for 15 years. I can't even endure a day now. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? If Li Fei was in another profession, it would have been fine. However, he was an artist and a rather famous one at that. His parents have long been divorced, and his father hasn't come back for many years. They, mother and son, have had a hard time, but the days are still going on. A few years ago, Li Fei's father suddenly came back from who knows where. He opened his mouth and asked Li Fei to take out the money, saying that he owed money outside. He is his son, and it's only right for the son to pay his father's debts. Li Fei's parents were divorced, but he was still his son. The group of loan sharks knew that they could not get any money from Li Fei's father, so they turned their attention to Li Fei. They blocked the door, went to the school, threatened. They could do anything. Even if it was a lawsuit, Li Fei and his family could not win. In addition, Li Fei's mother was frightened by this group of loan sharks. She cried and begged Li Fei to give them money. Nearly 1 million yuan had not only emptied Li Fei's pockets at that time, but also left him with a debt of more than 200,000 yuan. Some things, once started, could not be stopped. After Li Fei's father tasted the sweetness of success, he began to borrow money continuously. The small amount was a few hundred yuan and the large amount was a few 100,000 yuan. These debts were always paid by Li Fei. Because of this, Li Fei, an artist who had become famous at a young age, had not saved a single cent for many years. The only house he had was bought with a loan. He was his father. Just this alone was enough to make Li Fei suffocate. He was full of resentment. He even hated his own mother a little. Why did she have to compromise in the first place? The debts kept coming, making it hard for him to breathe. Su Jiaming took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep puff. He also wanted to help Li Fei. But he could not help at all in this kind of situation. You should leave for a while first. After a long time, he said, there is a Sino-French exchange meeting soon. It will take about 3 months. You should go and lie low for a while. When the time comes, if you really can't do it, you can emigrate. First, you can settle down for a few years so that he can't find you. But in this case, an artist also needed a reputation. If he did not appear for a few years, his reputation would definitely decline greatly. I'll take it one step at a time. He laughed bitterly. Then I'll go home first. Don't go back. Just have dinner at my place, Su Jiaming said. Li Fei hesitated for a moment, then agreed. He did not want to go home either. The atmosphere at home was too depressing. His mother only knew how to cry, and his father who would come to ask for money for no reason. Sometimes, Li Fei would wonder if he had done something wrong in his previous life. That was why he had such a father. He tasted nothing for dinner. He could not even maintain a fake smile. When Li Fei left, he met the little girl next door. She was a very cute little girl. He could not hide the tiredness in his voice. Long time no see. How's your study? What? Why are you like my parents? You always like to ask this. Nian Ningel mumbled. She smiled and her eyes curved. Brother Li Fei, I've started to learn painting recently, but I can't draw well. Can you teach me? Sorry, I'm busy right now. Li Fei casually glanced at the painting in the girl's hand. It was probably because she did not draw well. The painting was very dirty, and it was all about basic skills. He was really tired today and was not in the mood to teach anyone. Oh. Then Brother Li Fei, take care. Nian Ningel's little face suddenly shrank. She looked at the young man's figure. Reluctantly as he walked further and further away. The girl's shadow was very long under the street lamp, just like the love hidden deep in her heart. When Wei Jing went to the Su family's house on the weekend, he found the atmosphere very depressing. He wanted to ask something. Unfortunately, Su Jiaming always smiled and changed the topic. In Wei Jing's memory, he was almost 20 years old when Li Fei killed his father. Therefore, he still had time now. He was learning painting in the studio as usual. Su Jiahui had matured a lot over the years. He sat beside Wei Jing and was immersed in a sea of exercises. Wei Jing glanced at him and teased, "Why are you working so hard?" "I'm going to be a police officer." "Of course, I have to work hard." He looked back at Wei Jing. His heart throbbed slightly because of that exquisite face. It was not obvious, so he did not notice it. People with dreams were always willing to fight for their dreams. Wei Jing mixed the paints and pretended to say casually, "What do you think of the Air Force uniform? It looks very cool and stylish." "No." Su Jiahui shook his head without thinking, "I just want to be a police officer who serves the people." Su Jiaming's sullen face finally looked better when he heard this. He also teased, "Then why don't you hurry up and study? You're already in the second year of high school. It'll be embarrassing if you can't get into the military academy." "Dad, don't worry. Your son, will definitely pass this test." Su Jiahui gave himself a thumbs up. Wei Jing was speechless. His heart was so tired, he deliberated for a while before he slowly and carefully said, "Teacher, I just think that it's too dangerous to be a police officer. Wasn't there news a few days ago about terrorists attacking the police? Look at this." Su Jiahui and Su Jiaming stopped what they were doing at the same time. The air seemed to freeze. After a long time, Su Jiaming sighed heavily. He looked at his son with a serious expression. His eyes were filled with wisdom and maturity. "Are you sure your dream is to be a police officer?" Su Jiahui was influenced by his father. His expression became serious as well. "I'm very sure." "No regrets?" he continued to ask. "No regrets." This was Su Jiahui's answer. "Okay, I understand. I hope that no matter how much pain and suffering you go through in the future, you will remember this." Su Jiaming said, "As a parent, I definitely hope that my son can walk a stable path. But if this is your dream, then I can only support it." He continued, "I only hope that in the future, no matter what, you will have to be careful and not put yourself in danger." "Yes." Su Jiahui's eyes were already filled with tears. He wiped his face. "Dad, don't worry. I will be fine." Wei Jing's feelings were complicated. As a father, Su Jiaming had done a good job. He respected his son's opinion. Su Jiahui wanted to be a police officer. He was working hard for his dream. Such a person was worthy of respect. But, as a friend, Wei Jing didn't want Su Jiahui to die in the line of duty. And now, his words of advice had strengthened Su Jiahui's conviction. Could the future really be changed? Wei Jing thought with uncertainty. No. Wouldn't his and Big Brother's lives change? Hard work would always pay off. In the magnificent hall, Wei Zhi walked up the spiral staircase to the second floor. He pushed open the door to a private room. There was already a group of people inside. He had a polite fake smile on his face. "Sorry, I'm late." "No, we just arrived," Zhao Wanwan said with a smile. The private room was very big. Wei He, Wei Yuhui, and the others were all present. Beside them sat a woman in her early 20s. She had exquisite makeup on her face, and her eyes were full of joy. She couldn't stop smiling from ear to ear. She was the woman that Wei He had chosen for marriage at Wei Jing's 18th birthday party, Wei Ruru. The husband she had chosen was from a nouveau riche family. His family was rich, but they didn't have connections and couldn't enter the upper-class circle. One of them was short of money, while the other was short of status. They hit it off immediately and got married. This party was held for the two of them. Wei Zhi had become estranged from the Wei family because of what had happened to Wei Jing. He sat in his seat and sipped his tea. He looked like a passerby as he watched this transaction between the two of them. Jing'an had developed rapidly over the years. Now, in terms of power, they were probably slightly stronger than the Wei family. When Wei He saw this, he still wanted to invite Wei Zhi back, even though he still held some grudges over what had happened in the past. Wei He could see clearly that Wei Yuhui was a person who could preserve what he had, But he couldn't expand. Wei He had come this time because he wanted to get closer to Wei Zhe. At the very least, he wanted to push the Wei family into Wei Zhe's hands and make him accept the Wei family. He was almost 50 years old and didn't have much energy left. Now, Wei Yuwei was handling most of the company's affairs. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere was lively. When the groom's family saw that Wei He and Wei Zhe had come to this party, they were overjoyed. This meant that the Wei family had taken a liking to this marriage alliance. As a result, they had a higher opinion of Wei Ruru. When Wei Ruru saw this, the smile on his face became even more gentle and charming. Why had she raised her opinion to Wei He and asked him to take this opportunity to invite Wei Zhe over for a chat? Wasn't it to raise her status? Every man for himself. Just because she was an illegitimate daughter, just because her mother was not favored, she had to suffer so much. Compared to Wei Yuwei, she was practically a beggar. On the other hand, Wei Ruru quite liked Wei Zhe. Wei Zhe had relied on himself to create such a big company like Jing'an. The gap between them was too big, so there was no jealousy. All that was left was admiration and admiration. Halfway through the party, Wei Zhe went to the washroom. He looked at himself in the mirror. He was a young man in his 20s with handsome features. He was tall, had broad shoulders, long legs, and an 8-pack abs. Oh. His stupid rabbit was going to grow up in 5 months. How was he going to confess without scaring him? He felt that time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the green fruit was about to ripen. Xiaoxia, what a coincidence! Wei Yuwei appeared behind Wei Zhe in a silver-gray suit. There was a hint of arrogance and sharpness in his eyes. He was completely different from the honest man he had been a few years ago. I didn't expect you to come to the party. I thought you wouldn't be interested in the Wei family's assets. The Wei family's assets are not a small sum. I don't think there are many people in the world who wouldn't be interested in them. After washing his hands, Wei Zhe picked up a towel to wipe off the water droplets. He glanced at the man nonchalantly. Can't you tell just by looking at how much effort you put in? Wei Yuwei's face contorted slightly. He gritted his teeth and lowered his voice as he said fiercely, the Wei family belongs to me. You're going to give the illegitimate child the family assets that were stolen from him? Wei Zhe's words undoubtedly stabbed Wei Yuwei in the heart. Sounds like a good idea. Unfortunately. He smiled. If it were anyone else, I would have let it go. But you. His eyes were filled with contempt and disgust. Don't even think about it. Let's wait and see, said Wei Yuwei. The two of them were at each other's throats when a phone suddenly rang in the toilet cubicle. They both looked over at the same time and said in unison, who is it? There was complete silence. After a few seconds, the cubicle door was pushed open. A male waiter in a white shirt and black vest walked out with his head lowered. His face was covered by his hair. He said timidly, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on you. Why are you lowering your head if you didn't mean to? Raise your head. Wei Yuwei's voice was vicious. The man was conflicted and hesitant. His fair hands were intertwined with each other. Haha. I think you did it on purpose, didn't you? Wei Yuwei stepped over and grabbed the young man's shirt with his thick hands. He pulled the young man's head up. The young man had a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes. There were tears in his eyes, and his face was as delicate as a doll's. Wei Zhe's indifferent gaze froze. He couldn't help but shout, Wei Min, what are you doing here? You recognize me? Wei Min's eyes widened in disbelief. As the saying goes, a woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. In fact, men were the same. The 16-year-old Wei Min and the 6-year-old Wei Min had changed more than a little. It was as if they were completely different people. Wei Zhe was speechless. If he hadn't been reborn, he wouldn't have recognized him. Wei Zhe looked Wei Min up and down. He frowned and said in disbelief, you don't have money? Otherwise, why would he come here to work? I do. Wei Min's smile was a little embarrassed. Wei He didn't lack money for him, but he also didn't give him a lot of money. Recently, he had been obsessed with photography. He wanted to buy a camera, but he didn't have enough money. After being recommended by a friend, he specially came here to work. Wei Min was no longer the unworldly young master he used to be. He now understood the importance of money and how to get along with others. However, as Wei He's son, Wei Min and Wei Min were guests who were here to spend their money, while he was just a lowly waiter waiting on them. The difference between them was so great that Wei Min could not raise his head. He felt both embarrassed and ashamed. The hotel's service staff actually had a special toilet. It was just that Wei Min had been caught by a drunken guest and molested. Her words were explicit and she wanted to keep him as her mistress. He was so scared that he ran to the men's toilet and blocked the female guest. If not for that, he would not have met Wei Xia and Wei Min. Wei Yuwei had never met Wei Min before. He looked at the two of them and asked, "Do you know each other?" Wei Xia chuckled. His dark eyes were filled with a cold light. He glanced at Wei Yuwei with a cold expression on his handsome face. He ignored him and looked at Wei Min. He felt a little sad. Compared to the eccentric, lively, and bold Wei Min from his previous life, he was a little different. He looked at the shy, timid, and self-abased Wei Min in front of him. He could not help but sigh. Time was a wonderful thing. It could change a person beyond recognition. Wei Min had acted as bait to lure Wei Jing, causing Wei Jing to be kidnapped and almost get into trouble. Wei Xia could not forgive him for that. Therefore, even though Wei Min looked very down and out, Wei Xia did not want to help him. Of course, Wei Min did not expect to receive Wei Xia's help. He was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was not until he had matured that he realized that he had made such a terrible choice. He was like a little monster who watched his good child fall into the abyss step by step. Fortunately, Wei Jing was fine in the end. Otherwise, Wei Min would not know how to apologize. Even so, whenever Wei Min thought of the child who reminded him to be careful, comforted him, and slept with him, a layer of bitterness would emerge in his heart. He was guilty. Even if some people said that he was a child, he didn't know anything back then. However, Wei Min still felt that he was guilty. Being young was not an excuse for his mistakes. All these years, he had been paying attention to Wei Jing intentionally or unintentionally. He knew that he was learning to paint and had won third place in the youth oil painting competition a few years ago. Later, it was revealed that Wei Jing was not Wei He's son, which made Wei Min worried for a long time. He was afraid that he would suffer. Fortunately, Wei Xia didn't mind and took good care of him. Wei Min subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. She just didn't know what Wei Jing looked like now after so many years had passed. The three of them stood in the toilet. Even though the toilet was very clean and there was no odor, it was filled with a faint floral fragrance, it still made them feel a little uncomfortable. Wei Min touched his nose and whispered, "I'm going out to work." After speaking, he quickly walked out without giving the two of them time to react. In the wide corridor, there were mirrors on all sides. A waiter greeted Wei Min. The waiter here did not have much education. Most of them had left school after graduating from middle school or high school and came out to work. If it was the Wei Min of the past, he would probably despise this group of people very much, but now, he greeted this group of people with smiling eyes and could help each other out. They lived at the bottom of society. Some of them were very poor and could not afford to go to school. Some of them were chased out by their parents who valued boys more than girls. There were also left behind children who did not want to study because their family education was not good enough. There were all kinds of people, their faces either sad or happy. The customers who complained about the trouble smiled brightly when their friends said that they were going to dinner after work. There were also boys who had a crush on girls who secretly came over to help the girls clean up. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, their ambiguous feelings silently sprouting. They were born poor and most of them did not have a good life, but they would still work hard to live a better life. Wei Min had already worked here for the summer and would be leaving in a few days. He was envied by most people here. They envied Wei Min for being able to go to school, envied him for being 16 years old, envied his delicate face. That night, after work, Wei Min followed a group of people to eat skewers. It was an ordinary barbecue stall with grease stains on the table. A group of people were laughing and complaining about the strange customers they met. Wei Min sat in the middle and ate with them the food that she would never touch before. It was not very delicious, but it was very fragrant. It was so fragrant that it reached the bottom of people's hearts. After the meal, the group of people went back to their dormitories and rented apartments to go back to their own homes. One of them complained that the place where he lived was too far away and there were no public buses. It would waste a lot of money to take a taxi home or stay in a hotel. When Wei Min saw this, he hesitated and invited the boy to stay at his house for a night. The other party was so happy that he hugged his shoulder and called him a good brother. A night in a hotel would cost about 100 yuan, which was not too high for them, who had a salary of 5,000 yuan. Wei Min remembered this person. He was only 18 years old. His father had died in a car accident, and his mother had married someone else with the family's assets. He had 2 younger sisters. He gritted his teeth, dropped out of school, and ran out to work to support his family. He was usually reluctant to buy a bottle of mineral water, so everyone sympathized with him. Occasionally, they would call him out to have a good meal and not let him pay for it. The boy would usually help everyone at work. For example, when it was almost time to get off work and some people had not finished cleaning, he would go over to help. When there were guests who were difficult to deal with, he would speak nicely and coax them with a few words. Wei Min saw all of this. If it were not for the burden of such a family, the boy's future would not be too bad. Wei Min's house was a school district house bought by Wei Zhe. Although he was now in high school and did not live nearby, the house prices were still very high. He opened the door and saw that the house was clean and tidy. Everything was very orderly. Wow! The man exclaimed. This is your house? Wei Min hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said vaguely, I bought this house a few years ago. I'm the only one in the house. You can sleep next door. He. The man drank some wine and his face was red. He laughed. I'm so envious of you. With such a big house and a place to go to school, you will be a social elite in the future. You will be different from the rest of us. Wei Min did not know what to say. People were not born equal. The resources brought by their parents, the education conditions in all aspects. He used to envy Wei Zhe and Wei Jing. Now, he was envied by others. Work hard, young man. He smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. There was a hint of encouragement on his handsome face. Don't be like me. I've accomplished nothing and have no future. I don't know anything. His eyes were as clear as a pool of spring water, full of gentleness. Wei Min suddenly felt a little nervous. He suddenly wanted to say those words that had been suppressed for a long time. He talked about the mistakes he had made in the past. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol, the more he talked, the more he could not control himself. Bean-sized tears fell down his face. He cried like a child. Oh. The man paused for a while before saying slowly. So, have you apologized? But it was such a big mistake. Even if I apologize, he won't forgive me, right? He looked at the man with red eyes. But if you don't apologize, he won't forgive you. He shook his head. His thoughts were a little blurry. He rubbed the young man's head as if he was coaxing a child. Good boy. Apologize properly and tell him that you know you're wrong. After saying that, he did not wait for Wei Min to respond. His body tilted and he fell asleep on the living room floor. Wei Min sat on the ground in a daze. He looked at the person who had fallen at his feet and suddenly laughed. He kicked the man's leg twice. His eyes were smiling and teary. How about I sponsor your school? I have a house somewhere else. I lived with my mother when I was young. I sold it. Let's go to school together. Okay? You can repay me when you're rich in the future. The person on the ground twisted twice, but there was no reaction. Wei Min continued, I'll take your silence as a yes. Just treat me as an idiot. I didn't even sell my house for the camera. Now, I suddenly want to help you. His childhood memories were blurred. He could no longer go back to the small villa that he lived in with his mother. It was a place full of memories. Whenever he saw that place, he would see Wei Zhe lying on the bed, covered in blood, and Wei Jing trembling in the hands of a group of burly men. If there was a chance, he must remember to apologize. He still owed him an apology. That night, when Wei Jing returned home, the comments on Carrier Pigeon had been controlled. His manager sent a message to Wei Jing, saying that this was the best they could do. After all, Xiao Yuan only wanted to use Wei Jing as a stepping stone. Moreover, they were stopped by Wei Jing's team as soon as they started to act. If they were aggressive, it would reduce the passersby's impression of them. Wei Jing replied, "Got it." He was a little puzzled. Why didn't they just focus on painting? Why did they have to do these things? Was it fun? Wei Jia frowned when he found out about this. He chuckled and didn't say anything to Wei Jing. However, he had already secretly asked people to make things difficult for Xiao Yuan. She hurt his younger brother and wanted to leave unscathed? There was no way. Wei Jing didn't know about the twists and turns in this matter. At this moment, he was sitting with his older brother and watching TV and chatting. The TV was playing a TV series that Wei Jia invested in. There were a few popular celebrities in it, and the ratings were very good. "Big brother, where did you go today?" They leaned against each other and chatted. Wei Jia didn't hide it. He said, "Wei Ruru is getting engaged. I went to take a look today and had a meal with them. I even met Wei Yuwei." At the mention of Wei Yuwei, Wei Jing immediately frowned. He looked at his older brother and bit his lip. His cat eyes flashed with worry. This person was dishonest in his previous life. Who knows what tricks he will play in this life? "Big brother, you have to be careful." "Don't worry, little housekeeper." Wei Jia deliberately teased him. "Wei Jing. I'm a man." "Bastard, do you want to touch me?" "What do you mean by woman? Do you know how to use words between a man and a woman?" He started to get angry. Wei Jia silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said seriously, "Okay. I'll touch you." Wei Jing. Meow meow meow? Did he not make it clear, or did his older brother misunderstand? Why did it suddenly become so dirty? He shifted his body to the side and looked at the man warily. He crossed his arms in front of his chest to show his refusal. "No, I'm just making an example. You're not allowed to touch me, okay? Otherwise, I'll ignore you for 3 days." What an interesting threat. At the very least, Wei Jia couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile. With lightning speed, he pressed the young man under the sofa. His thick and broad fingers slid down the young man's clothes and touched the young man's soft and delicate waist. With a few slight movements, Wei Jing couldn't help but laugh. He gently pinched the soft flesh on the young man's waist and looked down at him. "Do you still dare to talk nonsense?" I won't dare to." Wei Jing laughed until tears were coming out of his eyes. His older brother was too naughty. It would have been better if he had used more strength, but such a gentle touch made his hair stand on end. He begged for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go." "No, I have to make you remember your mistake this time." Wei Jia spoke as righteously as he could. His hand slid down the young man's slender waist to his fair and delicate back. Wei Jing's chest was small. He was the type that looked thin with clothes on, but was muscular when he took them off. His fingers felt soft and soft. It felt good to the touch. Wei Jia felt a little addicted. He pressed his fingers on the back of Wei Jing's back and received a hopeless look from Wei Jia. Wei Jia smiled and said coaxingly, "Let's be together forever, okay?" "Eh?" Wei Jing's dark eyes revealed a hint of confusion. "Didn't we say before that we would be together forever? But you will have a wife in the future, and so will I." Slowly, bit by bit, he spilled out his thoughts. "Let's not have a wife anymore, okay? Just the two of us. We will never be apart. When we die, we can even be buried in the same grave. But, won't it be weird if we don't have a partner?" Wei Jing had always regarded Wei Jia as his older brother. He was so confused that he couldn't understand such an obvious hint. "Then let's just be each other's lover." He leaned over, and when he spoke, his hot breath blew on the young man's delicate face. He could clearly see the young man's stunned expression and disbelief. Wei Jia sighed softly in his heart. He still couldn't be too hasty. He smiled and took his hand out of the young man's clothes. He said nonchalantly, "I was just joking. But if Xiaojing wants to be like this, I don't mind." "Brother, don't joke like this in the future." For some reason, Wei Jing found it difficult to breathe. He put on his slippers and ran into the room with his phone. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Wei Jia looked at the clock on the wall. Very good, it was only a little past 8 o'clock. He silently curved his lips. It was good that he had a reaction. He was just afraid that Wei Jing would be disgusted or indifferent about this matter. They had been together for so long from their previous lives to this one. No one could separate them. Wei Jing returned to the room and threw himself onto the bed. He buried his face in the pillow and blushed. Ah! How could his brother say such things? What if he took it seriously? Moreover, children were so hot and cute. His brother would definitely like them. What if they got together one day and his brother regretted it? Wait. These were all unforeseen matters. What was he thinking? Wei Jing was a little disappointed but also relieved. That was his brother and they were both men. How could they get together? Not to mention other things, just making love was not easy to handle. Wait, how did homosexuals get on the bed? With a hidden curiosity, Wei Jing looked around the room with a guilty conscience. After making sure that no one would suddenly appear, he opened the web and searched. He looked at the first page, he looked at the second page, then, his body temperature, which had dropped slightly, suddenly rose. So, he had to use that place? Wei Jing instinctively touched his butt. It was chubby, soft, and easy to pinch. It felt good to the touch. After touching it, he looked like he had nothing to live for. He was led astray again. He curled up on the bed. His snow-white skin was a little red because of shyness. His curly eyelashes fluttered uneasily and his dark eyes were filled with shyness. Even if they got together, he would definitely be the one at the bottom. After all, his brother was such a strong person. Thinking about his brother's broad shoulders, thin waist, long legs, firm abs, and handsome face, Wei Jing was confused and fell asleep. That night, he had a dream. In his dream, he was lying on the bed without a single piece of clothing on his body. Big Brother's broad and hot palm was moving across his body, bringing about a wave of numbness that made people want to die. He was like a docile little kitten, leaning into Big Brother's embrace, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. It was so comfortable that his bones turned soft. Gradually, the man's actions became more and more explicit. His hand touched his lower body and ravaged the soft flesh. When Wei Jing woke up from his dream, he was still a little confused. He moved his body and felt the wet area below. His face suddenly turned red. He anxiously took out a clean pair of underwear and clothes from the closet and ran to the bathroom to take a shower. He was especially afraid that his brother would find out, so he washed his underwear and threw it aside. It was a typical case of having a guilty conscience. After all, Wei Jing was now 17 and was about to turn 18. It was normal for him to have wet dreams. It was just that his wet dreams in the past were blurry and unclear. But now, he could even recall the temperature of his brother's hand in his dream. Wei Jing felt that he was so bad and dirty. His brother had only said a few words casually, but he had already started to have disgusting fantasies. During breakfast, because of this matter, he was very listless. What's wrong? It's so early in the morning. Why do you look like you've been sucked dry by a female ghost? Wei Jia pretended to ask casually. He was afraid that his probing yesterday would make Wei Jing feel disgusted. Wei Jing. Wei Jing's chopsticks fell onto the table. He wanted to cry but had no tears. There was no female ghost, but there was someone more powerful than her. He took a deep breath and tried his best not to reveal any flaws. It's nothing. I just don't feel like moving at all because I have to go to class again today. Little liar, Wei Jia said. Wei Jing placed a lot of importance on his studies. Now that he was using this excuse, did he really think that he was a fool? Wei Jing. Big Brother, please don't say any more. Let me live. He looked at the man pitifully with his watery eyes. His lips were slightly pursed. He had the exact same expression as when he was young. Back then, he was as cute as a little animal. Now that his eyebrows had grown, he was making this expression again. It was too seductive. Wei Jia couldn't control himself anymore. Wei Jia secretly gritted his teeth. His little brother was only 17 years old. Only 17 years old. If there was anything, he could wait until 5 months later and *CK him to death. He drank the porridge in his bowl as if he was facing the enemy who killed his father. His mind was filled with thoughts that were not suitable for children. Whenever he thought of those long legs, slender waist, and the shy and timid eyes of the young man and the suppressed moans of lust, Xianxia felt like he was no longer himself. Wei Jing was his nemesis and poison. He was also his lucky star and antidote. Only when he completely owned this person could he be saved. Wei Jing. Wei Jing lowered his head and didn't dare to look at his big brother. He even felt a little resentful. Why did he tell him all this? If his big brother hadn't joked about it yesterday? He wouldn't have had thoughts that he shouldn't have. He wanted to completely own his big brother. He wanted to be bound to his big brother forever. He wanted to be together in the previous life, the next life, no matter when. After eating, Xianxia wanted to go to the company. Wei Jing didn't have classes in the morning. He hesitated for a moment, then pulled on his big brother's sleeve and asked to go with him. I thought you didn't like coming to the company in the past? Xianxia asked curiously. Wei Jing stuttered, I'm bored. I don't care. Big brother, you can't leave me alone. Right now, he wanted to monopolize all of his big brother's time. Jing and Culture Company was located in the city center. It was a tall and majestic building. From the first floor to the top floor, there was not a speck of dust. The employees who came and went were dressed in decent suits and had a faint perfume smell on them. In other words, it looked very high class. This was the first time Wei Jing came to the headquarters. He followed behind Xianxia and looked at everything in front of him curiously. Was this where Big Brother worked? You stood on the bridge and looked at the scenery while the person looking at the scenery looked at you from upstairs. While Wei Jing was looking at others, the employees in the company were also secretly looking at this young man who was personally brought into the company by the big boss. His eyebrows were like a painting and his posture was straight. Just by standing there, he could charm a large group of people. When the two of them reached the office, the group of people outside had already exploded. Gossip group. Ding dang, Did you guys see? Today the boss brought a little beauty over. His skin is so white, I'm so envious. Mingli, I saw it. He's really super good looking. His eyes are so big and his nose is so straight. Most importantly, his waist is so thin and his legs are so long. I really want to pounce on him. Salivation. JPG Biscuit. Weekly asking, does anyone know about his relationship with the boss? Ding dang. Could it be a little lover? I think I just found out something. JPG Xianxia, that's not very good. Also, the boss is only 23 years old this year. You're going too far by calling him gay. Ding dang, sorry, I was just saying. Don't be angry. Mingli, this is the first time the boss brought someone to the company. I'm super curious. No, I can't take it anymore. I have to go and find out. Sisters, good luck. Biscuit. Have a good trip. Ding dang. Have a good trip. Xianxia, Mingli, she sneakily put away her phone and looked left and right with a guilty conscience. When she saw that no one was paying attention to her, she pretended to tidy up the black fishtail skirt she was wearing. Her short hair that reached her ears rested on both sides of her cheeks. Her delicate makeup made her fair and rosy skin, and her rosy red lips curled up seductively. She walked to the office door in her high heels and knocked on the one-way glass door with her short and chubby fingers. The woman's voice was soft and charming. Mr. Wei, do you need me to make 2 cups of coffee? A cup of coffee and a glass of milk. Mingli blinked. Milk? Meow. No, 2 glasses of milk. Unlike Xiaxia's voice, a clear voice with a hint of youthfulness could be heard from the office. After a few seconds, just as Mingli was hesitating whether to speak or not, she heard the big boss's indulgent and doting voice. All right. 2 glasses of milk. Mingli. Shocking news. Their cold and merciless big boss actually listened to a young man's suggestion and asked for milk. Milk. She walked to the pantry in a daze and took out 2 bottles of untouched pure milk and honey and soaked them in 2 cups. The faint fragrance of milk floated in the air from the white porcelain cups. Mingli carried something and knocked on the door of the office. With a decent smile on her face, she placed the milk beside the 2 men in the room. Observing closely, she saw that the young man's skin was as smooth as jade without any pores or black hair. Really, enviable. After putting the milk in place, she asked in a sweet voice, "Mr. Wei, do you need anything else?" "Nothing." Wei Zhe shook his head casually. After he finished speaking, he seemed to realize something and turned to Wei Jing, who was sitting on the sofa. "Tell her what you want." "She's my assistant." Wei Jing covered her mouth and yawned. Her dark eyes were watery and she gave off a lazy and naive feeling. "I got it. Big brother, go do your work. Don't worry about me." "Big brother?" Ming Li's eyes flashed and a look of understanding flashed across her face. The upper management of the company vaguely knew that the big boss had a younger brother who was very doted on. It was said that he had just entered a university this year, but no one had seen him before. After getting the information she wanted, Ming Li's desire for gossip was satisfied. She smiled. "Then I'll go out first, Mr. Wei." "Okay." After leaving the office, Ming Li's expression changed. He took out his phone and smiled wretchedly. His fingers quickly typed a row of words on the screen. "I know the relationship between the beautiful young man and the big boss. Beg me. Beg me and I'll tell you." Ding dang. Hee hee, biscuit. Hee hee, Xianxia, alright, Ming Li, don't keep us in suspense. Ming Li, alright. You guys aren't cooperating at all. So boring. He's the big boss little brother, you guys should have heard of him, ding dang, so it's just a little brother. Sigh, Xianxia, who was sitting at her desk, frowned. She felt relieved and said, "Isn't a little brother good? Don't tell me you're happy just because the boss is gay?" She cursed in her heart for being an idiot. How infuriating. Xianxia was 24 years old this year. She came from a good family and started school early. She was diligent and eager to learn. After graduating from university, she went to Jing & Company and worked there for 2 years before becoming one of Wei Zhe's secretaries. In terms of education, she wasn't outstanding. However, in terms of appearance and figure, she was one of the best. Wei Zhe was young and promising. He was handsome and rich. Furthermore, he was 23 years old and no one had ever seen him have a girlfriend. In this secretary's office, other than the men and a few who looked average or were too old to be married, everyone couldn't help but look at him. As long as she was bound to this rich husband, she wouldn't have to worry about the rest of her life. Wei Jing lazily sat on the sofa. He had come to the company with his big brother on the spur of the moment. However, after arriving, he couldn't do anything. "Oh. Big brother is really busy." He sighed in his heart. It wasn't easy being a CEO. The mellow milk with honey tasted pretty good. He gently took a sip and looked at the people coming and going in the office. He felt drowsy. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. The young man rubbed his eyes and slowly took the phone out of his pocket. "Hello. Hello. It's me." Li Fei's gentle and magnetic voice came out of the phone. He said, "I'm going to take a plane to France later. Is there anything you want? I'll bring it back for you." Pfft. Wei Jing found it funny. He teased, "You're a great painter. Are you preparing to do a purchasing business?" Li Fei was confused. He asked with some confusion. "What's a purchasing business?" Okay. Online shopping had just become popular these days. There was no such thing as purchasing business. Wei Jing was confused by his sleep and blurted it out subconsciously. He said vaguely, "It means that you buy things abroad at a low price and sell them at a high price. You make a profit from the difference." "That sounds like a good idea." Li Fei followed his words. He looked up at the gray sky outside and the people coming and going around. He was silent for a few seconds before he slowly said, "Do you remember a few years ago, you told me that I need to be rational in everything I do?" Wei Jing's heart thumped. He suddenly sat up from the sofa. His voice was dry and he asked cautiously, What's wrong with you? It's nothing. Li Fei lowered his voice. He made an analogy. If there is a person in this world that you particularly hate, like a blood-sucking bug, clinging to your body, unable to get rid of him or avoid him, what would you do? After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but sneer. As an adult, he couldn't figure out this matter. How could Wei Jing have a solution? Then I'll endure it for now. Wei Jing was confused by the question. His mind went blank. He only remembered that he couldn't let Li Fei repeat the same mistake. Why don't I ask my brother? He must have a solution. It was a very willful and trustworthy answer. Wei Jia, who was sitting at his desk, heard his stupid rabbit call his name. He looked up at him and asked with his eyes, "What's wrong?" Wei Jing was busy comforting Li Fei and didn't pay attention to his eldest brother. Li Fei looked at him with jealousy. Li Fei couldn't help but laugh. He had met Wei Jia before. He was an awe-inspiring and intimidating young man. He was also 23 years old, but he already owned a big company like Jing'an. He could decide the fate of countless people with a single order. What about himself? His career had just taken off and he had a reputation in the industry, but he might have to retire because of his scoundrel father. The gap between the two of them was so huge that every time he saw Wei Jia, he always felt inferior. He tilted his head and said in a clear voice, "Don't bother. I'm going to France for 3 months this time. Maybe I'll find a way after 3 months." Senior Li. Wei Jing's voice was bitter. He thought to himself, "You didn't find a way? You even killed your own father 2 years later out of anger." The conversation started and ended abruptly. Wei Jing sat on the sofa in a daze for a long time before he jumped up under Wei Jia's worried gaze. He frowned and couldn't hide the helplessness in his eyes. He bit his lip and said in a frightened voice, "Big brother, what should we do? Senior Marshal Brother Li has probably seen his father by now. His voice sounds very tired. Could something have happened?" "It's okay. It's okay." Wei Jia couldn't bear to see Wei Jing's distressed look. He suppressed the slight jealousy in his heart and comforted him, "I'll ask someone to investigate them right away. We'll see how it goes. We'll find a way." "Okay," Wei Jing replied in a low voice. He hugged the young man's arm and said with a slightly red face, "Big brother, am I so useless that I have to rely on you for everything?" "Who said that?" He patted the young man's back comfortingly and stroked his hair with a smile. His long and narrow eyes were filled with satisfaction because of his words. "I like it when you rely on me. It's best if you rely on me, to the point that you can never leave me." Wei Jing was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, he had always been spoiled by Wei Jia. In his 2 lifetimes, his biological age added up to almost 40 years old, but his mental age had always been that of a child who had never grown up. Wei Jia was also happy to spoil his younger brother like a little prince in an ivory tower. Wei Jia had been busy all morning. He usually ordered takeout for lunch. Today, because Wei Jing was here, he had planned to take him out to eat. However, Wei Jing said that he wanted to check out the company's restaurant and see what his big brother's food was like. Wei Jia had been to this cafeteria once or twice when it opened and thought that the food was pretty good. After that, because of his arrival, all the employees who were eating were trembling with fear. Wei Jia was too lazy to go down, so that they wouldn't be on tenterhooks while eating. However, now that Wei Jing had spoken, what else could he do? Wei Jia touched his nose and said to Wei Jing somewhat guiltily, "Wait for me in the office. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I'll be right back." "Oh." Wei Jing nodded with a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect to see his big brother forget about something. Wei Jia gritted his teeth and walked out of the office under Wei Jing's gaze. He immediately saw the woman who was walking out with some documents in her arms. "Xianxia, you're here. Did you bring your meal card?" In Jing'an's cafeteria, one needed to use a meal card to eat. The card had to be charged regularly and the card would be deducted according to the price of the food. "Yes, I did. Is there anything you need, Mr. Wei?" Xianxia couldn't hide the surprise on her face when she was stopped by Wei Jia. She took out her meal card. Weijia couldn't help but frown when he saw the card. Pink cards were pasted on both sides of the originally snow-white meal card. It might be cute in the eyes of a woman, but as a man. Weijia couldn't help but shudder when he imagined himself taking out such a card to buy food in front of Wei Jing. Forget it. There's no need for that. Weijia waved his hand and stopped the other person. Mingli, did you bring your meal card? Yes. Mingli glanced at the big boss curiously. He took out a white meal card from his pocket and handed it over. Mr. Wei, is there anything else you need? I'll use it for a while. I'll ask the finance department to pay you 3 times the amount. He reached out and put the meal card in his pocket as he spoke. Mingli watched in confusion as the big boss took his meal card and went into the office. In less than 2 minutes, he came out with the little boss. The two of them were talking and laughing. She narrowed her eyes. It looked like the big boss was going to the staff cafeteria. She couldn't help but take out her phone and send a message in the group to inform them of this fact. Ding dang. You're too late. I already saw the big boss at the cafeteria. He's queuing up. Yes. Buying sweet and sour pork ribs. Ding dang, look at the people in front of the boss. They can't wait to give up their seats for the boss. My heart aches for them. Biscuit. I'm right in front of the boss. I feel like there's a huge iceberg behind me. I want to cry QAQ. Passerby A. Upstairs, you're not alone. This is the first time I feel that the queue is moving so slowly. Lychee who wants to buy. Upstairs, you're not alone. Mingli, I want to go to the cafeteria to watch. Ding dang, let me use your meal card, ding dang, okay. You just have to come down. The gossip group, which had been quiet for a long time, was crazily flooded with messages. Mingli put her phone into her handbag and walked towards the restaurant with a decent smile on her face. The fire of gossip had been ignited, and in her excitement, she did not notice Junia's ugly face beside her. TSK. Damn it. Xianxia frowned. Her well-maintained fingers couldn't help but lift the cute pink sticker off the meal card. The part that was lifted off had some dark yellow glue stuck on it. It looked very ugly. She took a deep breath and told herself not to be angry. Not angry. In the end, she couldn't help but throw the meal card into the bin. When the time came, she would go to the cafeteria to get another one. In the company cafeteria. The big boss came to the cafeteria on the spur of the moment, causing some managers and leaders to follow. As soon as they came, their subordinates also followed in order to get acquainted with them. Then, the entire cafeteria became extremely crowded. The chefs inside were in full swing. The dishes they had prepared previously paled in comparison. They could only continue cooking. Wei Jing sat at a table and waited for his big brother to come back. Some people still didn't know who he was. Seeing that there were no more seats in the cafeteria, he came over with a tray and asked, "Is there anyone here? Have a seat." Wei Jing's eyes curved into crescents. My big brother went to get food. You can sit next to me. Thank you. The man smiled. He put down the tray and looked at Wei Jing with slight envy. That's great. There are people helping to get food. People like us have to wait for a long time to line up. The senior staff who knew Wei Jing's identity sat quietly at the table near him and looked at the man with tender and envious eyes. Wei Jing's gaze swept across the cafeteria. There were long lines at every entrance. The cafeteria was like a big steamer basket. Wei Jing couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Jing'an's cafeteria is so good? There are so many people here. Pfft. The man beside him sneered. He looked at the young man with a gaze that seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life. He said with some teaching tone, "You must be a new employee. You don't understand. Although there are usually many people in this cafeteria, there are never so many people." As he spoke, he pointed at Weijia who was in front of the line. Do you see that person? Our big boss, the big boss. Because he came to the cafeteria today, there are so many people here. Wei Jing blinked and looked around. So, the big boss doesn't come to the cafeteria usually. That's for sure. The man looked at Wei Jing with a look that said, "Isn't that obvious? The big boss is so rich. Why would he come to the cafeteria usually? He must have ordered a big meal from his assistant, or he must have gone out to eat." Oh. Wei Jing nodded. He didn't quite understand. The senior staff who heard everything around them were speechless. "Young man, after watching so many TV dramas, why don't you know the law of villains die because they talk too much?" The thick-skinned man didn't notice anything wrong around him. He was still talking to Wei Jing. In the end, he asked curiously, "Which department are you from? Why haven't I seen you before?" Logically speaking, with such an outstanding appearance, even if his ability was average, he should be very famous in the company. "I don't work here." Wei Jing blinked and looked innocent. "My big brother brought me to the cafeteria to eat." "Young man, I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me." The man looked amused and patted the young man's shoulder. "Jingyan never allows outsiders to eat in the cafeteria, unless you are the little brother that the big boss brought here today." "Ha ha 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 ha. My character can't be that bad." They bumped right into each other. He didn't finish his sentence. Because Wei Jia, who had just finished getting his food and was holding a tray, was standing opposite them and looking down at them. The man was speechless. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" The man was on the verge of breaking down. Wei Jing, who was beside him, stood up with a smile and took the plate from the young man's hand. Placing his favorite sweet and sour pork ribs beside his hand, he called out "Big brother" with a smile. "Big brother, do you usually come to the cafeteria to eat? You have to wait for a long time." "Men. Oh my God." He timidly glanced at the big boss, and when he thought about what he had just said, he wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in it. He wanted to give the big boss a look to atone for his crime, but he was afraid that it would just be an ordinary sentence. Thus, he was stuck between a rock and a hard place, not knowing what to do. Wei Jia had just gotten his food when he noticed a man talking to his little brother nonstop. He keenly sensed that something was wrong and said ambiguously, "I come here once in a while to eat. The line is rarely that long." "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Wei Jing picked up a piece of pork rib with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. He finished the top layer of meat and spat out the bones on a plate. He muttered, "It tastes pretty good. Although it's not as good as Aunt Lee's, it's not bad in a big pot of rice." "Oh. At least it was better than the school cafeteria." "Yes." Wei Jia nodded. "The chefs here have been cooking for several years. They're very familiar with this." After that, he turned his gaze to the man beside Wei Jing. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who is this?" The man was trembling in fear. He wished he could go back in time to 10 minutes ago. "I told you to eat in the cafeteria to save money. Why can't you find a seat and come here?" Now, he turned his gaze to the group of senior managers around him and almost cried. "Huiq God wants me to die. He's an employee of Big Brother's company. He just found a seat and came here, so I let him sit." Wei Jing told him the truth. Wei Jia looked at the man with a burning gaze. His face was as cold as ice and his aura was majestic. Wei Jing was the person he treasured the most. He didn't want anyone to approach him with ulterior motives. But now, looking at this stupid man who seemed to be unable to think straight, Wei Jia looked away with satisfaction. Yes. He's really stupid. Appraisal complete. After Xianxia applied for a new meal card at the cafeteria, she stood in the shortest line and started to line up. Her eyes followed Wei Jia, and when she saw the man diagonally opposite him, her eyes flashed. Really, even God was helping her. Soon, she reached the end of the line. She looked at the various types of noodles in front of her and felt a little displeased. She frowned and said with some disdain, "Give me a bowl of noodles with vegetables and shredded pork." She didn't like to eat noodles, and she felt that the soup was tasteless. The chef was a fat master in his 30s, and he kindly served the noodles to the woman. Xianxia held the things in her hands and walked casually to Wei Jia. She looked around and finally walked gracefully to Su Yuan, who was the man next to Wei Jing. She smiled charmingly and said in a sweet voice, "What a coincidence. Senior Su, I didn't expect to meet you here." Su Yuan was an idiot, and this matter had been verified by Wei Jia. He was stunned, and then he replied blankly, "It's not a coincidence. This is the company's cafeteria, isn't it normal to meet during mealtime?" Junxia choked and cursed in her heart. Did this person have a pig's brain? While they were talking, she took the opportunity to sit down next to Wei Jia. After she sat down, she looked surprised. "Mr. Wei? You're here too." Her expression was too exaggerated, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was faking it. "Wei Jia. What do you mean you're here too?" He was the one who came first. "Yes." The young man nodded perfunctorily. He picked up a piece of cabbage with his chopsticks and put it in Wei Jing's bowl, saying, "Don't be picky." Although Wei Jing was thin, he was a complete carnivore. Wei Jing looked up at the man with an aggrieved expression, and when he saw the man's unwavering gaze, he reluctantly stuffed the cabbage into his mouth. After he finished eating, he grumbled bitterly, "I'm not a rabbit. You always make me eat grass." "Who was the one with the toothache a few days ago?" Wei Jia raised his eyebrows. "When we get home, I'll ask Uncle Li to get you some snow pear juice. Don't eat fried food with a strong flavor. It's not good for your health." Wei Jing knew that he was in the wrong. Looking at the vegetables that his elder brother picked up for him again, he swallowed them with a bitter expression. On this side, the two brothers were having a sweet time, but the senior brother and junior sister next door were having a bad time. Su Yuan's face was slightly red, and his voice was soft. "Are you angry?" "Why?" "I'm not angry." Junxia knew that her senior had a crush on her. She also knew that he was usually focused on his work and was a hard-working programmer. He was rather dull when it came to the ways of the world, but she didn't expect that he could be this dull. "The boss is here?" Ask her why she was angry. "There's something wrong with you." "Oh." Su Yuan responded, then said, "Are you free tonight? Was there a movie in the cinema recently? If you don't mind, why don't we go and watch it together?" Junxia was already a little impatient with Su Yuan, but in order to test Wei Jia, she deliberately didn't interrupt him. Instead, she waited for him to finish speaking before secretly glancing at the man beside her. She saw a gentle smile on his lips, and his dark eyes were full of tenderness. However, he wasn't looking at her, but at the person diagonally opposite her. "Sorry, I have something to do tonight." As she rejected Su Yuan, her gaze landed on Wei Jing. Was this Mr. Wei's younger brother? Mr. Wei should be nice to him, but he was too doting on him. She felt that when she was in a relationship with her ex-boyfriend, he had never looked at her like this. Junxia felt a strange feeling in her heart. She stared at the young man's exquisite and flawless face, and a trace of envy flashed across her eyes. How could a man be more good-looking than a girl? Sigh. If she had such a face, perhaps Mr. Wei would fall in love with her. The woman's gaze was too obvious. Wei Jing looked away unnaturally and said softly, "You keep looking at me. Is there something on my face?" "Huh?" Junxia was stunned. She quickly looked away. No, that's enough. Eat your food." Wei Jia was well aware of some people's thoughts. However, they worked hard and never made any mistakes, so he didn't care. However, this woman was too insensible. Did she really think that others couldn't see through her? After lunch, Wei Jing still had classes in the afternoon. Wei Jia drove him and sent his younger brother safely to the college. After giving him a few words of advice like when he was young, just as he was about to leave, his gaze turned and he stopped the youth. "Haven't I seen the situation of your dormitory in school? It's in room 301, right?" Wei Jing said helplessly, "Brother, it's just a dormitory. What's there to see? Is this where you usually live?" "Of course I have to see if it's comfortable," Wei Jia said with a hint of complaint in his voice. "You too. Isn't it good to live at home? You have to live on campus. Although the rules are like that, it's easy to live outside." "Brother." Wei Jing's voice softened. "I just want to experience life in a dormitory." He had been a day student in his previous life. He lived with his brother in the Wei family and had a butler to pick him up whenever he went in or out. In addition, he wasn't good at socializing. After 4 semesters, he didn't have many friends except for those who knew his identity and tried to curry favor with Wei Zhi by sucking up to him. I'm just going to take a look. Brother. Wei Jing looked left and right but didn't see anyone. He pounced on the man and kissed him on the cheek. Stop fooling around. The young man's body had a clean milky fragrance. The quick kiss was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Wei Zhi's breathing quickened because of the kiss. His ears were dyed with a layer of crimson. His heart was filled with thoughts that he shouldn't be thinking about. The young man ran to the car as if he was running away. Wei Jing was left standing in the same place with a dumbfounded expression. Wei Zhi was in his 40s in both his previous and current lives. He was still a virgin. He was at the age where he was most energetic and couldn't withstand the slightest teasing. Wei Jing walked to the dormitory with a hint of doubt. He was carrying some blood oranges in his hand. His brother had bought them for him on the way here. He said that it would help reduce internal heat. Damn, the other 3 people in the dormitory were all there. Wei Jing took out the oranges. Hongji took out a knife and cut a few oranges. The 4 of them chatted as they ate. Sun Jinghao, who was as black as charcoal, said, Wei Jing, where did you buy these oranges? They're so sweet. Wei Jing threw the orange peel into the trash can. He reached out for another piece and said, my brother bought them for me on the way here. I was sitting in the car, so I didn't know. Wei Xiaojing, you're really obsessed with your brother. The German orthopedics department welcomes you. Zhu Wenyu, who had red lips and white teeth, said with a smile, you talk about your brother every day. Let me tell you, you're immoral. Wei Jing. Meow meow meow. Immoral? Sigh. The country owes me a brother. Zhu Wenyu sighed. I also want a brother who dotes on me like this. Unfortunately, I'm the only child in my family. Okay, the country won't take the blame for this. Hongji laughed and scolded him. You also have to look at who your brother is. My brother bullied me since I was young because he was strong. That's why I'm so muscular now. After saying that, he deliberately rolled up his sleeves to show his arm strength. That's true. Zhu Wenyu sighed. Have you heard? Senior Xiao from our school almost got into a fight with his brother over a house. What happened? Why haven't I heard about it? Tell me. Sun Jinghao looked like a forthright man, but inside, he was a little girl who liked to gossip. When he heard Zhu Wenyu's words, his eyes lit up. I'm not very sure. Zhu Wenyu touched his nose with his hand, and his face was stained with juice. He picked up a wet tissue next to him and wiped his face. Then he began to tell the story vividly. I think it was because of a house in the school district near our school. I heard that his brother didn't do well in the college entrance examination last year, and he was admitted to our school after repeating a year. His father gave him a house in the school district near our school. He thought for a while and organized his words according to the scene he saw at that time. Senior Xiao somehow found out about it, and he quarreled with that guy at the north gate of our school. In the end, they even got into a fight. Anyway, they didn't like it. Zhu Wenyu remembered that this matter was quite fierce. At that time, he happened to chase the girl out but failed. When he returned to the dormitory in frustration, he saw it. Perhaps it was because the 2 of them saw that there was no one around, so they didn't show any mercy at all. They didn't look like brothers at all. They were more like enemies. Do they need to? Hongji looked at Zhu Wenyu suspiciously. They're brothers, after all. If they can give you a house in the school district, it means that their family doesn't lack money. Why would they turn against each other for this house? You're not making this up, are you? Don't talk nonsense. Am I such a person? Zhu Wenyu glared at Hongji angrily and said, they don't seem to be brothers. At that time, I heard Senior Xiao scold his brother and say that his mother is crazy. Then the guy scolded Senior Xiao and said that his mother is a bitch. Zhu Wenyu shook his head and suddenly realized something. Right. They definitely don't have the same mother. So now, who is the son of a mistress? Do you even need to think about it? Sun Jinghao rolled his eyes and said, are you stupid? Senior Xiao is older than his brother, so his brother must be the son of a mistress. Alas. But Senior Xiao is really pitiful. He has such an unreliable father. Yeah. Everyone in the dormitory sighed and quickly finished the bag of fruits. How was his life? Did it have anything to do with them? They were all outsiders and couldn't help much. In the afternoon, the four of them ate until they were full and went to class together. Zhu Wenyu saw the girl who confessed to Wei Jing last time. He ran over and tried to please her. Zhaoyu, you're here too? What a coincidence. Not at all, Wan Chaoyu rolled his eyes at Zhu Wenyu and turned to Wei Jing with a smile. Come and sit here. I saved a seat for you. The university had just started, and everyone was still very enthusiastic about going to class. Wan Chaoyu had chosen a good seat, which happened to be in the middle. Since Zhu Wenyu had gone there, the three of them looked at each other helplessly and walked over. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Wei Jing deliberately chose a seat furthest away from the girl and successfully received a grateful look from Zhu Wenyu. Did this fool really fall in love with the girl? Wei Jing thought. Wan Chaoyu was a good girl. She was straightforward and generous. However, this girl had confessed to him before. He was afraid that Zhu Wenyu would be estranged from him because of this matter. He valued his roommates very much and didn't want to make things difficult for them because of this small matter. Zhu Wenyu felt his heart pounding. This was the first time he liked a girl so much. He felt that her eyes, smile, raised eyebrows, casually brushed her hair, and even vulgarities like F***k were all beautiful to him. He was the most beautiful person in the world. Beauty was in the eye of the beholder. He felt that his Zhaoyu was much more beautiful than Wei Jing. Thank you, however, it seemed that she didn't like him. Zhu Wenyu was a little distressed. He thought that he had money and good looks. He didn't lack anything. Why did she dislike him? The class ended in the blink of an eye. When the girl packed up and was about to leave, Zhu Wenyu still wanted to chase after her. However, he was stopped by his roommates. Hongji said helplessly, calm down. Do you want to be a disgusting sticky candy or a stalker? Okay. Zhu Wenyu was like a withered cabbage. There were four of them, and he walked behind Wei Jing. He casually glanced around, and after seeing someone clearly, he tugged at Wei Jing's sleeve and pointed at someone. Look, that's Senior Xiao. The wound on his face probably hasn't healed yet. Look, he's wearing a mask. The three of them looked in the same direction at the same time and saw a man about 1.7 meters tall not far away. In this hot summer, he was wearing a white shirt and jeans, a black cap on his head, and a mask on his face. I told you I wasn't lying. Zhu Wenyu was a little smug. His emotions came and went quickly. Soon, his attention was diverted. Okay. I just said a few words. Why do you have to be so calculative? Son. Zhang Hao held his book and felt a little helpless. Is this Senior Xiao very famous? Wei Jing asked curiously. He's very good among his peers. Zhu Wenyu shrugged and said, Senior Xiao is in his third year of university. He started to create comics last year. Now, his comic life is like a chess is serialized in a magazine. I heard that he's very popular. Is he alone? That's really good. Most artists needed assistants. Some even needed writers to write the scripts for them. One person to compose the artwork and come up with the story. Considering the man's age and the popularity of the comic, it was really good. Wei Jing smacked his lips. Why does this name sound a little familiar? He thought about it again and again until he took out his phone and logged into Messenger Pigeon. Then, he suddenly remembered that the artist who hired the internet water army to use him as a stepping stone last time, Ning Jing Yuan's comic was called Life is Like a Chess. What a coincidence. They were actually students from the same university. With a little hidden curiosity, Wei Jing searched for the man's messenger pigeon. He started to read the man's comic from the first chapter. The drawing skills were a little rough, and the composition was a little weak. However, the story was very good. It made people laugh and couldn't help but think about life. However, the more he read, the more boring the story became. It was as if it wasn't created by one person at all. Wei Jing understood in his heart. It was the first time he created a comic by himself. After a period of time, he didn't have any more ideas. The story seemed to have a strong beginning and a weak ending. Even so, Senior Xiao was very talented. Why was he in a hurry to use him as a stepping stone? Why couldn't he just draw properly? He sighed in his heart. He didn't know how to evaluate this senior. As a junior, he admired him. However, as an artist who had been influenced by him before, it wasn't very good. Forget it. Wei Jing rubbed his head. Anyway, this matter was over. No one knew that he was Pangolin, the comic artist. He put away his phone. After dinner, they went back to the dormitory. Wei Jing's bed was made by the housekeeper. The bed was very soft, and it wasn't worse than at home. He had clearly gotten used to it before, but now he suddenly couldn't fall asleep. He wondered what Big Brother was doing now. Did he miss him? He silently turned over and thought about the girl in Big Brother's company who sat diagonally across from him. There was a subtle sense of jealousy and pride in his heart. His big brother was so handsome. There must be many girls who liked him. This was normal, Wei Jing rarely dreamed. However, during this period of time, perhaps because he was approaching adulthood, he had another dream tonight. In the dream, he was wearing a white suit and sitting on a chair. He looked at Big Brother with a gentle smile on his face and a girl in his arms. The girl was wearing a pure white wedding dress. The veil was so long that it could be dragged to the ground. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The wedding was held under the witness of the priest. The scene changed. He looked at the child who was crawling around on the ground. His mouth was tender and his eyes were black and bright. He stuttered. "Uncle. Uncle." Wei Jing woke up with a start. When he woke up, he wiped the sweat on his forehead and scolded himself for being useless. Wasn't it normal for Big Brother to have children in the future? Why didn't he have the patience to do this? Instead, he was so scared that he woke up. He was really useless. At this time, the sky was already turning white. The dormitory was quiet. Wei Jing carefully climbed out of bed. He picked up the half-empty bottle of mineral water on the computer table and drank it in one gulp. The cold liquid flowed down his throat and into his stomach, bringing with it a chill. He saw that it was still early, so he picked up his clothes and pushed the door to the bathroom to take a shower. Afraid of waking up his roommates, Wei Jing purposely closed the door to the balcony. After Wei Jing finished everything, Hongji rubbed his eyes and got out of bed. He yawned and whispered, "Why are you up so early?" "I couldn't sleep." Wei Jing smiled at him. In the afternoon, Wei Jing received a call from his former senior, Xianxia. She said that she hadn't seen her in a long time and wanted to meet up. Luchen was also there. Wei Jing didn't think much and agreed. The three of them had been friends for so many years. Even though they went to different high schools, there was no distance between them. It was September and it was very hot. Wei Jing chose a white shirt and a white jacket. Oh. At least this was slightly better. He was good-looking and had fair skin. Everything he wore would be eye-catching. Xiaosusu chose a Western restaurant near the school. She arrived early. When Wei Jing arrived, she was browsing the news on her phone. This girl had applied for a journalism major. Wei Jing didn't know the specifics, but Xiaosusu said that her dream was to be a host. She could be considered half a person in the entertainment industry or here. Xiaosusu had become more and more beautiful over the years. Her eyebrows were like a painting. At first glance, she had the gentleness of a Jiangnan woman. If one wasn't familiar with her nature, they would definitely be deceived by her extremely deceptive appearance. "Where's Le Qing?" Wei Jing sat across from Xiaosusu. "He's not here yet." "Don't mention it." Xiaosusu rolled her eyes inelegantly and said angrily, "This guy suddenly sent me a message saying that something happened at home and he can't come. Do you think he's playing with us? You still don't know whether Luqing is such a person or not." Wei Jing smiled and comforted her. "If he says something happened, then something must have happened." Okay. Am I not in a fit of anger right now?" Xiaosusu took a sip of the fruit tea in front of her and sighed. "I didn't expect that after so many years, we would be in the same university again. Luqing is such a disgrace." Last year, he missed the college entrance exam because of a traffic jam. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been reduced to being in the same year as you. She continued in a somewhat fearful tone, didn't he know to leave earlier? How many people didn't do well in the exam because they were too stressed in the end? Speaking of this, Wei Jing also felt that it was a bit unbelievable. After all, Luqing was famous for being strict and never being late or leaving early. However, he was late for the college entrance exam and was blocked outside the door. Isn't it good to be in the same year as me? Wei Jing blinked and told Xiaosusu to relax. The situation wasn't too bad and he was only late by a year. Xiaosusu heard this and gave the young man a look that said, "Aren't you talking nonsense?" She said fiercely, "If he's late again, I'll go to his house and see if there's a hole in his head." Wei Jing touched his nose and didn't say anything. Anyway, why should he think so much about the fun between the two of them? He didn't know what was going on. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the ambiguous relationship between Xiaosusu and Luqing, but no one exposed it. In the exquisite and elegant tea house, the faint fragrance of orchids wafted in from the windowsill. The soothing saxophone tune flowed into everyone's ears, bringing a touch of coolness to this scorching hot afternoon. The youth sitting on the soft leather sofa had picturesque eyebrows, creamy skin, and a pair of slightly upturned cat-like eyes that exuded an innocent charm. His face had already matured when he was young. He looked about 80% similar to his late mother, but he had an additional manly handsomeness. Even if one looked at him, no one would mistake him for a woman. He was a picturesque beauty, a feast for the eyes. Xiaosusu took a sip of the drink in her cup. She smiled as she sized up the youth in front of her. She dragged her last syllable and said mysteriously, "Wei Xiaojing, do you have a girlfriend now?" "No." The youth's voice carried a hint of helplessness. "I promised my older brother that I'm not allowed to date before I'm an adult." "Eh? Why are you like this? With your looks, you'll definitely charm thousands of boys and girls in our school." Xiaosusu made an exaggerated gesture. "Don't be so rigid. It'll be great to be in a romantic relationship and have a carefree youth." Wei Jing blinked and frowned slightly. "That's not good. My older brother said that dating without the goal of marriage is all hooliganism." Xiaosusu said. "Why does your older brother say everything?" "Because I think what my older brother says makes a lot of sense," Wei Jing said with an innocent expression. Xiaosusu inexplicably felt as if she had just been shown a loving couple. She must be poisonous to even think of something like this. The girl shook her head and cast aside those strange thoughts. She looked again at Wei Jing, who had an expression that said, "My older brother is so hot." She felt a little worried. She deliberated and carefully said, "Wei Xiaojing, aren't you and your older brother a little too close?" "Am I?" The youth propped his chin up with one hand in distress. His exquisite eyebrows were slightly raised as he looked at the girl opposite him. "I've lived with my older brother since I was young. It's been so many years and we've always been like this. But you've grown up now. Isn't it a little bad to keep sticking to him?" Xiaosusu said. Then Xiaosusu saw the young man's entire face fall. He looked aggrieved, and his bright black eyes seemed to have lost their luster. She was shocked and quickly tried to salvage the situation. "Actually, it doesn't matter. After all, we've been brothers for so many years. We can slowly change it in the future." Wei Jing. Double critical hit. Tat Xiaosusu. Why did she feel that his expression had turned even uglier after she said that? Thinking about how he would slowly distance himself from his elder brother in the future, Wei Jing felt that the lemon fruit tea in his mouth was no longer sweet. It was suffused with an unbearable sour taste. He forced a smile and pressed the bell to call for the waiter to order a sweet empress of snow. "Is there anything you want to eat?" Wei Jing pushed the menu in front of Xiaosusu. "Don't stand on ceremony. It's my treat." At this moment, Xiaosusu inexplicably didn't dare to provoke Wei Jing. She casually pointed at the menu and said, "I'll take this." Xiaosusu's banana boat arrived quickly, but Wei Jing's had to wait for a while. She scooped up a piece of ice cream with a small spoon and put it in her mouth. The rich vanilla flavor filled her mouth and nose. It was very quiet here. Xiaosusu tried to strike up a conversation. "The ice cream here is pretty good. Do you want one? Wei Jing was just about to say sure when he suddenly remembered that his gums had hurt a few days ago. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I don't want to be scolded by my elder brother again and have to eat vegetables under his supervision. That should be it." He couldn't eat anything that was too cold or spicy, probably. Xiaosusu glanced at the table blankly. She didn't understand what was going on. After a few minutes, the white and plump Empress of Snow was served on the table. There were 6 Empress of Snow on a clean and white plate. The plate was decorated with some parsley and dendrobium flowers. It was a beautiful plate. Wei Jing casually picked up one and bit into it. The fresh and sweet cream wrapped around the fresh seasonal fruit. It was sweet but not greasy. He immediately fell in love with it. Wei Jing's depressed mood finally improved. He and Xiaosusu sat in the restaurant for a while. Wei Jing still had a class at 2 in the afternoon. He said goodbye to Xiaosusu and strode out of the restaurant. The ice cream in the transparent glass had melted. The various flavors of ice cream were mixed together and looked very unappetizing. Xiaosusu felt that something was wrong. She took out her phone and called Luqing worriedly. It rang a few times before the other party picked up. "Didn't you promise me yesterday that you would come over? Why did you break your promise today?" Xiaosusu questioned him as soon as she opened her mouth. Perhaps it was because of the other side of the phone, the voice on the other side sounded a little muffled. "Sorry, something came up. If that's why you called, I'm hanging up." "What do you mean?" Xiaosusu was about to explode. "Why can't I even ask you a few questions now? Didn't you say that we would be brothers for life? You have no sense of brotherhood at all." A delicate girl was so forthright. Lu Cheng's depressed mood improved a little. He chuckled softly and said with a touch of gentleness, okay. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said anything. Miss Xia, please be magnanimous and forgive me, small fry. What's wrong with you? You sound a little strange." Xiaosusu frowned slightly. "I'm fine." Lu Qing touched the injured corner of his mouth. His movement was too big, so he pulled it a little. It hurt so much that half of his face was numb. "You called to ask me something, right? Just say it." Oh. I almost forgot because of your interruption." Xiaosusu patted her head in annoyance. "It's about Wei Xiaojing and his older brother. I feel that the two of them are a little too close, but what exactly is wrong? I can't put my finger on it." She told Lu Qing about her conversation with Wei Jing. Lu Qing's mouth twitched when he heard this. "You called just to talk about this?" Xiaosusu agreed self-righteously. "What else can I talk to you about? It's between the two brothers. It's none of our business, okay? Besides, do you think Wei Xiaojing is like that?" He made an exaggerated comparison. "It feels like a lollipop can be taken away by someone else. Do you think his older brother won't keep a tight watch on him? Society is so messy now. I agree that Wei Jing shouldn't be in a relationship. He taught him well." When Xiaosusu heard this, she thought that he was right. She was indeed like a dog trying to catch a mouse. The two of them chatted for a while. Xiaosusu hadn't seen Luqing for many days, so she missed him for some reason. She asked him when he was free to go out with everyone, but he was vague about it. In the end, he hung up the phone. Xiaosusu was speechless. The boat of friendship capsized just like that. Goodbye, Wei Jing walked through the east gate of the school. The trees on both sides of the road waved their leaves, blocking the scorching sun and bringing a cool breeze to the passers-by. The weather in September was still as hot as a big furnace. Everyone was either lying in their bedrooms, going to class, or going out to play. There were only a few people on the road. Wei Jing silently wiped away the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. "All right, don't worry about it." He turned his head in the direction of the voice and saw a tall figure standing under the tree. He wore a cap on his head, and his head was lowered. He was holding a gray mask in his hand, and his body was wrapped tightly. At first glance, he looked like a sneaky bad guy. Wei Jing was a little puzzled. He said, "Senior Lu Qing?" Lu Qing, who thought that he was dressed very inconspicuously, was speechless. He looked away and hung up the phone. He was about to deny it. You've got the wrong person. Wei Jing was speechless. Was the word idiot written on his face? All right. It's me. Lu Qing probably knew that his answer wasn't reliable. He lowered his head and said vaguely, "Why are you here? Aren't you going to class?" "I just met up with Senior Xiaosusu. We just came back from the restaurant." He took 2 steps forward and stood about a meter away from Lu Qing. He smiled. "Oh yes, I haven't congratulated you for getting into the finance department. I thought you would go to the art department like me." The 2 most popular subjects in University A were finance and computer science. However, this place was close to Wei Jing's apartment and his painting was mainly taught by Su Jiaming. Hence, after thinking for 2 minutes, he directly chose University A. He didn't want to be too far away from Big Brother. "It's nothing. After all, I've repeated a year," Lu Qing said. "You don't have to call me senior anymore. We're on the same level now." Wei Jing thought for a while and replied, "Okay." In the past, he would sometimes call Xiaosusu and Lu Qing by their names. Sometimes, he would call them senior. It was the same name, so it didn't matter. "Lu Qing." "No. Lu Qing. You. Why do you keep covering your face? And why are you dressed like this?" Wei Jing asked curiously. "What's the matter?" Lu Qing was speechless. A gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it waves of warmth. Lu Qing felt that the wound on his face was faintly hurting. He stole a glance at the young man and saw his brows furrowed. His clear eyes were filled with worry and confusion. He turned his head around abruptly and said in a low voice, "I'm fine. You can go to class. I just want to sit here for a while." Wei Jing looked up at the scorching sun outside the shadow of the trees and felt the temperature. His expression said, "Are you kidding me? Aren't you afraid that you'll turn into a dried corpse? Isn't it good to be alive? What's wrong? You're acting weird today. You didn't even go to the party with Senior Xiaosusu." Wei Jing stepped forward and grabbed the shoulder of the man who was a head taller than him. "You haven't looked at me since just now. Turn your head around." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lu Qing turn around in despair. His face was black and blue, and the corners of his mouth were red and swollen. Because of these injuries, his handsome face became funny, looking extremely pitiful. "What's going on?" Wei Jing raised his voice. "Who hit you? Let's go put him in a sack." Lu Qing couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard that. The wound on the corner of his mouth was pulled, causing him to hiss in pain. His face was twisted because of different emotions, which made him look very weird. "Okay, I'm fine," he said. "Have you seen a doctor?" Wei Jing asked. "Yes, they're all superficial injuries. The doctor said that I'll be fine after a week of rest." Lu Qing continued, "Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I got these injuries when I was walking in the middle of the night. The robber thought that I didn't have enough money on me, so he beat me up." "Did you call the police?" Wei Jing clenched his fists angrily. He couldn't wait to catch that group of hooligans and beat them up. "I did," Lu Qing said as if nothing had happened, "but I don't have much hope. The road I took at that time was very remote, and I only lost a few hundred yuan. I'm fine, so I can only accept my bad luck." "How could this be?" Wei Jing's small face fell, looking very depressed. All right, go to class." Lu Qing patted the young man's soft shoulder comfortingly and chuckled. "It's just a small injury. The next time I see it, I'll beat it back myself." "Don't do that. What if you can't beat him?" Wei Jing hurriedly made a big cross in front of his chest to show his strong resistance. Lu Qing rolled his eyes. "Got it." The 2 of them chatted for a while. Wei Jing saw that he was running out of time, so he quickly said goodbye to Lu Qing and ran towards the dormitory. He hadn't taken his book yet. Lu Qing, who stood silently in the same place, looked at the young man's back and chuckled softly. He couldn't help but mutter, "Why are you so gullible? No wonder your big brother is watching you so closely." After he finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the school. As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, he met a very disgusting person. The other party was dressed in black like him. He wore a baseball cap and a mask on his head. The two of them were about the same height, so from afar, they looked like twins. The man walked towards him, his eyes full of viciousness. "You dare hit me? Good job. Why wouldn't I dare?" Luqing looked at the man in front of him with contempt and lowered his voice. "Xiao Yuan, I'm telling you, don't mess with me. Don't forget that I have something on you. I'm going to be an adult 2 months ago. If worst comes to worst, we'll go our separate ways and die together." "You." Xiao Yuan's face turned pale, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Luqing couldn't help but sneer. The child of a mistress is the child of a mistress. As a mother, you're stealing someone else's man, and as a son, you're stealing someone else's work. How embarrassing. That was all drawn by me. It's mine. He suddenly raised his voice. "But I wrote the story," Luqing said. "I heard that your comic isn't as famous as it used to be, right? You even tried to step on others to get ahead, but in the end, you were the one who was stepped on." He clicked his tongue twice, and his face was as cold as ice. "What a useless thing. I'll see how long a piece of trash like you can stay free and unfettered. You. I'm going to tell Dad about this." He stuttered for a long time before he said something that made people laugh. Luqing felt that it was extremely boring. If it wasn't for the fact that his household registration was with his father before he became an adult, and he couldn't leave at all, he probably would have left long ago. "Go ahead. Do you think this trick will work? Let him come over. What can he do to me now?" At this moment, Xiao Yuan felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her from head to toe, and her whole body was cold. "I'm an adult, I have a house, I have money, and I even got into a university's popular finance department. Even if it's a little hard now, I'll be able to make a name for myself in a few years. What about you? You're a third-rate cartoonist with mediocre drawing skills and mediocre storytelling skills? How long can you be popular for?" He smiled indifferently, and his bony fingers touched the wound at the corner of his mouth. "You want to continue using your old man to suppress me? My mom divorced him 2 or 3 years ago, right? Did he marry your mistress mother? How ridiculous. Why don't you take a good look at your cowardly faces? You're just like a sad and pitiful parasite, hoping to see what's exposed between the other's fingernails." With these sarcastic words, Luqing's heart had never been so clear. He had clearly thought about this a long time ago, but when he became an adult, he hesitated and didn't dare to implement it. Last night, his biological father had called him in the middle of the night and woken him up. That man didn't deserve to be his father at all. He was a man who lived off a woman. He abandoned his first love, who was pregnant, from the very beginning. He hid this fact and married her mother. After he became rich with his wife's wealth, he openly brought his first love and his son home. He drove his mother crazy and swallowed all the family assets. Luqing and his mother were clearly legitimate children, but they lived like a pair of servants. They tolerated everything and allowed the other party to ride on top of their heads. Later on, his mother sobered up a little and took the initiative to ask for a divorce. All the assets were transferred by that man, and she didn't get a single cent. She wanted to take Luqing away, but the man refused. The other party was very chauvinistic. If the woman took the child away, he felt that it would be very embarrassing. Luqing, who was forced to stay, thought, no matter what, he had to cut off a piece of meat from that man. A school district house, a seaside villa, and the red packets from the guests to celebrate his admission to the A-level public were all in his hands now. This man worked for the Wei clan and was an ordinary high-level manager. He could be considered to have made a fortune in these years, but Luqing knew that his money was definitely not clean. He was very clear about his father's salary. On the surface, his father's annual salary was only a mere 1.5 million yuan, but just this school district house alone was worth tens of millions. It was impossible to get it. In addition to the various large expenses at home, 2 million yuan was not enough to stop them. Now that he was an adult, he was prepared to look for his mother in a few days and take away his household registration. This house and the seaside villa would be his mother's divorce assets. As for that man, he thought about how he found out that Xiao Yuan had secretly opened his computer and diary and plagiarized a short story that only he could read in his private blog. In the end, when he found out, he wanted to look for Xiao Yuan to reason with her. His father stood on Xiao Yuan's side without hesitation and even locked him up at home to prevent him from reporting her. He didn't even remember that he was about to take the college entrance exam. It was a pitiful nanny who let him out. But in the end, he was still late. There was nothing to complain about. The world was so big, and there were good people and bad people. It was not worth it to waste his mood for a bad person. Ever since that incident, his heart, which was already cold to begin with, lost all warmth. He promised the other party not to report this incident, but after he was admitted to a university, the other party had to give him a school district house and a seaside villa. In terms of material benefits, it was so worth it. Even if that book really sold well, its value was not worth these two houses. Poor old man's kindness, but Xiao Yuan was merciless. Lu Qing laughed coldly. He saw the shock on the other party's face, and even a slight anger. Go ahead and cause trouble. If you're not comfortable, then I'm comfortable. He slowly walked past Xiao Yuan and watched as she angrily took out her phone to call someone. He didn't even need to think to know who she was calling. Xiao Zhong was pleasantly surprised to receive a call from his favorite son. This child had grown up and was not as close to him as he was when he was young. As for Lu Qing, who followed his mother's instincts, he had never liked him. That child was too similar to his mother. He was arrogant and sarcastic. He was not likable at all. But when he heard the complaints from the other party, his face immediately darkened. You unfilial son. Didn't I give him the house for you? If you didn't insist on getting that story of his, would I have to spend so much money? Huh? Xiao Yuan was stunned. Dad, what do you mean? That's exactly what it means. Xiao Zhong said impatiently, I spent money to buy the copyright of this story and even signed a contract so that you won't have to worry about it in the future. Thank you, Dad. I was too agitated at the time. Xiao Yuan said aggrievedly, he even threatened me with this matter just now. He's really shameless. He said a few words in a pleasant tone. After making Xiao Zhong smile, he carefully said, Dad, when do you plan to marry my mom? How long has it been, and I'm still on my mom's household register. Okay. I know what I'm doing. Xiao Zhong couldn't bear to hear this. When he was young, his family was used to being poor. Now that he was rich, he was very careful about money. Marrying a woman meant that she would have to take half of the money he earned in the future. Naturally, he was unwilling. Wasn't it good to live like this? Living together and being a family. Just as he was thinking about it, his phone rang again. He quickly picked up the phone and said respectfully, Mr. Wei. Okay. I understand. At the Wei family's old residence. Wei Yuwei sat on a leather sofa, holding a glass of rich red wine with his bony fingers. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse outside the window. A gentle breeze blew, bringing with it a hint of coolness. He looked down at the lush trees that were covered by the night sky. He was like a monster that could devour a person at any moment. The door to the room was pushed open and Zhao Wanwan walked in anxiously. Didn't you go overboard this time? It's better to be careful. Mom, what are you afraid of? Wei Yuwei swirled the wine glass in his hand. There was a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. The entire Wei clan is in my hands now. I guarantee that no one will know what I'm doing. In a few years, after I've emptied the Wei clan, the two of us will move abroad. Let's see what they can do to us then. Sigh. Don't you think it's too risky for me? Although Zhao Wanwan was almost 50 years old, she still looked like a woman in her 30s because she took good care of herself. She still had the charm of a mature woman. If I don't take the risk, everything will eventually belong to that bastard Wei Jia. Wei Yuwei gritted his teeth. His honest face was replaced by a sinister expression. But he's too lucky. He doesn't have the Wei clan, but he still has Jing'an. Zhao Wanwan sneered. He's quite devoted to that Wei Jing. Jing'an. TSK. I didn't expect this. Wei Jing isn't Wei He's son either. He laughed. That old man is so old. His hair is all white, but he still wants to control the Wei clan. He's a hindrance to me, just bear with it a little longer. Zhao Wanwan comforted her son softly. He doesn't have many years left to live anyway. Okay. I know, Wei Yuwei said. Haven't I been good at pretending all these years? It's been hard on you, son. Zhao Wanwan felt a lump in her throat when she heard this. She patted Wei Yuwei's shoulder comfortingly. It's all my fault. I didn't give you a good family background and a good learning environment. I made you suffer with me since you were young. Wei Yuwei's heart was cold. He only softened in front of his mother. He said, okay. It's all in the past, right? We're living a carefree life now, so don't think too much about the past. Yes. Time always passed in a flash. On National Day, Wei Jing's school was on holiday. Wei Zhe had just finished his work. The two of them had previously said that they wanted to go out together, but they hadn't decided on a place yet. During National Day, the popular places were all crowded. Not only was it not fun, but it was also very tiring. It was October, and the weather was getting colder. In the end, the two of them discussed and chose a remote scenic spot to soak in a hot spring. The two brothers packed up their things and took a plane to S City. They then rented a car to send them to their destination. This was a private enterprise. The small hotel was decorated in a Japanese style. There was even a patch of cherry blossoms outside the door. Unfortunately, the blooming season had passed. When Wei Zhe went to book the room, Wei Jing was sitting on the sofa, waiting for someone. Wei Jing? It's you, right? What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here too. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded from the side. Wei Jing turned his head in the direction of the voice. He saw a handsome man standing on the right side of the sofa. His facial features were well-defined, and his skin was fair. He was wearing a loose casual outfit and was looking at him guiltily. Wei Jing thought for a while before he finally remembered this person's name. Shuelekong? It's me, Shuelekong said regretfully. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do what I did before. He was referring to the fact that he had accidentally revealed that Wei Jing wasn't Wei He's biological son. It's okay. Wei Jing shook his head slowly. He was already relieved. A lie was a lie from the beginning. It wouldn't become true. He smiled politely and said casually, Are you here for a vacation too? Yes. Shuelekong quickly replied. The scenery here is good, and the air is fresh. Most importantly, there aren't many people. It's good to come out and relax. It's pretty good. Wei Jing took a deep breath. He felt good both physically and mentally. This is? Wei Zhe came back with a room card and ID card. His gaze alternated between his stupid rabbit and Shuelekong. He was afraid that his rabbit would be kidnapped and braised if he wasn't careful. You've met my brother before. Wei Jing said, He's the one we met at the flower shop when we went to City W for the first time, Shuelekong. Wei Jing introduced him. This is my brother, Wei Zhe. Wei Zhe's name had been very famous in recent years. Jing'an was a big company. Not only did he make a lot of money every day, but he also invested in a joint venture company called Ensure Media Limited. There were many celebrities under his company, and he even produced a few best actresses and actresses. They were all evergreen trees in the entertainment industry. Hello. Shuelekong was a little restrained when he saw Wei Jing. He felt like a young wolf meeting an alpha wolf. His aura was completely suppressed. Hello. Wei Zhe had a faint smile on his lips, but his eyes were as cold as ice. He said a few words to Shuelekong indifferently, then took Wei Jing to the third floor to where they were going to live. The room was very tidy. The white quilt was draped over the bed, and 4 soft pillows leaned against each other. The sun shone in through the window. The stars shone through the gauze and onto the brown wooden floor, like stars in the night sky. Wei Jing casually threw the luggage in his hand, pulled open the curtains happily, and looked down at the lush green outside. Brother, where are we going to play? He couldn't wait. Wei Zhe slowly opened his suitcase and threw out a pair of flirtatious briefs to him. Put it on. We're going to the hot spring. Wei Jing blinked. His slender, fair fingers pinched the thin fabric in his hand. It's just this little bit. I'm afraid it won't even be enough to cover my butt. Asterisk asterisk, asterisk, asterisk asterisk, he swallowed his saliva and said weakly, brother, did you give it to the wrong person? I didn't. Wei Zhi's back was facing Wei Jing, so the young man couldn't see the tip of his red nose. He took out his briefs and said casually, the pair in your hand was given to me by someone when I bought my swimming trunks. It looked good, so I just brought it over. Wei Jing's red lips parted slightly, and his face was full of disbelief. His wise and mighty brother would actually trick his younger brother over a gift? This didn't make sense, Wei Jing complained in his heart. After a while, he threw the flirtatious briefs aside in a daze. I'm not wearing it. I want to change with brother. Wei Zhi picked up the briefs in his hand and gestured in front of Wei Jing. Are you sure you can wear it? Won't it fall off? This was very hurtful. Wei Jing wanted to cry, but no tears came out. So what if he was strong? Thin and weak beauty was the trend these days, thin and weak beauty. Alright, there's nothing to be afraid of. Wei Zhi knew when to stop. There's only the two of us in the hot spring. Brother has seen every part of your body. Do you still have to be shy? Wei Jing. That seemed to make a lot of sense. Quick, change your clothes. We're going to the hot spring. Wei Zhi smiled and said coaxingly, after the hot spring, we can go for dinner and take a walk. At this point, what else could Wei Jing say? Feeling aggrieved, he took his pathetically thin swimming trunks to the bathroom. He took off his beige V-neck t-shirt and jeans and put on the thin layer of swimming trunks. The swimming trunks were a little small, but it wasn't obvious. It only squeezed a little of the youth's fat butt out. It looked very sexy from the back. Wei Jing's face was red as if it was on fire. How could he walk out like this? It was too embarrassing. Xiao Jing, are you done changing? If you're done, hurry up and come out. Brother was calling for him from outside. Wei Jing was like a headless fly, walking around in the bathroom. Suddenly, his gaze was attracted by a touch of white. That was a bathrobe. He was so touched that he wanted to cry. Whatever he wanted, he got it, awesome. Wei Jing happily put on the bathrobe, revealing his slender collarbones and delicate calves. He opened the bathroom door and was about to talk to his brother when he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, and he was only wearing a pair of swimming trunks. His firm but not exaggerated muscles were exposed. The 8 packs on his waist and abdomen were almost blinding to Wei Jing's eyes. He was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he screamed like a frightened rabbit, brother, what the hell are you wearing? Why aren't you wearing anything? We're going to the hot spring. What are you wearing? When the man said this, his gaze kept sweeping over the youth's body. Seeing that the youth was wrapped up tightly, a trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes. He had specially chosen a pair of swimming trunks. Why did he have to put on another pair of swimming trunks? What an eyesore. The man's piercing gaze made Wei Jing shiver. His fingers trembled, and he pursed his lips and pointed to the bathroom. There's a bathrobe in there. Brother, put it on. We'll go to the hot spring. Otherwise, it'll be very awkward if other people see us in the corridor. Wei Jing had a good idea. When they went to the hot spring, they would be in the water. What would the swimming trunks look like? Who would be able to see clearly? Wei Zhi heard him and agreed in a low voice. Wei Zhi lowered the curtains in the room. The lights were not turned on, so the entire bedroom was dark. He waited for 2 minutes. When Wei Zhi came out, the two of them walked out together. In the corridor, they met Shui Lekong again. Wei Jing looked like he had just survived a disaster. Luckily, they were all wearing clothes. Otherwise, it would be so awkward. Shui Lekong and the others were all dressed in formal attire. Wei Jing casually glanced over and saw that there were quite a lot of people. There were about 7 or 8 men and women. He did not count them because it had nothing to do with him. When Shui Lekong saw Wei Jing, he could not hide the surprise on his face. He said, "Are you going to the hot spring? Don't you want to go out for a walk first?" No need. Wei Jing shook his head and turned to the side. You guys go ahead. Then I'll go with them. Before the man could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a delicate girl. She complained, let's go outside and take a look. When we come back at night, we can go to the hot spring. It'll relieve our tiredness. The young man beside her also chimed in, that's right. It's getting late. If we don't go out now, we won't have time later. We'll go too. Wei Zhi took a step forward and stood in front of Wei Jing, blocking his line of sight. He admitted that he was narrow-minded. Even if this person did not express any interest in Wei Xiaojing, what could he do? He still had to take precautions. Then we'll go. Wei Jing waved at the man and followed his older brother to the hot spring. When the two figures disappeared, Xue Lekong looked away with some disappointment. Ever since he saw Wei Jing's painting for the first time, he had developed a strong liking and interest for the painter. When he first met the painter, he even doubted the painter because of his age. Even though they had not met after that, he still paid attention to news about that person. In 4 or 5 years, they had met a total of 3 times. The first time was at the youth oil painting competition. The second time was at the flower shop in City W. The third time was now. But no matter which time it was, that person had left a deep impression in his heart. Let's go, let's go. His companion beside him patted his shoulder. Who is that person? F***ck. He's so good-looking. You can't call him over to steal my girl. It wasn't easy for me to get Xiaoya and all the other girls in the dormitory to come out. Yes, yes. His other male friend said in a low voice, take pity on us. Bro, I'm still single. This might be my only chance to get out of being single. Xue Lekong could not help but roll his eyes when he heard that. The disappointment and regret in his heart lessened a little after the commotion. Alright, if you want a girlfriend, why did you come to my place? The two of them froze at the same time. That's right, Xue Lekong. Haha. Are you stupid? His companion. What happened to the love between brothers? Do we have that kind of thing in our dormitory? Xue Lekong asked without hesitation. The small pool was steaming hot, and the young man's exquisite features were enshrouded in steam. His exposed skin was slightly red. He bit his lip and looked at the man beside him shyly. His fingers were on his belt, but he did not dare to untie it. When Wei Zhi saw this, he calmly took off his bathrobe and sat down in the pool. He then turned to look at the hesitant young man and pretended to be puzzled. Didn't you say you wanted to soak in the hot spring? Why aren't you coming down? Wei Jing, all right. The sooner he died, the sooner he could be reincarnated. He was already here, so why couldn't he just go back? Besides, Big Brother didn't mind, so why should he? He silently muttered a few words in his heart. His slender and delicate fingers slowly untied the belt around his waist. Even his fingernails were dyed a beautiful crimson due to his shyness. The white bathrobe slowly slid down the young man's fair and flawless body. This scene seemed to be in slow motion in Wei Zhi's eyes. The man's eyes instantly darkened, and there was a stubbornness and desire hidden in them that no one else could understand. His gaze slid down inch by inch, from the delicate collarbone to the slender waist, and finally to the pair of well-proportioned long legs. He smiled, and his voice was slightly hoarse. My Xiaojing is so beautiful. She's the most beautiful person in the world. Big Brother. Wei Jing's already rosy cheeks instantly turned red when he heard this. He called out softly and stretched out one leg to test the temperature of the water. The young man's ankles were faintly visible, and his 5 toes were slightly curled together. His healthy, pink fingernails were like budding flowers that were about to bloom. It made people want to play with them. Wei Zhi seemed to be possessed. He reached out and grabbed the young man's ankle. He heard himself say, "Come down. The temperature of the water is just right." Wei Jing felt that his big brother was a little scary at this moment. He vaguely felt that someone was gently pressing down on his ankle, and there was a hint of lust in it. But when he tried to feel it again, there was nothing. This should be my misconception. It must be an illusion. After comforting himself, he shook his leg, and even his voice was timid and careful. Big brother, can you let go of my leg? I can't go in like this. Look at Big brother, he forgot about this. Weijia raised his eyebrows. The white mist from the bottom covered his expression, and no one could see it clearly. Only his ink-colored, fiery eyes were staring at the young man like a wild beast. There was a hint of urgency in his voice. Xiaojing, come down quickly. Come with Big brother. The young man instinctively shrank back. He was like a pitiful little animal that was being stared at by a top beast, and his heart was filled with fear. You said that you would listen to Big brother. You're going back on your words so early, little liar. His cold voice could almost freeze a person into ice, let alone Wei Jing, who treated him like his whole life. The young man panicked. He didn't have time to think too much and immediately jumped into the water. Half of his body was covered by the hot spring water, and only the part from his shoulder could be seen. Wei Jing silently heaved a sigh of relief after receiving the fig leaf. He called out softly, Big brother. Yes. Weijia replied. I'm here. There were 2 bottles of sake and some cut fruits by the hot spring. Wei Jing absent-mindedly stuffed a fresh and juicy pear into his mouth. The cold fruit flowed down his throat and into his stomach, providing some clarity to his chaotic mind. Do you want to drink? The man reached out and took 2 small glasses. He pushed one of the glasses to Wei Jing. Try it. Wei Jing's hands paused. Big brother was too strange at this moment. In the past, Big brother would explode with anger whenever he saw him touch alcohol. Now, he was asking him to drink? Meow, meow, meow. Was this a fake Big brother? Wei Jing thought in his heart, and his face showed some vigilance. He suddenly took a few steps back and shouted angrily, Tell me, who are you? What did you do to my big brother? Let me tell you, you can fool others, but don't think that you can fool me. Did you take over my body or what? Even something as miraculous as rebirth could happen. What else in this world was impossible? Weijia's brain, which was dizzy from the alcohol, and a certain part of his body that was faintly rising up, immediately withered. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you thinking? Who else can I be other than your big brother? I don't believe you. Wei Jing made a gesture of rejection. His ink-black eyes were black and bright, like a small animal's. He said, Your actions just now were too strange. My big brother wouldn't let me drink. Fine. Weijia couldn't help but admit that there would be a day when his lower body controlled his upper body and he did something that he wasn't capable of doing. He touched his nose and said vaguely. Aren't you almost an adult? It's good to drink in advance. You can get used to it. But my mental age is already that of an adult. Wei Jing tilted his head. But even so, you didn't allow me to drink in my previous life. You said that drinking is bad for the body. At most, you gave me a glass of red wine. He even said something about nourishing the body. Wei Jing was extremely shocked at that time. Weijia raised his hand helplessly. So how do you want to prove it? Am I Weijia? Wei Jing frowned in distress and muttered to himself, In the novels I read, people who take over someone's body usually have the original owner's memories. You might be a fake. The more he said, the more Wei Jing's heart shrank. After all, his big brother today was really too strange. Weijia. He didn't know what to say anymore. I'm sorry. I scared you. The man took a deep breath and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly with his usual smile. His eyes were full of love for the youth. He leaned over and kissed the other party's cheek gently. It was a light kiss, just like when he was young. I'm sorry. I was thinking about something just now and I scared you. Weijia's lower body, which he had touched because of Wei Jing's nonsense, was now pressed down by the youth's chubby buttocks. He was rubbing against it and was about to raise his head again. He controlled himself with all his might and tried his best not to let the youth notice. The man hugged the youth's soft waist. Trust your big brother, okay? That familiar aura and those familiar words. Yes. Wei Jing nodded heavily, his eyebrows curved. The current big brother was different from the previous big brother. The former made him rely on him, while the latter made him fear him. The warm hot spring water gently soothed his body. Only then did Wei Jing realize how ambiguous his and his big brother's position was. He blushed and stood up from Wei Zhi's body in a fluster. He almost fell in the process and had to rely on the man to support him. The young man said thank you in a low voice. This was an open-air hot spring. The surrounding walls were built very high. When he looked up, he could see the clouds dyed red by the setting sun. Wei Jing only felt comfortable all over. He sat at the bottom of the hot spring, his shoulder leaning against the slightly uneven stone wall that was heated by the hot spring. His eyes were filled with steam, as if droplets of water were about to drip from them. He smiled slightly, his red lips pouting slightly. His small face was flushed red from the steam, and it was a beautiful sight. Wei Zhi's dark eyes were now bottomless. He quietly and discreetly shifted his body. The man's strong legs were pressed together, forming a strange position. Fortunately, they were under the hot spring and no one could see it. Big brother, the young man said. His eyes were as bright as stars. He smiled. The hot spring is so comfortable. Let's come again next time, okay? The warm spring water made his body feel soft. He felt as if he was on clouds, and it was extremely comfortable. Okay. The man reached out and childishly poked the young man's red lips like a child. His fingertips were warm from the young man's breath. He smiled too. We'll come to the hot spring every year in the future. Every year. Until the end of his life. Okay. Wei Jing nodded without hesitation when he heard this. He buried the slight bitterness in his heart and a big smile bloomed on his face. When Big Brother gets married and has children, we will come over with sister-in-law and the children. It will be great for the family to be together. Wei Zhi wanted to hit him when he heard that. Why are you suddenly thinking about this? He said. I'm only 23. Why are you so anxious? I'm definitely not anxious. Wei Jing continued the man's words. I'm afraid that Big Brother will be anxious. After all, you've been single for so many years. It's not easy. After saying that, he deliberately showed a regretful smile. Wei Zhi, after a few seconds, the man sneered and said slowly, you're talking as if you're not. Wei Jing clutched his chest and remained silent. That was a stab to the heart, buddy. The two people who had hurt each other stared at each other. The atmosphere around them was oppressive and strange. After some time, the two of them laughed at the same time. Wei Jing covered his mouth with one hand and smiled. I didn't expect Big Brother to say something like that. I really don't know you well enough. If you don't know, you can ask me. I promise to answer all your questions. Wei Zhi raised his eyebrows. All right. Since you've already asked, if I still don't ask, I won't be giving you any face. He waved his hand, acting as if this was all her request. With an expression that had nothing to do with me, I asked in a gossipy tone, brother, did you like Miss Song Wenhua in your previous life? No. This was an answer that didn't require much thought. She was the one who took the initiative to ask me for a business marriage. We didn't have any feelings for each other. Wei Jing didn't believe him. You didn't have any feelings for her at all? Wei Zhi looked at the stupid rabbit in front of him who couldn't hide his curiosity and said helplessly, I gave all my time in my previous life to you. When did I have the time to develop feelings for other people? As he spoke, he touched his chin and started to talk nonsense in a serious manner. Don't you think you should give me a wife? The corner of Wei Jing's mouth twitched. Where am I supposed to find such a beautiful woman for you? Besides, with your looks and status, are you afraid that you won't be able to find a wife? Wei Zhi felt a little regretful. The stupid rabbit didn't follow the script. What could he do? Alright, let's stop talking about this. Wei Jing's intuition told him that if he continued, things would get out of control. He thought that he was smart and changed the topic. Brother, do you have someone you like now? There was nothing wrong with jumping into the hole he dug himself. Yes. The man smiled and licked his red lips with the tip of his crimson tongue. His strong arm slid along the teenager's fair cheeks all the way to his delicate collarbone. He pressed there heavily with an irresistible force and slowly said, "Who do I like? Don't you know?" The teenager shrank back and wanted to take 2 steps back. However, there was a wall behind him and there was no way to retreat. "Brother, stop fooling around." He spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. "Do you think I'm joking?" The man stood up and looked down at the teenager, giving him an indescribable sense of oppression. "Do you think I would joke about such an important matter?" Then I suddenly remembered that I forgot my phone. "I'll leave first." "Brother, take your time." Wei Jing suddenly got up from the bathtub. He panicked and crawled to the side of the bathtub as if he was fleeing. He put on his bathrobe and didn't even have time to fasten his belt before he hurriedly escaped from this small world filled with hormones. The man who was left alone lowered his head and sucked in the finger that had just touched the teenager's skin like a pervert. The teenager's body fragrance still lingered on it. It was faint and inconspicuous, like a flower bud in a secluded corner, with a hint of youthfulness. The man thought of the teenager's fair back when he turned around, his delicate and adorable shoulder blades slightly concave, and the soft flesh of his buttocks that was tightly restrained by his underwear. There seemed to be a fire burning in his heart. That person belonged to him. No matter if it was in the past or now, in the past or in the future, she could only belong to him. After an unknown period of time, a crescent moon hung in the sky. Without the moonlight, the stars in the sky seemed to be even brighter. He chuckled softly and stepped out of the bathtub step by step. The man slowly put on his bathrobe and his gaze fell on an unknown point in the sky. She could run away for a while, but she couldn't run away forever. He had waited for so many years, so he wasn't in a hurry to wait a few months. The wind blew his clothes and outlined a beautiful angle. His smooth and silky hair was lifted by the wind, revealing the man's handsome and flawless face. The Creator favored him so much that it made people forget about the world. In the hotel room, there was a teenager around 17 or 18 years old who was wrapped up in a cup. His red cheeks were blocked by a pillow. He was like a coward, not daring to get up. Ah. What did brother mean by what he said just now? Why did he touch him? Why did he look at him like that? Was there something wrong with him? He and brother had always been brothers. Brothers. Brothers who couldn't be any purer. How could it be? Why did it suddenly become like this? Wei Jing racked his brains but couldn't find a breakthrough point. In the end, he could only comfort himself. Brother must be drunk? That wine might be a bottled product, causing brother to mistake him for someone else? Or maybe the alcohol was too strong, and it had nothing to do with him. That's right, it was all the wine's fault. The wine that only had 4% alcohol content. He comforted himself for a long time before he calmed down. At this time, the sky was slightly tipsy and the night was dark. Wei Jing took a deep breath and quickly picked up his clothes and went to the bathroom to change. Otherwise, when brother came back, Wei Jing would feel embarrassed in front of him. The October weather was chilly from the north. He wore a thin navy blue sweater and jeans, as well as the cold slippers he wore for the hot spring. At this time, Weijia wasn't back yet, so Wei Jing decided to turn on the TV. With some chatter in his ears, he finally felt more comfortable. The youngster sat on a small chair at the side, playing with his phone. He opened his button and saw the comic editor he knew from before. "Fei Xiaomao, are you there? Fei Xiaomao. Fatty, there's a new mobile game. They want someone to draw a few short stories based on their background story to promote it. It's a recently famous battle between cute pets. I know the person in charge there, and when I found out about this, the first person I thought of was you. Fei Xiaomao, I'm good enough, right? This is produced by a subsidiary company of Jing and Culture Company, Limited. It's not cheap. It's just a few drawings, so you'll definitely make a profit. Fei Xiaomao, I heard that Xiao Yuan, who tried to ride on your popularity last time, is also fighting for this opportunity. You have to grasp it well. You must fiercely suppress him. How dare he bully our pangolin? He's unlucky. Humph, Fei Xiaomao. Hey. Where are you? Fei Xiaomao. Forget it. Hurry up and reply to me when you're online. I have an insider. With your ability and my connections, you'll definitely win. Chug. JPG, Wei Jing. I'm sorry. I have someone backing me up too, and it's the biggest boss. Ha 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 ha. When Wei Jing released his first work on the internet, he was targeted by Fei Xiaomao's pair of fiery eyes. He signed with their magazine without knowing what was going on and began to publish his comics in the magazine. The two of them worked very happily together. Later on, when Wei Jia found out about it, he arranged a manager for Wei Jing and told others to look for their manager when they had work to do. The two of them didn't break off their relationship. From time to time, they would chat and listen to each other's troubles. They also talked about which people in the industry had bad characters. Which people liked to copy people's characters but couldn't do anything about it. Fei Xiaomao knew which people had fallen out of love or were in love. Wei Jing was bored on a daily basis, so he chatted with her. Xiaomao, who's the person backing you up? Wei Jing was indeed curious. Who dared to get in through the back door in Jing'an? Was he tired of living? Fei Xiaomao said vaguely, anyway, he's very good. Don't worry and draw a few of them. I guarantee that you'll pass the preliminary review. Trust me. Look at my sincere face. Here's your little flower. JPG, Wei Jing said directly. Unfortunately, I have someone in Jing'an too. Are you sure that someone who opens the back door like this can survive in Jing'an? Fei Xiaomao, Wei Jing, Fei Xiaomao. Don't expose me, bro. Fine. Actually, it's a guy I met on a blind date not long ago. He's a simple-minded programmer. I showed him your drawing and he liked it very much. That's why I came to look for you. Crying into a ball. JPG, Fei Xiaomao. I was just an introduction. In the end, it was your drawing that moved him. He likes it and it's very helpful to your career. Why not? Wei Jing, tell us about this. Don't act cool. Fei Xiaomao, wah wah wah. Can't you let me act cool for once? I'm so sad. I want to cry. QAQ, Wei Jing, good girl. I'll think about it. Wait. Mrs. Pangolin, you just said that you know someone in Jing'an who's in a high position? Who is it? Hurry up and give it to me so that I can ride on his coattails. Sob sob sob. Jing'an is such a good resource. Fei Xiaomao's eyes lit up in front of the computer. Wei Jing blinked. Would you believe me if I said that I'm your coattail? Fei Xiaomao. Ha ha ha. Don't act cool. See, retribution is coming. Alright, you should think about this matter carefully. I'm going on a date with my silly little brother. Goodbye, Singleton. JPG, Wei Jing. Nowadays, no one would believe the truth. Wei Jing looked through the information that Fei Xiaomao had sent over. He also looked up the mobile game online. The mobile game had been online for less than half a month, but it already had a group of loyal fans. The game style was very cute. It was soft and chubby, and each of the characters looked like they had eaten cuteness to grow up. Wei Jing liked it at first glance. Should he accept it? He felt very tempted. Just as the young man was hesitating, the room door was suddenly pushed open. Wei Jia, who was wearing a bathrobe and had wet hair, walked in step by step. He had a smile on his face as usual. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Why didn't you wait for me? Did you leave me there alone? Wei Jing subconsciously held his breath for a moment. He smiled embarrassedly and did not dare to look in the man's direction. I had something to do at the last minute. What's the matter? Wei Jia raised his eyebrows. Wei Jing thought hard and said vaguely, It's just that someone wanted to ask me for a drawing, but I happened to be away. Didn't she wait anxiously? Wei Jia heard this and laughed softly. You said that you didn't have your phone and that you came back to the hotel to look for it. Oh. It's all the same. Wei Jing lowered his head and said. But if you don't have your phone, how did you know that someone wanted to ask you for a drawing? Wei Jia pressed on. Do you have a third eye? Do you know if the phones in the hotel are ringing or not? Wei Jing wanted to cry but had no tears. Brother, don't you know the saying life is difficult? Didn't you say that you would be each other's little angel? What are you trying to do? The boat of friendship capsized just like that. If Weijia could hear Wei Jing's inner thoughts, he would definitely say, "It's fine." The giant wheel of love had just risen. "Okay, I'm just asking a few questions out of curiosity. Why do you look like you've lost your parents?" Weijia stroked the young man's soft black hair without a trace. The smile on his face was gentle and doting, and there was no trace of the aggressive look from before. "The restaurant downstairs is open. I'll go change and have dinner together." "Okay." Wei Jing nodded obediently and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Weijia had brought loose and comfortable clothes for this trip. After putting them on, his appearance finally looked similar to his real age. In the past, he always wore a white shirt and a black suit, looking mature and serious. He didn't look like a 23-year-old young man at all. The dinner in the manor was very sumptuous. The guests could order their own food. The vegetables and meat used were all grown and raised in their backyard. They were the organic vegetables that had just become a little famous. The price was a little expensive. Wei Jing and the others ordered 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetables, and 1 soup. In addition, they ordered 2 bowls of rice. The chef was very good at cooking. Even Wei Jing, who usually didn't like to eat vegetables, ate a lot this time. After dinner, each of them had a bowl of corn, carrot, and pork rib soup. It was very comfortable. The restaurant was not a private room, but the most ordinary hall. After Wei Jing and Weijia finished eating, the originally slightly empty hall was crowded with many people who were tired after going out for a walk. The aroma of the food filled their noses. If Wei Jing hadn't eaten his fill, his stomach would have been growling by now. There was only one exit in the hall. Wei Jing and Weijia walked out, talking and laughing. They happened to bump into Xianxia and the others who had rushed back from outside. Wei Jing and Weijia weren't very familiar with each other, so they just greeted each other casually. Before the other party could ask them to stay, they hurriedly left with Weijia. Xianxia was left alone in the dining hall, annoyed. One of the women joked, "Why do you look so reluctant? Why do you look like you're looking at your little lover? Don't talk nonsense." Xianxia glared at her and said unhappily, "I did something wrong to him. I haven't apologized yet." The woman smiled and said, "You cheated and dumped him?" When the man heard this, his face completely darkened. His eyes were bottomless. He stared at the woman, making her scalp tingle. She immediately admitted her mistake. Okay. Isn't it just a joke? Seriously, you can't even afford to do this. It's boring." Xianxia was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. Was this a joke? What would people who didn't know think of him if they heard this? He was sure that he was straight, but Wei Jing was his idol. Since the beginning of the youth oil painting competition, he silently worshipped this person and liked his paintings. Unfortunately, Wei Jing didn't participate in any competitions in these years. He was sad, upset, and wanted to cry. Even so, he still remembered that every stroke of that painting was filled with warmth that was as bright as the sun, and it had captivated him. B-City. Colorful neon lights were flashing. Women in revealing clothes smiled coquettishly. Their white thighs and half of their breasts were exposed. They flirted with the men passing by, holding cigarettes in their hands. There was an obvious smell of alcohol in their mouths. Those who liked each other held hands and walked into a small hotel nearby. If you looked carefully, you would realize that there were not only women, but also some fair-skinned, handsome men. They looked to be about 10 years old. Their faces were painted with exquisite makeup that was not easy to see. They hugged the men and couldn't wait to kiss them passionately in the small alley. Their lips and tongues intertwined. Their burning bodies and lower bodies dominated their rationality. This was a place where light couldn't reach. Both men and women were releasing their suppressed nature during the day. In a remote and dirty alley, there was a man who was kneeling on the ground like a dog. His face was covered in tears and snot, and his body was covered in bruises. He cried bitterly. "Hugo, give me one more chance. My little brat isn't here right now. When he comes back, I'll have the money to pay you back. Do you think I'm stupid?" A man with tattoos all over his arms stood in front of the man like a mountain. He spat on the ground fiercely and raised a metal rod that was as thick as a grown man's arm. That's what you said last week. This week, you still want to use this excuse to lie to me. Let me tell you, no way. You have to pay your debts. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. Let's see who comes to collect your corpse. Hugo, spare my life. My little brat really isn't here. I borrowed so much money, and I've been paying it back on time. I heard that he. The man racked his brains to find out what the other party was doing. He went to France to participate in some exchange meeting. He'll be back soon. Trust me, when he comes back, I'll make him pay it back immediately. Is that true? Hugo didn't want to beat him to death. If he really died, he would be in trouble. It's true. I swear to God, if I'm lying, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. The man climbed up from the ground. His body was covered in mud. Enough, who would believe that? Hugo sneered. What's the use of that? When you run away, who's going to pay the 1 million? Isn't it 850,000? The man was startled. You've been owing money and not paying it back. The interest has increased. Do you understand? Hu Ji's face darkened. What? Do you have a problem with that? The man didn't dare to say anything at this time. He shook his head and said no. He smiled ingratiatingly. Don't I still have a house? It's worth no less than 1 million. Why would I run away? Housing prices were rising rapidly these days. The lowest value of that house should be around 5 million. It was indeed much higher than 1 million. Li Fei only paid the down payment when he bought it a few years ago. Now, he was still burdened with the mortgage. Alright, then I'll believe you for a while. Let me tell you, in the entire B city, there's no one that I, brother Hu, don't know. If you dare to run, I'll cripple your arms and legs, and let you be a cripple for the rest of your life. He threatened for a while, then led the group of hooligans out of the alley. Without the threat, the man's legs turned to jelly and he almost knelt back down. He wiped the sweat on his forehead. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair was already white. He scolded in a low voice, "Little bastard, you dare to run away? Go away. I still have your master's phone number." As he spoke, he took out the latest smartphone and made a call. It rang 2 or 3 times before the other party picked up. "Su Jiaming, you took my son away. Now, I'm going to be beaten to death. If you don't pay up, I'll expose you and say that Li Fei, that heartless thing, didn't want his biological father anymore after he became rich." The night was dewy, and the shadows of the trees outside the window were like monsters with their mouths wide open, ready to devour people. It was early October, and even the moon in the sky was no longer shining. The street lights dimly lit up the small world. Su Jiaming was woken up in the middle of the night. When he saw the caller ID, he frowned subconsciously. There was a slight wrinkle on his forehead. Beside him, his wife muttered softly. "What's wrong? It's so late." "It's okay." He patted his wife's back and fumbled to put on his slippers with the light from his cell phone. He walked out of the door and carefully closed it before answering the call. "Hello." Even after so many years, Su Jiaming still felt a surge of anger in his chest every time he heard the man's voice on the other end of the phone. When Li Fei was young, he raised him silently and let him learn painting from him. He treated him like his own son. But that person could easily make his precious family members live in oppression every day. It's just because he's Li Fei's biological father. The pressure of filial piety was enough to make people break down. No matter how many mistakes he made as a father's man? If an outsider said, "He's your father," he already knows his mistakes. You can't let him die. Just a few simple words were enough to crush a person's iron bones into the mud. Who's the heartless one? Su Jiaming was so angry that his heart started to ache. Li Fei is your son, your biological son. Can't you let him live? If you continue like this, you'll drive him to death sooner or later. Bah. The man on the other end of the line snorted disdainfully. I'm his father. It's natural for me to pay my father's debts. Besides, he's a famous painter. How can he not even take out 1 million yuan? I read about him in that newspaper a few days ago. Tell me, how much money did you ask him for? Su Jiaming said, Li Fei is a famous painter at a young age. Now he's so poor that he can't even afford the mortgage. Then let him buy the house, the other party said. Just as well, let him use the money to fill my hole. Su Jiaming gritted his teeth. Is that house for sale? All in all, I want to see 1 million in a week. Otherwise, I'll tell everyone about this. The man chuckled. You don't want Li Fei to be destroyed, do you? Aren't you the one who wants to destroy him? Su Jiaming hung up the phone fiercely and stared blankly at the words recording has been saved on the top of the screen for a while. Without destruction, there would be no construction. Even if Li Fei was a billionaire, he could not afford to be blackmailed by such a scumbag all the time. He rubbed his chest and returned to his room to take 2 pills. The cold water in the cup carried the pills into his body, and the pain in his chest finally subsided a little. Su Jiaming looked at his wife, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and tiptoed to the study. He reached out and turned on the small lamp in front of the desk. The man had already adapted to the darkness, and his eyes were blinded by the warm yellow light. He immediately closed his eyes. After 2 minutes, he called Li Fei, who was staying in France at this time. At this time, it was around 11 o'clock in the evening in China. The time difference between France and China is 6 hours. Li Fei was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon, just in time for dinner. Su Jiaming subconsciously tapped his hand on the table. His eyes fell on the empty space in front of him. He said, I have something on that man. We can sue him for blackmail. They did not even want to call the other party's name anymore. They felt disgusted. Are you confident? Li Fei's breathing became lighter. Yes, but... Su Jiaming changed the topic. Under such circumstances, if he goes to prison for more than 10 years, when he's released, it'll be just as troublesome. There was a moment of silence on the other side. Then he asked softly. What do you want? We'll negotiate with him. We'll keep this information on him so that he won't dare to come to you again. Su Jiaming said, besides, as your master, if I sue your father, outsiders will definitely say that you and I are working together to go against him. I'm already old, so it doesn't matter, but you're still young. There's still a long way to go, I don't care. Li Fei decisively interrupted the man, revealing an unshakable firmness in his words. As long as he can get out of my world, I'll do anything. But I care. He said. Since you don't object, leave this matter to me. You can stay in France with peace of mind. The other side did not answer. Su Jiaming sighed softly and hung up the phone. He was old. Even though he had been well nourished all these years, his body was still not as strong as before. Now that he had stayed up all night, he felt a headache. On the other side, Li Fei stood in the corridor of the hotel with an unreadable expression. His companion saw him and patted him on the shoulder. He asked curiously, why don't you go in? Everyone was having a lively time eating. I'm going to the bathroom. Okay, I'll go in soon. He had a gentle smile on his face. He was as harmless as a herbivore. As soon as he left, his face immediately darkened. He paced around outside, biting his thumb as he pondered. No, he could not let his master face this alone. He had to go back too. Wei Jing and Wei Zhe stayed in the hot spring hotel for a few days. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the atmosphere between him and his eldest brother was a little strange. He clearly did not feel anything before. But now... He silently glanced at the eagerness in the man's eyes that was hidden deep in his eyes. He shuddered without a trace. It must be an illusion, an illusion. Soon, 4 days of the 7-day National Day holiday had passed. Wei Jing and his companions planned to buy some local specialties and take the plane back tomorrow. The hotel was in a retro town. Walking on the flagstone street, they looked at the trinkets sold in the surrounding shops. Girls liked small hairpins, kipeos, traditional Chinese clothing, and boys liked vintage car ornaments, imitation long guns. Wei Jing looked around, and his eyes fell on a set of retro winter-suite 2-piece suit. A few light strokes outlined beautiful lines on the white clothes. The bottom was a blue knee-length skirt. It was not particularly beautiful, but the material was excellent. Most importantly, it was a children's dress. Yan Laosan had a daughter a few years ago. He treasured her so much that his eyes narrowed with joy every day. Wei Jing instinctively walked into the shop. The person who greeted him was a young lady in her 20s. She was wearing a light pink traditional Chinese dress. Her hair was tied up in a bun with a red hairpin. She looked like a little beauty who had walked out of ancient times. She was fresh and elegant. As soon as she saw Wei Jing, she smiled and said, "This handsome guy, what do you want?" The contrast was too great. Wei Jing snorted and laughed. He laughed, and the young lady laughed as well. "Why are you overreacting? Handsome, with your looks, it's no problem to call you handsome." "Yes, yes, yes." Wei Jing nodded. He could not hide the smile in his eyes. He pointed at the clothes and said, "How much is this?" "The fabric used in our shop is specially found. The clothes were designed by me and made by my mother." "So how about the price?" "It's just a little more expensive." "What size do you want? Do you want to touch it?" "I'll find it for you." The young lady talked for a long time, but she did not get to the point. She wanted to lay the groundwork first. If the customer really told her the size and she looked for it, she would waste the customer's time by looking at it for a long time. When the time came, even if the price was a little higher than expected, some people would be embarrassed and buy the clothes directly. "The one hanging above will do." "How much is it?" Wei Jing did not understand the young lady's meaning. He asked directly. The young lady gritted her teeth and looked as if she was going to go all out. "The set is 679 yuan. The quality of their clothes was really good, but it was not a big brand. In this ancient town, the clothes of the same style were cheaper by 100 to 200 yuan. Even if the other party's fabric was not as good as theirs, they still sold better than them." "Oh." Wei Jing looked at the young lady indifferently. "Can I pay by card?" The young lady. "Sure." The deal was done. The entrance of the store was facing the street. Shuelikang, who was walking with his friends, casually glanced around and saw the overbearing Wei Jia. He was overjoyed and quickly took 2 steps forward. Finally, he walked beside Wei Jing and said, "Long time no see." Wei Jing was a little confused as he held the clothes in his hands. "We just met a few days ago." "Shuelikang, are you guys shopping too? Why don't you join us? It's more lively with more people." "Well." Wei Jing was a little embarrassed. His gaze instinctively landed on Wei Jia and he whispered, "Big brother, what do you think?" Wei Jia was already unhappy with Shuelikang, who was clinging to Wei Jing. The man's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at him with his deep, dark eyes. Sure. Wei Jing and Wei Jia were good-looking. One was as exquisite as precious white porcelain that could only be admired from afar and not touched. The other was extraordinarily handsome, like a majestic lion in the sky. Just one look was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Shuelikang's friends had seen them before. When they went over, they were warmly welcomed by a few ladies. The men looked at Shuelikang as if they were looking at a traitor. One of them bitterly called him to the side. "Didn't we agree not to let them fight with us for girls? Where's your sincerity? Brother, you'll lose me if you do this." Shuelikang. "Oh. Then you can go." The man. "The boat of friendship has capsized. See you in the future." Another man who had heard the entire conversation glanced at Shuelikang with resentment. "Don't expect me to bring you food in the dormitory in the future. I curse you to eat instant noodles without seasoning in the future." Shuelikang replied calmly, "Thank you for the takeout. It makes my life so much more interesting." The other 2 men. They were so angry that they wanted to cry. Although they said that, when they really faced Wei Jing and Wei Jia, they didn't have much hostility. After all, they had been hanging out with each other for 3 to 4 days. If the ladies were interested in them, they would have developed some kind of relationship a long time ago. It couldn't be said that it was even worse. Shuelikang called them over so that he could get closer to Wei Jing. However, with Wei Jia around, he couldn't talk to Wei Jing at all. He finally said a few words and sincerely apologized. Wei Jing didn't mind and smiled. Oh. I know. It's been so many years. Don't take it to heart. He should be happy that Wei Jing had forgiven him, but he felt powerless and empty, as if he had punched cotton. Wei Jia was wearing simple casual clothes today. He looked fresh and clean. In addition, he was young and the girls were in their prime. They were very curious about him. One of the girls asked, "Are you still a student?" "No." Wei Jia glanced at her indifferently. "I graduated many years ago." "Many years? How many years was that?" Someone mumbled behind them. "So this person looks young, but he's actually an uncle?" She thought that her voice was soft, but in reality, everyone heard her. Xuelekong's face darkened. "Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Wei is only 23 years old this year. It's just that he started school early and graduated early." This girl was the one who almost quarreled with Xuelekong in the restaurant a few days ago. She didn't like Xuelekong and felt that there was something wrong with him. She didn't think and started talking nonsense. "He's just a hooligan who graduated from middle school. Of course, he graduated earlier than us." Wei Jing was so angry that his face turned red. He didn't speak much on the way here and looked like a well-behaved person. Now that he suddenly jumped out with a sharp tongue, everyone was shocked. "My older brother skipped grades and went to high school when he was 12. He graduated when he was 16 and started his own company when he was 18. You're already in your 20s. I bet your parents give you everything you eat and drink, right? How can you slander others so casually? It's obvious how narrow-minded you are." The girl was stunned when she was scolded like this in public. The next second, she walked over angrily and wanted to hit him. "Who do you think you are?" She didn't manage to slap her because Wei Jia had reacted quickly and stopped her. The man's thick hand grabbed the girl's slender wrist tightly. His face was as cold as ice and his aura was majestic. He looked down at the girl condescendingly. "Then who do you think you are?" He couldn't even bear to touch a single hair on Wei Jing's head. How dare this person hit him? I. Let go of me. Let go." Her shrill voice attracted many people's attention. "That's enough, big brother. Let's go." Wei Jing had held back his anger before he stood up. Now that he was out of breath, he softened. He tugged at the man's shirt from behind. "We promised to bring gifts for Uncle and the others. What if we're late for the flight tomorrow?" "Okay." Wei Jia responded softly. He first let go of the girl's hand. Then he slowly took out a white handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped his hands in front of everyone. In the end, he threw the handkerchief away in disdain. The girl. She wanted to beat him to death. Wei Jing. This hatred was definitely worth it. "I'm sorry. We're leaving first, Xuelekong." After saying this, Wei Jing hurriedly pulled his older brother away. He felt that he had let down Xuelekong. Xuelekong had kindly invited him over, but he and his older brother had angered Xuelekong's companions. Another day. They should apologize. Smiley face, angle, that was what Wei Jing thought. Xuelekong coincidentally had the same thought. Another day. They should apologize to Wei Jing again. Smiley face, angle, he glared at the girl with a livid expression and said hatefully, "Can't you watch your mouth? You'll cause trouble sooner or later if you spout nonsense." The girl was feeling aggrieved right now. She turned around to blame the group and said angrily, "At that time, that guy hit me, and the four of you just stood there and watched. What kind of men are you? You just watched as a girl got bullied. Everyone. You were the one who mocked the hooligan first, and then hit him before he retaliated, okay? You were the one who provoked the B*TCH first. Do you understand?" Xuelekong was the first to let out an ambiguous sneer. The others' expressions didn't look good either. The girl opened her mouth and was about to argue when suddenly, a man in his 30s appeared behind her and said with a smile, "Isn't this Mr. Shui? What a coincidence that you're here for a vacation." Xuelekong was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the other party carefully and said uncertainly, "Mr. Wei Yu Wei?" Wei Yu Wei was only 3 years older than Wei Jia, but he looked honest and a little old. At this moment, he looked like he was in his early 30s. When he heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up even higher. He said, "It's me. The last time we met was at your father's 50th birthday. I didn't expect so much time to pass in the blink of an eye." "You know each other?" A boy at the side couldn't help but mutter, "What, Mr. Shue's father? That's so awkward. Could it be that Shuelakong's family is a big shot?" "Eh? You don't know?" Wei Yuwei said with a look of surprise. "You're all from City W, right? Mr. Shue's father is the mayor of City W. Shuelakong, everyone. Shuelakong's father used to be in the military. He climbed up the ranks step by step and finally became the mayor of a second-tier city. Although he was the mayor's son, not many students in school knew about Shuelakong's identity. He was just like an ordinary person. He went to school, took exams, and occasionally skipped classes. When he was young, he was too naughty and was caught by his father and spanked. But now, he looked at the students around him with a numb expression. He didn't want his identity to be exposed. His father was very strict with him. The pocket money he usually gave him wasn't generous either. He was as poor as a cabbage. Compared to the deputy mayor's daughter, the difference was like heaven and earth. All of this was because his mother was determined that her son should be raised poor. She couldn't let him become a playboy. In the end, it wouldn't be easy to get a wife. Ahem. Although there was a period of time when he was debauched, it was limited to being addicted to games and constantly spending money. But that was long over. "Mr. Wei, is there anything I can help you with?" Shuelakong's expression almost collapsed. Damn it, his university life was peaceful. When the time came, the people in school would definitely point fingers at him like he was a monkey. "Nothing much?" Wei Yuwei smiled casually. He walked in front of him and enthusiastically wanted to give him something in his hand. "It's rare to meet you. I'm 5 years older than you, so I'm your brother. This is the jade Buddha statue I just bought. If you don't mind, please accept it." Shuelakong politely refused. "No need. If you don't have anything else to do? My friends and I are going to have lunch." "Great, then let's go together. It's my treat." Wei Yuwei acted as if he didn't see the other party's resistance and shamelessly went forward. Shuelakong. F***ck. What did I say? I shouldn't have said anything. The 9 of them arrived at a large restaurant in the ancient town. The restaurant's decor was elegant and exquisite. The waitresses who came and went were dressed in ancient white robes and blue skirts. Their hair was tied into 2 small buns, and the faint scent of orchids came from somewhere. They chose a seat by the window. Shuelakong lowered his head and could see the river and the small boats on the river. He was a little annoyed with Wei Yuwei, but he couldn't ask him to leave so openly. Now that he was sitting with him, he felt very awkward. It was lunchtime and there were more people in the restaurant, so the dishes were served a little slower. Wei Yuwei smiled and mingled with the group of people. The young men and women were very curious about his identity. When they heard that he was the vice president of the Wei clan, their eyes widened in surprise. Shuelakong. He was just an illegitimate son. The few of them chatted and laughed until half of the dishes were eaten. Then, Wei Yuwei casually said, "Lakong. Isn't there a piece of land in City W that needs someone to build a shopping mall? What do you think of the Wei family? It's guaranteed." Shuelakong thought, "That's my father's business. What does it have to do with me? Besides, I'm just a student. How would I know about this?" He forced a smile. "Is there such a thing? Why don't I know about it? Ha 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 ha. You really like to joke. Isn't this a big deal in City W?" He spoke very softly. Besides Shuelakong, no one else could hear him. "Please put in a good word for Uncle. Tell Big Brother what you want. I'll buy it for you." Shuelakong. Was this person stupid? On the other side, Wei Jing, who had bought a lot of things with his older brother, saw that it was about time and randomly chose the best restaurant nearby. The moment he entered, he saw Wei Yuwei and Shuelakong being close friends. "Wei Jing, what's wrong?" Seeing that he didn't move, Wei Jia followed his gaze and looked over. He sneered and said softly, "Are you surprised?" The Wei family is now fighting for a project in City W. Shuelekong is the only son of the mayor of City W. Wei Jing scratched his head in confusion. I see. Wei Jia sighed softly. The Wei clan was indeed not as powerful as it used to be. No wonder Wei he kept urging him to take over his position as the CEO. The atmosphere was very awkward. To outsiders, Wei Jia and Wei Yuwei were competitors. Moreover, they had a conflict just now. Now, they were arranged to sit next to each other. Wei Jing secretly tugged at Wei Jia's clothes from behind and whispered, "Big brother, should we go to another hotel?" It was mealtime, so all the private rooms in the restaurant were occupied. Why should we change? Wei Jia sat down graciously and patted the seat beside him with a smile. Come, sit here. Fine, since Big Brother didn't want to leave, then he didn't mind. The two of them had just ordered their food when Wei Yuwei squeezed over with a glass of wine. He looked a little arrogant, and the way he looked at Wei Jia wasn't as friendly as before. Long time no see, Wei Jia. As he spoke, he moved his head slightly to the side and dragged out his voice meaningfully. And this little brother I haven't seen in a long time. Wei Jing looked up and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "Mr. Wei, you must be joking. I've never been your little brother." Anyway, he only recognized Wei Jia as his big brother. He wouldn't accept any rebuttal. Smiley face, angle, fine. Wei Yuwei said, "I didn't expect to meet here. This is really fate. Wei Jia, you're also here for a vacation. What else could it be?" Wei Jia was a man of few words. The three of them were at daggers drawn, and the smell of hostility was very strong. "Wei Jing, you're here too." Shuelekong saw that the situation wasn't good and quickly interrupted. "I'm really sorry about what happened before." "Hey. What do you mean?" He was obviously worse. The girl couldn't help but mutter. However, because of Shuelekong's current status, her voice couldn't be heard. Wei Jing was stunned when he heard this. He said, "I should be the one apologizing. I'm sorry for making things difficult for you." The lady. "So the reason you're apologizing is because you made things difficult for him, and not because you feel sorry for me?" The two of them spoke in riddles. Wei Yuwei couldn't help but ask. "You two know each other?" "Yes." Shuelekong nodded perfunctorily. "We've known each other for many years. Including the first time they met, there should be no problem, TSK. Wei Yuwei frowned. He had purposely come to this place to block people. The Wei clan was in the real estate business, and the profits were huge. As the vice president, he had planted a few people and received a commission. Coupled with the gifts from his subordinates, it was definitely a huge sum of money. Recently, he was preparing to do something big. When the time came, he would emigrate with his mother. The piece of land that Wei Yuwei had his eyes on was the piece of land in City W. However, many real estate companies had developed in recent years, and the Wei clan was not as competitive as before. Therefore, when he heard that the mayor's only son was here for a vacation, he came over without hesitation. He wandered around outside for 4 days before he finally found someone. The man glanced at the expensive jade Buddha under his feet, and his eyebrows showed a touch of irritation. Really, this kid was more slippery than he had imagined. He was a master at pretending to be stupid and stubborn. The few of them finished their lunch with their own thoughts. Before they left, Wei Yuwei thought that he had found out where they were staying. He said goodbye to Shuelekong with a simple and honest smile and prepared to look for him again at night. There were many people here, so it wasn't easy to accept the gifts. However, if there weren't many people, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. After glancing at Wei Jia, he walked away. Wei Jing had been cheated by Wei Yuwei too badly in his previous life. As soon as he saw him in this life, he felt that he was up to no good. He secretly pulled Shuelekong to the side and whispered, "You have to be careful. Wei Yuwei may look like an honest person, but he's actually very bad. He likes to use people as cannon fodder." Shuelekong blinked. Wei Jing was toweling on him? "Don't worry. I don't like him either." Shuelekong immediately expressed his stance. Was there a need to compare his idol with a man who had exposed his identity the moment he arrived and was trying to get in through the back door? He had to side with the former unconditionally. Wei Jing couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He patted Shui Lekong's shoulder with a smile. Anyway, just be careful of him. Okay. Wei Zhe looked at his younger brother who was smiling like a little fool as he walked over. His eyes subconsciously became gentle. He teased, "What's wrong? You look like you've won the lottery." He he. Wei Jing waved goodbye to Shui Lekong who was not far away. Then he turned his head and said sneakily, "I just slandered Wei Yuwei in front of Shui Lekong. Big brother, didn't you say that he was here to curry favor with you? Ha ha ha, I'll let him fail. Who asked him to use fake documents to trick me?" The owner of the fake documents, Wei Zhe, felt inexplicably guilty. "Big brother, don't you think I'm too bad?" Wei Jing didn't feel it when he was doing it. Now that he was done, he was a little afraid. He looked at the man pitifully with watery eyes and bit his lip. He was as timid as a harmless little animal. Wei Zhe saw this and patted the young man's shoulder encouragingly. "Don't be afraid. Show me the imposing manner you used when you tricked me." Wei Jing was speechless. "Big brother, are you sure you're comforting me?" Okay. It's all in the past. I don't mind it anymore. Why are you still so afraid?" He bent over and pulled the boy into his arms with his broad palms. Through the thin sweater, he could vaguely feel the other's body temperature. "The wound has already formed. We have to heal him so that it won't turn into pus and a foul stench. I don't want this to become a taboo between the two of us, okay?" The person in his arms didn't speak for a long time. Just as Wei Zhe wanted to push him away and look at the other party's face, his waist was suddenly hugged tightly. It was a strong force. It was as though a drowning person had grabbed onto a piece of driftwood. He was crying. His voice was thin and soft. It was a suppressed cry that seemed to have happened many, many years ago. On that magical October day, the little and clumsy child was in a daze when Wei Min stopped him from talking. He sat on the sofa as though he didn't exist and stayed there like an invisible person the entire day. When he was tired from crying at night, he came to the living room to look for water. However, he couldn't help but continue crying. He was only 12 years old at the time. In the end, he didn't know how it turned into Wei Jing crying in his arms. He gently stroked his back and comforted him. That was the first time they had intimate contact. Wei Zhe was distressed at the time. Was Wei Jing made of water? Why did he cry so much every day? A large patch of his pajamas was wet. When he grew up, Wei Jing hid everything in his heart. He didn't speak, cry, or act presumptuously. He was like a precious and fragile porcelain. Wei Zhe began to miss his younger brother who loved to hug him and cry. But now, he patted his back gently. The man's voice was slightly hoarse. His eyes were as dark as a pool of deep water. "You little crybaby. Big brother?" The teenager's clear voice was slightly drawn out. "But I like you the most, you little liar, so." He pressed the boy who was about to raise his head into his arms. "Cry. No matter what happens in the future, I hope that you can cry properly. Can you complain to me? Or complain? Or even scold me, okay?" It was the 4th of October. The sky in the ancient town was blue with white clouds. The warm and not glaring sunlight poured down from above. A cool breeze blew past the corners of people's clothes. Wei Jing's breath was filled with the scent of a man. He snuggled up to him tightly and grunted. What kind of misunderstanding couldn't be resolved by saying it once? Then say it twice, say it thrice, say it countless times. Big brother's embrace was still as warm as ever. The next day, Wei Jing's face was still slightly red from crying yesterday. When he thought about how he had actually hugged Wei Zhe and cried on the streets, only God knew how embarrassed he felt when he looked up and saw many people looking in their direction. As one of the parties involved, Wei Zhe didn't blush or pant. He even calmly wiped Wei Jing's tears with his sleeve. The handkerchief he always carried with him had been thrown away and he hadn't had time to buy a new one. Wei Jing almost cried again at that time. It was too embarrassing. Wei Jing only slowly recovered from this awkwardness when he returned to City W. He and Wei Zhe went to collect their luggage. When they walked out of the airport, Assistant Su was already waiting there. Are we going back to the apartment? Assistant Sue was a single dog without a girlfriend. It was very difficult for him to be asked to work overtime on National Day. Did single dogs have no human rights? Over the top of the list? No. Send us to Mr. Sue's house first. Big brother? Wei Jing was a little confused. Why are we going to my master's house? What's the matter? Actually, Wei Jing felt that it was a little strange from the beginning. They had arranged a 7-day holiday, and all the servants at home were on leave. Why did Big Brother rush back on the 5th day after only 4 days? However, he thought that something had happened at the company, so he didn't ask. There's progress only phase matter. The man lowered his voice and whispered in Wei Jing's ear. Wei Jing blinked and blinked again. He said in disbelief and excitement, Big Brother, you found a solution? That matter will only happen 2 years later. You can solve it now? The man's lips curled into a cold smile. He rubbed the youth's soft black hair. You'll know when you get there. Okay. Assistant Sue, who was watching the two whispering, was speechless. Damn it. Why did he feel like a single dog being abused? Was it poisonous? The black car headed north. Because Assistant Sue was driving, Wei Jing couldn't bring himself to ask. He could only suppress his curiosity. Because it was National Day, the roads were very congested. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at Su Jiahui's house. When Assistant Sue, who was acting as the chauffeur, saw this, he couldn't help but question the big boss. So why did you ask me to be your chauffeur? Can't you just call a taxi? What about that thing? Wei Jia pointed to the car trunk that was stuffed to the brim. Assistant Sue was speechless. In the old town, Wei Jing bought Su Jiaming's family gifts. They weren't expensive, but they were a token of his sincerity. In the past, whenever Wei Jing came over, Su Jiaming would smile kindly and invite them in. However, today, he frowned. Why are you here? We just came back from our trip, so we came to see you, Wei Jia answered and handed the gifts in his hands to Su Jiaming. Su Jiaming accepted the gifts and smiled weakly. I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well today, so I can't entertain you. I'm really sorry. Su Jiaming, who was very particular about etiquette, didn't allow his guests to enter the house. Wei Jing looked up and smiled. Teacher, are you not feeling well? Let me take you to the hospital. No, it's just a headache. I'll be fine soon, Su Jiaming hurriedly refused. After the two of them refused for a few minutes, the man who had been waiting in the living room became impatient. Hey! Su Jiaming, what are you doing? I'm telling you, hurry up and give me 1 million yuan. I need it urgently. I don't have time to pester you endlessly. Su Jiaming almost couldn't catch his breath. Who was the one pestering him endlessly like an annoying slug? Wei Jing suddenly looked up and exchanged glances with Wei Jia. The man nodded at him without a trace. Wei Jing understood. Was this Li Fei's father? TSK. How could the gentle senior Li have a father who would ask people to give him money as soon as he opened his mouth? When he thought about what kind of person the other party was, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Su Jiaming stepped aside dispiritedly. I have something to discuss with this guest. You can go upstairs and stay in the study for a while. This? Wei Jing wanted to say, can I stay? But Wei Jia tugged at him, signaling him not to speak. When the two of them went up to the study, they bumped into the man sitting in the living room. The man was wearing an old and stained jacket. His hair was shaved into a crew cut, and his skin was dark. His eyes were big but cloudy, filled with greed and madness. He looked like a desperate gambler. In fact, he was indeed a gambler who loved to gamble. When they arrived at the study, Wei Jing was worried about his lower body. With a bitter face, he said unhappily, why did you ask me to come up? What if something happens? Wei Jia raised his eyebrows. You don't trust Big Brother? That's not what I meant. Wei Jing sneaked a glance at Wei Jia. When he saw that he wasn't angry, he pursed his lips and said, it's just that Teacher Su is with that man. What if he explodes and hurts someone? Teacher Su is a scholar. How can he beat him? Don't worry. There are people guarding the garden. Weijia said, ever since you told me about that incident, I've been hiring people to secretly follow Li Fei and his father. Tisk. Even someone as cold as Weijia wanted to scold him. Li Fei's father is really a jerk. After comparing him, I suddenly feel that way he still has some conscience. Wei Jing said. Big brother, why are you comparing a jerk to Mr. Wei? Weijia smiled and said casually, what's wrong with comparing a jerk to a jerk? Wei Jing was speechless. Very good, there's nothing wrong with that. Then we'll just wait here? Wei Jing looked down from the window, feeling a little bored. In the small garden filled with trees, he saw a blurry figure through the window. He estimated that if something bad happened on the first floor, that person would immediately break through the window and stop everything. Don't tell me you want to eavesdrop? Weijia asked. This was a very rude thing to do. Forget it. He was as dejected as a withered cabbage. He waved his hand weakly and said, anyway, that man died 2 years later. This means that 2 years ago today, nothing happened. At most, we just had a quarrel. Wei Jing had just finished speaking when the door to the study, which was still open, heard a fierce quarrel coming from downstairs. How dare you F***king set me up? Do you believe that I won't find someone to kill the two of you? F***ck, I gave birth to him, raised him, and fed him. Now that I've become rich, you want to disown me? How can you be so lucky? The man downstairs was like a crazy beast, pacing back and forth in the living room. Su Jiaming, on the other hand, was calm. He let out a short but mocking laugh. You're raising him? How dare you say that? Other than emptying his pockets, what else have you done to him? Without me, where would he be? The man's pupils were wide and bloodshot, like a pervert. If I hadn't fed him when he was young, he would have died long ago. Would he still be alive today? Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. It was completely impossible to reason with this kind of person. Su Jiaming threw a contract in black and white on the table. Sign it, and I'll pay back the 1 million yuan for you. After that, I'll give you 300,000 yuan for your retirement. But you're not allowed to disturb Li Fei anymore. Otherwise, I'll sue you for blackmail. It was a contract to sever ties between father and son. This kind of contract was not legal, but there was such a thing. If the man made a comeback and really had a falling out, he would sue him to the police station. Then, he would let Li Fei hold this contract so that outsiders could distinguish right from wrong. He would not let this child be wronged for no reason. But Li Chang was just a hooligan. How could he know about this? He thought that if he signed it, he would really not be able to blame Li Fei anymore. He was already in his 40s this year, and Li Fei was his only son. If he severed ties with him now, in a few decades, when he was old, who would take care of him? Therefore, this document absolutely could not be signed. He cursed, anyway, Li Fei is my son. It's natural for the son to pay his father's debts. If you don't give me the money, I'll ask him for it. If you don't sign it, I'll call 110 now and call the police over. I'll extort 1 million yuan. I can let you stay in prison for 10 or 20 years. When that time comes, I'll find a few people. Su Jiaming raised his phone and said suggestively. In fact, he did not have the ability to kill him. He was just scaring him. Give me the phone, give me. Li Chang saw that the situation was not right and wanted to snatch the phone from Su Jiaming's hands. As long as he did not have the phone, the other party could not threaten him. Li Fei was still his son, and he could continue to squander the other party's money. This group of cowards. He had been gambling for so many years. As long as he was given another chance, he would definitely be able to make a comeback. When that time came, he would throw a large sum of money in their faces. The two of them fought over the phone, and the teacups on the coffee table fell to the ground. The people outside the window were about to go in when Wei Jing, who was shocked by the noise, shouted from the second floor. What's wrong? What's going on? He said as he ran downstairs. Weijia followed closely behind. When the two of them arrived at the living room, Weijia pulled Li Chang up and threw him to the ground with a backhand. Wei Jing was helping Su Jiaming calm down. Su Jiaming's heart was not very good, and he often needed to take medicine. Li Chang rolled on the ground. He shouted with red eyes, Li Fei is my son. He was, and he will be. No one can take him away from me. No one can. Since you think he's your son? Then can't you treat him well? Look at what you've done. What's the difference between you and an animal? No. Even an animal knows that a tiger will not eat its cubs. You're forcing him into a dead end. Su Jiaming's eyes were also red. It was as if there was a ball of fire in his body that was burning and expanding violently. He wanted to chop the man in front of him, kill him, and shut him up. That way, he would never appear in front of him again. What did I force him to do? It's not like he can't afford it. What's wrong with spending money for me? Li Chang shouted. When I earn money, he'll be my only son. In the end, the inheritance will still be his alone. That's better than singing. Wei Jing sneered. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? You? Don't even think about being rich in your next life. If everyone can make a fortune by gambling, then won't the casinos go bankrupt? You shut up. Li Chang's face flushed red. What does a brat like you know? In other words, no matter what? You won't let Li Fei off? A faint voice seemed to come from the distant sky. Li Chang opened his mouth with a ruthless expression. Unless I die, don't even think about it. Then go to hell. As soon as he said this, Su Jiaming's hand reached into the gap of the sofa and pulled out a fruit knife. It had fallen somewhere when they were eating fruits the last time. He did not expect to find it at this time. The scabbard fell to the ground, and the sharp blade made people's hearts turn cold. Wei Jing, Wei Zhe, and the person hiding outside the window saw that the situation was not good. One hugged Su Jiaming's waist, one grabbed Su Jiaming's hands, and the other hugged Su Jiaming's feet tightly. The three of them completed this series of actions almost at the same time. Even if Wei Jing and the others did not come down, the person outside the window would directly trip Su Jiaming. It would hurt him a little, but it would not cause a tragedy to happen. At the same time, the door of the living room happened to be pushed open. Su Jiehui and Li Fei, who were carrying a large backpack, entered the house at the same time. Dad. I came back early and happened to meet Li Fei at the airport, so we came together. The broken glass was scattered all over the ground. The edges of the transparent lenses flashed with a sharp edge, faintly reflecting the scene at that moment. Aha! After a few seconds, Li Chang finally reacted. He suddenly got up from the ground and let out a sharp and ear-piercing howl. His bloodshot eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. You want to kill me? You actually dare to kill me? Damn it. I'll kill you first. Su Jiaming gasped for breath. His silver hair was dripping with sweat. Stop, what are you doing? Wei Jing blocked in front of Su Jiaming. He picked up the fruit knife that had fallen on the ground and put it back into the scabbard. His slightly upturned cat eyes looked extremely innocent. Who wants to kill you? Don't talk nonsense, we didn't see it. Wei Zhe let go of his hand as if nothing had happened. He stood quietly beside the young man, his long and narrow phoenix eyes staring at the man. What the hell is going on? Li Fei pulled Su Jiehui, who was still in a daze, to the other side of Wei Jing. The four of them formed a straight line, blocking Su Jiaming behind them. The air was silent. Li Chang looked at his son, who did not look like him at all, and spat out a mouthful of yellow phlegm. Let me tell you, don't even think about getting rid of me, unless I'm dead. With that, the man turned around and rushed out of the villa. Since he could not get the money today, he would go to that woman tomorrow and let her force Li Fei to hand over the money. Li Fei was his son, so he had to take care of him. Not long after Li Chang walked out of this place, the gloomy sky rumbled and poured down. He touched his trouser pocket. 50 yuan. This was all he had now. He could not even afford a taxi. The man looked around. His originally indifferent gaze suddenly fell on a certain point. Hey! Hand over the money on you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. In this remote corner, a woman about 30 years old was squatting next to a stone. The water drenched her clothes. The woman held a few 100 yuan notes in her hand, revealing a sharp, tempting corner. Are you mute? Give me the money. Li Chang saw that the woman did not respond, so he took the initiative to pull her hand. The rain from the sky grew heavier and heavier, causing people to feel a dull pain. The woman, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened her mouth widely and screamed a few times. Ah! 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 Li Chang, who wanted to get the money, only felt that this woman was so strong that he could not pry her hand away. Until his abdomen was pierced by a sharp, familiar thing. A heart-wrenching pain came from his lower abdomen. He screamed inhumanly. He trembled and took out his phone to call the police, but the screen was dark. Woo-woo, I was wrong. Please, woo-woo, save me. Save me. Please. My son is very powerful. I can give you a lot of money, a lot. His face was full of water droplets, tears, and rain. A large area around him was dyed a dazzling scarlet. However, the woman did not move at all. She hugged her knees and sat there in a daze, just like before, as if she was a puppet. When Wei Jing and the others received a call from the police station saying that Li Chang was dead, they were still in a daze. This was the person who had just run away from their eyes. Wei Jia had even come up with 2 plans that could completely cut off the father-son relationship between Li Fei and the other party. Everyone was discussing which one to use. Then, Li Fei received a call saying that his father had passed away in an accident. He was asked to restrain his grief and to trouble them to go to the police station now. When they got into the car, Wei Jing blinked and said in a weak voice, "Big brother, that person ran out of Master Su's house, right? We saw it with our own eyes. It wasn't an illusion." Wei Jia nodded. "So, his death has nothing to do with me, you, Li Fei, and Master Su. He passed away outside." Wei Jing muttered to himself, "Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? And in my previous life?" He wanted to say something, but stopped. In his previous life, Li Chang died 2 years later. How could he die now? No, no. This time, Li Fei did not touch him. How could he still die? Assistant Su, who had been waiting in the front seat for a long time, could not help but sneak a glance behind. What were these 2 talking about? Why couldn't he understand? After hesitating for a few seconds, he could not help but ask, "Did someone pass away?" Wei Jing nodded absent-mindedly. Through the window, he looked at the world outside that was covered by the heavy rain. Everything was a little distorted. The 6 of them arrived at the police station. "What's going on? We've met before. Why did he suddenly disappear?" Li Fei had just gotten off the plane and had been on the road. His face was slightly pale, and he echoed the grief of a son who had lost his father. There was a trace of pity in the leading policeman's eyes. "Come with me." Another younger policeman sighed. "My condolences. By the way, your father was stabbed by a lunatic with a fruit knife on Lulei Road. The road there is more remote, and it was not rush hour, so he died from excessive blood loss." As the policeman spoke, they brought them to the forensic doctor. He said, "Do you want to go in and see him for the last time?" "Yes." Li Fei walked in a daze. The mountain that had been pressing down on him had suddenly died. He did not know what to feel. Relaxed? Happy? Perhaps there was even a hint of secret delight. He thought that he had long been a pervert. His biological father had died, and he was probably the only one who could still be so cold. Li Chang's death was very ugly, and his face was distorted and yellow. Because the other party has a mental illness, we can't sentence her. We can only force her family to send her to a mental hospital for treatment. Li Chang could only blame himself for being unlucky in this matter. He didn't know how he had provoked a mental person. "How do you know she's a mental patient?" Wei Jing asked with some suspicion. "Sigh." The old policeman sighed. He reached into his trouser pocket and wanted to take out a cigarette. However, he remembered that this was a non-smoking area, so he silently put his hand down. "About 5 or 6 years ago. That girl was robbed by a group of hooligans when she was walking at night. And he found it hard to say, gang rape. I took over that case. The girl couldn't take it anymore and tried to commit suicide once or twice. She also abandoned her studies. After she was rescued by her family, she couldn't take it anymore. She was neurotic. Back then, someone from the police station went to visit her with fruit. She was a 25-year-old girl, but now she looks older than me. He felt angry when he talked about this matter. That group of hooligans did not kill anyone, but in fact, what they did was worse than killing someone. Sorry. After he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that the person in front of him was the victim's family member. He looked a little embarrassed. But the other party has been mentally unstable for several years. This matter is definitely not covered up for the other party by the police. You can ask around, many people know about this. Yes, I understand. Li Fei nodded. He tilted his head and stared coldly at the policeman. When can I bring his body home? His gaze was so cold that the policeman felt that it was abnormal. His father was dead? But his son was so calm. You can just come here and go through the procedures, the young policeman on the other side said warmly. He liked this attitude of not causing trouble the most. My condolences. Wei Jing opened his mouth, but he really did not know what to say. Senior brother Li should be happy that such a malignant tumor had died. However, this person just had to be his father. Since ancient times, it was difficult for an upright official to resolve family disputes. At this moment, it was not right for him to comfort him, and it was even more wrong for him to congratulate him. In the end, he could only say meaningless words like this. I'm fine. Li Fei's gaze was slightly warm. He looked at the young man beside him and said softly, you guys go first. Don't worry about me. I can do it alone. Okay. Wei Jing hesitated for a moment and replied, then Big Brother and I will go first. They could not help much here. Instead, it would only make things more awkward. The villa that had not been lived in for 4 or 5 days was covered in dust. Originally, they expected the servants to come back one day earlier to clean up, but they came back the next day. Wei Jing casually patted the dust on the sofa and sat on it. The sky was dark, and only a little light shone in through the glass. What's wrong with you? Wei Jia frowned slightly. When he came back from the police station, he noticed that Wei Jing's mood was a little strange. Big Brother, you said that Li Fei did not kill his father again. Why, is he still dead? His eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Wei Jing stuck out the tip of his crimson tongue and licked the corner of his dry lips. Could this be the so-called fate? What are you thinking about? Wei Jia pulled the young man up from the sofa. If it was really fate, he should not have died now. Put down the things. Let's go to the hotel and stay for the night. The servants will be back tomorrow. Wei Jing was pulled out by the man. Assistant Su had already left. This time, Wei Jia personally drove. The rain on the road had lessened. Wei Jia drove the car very steadily. Wei Jing sat in the passenger's seat. He turned his head slightly and looked at the person's soft black hair, high nose bridge, and thin red lips. He was a little fascinated as he looked at him. Big Brother's eyelashes are so long. The young man's soft voice sounded like a girl's. Wei Jia wanted to hit him when he heard this. It was already late. Wei Jia booked a double room in the hotel. Wei Jing was dumbfounded when he saw this. Why didn't you get 2 single rooms? Wei Jia calmly put the room card in his pocket and changed the topic as if nothing had happened. I forgot. Don't worry about this. Aren't you hungry? Let's go eat. Wei Jing was speechless. How could he get this wrong? Meow, meow, meow. The two of them had dinner together and returned to the hotel. Wei Jing sat on the small bed and played with his phone absent-mindedly as he listened to the sound of running water in the bathroom. He had not logged into Messenger Pigeon for a long time because he had been traveling. Now that he logged in, he received many private messages. Since he had nothing to do, he opened them one by one. Some of them were compliments from his fans, and some of them were persistent in asking for advertising contracts. There were all kinds of messages. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a familiar ID, Tranquility Yuan. Did that mean Xiao Yuan was the only one? The author of Life is Like a Game of Chess? Why was this person so hard to explain? She had insulted him previously, and now she was sending him a private message. Wei Jing opened the private message curiously. Hello, Pangolin. I am the author of Life is like a game of chess. My fans have caused you a lot of trouble previously. Please don't take it to heart. I apologize on behalf of my fans. He was the one who was promoting the movie. How could he blame it on his fans? Wei Jing was a little angry, but he could not say anything. He bit his lip and thought for a long time. In the end, he could only reply, "Oh. It's okay. I don't mind." Smile. JPG, previously, when he heard that Xiao Yuan had been beaten up by the son of a mistress, he felt a little sorry for her. But now. Well. This was 66666. Why are you sitting there with your phone in your hand? You didn't even know that I had come out? The man stood in front of the young man. His black wet hair was mixed with the smell of the hotel's shampoo. A drop of water dripped onto the young man's face. He bent down slightly and chuckled softly. There was a hint of teasing in his voice. Where did this little beauty come from? Did you climb in through the window because you have a crush on me? Wei Jing looked at the silent night outside and blinked. Brother, we are on the 11th floor. I'm afraid only monsters can climb in here. Then what kind of monster are you? The man's long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly. His well-defined fingers slid from his forehead to his chin. His red lips carried a hint of fragrance. Little fox? Rabbit? Cat? Wei Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He pushed the man on top of him. Brother, stop fooling around. I'm going to take a shower. Okay. You go. The man generously moved aside and said suggestively. I'll wait for you to come out after your shower. Brother, are you done fooling around? Are you acting like a child now? Wei Jing picked up his bathrobe from the cupboard and rolled his eyes at the man. If you continue to be like this, I'm going to get angry. I'll really get angry. The man heard this and said regretfully, a few days ago, when I teased you, the tips of your ears turned red. Why don't you have any reaction at all now? Probably. I'm used to it. Wei Jing thought about it and said uncertainly. These days, the man often did some intimate things to him. In the past, he was worried that the other party would kiss him, but later on, he realized that it was just a loud thunder, but a small raindrop. Since he knew that Wei Zhi would not do anything, what? What was there to be embarrassed about, anyway? Anyway, some of his close friends would probably joke around a little, right? He walked into the bathroom. There were small water droplets on the walls, and the air seemed to be filled with the man's scent. Wei Jing's ears turned red and he silently pressed the ventilation button. The man always took a shower very quickly. He casually rubbed his hair and rubbed the shower gel on it, and it was done in 10 minutes. When Wei Jing came out of the bathroom, Wei Zhi had just finished drying his hair. The wall lamp on the wall emitted a warm yellow light, softening the man's deep facial features. His eyes seemed to be hiding bright stars, and when he smiled, it was an intoxicating scene. Come. I'll dry your hair for you. Wei Jing walked over in a daze. He felt the man's hot fingertips brush through his hair, and his wet hair became soft. He observed the man's wide palm through the mirror, silently raised his hand and secretly gestured. He was about to become an adult, so why was his elder brother's palm still bigger? Was it because he was his elder brother? The rain on the horizon had stopped, and a gust of wind blew away the dark clouds above their heads, revealing a few bright stars. Wei Jing lay on the bed, covered with a thin hotel blanket. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He did not know what was wrong with him. He had not had much insomnia before. You're still awake? The man's voice sounded from the side. Wei Jing froze. How did you know? Are you still thinking about Li Fei? He did not answer the man's question, and instead asked him a question. Kind of, and not really. Wei Jing did not understand what he was saying. I just feel that life is too fragile, and it's gone just like that. He was fine before, but of course, I'm not feeling sorry for his death. After all, this kind of scum. I'm just feeling a little emotional. Alright, since that's the case, let's sleep. The man's scorching body temperature followed the sound of his voice. Wei Jing instinctively shrank back. The sadness in his mind was scared by Wei Zhi, and he did not know where it had run to. Elder brother, get down. This bed is so small. How can we sleep? The bed in the hotel's double room was only about 1.2 meters. It was not a problem for one person to sleep, but when two men squeezed together, their chests were pressed against each other, and their thighs were pressed against each other. There was no way to avoid it. Sleep. Wei Jing felt his waist being hugged by the man's strong arms. His head was resting on his neck, and one of his legs was lying on his lap. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. He wanted to push the man away, but he realized that he could not exert any strength in this position. Elder brother, let go of me. If you want to sleep here, then I'll sleep on the bed next door. I'll let you have this place. Wei Jing struggled to move his body. You don't want to sleep with me so much? The man's words seemed to have hidden danger. It's too crowded, he said. How can I sleep like this? Besides, I'm not used to sleeping so intimately with others. It feels weird. The man let out a low laugh, and his voice was hoarse and sexy. You'll get used to it in the future. Wei Naive Jing shuddered. What future? Wei Xiaojing, are you saying that you really don't understand? Or are you pretending that you don't understand? When the man spoke, his hot breath blew on the young man's neck. He could feel the body in his arms subconsciously twisting. His hand circled the young man's white and tender belly. Haven't I expressed my thoughts clearly enough? Don't scare me? Wei Xiaojing stuttered in fear. Come. Wei Zhe moved his arm and forcefully flipped the young man over. His hot fingertips touched the corners of the young man's lips. Then, without hesitation, he kissed the young man. It was not the quick kiss like before. Instead, he slowly licked the young man's lips and bit them with his teeth. He stuck out the tip of his tongue, wanting to explore deeper, but the young man in his arms stiffened and gritted his teeth. He could not be too hasty. He sighed in his heart. What? Do you understand now? Wei Zhe placed one hand on the young man's neck and the other hand on his waist. I like you, Wei Xiaojing. I've always liked you. He could not say love, because love was forgiving and great. As long as the person was happy, it did not matter even if the person was not his. He could only say that he liked him, because love was selfish. He wanted to take this person deep into his arms and not allow him to belong to anyone else. Love was selfish. This is wrong? Wei Jing's timid and confused voice sounded. I'm your younger brother. Is it wrong for us to be together? And we're two men. This is even more wrong. Younger brother? He chuckled. Are you related to me by blood? No. Since you and I are under the same household register, does that mean we have a foster-brother relationship? Of course not, Wei Jing replied gloomily. Then we're not brothers, Wei Zhe said, caressing the young man's soft black hair. Isn't it good to be a couple? No one else can come between us. The two of us can always be together, from now on, until we're old and die. But I'm a man. Wei Jing was in a daze, jumping into the other party's trap step by step. This is wrong. What's wrong with that? Is it important between men and women? If you like children, we can adopt one or do a test tube baby. When the time comes, it will definitely be a cute little prince like you, the man said. When Wei Jing heard that, he felt that, it seemed to make a lot of sense. Wait a minute. That's not right? Why did he have to consider whether it was appropriate for men to be together? He was not gay. In his previous life, he had a crush on Yan Ingle. Clearly, he liked girls. Moreover, the relationship between couples was too unstable. How many couples had reached the end of their relationship and turned against each other in the end? The night was quiet, and a few rays of light shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains. The young man's back was bent, and his hands were pressed against the man's sturdy chest. In the darkness, his curly, pitch-black eyelashes that were like crow's feathers blinked rapidly. He nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stammered, I'm sorry, big brother, you are a very good person. He stuffed the latter half of his sentence back into his mouth. Wei Zhe didn't know that he had almost been labeled as a good person. Wei Jing's answer was reasonable and unexpected. However, it was impossible to say that he wasn't disappointed. Why don't you agree? Don't you like me? The man's bony fingers stroked the young man's sensitive and delicate collarbone like a feather. Every time they brushed past, it made him feel numb and itchy. Wei Jing wanted to hide, but the man's other hand was firmly around his waist, making it impossible for him to retreat. I like Big Brother as a family member, not as a couple. He finally said after holding it in for a long time. After the passion between couples, don't they slowly turn into family members? Wei Jia said slowly. Isn't it better for us to reach the goal in one go? Wei Jing was speechless. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Do you want me to marry another woman? Start a family with someone else in the future? Wei Jia pressed him, then said, you don't have to answer me in a hurry. We still have time. You can think about it slowly. Wei Jing's I don't want to was suddenly blocked in his mouth. Since Big Brother wasn't in a hurry, he would take it slow. Wei Xiaojing, who was acting like a coward, silently despised himself. He already had an answer in his heart, but compared to being a couple, he felt that being a brother was more stable. Once there was a gap in the relationship between couples, the gap would be enlarged and they would fall apart as if they were enemies. Wei Jing felt like his heart was being stabbed and he couldn't breathe when he thought about that possibility between him and Wei Jia. All right, let's sleep. The man held him in his arms, and the familiar scent wafted over. Wei Jing bit his lips, clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not push the person on top of him away. Forget it, forget it. Just this once would do it. As he thought of this, he fell asleep in a daze. Li Fei was busy in the police station for the whole day. The next morning, he found a car and took Li Cheng's body to the funeral home for cremation. The nightmare of his life had now become a handful of ashes in his hand. The ordinary brownish-red urn was taken home by Li Fei. His house was on the top floor. It was a very common house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. When he got home, his mother was sitting in the living room sweeping the floor. She was a woman in her 40s or 50s with age spots on her face. Her skin was yellow and wrinkled, her hair was white, and there was a thick layer of calluses on her fingers. When she saw Li Fei, she revealed a loving smile. Xiao Fei, you're back so early? Didn't you say 3 months? Work ended early. Li Fei's hand that was putting down his shoes paused for a moment. He put the urn aside, and his faint eyes were covered by a layer of golden light under the warm evening sun. Mom, I want to tell you something. Be mentally prepared. Don't be scared. Is your father in debt again? The woman raised her voice when she heard that, and tears welled up in her eyes. Son. No matter what, he's still your father. You can't just watch him die like that. If you don't have money on hand, let's go borrow it, okay? Familiar words, familiar tone, and familiar tears. Li Fei wore slippers and stood quietly beside the shoe rack. There were thick dark circles under his eyes, and his face was pale because of the fatigue of the past 2 days. He smiled meaninglessly. He's dead. What? The woman was stunned. The man said casually, the day before yesterday, he was killed by a mental patient outside. I've been dealing with his matter for the past 2 days. As he spoke, he pointed at the brownish-red urn on the floor. These are the ashes after the cremation. Dead. Dead. The woman stood there in a daze for a few seconds until Li Fei walked to her side. As if she had a nightmare, she bent down to pick up the urn and wailed. I told you not to gamble, but you didn't listen. Now, he's gone. There's nothing left. Her sobs were hoarse, as if she was going to cry until she fainted in the next second. Li Fei turned his head. His gaze was light and thin like a gust of wind. He took out a bottle of mineral water from the fridge and took a few sips. His stomach, which had been empty for most of the day, was aching faintly. What do you want to eat tonight? There seems to be corn in the fridge. I'll make corn ribs and stir-fried cabbage. We have to go to the supermarket tomorrow to buy something. Otherwise, the fridge will be empty. What are you thinking about? The woman raised her head and looked at him in disbelief with her red and swollen eyes. This is your father. Your father is dead. Aren't you sad? This is the father who gave you life. Why should I be sad? Li Fei looked back. There was no light reflected in his dark eyes. He was puzzled. He abused you and was in debt outside. He messed up our good days. Now that he's dead, you should be happy. You. The woman seemed to have realized what kind of person her son was for the first time. She screamed crazily. How could I have such a selfish son like you? The dead should be respected. No matter what wrong he did when he was alive, he's already dead now. Why can't I forgive him? Why should I forgive him? Li Fei thought. Good. She said the word good 3 times in a row. When I die in the future, will you treat me like this? I don't have a son like you. Get out of here. Mom, you. Li Fei took 2 steps forward. He wanted to say, how can it be the same? He's him, and you're you? You're completely different. However, the woman's eyes, which were filled with disgust and fear, froze him on the spot. Get out. He pursed his lips and didn't even have time to change his shoes. He walked out numbly. Li Fei looked at the ordinary security door in front of him in confusion. His heart seemed to hurt a little, but after sensing it carefully, the pain disappeared. He had pretended to be good outside, so why did he continue to pretend in his own home? Shouldn't they be happy that the pest-like man who had hurt both of them had completely disappeared? Li Fei had watched the man beat his mother under his body since he was very young. He punched her again and again until he had no strength left. Day after day, year after year. The family's income came from the woman's handwork outside. Occasionally, the man would generously give her 100 or 2 yuan when he won money. However, that was very rare. Most of the time, he would ransack the woman's savings. If she didn't give it to him, he would beat her. Li Fei would ask, Mom, why don't you divorce Dad? The woman would smile bitterly and say, if we divorce, what will you do? I'm a woman. How can I live with you? He didn't understand. Wouldn't they live better without that man? Why couldn't they live? Later, as he grew older and learned painting from Su Jiaming, he slowly understood that some people didn't lack money, but the heart that wanted to stand up for themselves. They were used to relying on others for their future, even if that person was rotten to the point of stinking. Many years ago, he spent a lot of effort to get his mother to agree to go to court to file for divorce. On the way back, she even cried loudly. Then, she hugged him and said, I only have you in the future. You have to work hard. Don't be like your father. Because of this, he changed himself. He became tactful and would chat and laugh with people he didn't like. His connections gradually grew, and his fame slowly rose. He got into a good university and saved up money. Just as he was about to surprise his mother and tell her that they could have their own house, that man, he came back. With a butt full of debt, he knelt in front of them and cried. He said that he would change and begged them to save him. Li Fei looked indifferent. In his heart, this person was undoubtedly a dead person. At that time, the woman still had a cold face and refused to forgive the man. However, in less than half a month, her heart was attached to that man again. She cried and said, the group of people outside is too scary. No matter what, he's your father, and he knows that he's wrong. Let's give him a chance. In the future, the family will be happy together. Li Fei was annoyed. He didn't want to agree, but he couldn't bear his mother's tears. With a debt of more than 800,000 yuan, he lost more than half of the money in his hands. And this was just the beginning of the nightmare. When the man came home, he was obedient for a while, but then his face changed. First, he owed a few hundred yuan, then 1,000 yuan, and finally 10,000, 20,000 yuan. This was a bottomless pit. And now, this bottomless pit was gone. Li Fei's delicate face curved into a small smile. He glanced at the slippers on his feet, then glanced at the security door, and walked in the direction of the elevator. Fortunately, he always had his wallet on him. He went to buy a pair of shoes and find a hotel to stay for a few days. Li Fei chose a hotel far away from home. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Perhaps he wanted to stay far away from that man. The hotel's decoration is elegant, and the people coming and going are in suits and leather shoes. Li Fei's eyebrows are very good. When he looks at you, it's like a spring pool, soft and beautiful. When he smiles, there will be a small dimple on his right cheek, making people want to poke it twice. Senior Li? Wei Jing saw him and was in disbelief. Why are you here? Li Fei happened to put the room card in his pocket at this time. He said, I've taken care of it, but I have something to do. I'll be staying in the hotel for a few days. After all, the person who died was Li Fei's biological father. Wei Jing couldn't ask too much. He glanced at the elevator and panicked when he saw that it was about to reach the first floor. The young man's soft fingers grabbed Li Fei, who was still in a daze. Senior Li, let's go eat. It's my treat. Huh? What do you want to eat? Western food or Chinese food? Forget it, let's eat Chinese food. He pulled Li Fei and ran to a slightly remote Chinese restaurant with a guilty conscience. Li Fei suddenly felt like laughing. It wasn't a hypocritical smile, but a smile that came from the depths of his heart. His eyes curved into crescents as he smiled. His eyes, which were originally like a pool of stagnant water, suddenly shone with a ray of sunlight, shining brightly. Did you quarrel with Mr. Wei? Wei Jing, who was drinking water to calm himself down, was so shocked that he almost choked. He said in disbelief, How did you know? He hadn't even said anything yet. Otherwise, why are you hiding? Li Fei looked as if he had seen through everything. He said with a little confusion, That's not right. Based on my understanding of the two of you, you shouldn't be fighting, right? Or rather, the two of you shouldn't be fighting at all. Wei Jing put down the cup with a mysterious look on his face. That's because you don't know us at all. Could this person read minds? He and Wei Zhe didn't fight, just like Li Fei said. It was just that he was unilaterally avoiding people at the moment. In Wei Jing's mind, since Wei Zhe gave him time to think about it, it meant that he had the right to reject him. But early in the morning, he started to get touchy with him. He kissed him from time to time and said a few mushy words of love. It was as if they had entered the mode of an old married couple. Wei Jing was so scared that he felt unwell. He sneaked out of the room when the man was on the phone just now to calm down. He didn't expect to bump into Li Fei downstairs. In a panic, he took Li Fei with him. Okay. Then what are you fighting about? Li Fei rested his chin on his hands and looked at the young man with a faint smile on his face. Let me tell you something. Don't be surprised. A trace of awkwardness flashed across the young man's delicate face. His long and curly eyelashes fluttered uneasily, and his voice was as soft as a pitiful cub's. Someone confessed to me, It was a guy. Li Fei instinctively reminded him when he heard this. You're still underage. Don't be fooled. When he looked at Wei Jing's magnificent and beautiful face, a wave of uneasiness surged in his heart. Why didn't he notice it before? This child had grown up. He was no longer the childish face. That didn't attract people's imagination. Instead, it was a face that both men and women would want to own. The innocence that flashed through his eyes made people want to take the book and teach him, so that he would burn with different colors because of her. The man's gaze subconsciously scanned his surroundings. As expected, many people were sneaking glances in their direction. Perhaps it was because people had been sneaking glances at him since he was young. Li Fei didn't feel anything. His gaze landed on the young man who was still trying to organize his words. This person probably didn't feel anything either. So? Your older brother doesn't agree? Li Fei spoke first. If it were me, I wouldn't agree either. You're still so young. What do you know? Go to school well. When you grow up, you'll meet someone better. No, my older brother agrees. But I don't agree? Wei Jing smashed the pot to pieces. He said vaguely, that person grew up with me. Although we're not family, we're closer than family. I didn't expect him to have such feelings for me. Li Fei said, then it's fine to refuse. Feelings, this kind of thing, can't be forced. But then he'll marry another woman. We'll be separated in the future. I don't want to be separated from him, Wei Jing said aggrievedly. Li Fei. Do you have to ask me this? Senior Li, what kind of lover do you want to find in the future? What's your ideal type? Wei Jing still remembered that Nian Ningel said that Li Fei liked men. He couldn't find another gay man at the moment, so he decided to ask Li Fei for advice. Me? Li Fei was stunned by the question. He lowered his head and held the teacup with both hands. His eyes were cold. I don't have anyone I like, and I can't imagine living with another woman or man in the future. Maybe I'm frigid? He said the last sentence with some uncertainty. When he was young, he also thought about what kind of wife he would marry in the future. He wouldn't be like his father and be rough with his wife. He would work hard and earn money to support the family. But now, he thought about his father, mother, and that painful marriage. He couldn't imagine what kind of person he would spend the rest of his life with in the future. If he ended up like his parents, he might as well end it from the beginning. Let's not talk about me. Let's continue talking about you. He took a sip of the milk in the cup. The sweet liquid slid down his throat and into his stomach, making him feel much better. So now you don't want him to get married, but you also don't want to be with him? Wei Jing bit his lip like a deflated balloon. Okay. I know it's impossible. Let me think about it. Is he good to you? How's his family background? Li Fei asked the practical question. Wei Jing thought for a while and gave an example. Very good. Just like how my eldest brother treats me. As for his family background, it's not bad. He didn't dare to say too much for fear of making a mistake. Li Fei had never liked anyone before, so he didn't know anything about relationships. If you like him too, then you can just be together. As for children? Why don't you look for a surrogate? But your relationship can't be made public, right? Also, there's no legal guarantee. It's very risky. As far as I'm concerned, I don't agree with it. But, if he gave up just like that? What if he regretted it one day? Life was like countless forks in the road. A different choice would lead to a different outcome. He still remembered a short story he saw many years ago. There was a very fat girl. Once, when she went to the library to read, she squeezed with a boy. The boy couldn't cross that path because of her. The girl was very shy. She panicked and apologized. The boy politely said that it was okay. The two of them became friends and then lovers. In the end, they got married and had children. They lived happily ever after. After the girl died and was reborn, she lost weight, put on makeup, and wore beautiful clothes to become an outstanding woman worthy of her husband in her previous life. On the day she met the man, she smiled and wanted to greet him. But the man only said coldly to her, "Sorry, please make way." The two of them became strangers from then on. Remark 1, you're right. I'll think about it. As soon as the young man finished speaking, his phone kept ringing. He took out his phone and glanced at it. He thought it was his eldest brother, but who knew that it was his manager? Wei Jing picked up the phone and asked curiously, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" After all, he didn't have any new works recently. It was still the serialized one. My little ancestor. How can you reply so casually on Flying Pigeon? His manager was also worried sick for him. Look, what the hell is the style of Flying Pigeon now? What do you mean? Wei Jing was puzzled. The manager, who was on vacation with his wife, rubbed his forehead and said, "Is it that Xiao Yuan from before? Do you still remember? Did you chat with her on Flying Pigeon yesterday? Now, there's an argument on Flying Pigeon. They're saying that you're bullying a newbie. Their tone is arrogant and condescending. It makes people uncomfortable." Wei Jing spoke with difficulty. I only replied, "Okay, it's fine." How can they argue over that? To show that I'm considerate, I even added a smiley face. It was the famous fake smile emoji. You'll know when you see it, but don't say anything else. Leave this to me. Okay? People who had to work overtime on National Day couldn't afford to be hurt. Okay, Wei Jing answered a little guiltily. After hanging up, he secretly logged into Weibo and saw that there was a lot of scolding below. Occasionally, there would be people who spoke up for him, but they were immediately scolded down. There were Xiao Yuan's fans, internet trolls, and netizens who followed the trend. Blanket, you don't mind? Haha. Why don't you mind? Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant? Liang Jingru, I'm a Yuan's wife, it's all because a Yuan has a good temper. She only said a few words on your Weibo. What's wrong? Flying Pigeon is a public platform. Can't other people comment on it? If you're so capable, don't draw it. Rubbish. Pink, rubbish. Rubbish. Wei Jing, who was being scolded by the entire internet, was speechless. This Xiao Yuan really refreshed his worldview time and time again. Wei Jing even felt anger rushing to his head. He wanted nothing more than to run over and grab that person's collar and scold him for being an idiot. Couldn't he just draw properly? So what if he stepped on him? There was Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, and countless other cartoonists behind him. The restaurant's waitress had a sweet smile on her face as she served the dishes they ordered one by one. Li Fei's eyes shifted. He took a sip of the congee with pork and century egg in front of him, and his dry stomach finally felt better. He saw Wei Jing's expression and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Wei Jing put away his phone. He took a deep breath and said as if nothing had happened, "Let's eat." Anyway, this matter would be settled by his agent, so he didn't want to add to the mess. Seeing that the youth didn't have any intention of speaking, Li Fei didn't ask any further. He wasn't a curious person, so he naturally wouldn't ask until the end of the matter. The two of them had only eaten a few mouthfuls of food when Wei Jing's phone rang again. The youth, who was drinking soup, almost choked on it. He angrily picked up the phone and answered without looking at it. What did that Xiao Yuan do this time? Don't hold back. Go and scold him. Who is Xiao Yuan? Wei Jing wanted to cry but had no tears. Big brother, why is it you? You don't want to see me that much? The man's voice was low and his eyebrows relaxed. He looked down at the brightly lit building outside. The people coming and going were as small as ants. Where are you now? I'll come and find you. No. The youth said guiltily, I'm eating with Senior Li Fei now. Big brother, if you need anything, I'll come and find you. We'll talk when I get back. When he got back, he wanted to get a single room and sleep on a big bed. He didn't want to squeeze in with his big brother. Tat Weijia, who saw through the youth's little thoughts, chuckled. Just in time. I have something to tell Li Fei. What is it? Wei Jing didn't believe him. About his father's gambling debts. Weijia opened the door casually. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding the phone, he narrowed his eyes. What if I want to do to you? Don't worry, just tell me the address in front of outsiders. Wei Jing. Wow. These words were so infuriating. If he wasn't his big brother, he probably would have tried to put him in a gunny sack. What's more, even if we manage to avoid the first day, there's still the 15th day. The carpet of the wine shop absorbed the sound of the man's footsteps. His handsome face was unbelievably soft under the soft yellow light. Isn't it good to admit defeat earlier? There's a hole for every carrot. I'm waiting for you. Shut up. You said you wouldn't force me. Wei Jing blushed, and her long eyelashes fluttered shyly. Her voice was calm, but Weijia could hear a hint of grievance in her voice. Big brother was wrong, he said. I went back on my word. This statement seemed a little too serious, Wei Jing thought uncertainly. He was as conflicted as a ball of yarn. He couldn't find a clue. Scratching his head, he said in frustration, actually, it's not your fault. Eh? Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Weijia pestered Wei Jing for a while more, and finally succeeded in getting the address of the restaurant. He looked down at the familiar string of numbers on the phone screen. His eyes were as deep as a pool of deep water, and a touch of tenderness flashed across his eyes. He thought with a hint of sweet distress. Little fool, how could you fall into my trap so quickly? After hanging up the phone, Wei Jing glanced weakly at Senior Li, who was sitting opposite him. Wait a moment. Big brother is coming. Oh. Li Fei nodded, unsurprised. The two brothers were like Siamese twins. Usually, when one appeared, the other wouldn't be far away from appearing. Wei Jing saw this and added silently, he said he wants to talk to you about uncle's debt. I don't know much about this. You. He looked at Li Fei worriedly. It's fine. I know. 1 million, right? Li Fei swallowed the porridge in his mouth. He put down the spoon in his hand and rubbed his temples. His face was indifferent. Fortunately, it's only 1 million. I don't have to worry about a bunch of debts popping out of nowhere in the future. Although I don't have that much money on hand now, I can repay it quickly if I borrow some. I still have some money. If you don't mind. Wei Jing wanted to say something, but stopped. He was afraid that saying too much would hurt Li Fei's self-esteem. Okay. The corners of the man's lips curled up slightly. His eyes were warm, and a small dimple appeared on his right cheek. Then I'll have to trouble you. I'll find a way to repay you as soon as possible. Wei Jing quickly waved his hand. There's no rush, seniorly, don't tire yourself out. Your health is the most important. You don't have to rush to earn money to repay me. Li Fei, who had been squeezed dry by his father all these years, was not very energetic. Although it was a little unpleasant to hear, it was best to have a good rest now that he was free of the burden. Don't worry, I know. Li Fei stuffed a mouthful of cabbage into his mouth without tasting it. His well-defined fingers held the black porcelain chopsticks. There was no color on his fingernails. They were light and transparent. The two of them chatted for a while more. Wei Jing saw a familiar figure in a simple thin sweater appear in front of him. He waved slightly. Big brother, here. I saw you as soon as I came in. The man's every step was very steady. Many men and women around him were staring at him and whispering to their companions. He had a handsome face, an outstanding temperament, a slender and tall figure, broad shoulders, thin waist, and long legs. All the celebrities on the internet were slightly inferior to him. Wei Zhe walked straight to Wei Jing's side and sat beside him. Then, he looked at the man opposite him. Mr. Wei, thank you so much for what you did before. Li Fei was the first to speak. It's nothing. Mr. Su is my brother's master. It's my duty to help him. Wei Zhe's hand, which was hidden under the table, secretly grabbed the young man's soft and smooth fingers. However, he looked serious and righteous. Li Fei couldn't help but laugh. No matter what, I still have to thank you. He remembered that when he first met Wei Zhe, he felt inferior because of his family background and aura. At the same time, he also complained that society was unfair. There were always people in the world who were born with things that others couldn't reach. Now that he was older, he had calmed down. That ridiculous attitude of his was not worth mentioning to others. Big brother, you said that Uncle owes gambling debts. May I ask what's going on? These words came out of Wei Jing's mouth one word at a time, with a stiff, robotic tone. The young man wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Big brother lied without thinking. Didn't he say that he wouldn't get physical in front of so many people? Big liar? Under the table, where no one else could see. One of his large hands gripped the other's slender hand tightly. His fingers even scratched the other's palm from time to time. Wei Jing was a little annoyed. He tried to break free from the other's grip, but he couldn't. He secretly glanced at Li Fei. Very good. He was chatting with Wei Zhe, so he probably wouldn't notice this. Wei Jing secretly used his other hand to pinch the back of the man's hand. However, it didn't work. Why was he still so indifferent? Didn't it hurt? Wei Jing didn't believe it. He used a little more force to pinch the other's hand, cough cough. After all, this was his big brother who had taken care of him since he was young. It wouldn't be good if he used too much force and his hand became swollen. Just as Wei Jing was thinking about pinching the other's hand a third time, Wei Zhe silently released his hand. What was the difference between that light pinch and harassment? He felt a little uncomfortable after being pinched. If it wasn't for the fact that it was daytime and Li Fei hadn't accepted his confession, he would have done it. Wei Zhe would have pressed Wei Jing down, kissed him, and ket him until he couldn't say anything. Wei Jing, who didn't know the truth, looked at his free hand happily and finally heaved a sigh of relief. In the past, when he didn't have such thoughts, it was normal to hold hands and put his arm around his big brother's shoulder. But now, it was broad daylight and Li Fei was across from him. If they were seen, Wei Jing would die of embarrassment. Li Fei, who felt like he was looking at an insatiable wolf and a shy rabbit, was speechless. He must have been hungry for too long and was hallucinating. Yes. He was thinking too much. Without Wei Zhi's secret tricks, Wei Jing could finally divert his attention to Li Fei. He couldn't multitask like Wei Zhi and not show any fear at all. I've already investigated your father's loan. He only borrowed 450,000 renminbi, but the other party's interest was quite high. He used a more euphemistic way of saying it. In fact, no normal person would touch a loan shark unless they had nowhere else to go. The interest compounded, and now it's more than 900,000 renminbi. Wei Zhi said, I have some connections there. When the time comes, you can just give them the initial capital. Okay, thank you. Li Fei hesitated for a moment and agreed. The three of them had dinner together. When they were about to part at the hotel, Li Fei couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked carefully, Mr. Wei, why are you helping me? After all, the two of us didn't have much interaction before? I'm not helping you. The man's eyes were very dark and bottomless, like a bottomless abyss. I'm fulfilling Wei Jing's request. Li Fei was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. Is that so? Please say thank you to Wei Jing for me. You'd better do it yourself. Wei Zhi waved his hand indifferently. He turned his head and said to the young man who was running over from the front desk, Did you get the room cards? I got them. The young man happily stuffed one of the room cards into Wei Zhi's pocket and shook the other card in his hand excitedly. We'll sleep separately tonight. You're not allowed to squeeze in with me. Wei Jing, who didn't expect everything to go so smoothly, cried tears of joy. Let's go. Let's go upstairs to get our luggage. We can go home tomorrow. Wei Zhi changed the topic. The two of them went up to the 6th floor to get their luggage and took the elevator to the 8th floor. The two rooms that Wei Jing got happened to be next to each other. Hence, when Wei Zhi walked behind him, the two of them were still talking and laughing. When he opened the door, Big Brother shamelessly took advantage of his long legs to enter first. Then, he refused to leave. Wei Jing was so angry that he cried. Didn't you say you wouldn't squeeze in with me? Wei Zhi looked at him innocently. You said it yourself. I didn't say it. Wei Jing, Wei Zhi, the scheming B*TCH, successfully squeezed into Wei Jing's room with his thick skin. He took over the room and started to clean up and get a bathrobe. After the two of them showered, Wei Zhi wanted to do the same thing again and blow-dry Wei Jing's hair. Who knew that he didn't wash his hair today? Wei Zhi, at night, the two of them huddled together to sleep. Wei Jing suddenly said, Big Brother, did you already know about Li Fei's matter? After a moment of silence, Wei Zhi nodded gently. Yes. Then why did you drag it out until today? He was a little upset. If it could be resolved from the beginning, then all these things wouldn't have happened. Senior Li wouldn't have had to pay so much money. Wei Xiaojing, the man said softly. His hands were like iron bands as he hugged the young man tightly in his arms. No matter what, that person is Li Fei's father. If Li Fei doesn't have the heart to chase a man, won't our help backfire? Wei Jing nodded hesitantly. Yes. Since ancient times, it had been difficult for upright officials to resolve family disputes. People's hearts were fickle. It would be bad if they overreached themselves. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhi stroked the young man's soft black hair with satisfaction. His well-defined fingers massaged it. So when I heard that Li Fei wanted to cut ties with Li Chang completely, I immediately rushed back with you. Speaking of this, the man was a little resentful. We were going on a good trip, but suddenly we missed 3 days. It's okay, it's okay. We can go out again next time. Wei Jing hurriedly comforted him. Anywhere is fine. Sigh. The man sighed softly. Big Brother, don't be sad. Anyway, we still have a lot of time in the future. There are countless national holidays to celebrate together. Wei Jing said, There's no hurry. Wei Zhi climbed up the pole. If you give me a kiss, I won't be sad anymore. Wei Jing, in the darkness, the two of them looked at each other. Wei Zhi's face was filled with innocence and sadness. He was as pure as a little white lotus that was not tainted by dust. Wei Jing was at a disadvantage. He bit his lip and comforted himself in his heart. It's not like I haven't kissed him before. Why am I so nervous? Slowly, the distance between the two of them got closer and closer. Both of them could feel each other's breath on their faces. Wei Jing gently planted a kiss on the man's face as if he had done it a long, long time ago. He immediately wanted to retreat, but unfortunately, the other person did not give him the slightest chance. The man's hard arm wrapped around the young man's waist with one hand and pressed the young man's head with the other. Their lips and teeth touched. Wei Jing could clearly feel something licking his teeth and sliding into his mouth. He subconsciously held his breath. His entire body was as stiff as a block of wood. He could only stare blankly as he allowed the man to attack him. A numbing sensation exploded in his brain. When the two newbies met, it was undoubtedly like lightning striking the earth. Slowly, Wei Jing's hand hugged the man's head. The two of them kissed each other back. After a long time, Wei Jing released his mouth while panting heavily. With the misty light shining in from the window, he looked at the young man's red eyes and red lips that had been ravaged. He laughed softly with a little pride and joy. You still say that you don't like me. Don't tell me that it's just a physiological reaction. It doesn't mean anything at all. As he spoke, he even rubbed the bulging lower body of both of them together. Wei Jing's groggy brain was jolted awake by this action. He bent his legs together and lay on his side. His white skin was dyed a beautiful pink. He buried his head in the pillow like a shy ostrich, refusing to face reality. Do you want to help each other? Wei Jing opened his mouth and bit the young man's earlobe. Wei Jing heard this and immediately jumped up like a rabbit. He shouted that there was no need as he ran to the bathroom in a panic. In the next second, the sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. Wei Jing lay on the bed in a good mood. He even shouted into the bathroom, "Don't use cold water. Be careful not to catch a cold." Silence, complete silence. When Wei Jing heard this, he almost fell down. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted, "I know, don't talk nonsense." Then, he silently raised the temperature of the water a little. He had lived to the age of 21 in his previous life. It was impossible for him not to masturbate before. However, he felt an inexplicable sense of shame when he thought of the man who was only a wall away from him. Wei Jing had just confessed to him yesterday. Today, the two of them had already reached this level. Wasn't this a little too much? No, no, no. What was he thinking? It was just a kiss, just a kiss. Calm down, calm down. In this day and age, who didn't kiss when they were in a relationship, but he didn't seem to have agreed to be in a relationship with this man. Wei Jing thought about this question for a while. Which one was he thinking about the next? He fell into a strange state of confusion. His body was still young. After a while, he couldn't take it anymore and started to spurt. He sighed and casually washed himself. Then, he put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. A low panting sound entered the young man's ears. The sound was hoarse, and it made his body go limp. Wei Jing's popularity, which had already died down, suddenly turned red at an incredible speed. He took a step back and hid in the bathroom. His face and ears were red as he stammered, "Big brother. WW, what are you doing? How could you?" He couldn't finish his sentence. Both of us. We had a reaction. You went. The bathroom, so I. Can only do it outside, the man said slowly while panting. Wei Jing thought about how he would have to sleep on that bed later. He couldn't help but feel disgusted. After some time, Wei Jing opened his mouth and said, "All right, come in." The two of them looked at each other silently. Wei Jing found the man's clothes and kept looking for something. Wei Jing was half lying on the bed. His voice was still hoarse and satisfied. "What are you looking for?" "The room card for the other room." The young man was holding a white and green card as he spoke. Wei Jing chuckled. He walked over and put his arm around the young man's shoulders. "Let's go." "No. I'll go alone." Wei Jing silently tried to push the man's hand away. "No, how can you go there without luggage?" Wei Jing clung to him. "Let's go. My luggage has legs." You don't have to do it. Wei Jing was speechless. Oh wow. How infuriating, the two of them switched to the room next door. When Wei Jia came out of the shower, Wei Jing was already asleep. The young man's red lips were slightly pouted, and the corners of his eyes were slightly red. He sank into the white bedsheets and looked quite pitiful. Wei Jia chuckled. His bony fingers brushed across the young man's fair and almost transparent face, then to his neck and collarbone. Inch by inch, he moved down. Ugh. As if he felt uncomfortable, he let out a low groan. Wei Jia retracted his hand and said softly, "Good night, my dear." He thought for a moment and said, "Little lover." He didn't tell him that he had done what he did to Li Fei on purpose. With his ability, he could easily get rid of Li Fei's scumbag father. However, if Li Fei didn't rely on himself and only thought about how to deal with him, he would never take action. Even if he helped such a person once, there would be a second and third time. He didn't want Wei Jing to have such a weak and useless friend. What if something happened in the future and Wei Jing was implicated? Therefore, he watched everything coldly from the sidelines. A few days ago, when the other party finally made up his mind to completely get rid of Li Chang, Wei Jia's heart was a little relieved and a little sad. He was relieved that Wei Jing would have a good friend, but he was also sad because of this. If possible, he hoped that Wei Jing could be like him and have no one but him. However, that was impossible. He was gentle and kind. Perhaps it was because of his success in his career, Wei Jing in this life was more cheerful and confident than he was in his previous life. He was no longer that sensitive and weak child. Although, he was still a little timid and shy sometimes, it was still acceptable. He had already walked out. Only he was still stubbornly guarding him. In this room, Wei Jing and Wei Jia fell asleep peacefully. On the other side, Xiao Yuan and his team were frowning. They wished they could go back to a day ago and break Xiao Yuan's claws. Then, they would see if he could still send pigeons. What should we do? The other party has already set the pace. Now, the pigeons are causing a ruckus, one of the staff members said. Xiao Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was haggard. What are you doing? Hurry up and suppress this for me. Alright, shut up. We're thinking of a solution. Xiao Yuan's manager waved his hand impatiently. In his heart, he scolded him for not being able to do anything right. If this guy could focus on drawing and not provoke others, would things have gotten to this point? Many cartoonists were focused on drawing comics and were too lazy to socialize. Like celebrities, they would sign themselves up with specialized agencies and work with both parties. On the other hand, Wei Jia had opened a studio for Wei Jing. Everyone in the studio served Wei Jing. They sold copyrights, produced audiobooks, and even signed contracts for movies and TV shows. With Wei Jia's connections, he only had to wait for Wei Jing's work to be completed before he could start throwing money into it and make it into a big IP. Wei Jing's first work was a short comic. It was about a little black cat and its brother, the little yellow cat. The style was exquisite, and the story was laugh-filled. In addition, Wei Jia was not stingy with his publicity. At that time, it was a big hit. After that, he even joined forces with his company to buy Wei Jing's copyrights. Then, he made a mobile game to continue making money. It made Wei Jing gasp in amazement. The difference between people was so big. Wei Jing's current comic, Young Ping Pong, and Xiao Yuan's Life is Like Chess were, to a certain extent, similar. They were both about competition and growth. The first district competition in the comic had already ended. A few days ago, Wei Jia had been discussing with him about making it into an anime and a game. As for the TV series and movies, they could wait for the storyline to develop more clearly. Of course, Wei Jing had no objection to this. Connections were also a kind of strength. He was not stupid. With Wei Jia as his backer, they were all family. Of course, he would help if he could. Wei Jing's agent was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He had a very common name, Zhang Xiaoming. Wei Jia had specially poached him because he was very good at internet operations. He was traveling with his wife in the Maldives when the internet storm broke out. When he heard about it, he almost vomited blood. It's National Day, what are they doing? Isn't it good for everyone to have fun together? After that, looking at the rhythm he led, it could be summed up as a routine. Pangolin relied on his early debut and fame to bully the pitiful and innocent newbies. Look at Mr. Yuan's humble words and Pangolin's arrogance when he said I don't mind. Ha ha ha, everyone sympathized with the weak. With the rhythm of the internet water army's rhythm, some people naturally followed suit. Even if there were rational fans who spoke up, they would be suppressed very quickly. When Zhang Xiaoming saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Who was younger than the one from his family? Was this person tired of living? After all, Wei Jing was still single. Deal. Year. Immediately, he went into the arena himself. Pangolin's official fan club, oh my god. Today, many people are saying that our Pangolin is arrogant and bullies others. We are so wronged. That's because our Pangolin is still underage. Yes, you heard it right. He's still underage. Pangolin has been learning painting from his master since he was young. He might be lacking in the ways of the world. If what he said was inappropriate, I apologize on his behalf. Cry, cry, as soon as the pigeon appeared, everyone lost their composure. Cheap and cheap bear, so, the person who drew such a great piece of art is still a child? I feel like a failure. I'm 23 years old and I'm still single. How sad. Little cabbage in the snow, I feel like a failure. Shut your mouth, I'm in a daze. Mr. Dada, do you need a leg accessory? The kind that can repair computers after going to university? Apple with sesame thread, so everyone misunderstood the pigeon. Our Mr. Dada just doesn't know how to deal with it. Everyone's imagination is too exaggerated. My heart aches for Mr. Dada. Hugs, don't cry. Hi Tang, my heart aches for Mr. Dada too. Look at what you're saying. You're being so harsh on a minor who hasn't done anything wrong. No supper at night, don't start a fight on the road. But my heart aches for Mr. Dada too. Everyone, please calm down when you speak. Don't you think it's strange? Last time, Mr. Dada was together with Xiao Yuan and was scolded. This time, it's him again. Why is he so dramatic? No supper at night, sorry, I seem to have started a fight too, but please allow me to talk about conspiracies. Early up, early sleep. I also, forget it, I'll escape. Scatter flowers for Mr. Dada and run away. JPG, Xiao Yuan's troll army saw that the situation was not right and wanted to control the situation. However, the troll army he hired with the little money was not as powerful as Zhang Xiaoming. Both sides' rhythm was set and the other party was defeated. Xiao Yuan saw that something was wrong and quickly sent a pigeon. He apologized first and said that he didn't send a pigeon today. He didn't expect everyone to speculate about Mr. Pangolin. He even said that he was Mr. Dada's loyal fan and played the emotional card. The fans here were conflicted. If they were to fight, the other party would say that he was Mr. Dada's fan. It wouldn't feel good. If they didn't fight, it would be difficult to calm down. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan's fans, who were being scolded, quickly came out to say good things. They said that it was all a misunderstanding. Just when everyone was happy and harmonious, the news that Xiao Yuan had hired a troll army to slander Mr. Pangolin suddenly broke out on the internet. The person who said this was very organized. Although his logic wasn't very strict, he didn't miss out on any of the IPs. In the end, he said in a very provocative tone, in any case, Pangolin gets slandered every time he gets involved with Ning Jing and a Yuan. Haha. The benevolence see benevolence, the wise see wisdom in this matter. Forget it, the anger that Xiao Yuan had just calmed down was not extinguished. Instead, it burned even more vigorously. This time, Zhang Xiaoming was also furious. He had already learned his lesson from the previous incident. Since this person didn't listen and wanted to hit the wall, Zhang Xiaoming naturally wouldn't be polite and would slander him as much as he could. Xiao Yuan didn't connect the previous signing event that he suddenly lost with Wei Jing. To some people who weren't of a high status, the name Pangolin was just an ordinary person who was lucky. Why would a person with power or money draw comics? Wouldn't it be better to start his own company or be a celebrity? Drawing comics was difficult and unrewarding. How could it be profitable? Compared to the other two, it was much worse. Xiao Yuan had always thought that the reason he lost the event was because of Lu Qing. After his fight with Lu Qing the last time, he heard about it from the publisher. The publisher even told him to take care of himself and keep a low profile. Xiao Yuan responded nicely over the phone. After hanging up the phone, he was about to explode. That damned Lu Qing. When he saw that he was famous, he got his friend to block his path. He was simply a despicable person. Xiao Yuan had always been jealous of Lu Qing's good luck. They were both in high school, but Lu Qing had the rich Missy Xia Susu. They might even be together in the future, but he had nothing. At the same time, he looked down on Lu Qing from the bottom of his heart. What was a man asking a woman for help? Lu Qing, who hadn't done anything, was sleeping soundly at this moment. After one night, Xiao Yuan's reputation was more or less ruined. There was a wave of scolding under the messenger pigeon, saying that he was a scheming B*TCH who tricked a minor. Many of his die-hard fans fled, and the internet water army couldn't control the situation. His manager was helpless. He patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder and said with a look of disappointment, "Why did you have to scam Pandalin?" He opened his mouth. "What's wrong with him?" Sigh. The manager shook his head and pointed his index finger at the sky. Pandalin has a powerful background. There's someone at the top. This time, you're just unlucky. After this, we'll see if they're willing to let you go. Last time, the splash was too small. This Xiao Yuan wasn't considered a big shot here, so the manager didn't notice at all. This time, he noticed it, but it was already over. After this, he could only leave it to the heavens. Xiao Yuan's legs went soft, and he almost knelt down. He gulped. "I'm also very rich. Do you have a way to find them and talk to them?" He liked to draw and liked to be praised by people online. If he suddenly lost everything, it would be worse than killing him. The manager sighed. "I have the other party's manager's phone number. I'll contact him first and see if they're willing to settle. However, they don't lack money, so the possibility isn't high. You should be prepared." However, what the manager didn't expect was that the other party didn't play by the rules at all. They didn't even pick up the phone. "Good luck." He sighed, feeling a little regretful in his heart. Although Xiao Yuan's drawing skills were average, the rhythm of the story was still good. In addition, he could be considered a handsome guy if he dressed up. With some beautification, his popularity instantly soared and he attracted a wave of fans. As long as he was steady and walked up step by step, he would always be able to stand out. However, now that he had played a good hand, the road ahead was bound to be much harder. A few days later, Xiao Yuan's Life as a Flag was withdrawn from all the major comic apps and magazines. The serialization on Flying Pigeon was also cut off. Some people applauded, while others felt that it was a pity. If Life was still as popular as it was in the beginning, the magazines wouldn't bear to withdraw it no matter what. However, in the past few months, the comic had become more and more incomprehensible. There were inconsistencies in its logic, and it had already received a lot of feedback from a large number of readers. Now that the big boss of Jing'an had personally invited them to a meal and gave them face, they naturally knew when to stop. Wei Jing and Wei Zhi's relationship had now changed from brothers to lovers. In the first few days, Wei Jing was still worried about what to do in the future. Then, in the next few days, how did the two of them pass their days? How did they pass their days now? Except for the occasional kissing and hugging. Wei Jing. This was different from what he had imagined. On the first day of their relationship, Wei Jing took out his phone and secretly searched for 2 LGBTQ novels while hiding from the man. After reading them, he was tortured and heartbroken. At the very least, Wei Jing couldn't even eat properly for 2 consecutive days. His mind was filled with how could it be like this? Shouldn't the ending of a typical story be, the prince and the prince live happily ever after? How can you deviate from the normal path? Wei Zhi saw that Wei Jing was acting strangely. He sat on the sofa, his handsome features softened by the warm yellow color. "What's wrong? Haven't you gotten used to it?" "Don't worry, I won't touch you before you become an adult." Wei Jing replied absent-mindedly, "Including my past life, I'm already a 30-year-old uncle. How can I still be underage? Why don't you just say that I'm a child?" Wei Zhi's expression was strange, but he couldn't hide his excitement. So you're willing to sleep with me? Huh? Wei Jing jerked his head up, his face alternating between red and white. Don't twist my words. In the novels, it was very painful to do the lower part. It was even bloody, and with Wei Zhi's physique, he couldn't press down on him. Forget it. I'll drag it out for as long as I can. Maybe one day this man won't be interested in me anymore? It's daytime now. It's not like I can't daydream, right? Wei Zhi's expression darkened after being rejected. He gritted his teeth silently and thought to himself, I'll let you have fun for 2 or 3 more days. When you become an adult, haha. Just you wait. After National Day, the weather slowly turned cold, and the girls changed into beautiful woolen coats. Wei Jing, Xiaosusu, and Luqing finally got together for a meal. This time, the location was a steaming hot pot restaurant. The 3 of them chatted as they ate, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The restaurant was near the school, and the price was affordable. It was very popular with some students. Xiaosusu still had some complaints about Luqing standing her up last time. She couldn't help but mutter, seriously, why didn't you say anything when I asked you about it? You missed a good meal. Sorry. Luqing seemed to be in a good mood. He couldn't hide the smile on his handsome face. Wei Jing happened to see this that day. He guessed that Luqing didn't come because he didn't want Xiaosusu to see the wound on his face. He changed the topic and said, Christmas is coming. Why don't you 2 get out of singlehood and have a good time? It's not Valentine's Day. What's there to have a good time? Xiaosusu secretly glanced at the indifferent Luqing and replied unhappily. Wei Jing. It seems like he overreached himself. What do you mean? You mean you have a girlfriend? Luqing felt that there was something wrong with this sentence, so he asked uncertainly. The young man's fair face was dyed with a thin layer of red. His eyes were like spring water, and it was very moving. He nodded and said vaguely, something like that. Anyway. I have a partner. The kind that has marriage as a prerequisite. Ah. Xiaosusu let out a suppressed scream and asked excitedly, who is that person? Is it someone from school? Do I know her? Is she good looking? And marriage as a prerequisite? Yo. Wei Xiaojing, do you still remember what you said the last time we were together? Wei Jing scooped some mushrooms with his chopsticks and put them in a bowl. He lowered his head. From Xiaosusu's angle, she could see the young man's dark curly eyelashes fluttering like a small fan, casting a shadow on his eyelids. He smiled embarrassedly, and there was a hint of sweetness in his smile. I didn't expect something like this to happen in the end. Wei Zhi had stolen what he was supposed to protect. He had clearly asked him not to fall in love before he became an adult, but in the end, he had kidnapped him himself. What could he do? He was also in despair. What kind of girl is she? How could she let someone like you be with her? Luqing was also a little curious. More importantly, he was afraid that Wei Jing would be deceived. After all, the young man was usually very obedient, and it was obvious that he was the type that criminals liked the most. Wei Jing took a sip of the water beside him to neutralize the spiciness. He tilted his head and whispered, she's very gentle and treats me very well. Also, we've known each other for many years. Oh. Xiaosusu cupped her face with both hands and looked like a love-struck fool. Childhood sweethearts. I'm so envious. Wei Jing glanced at Luqing and silently added, you and Luqing are childhood sweethearts too. Since you know each other well, why don't you just get together? As soon as he said this, there was an awkward silence. This was what Wei Jing didn't understand. They clearly had feelings for each other, but neither of them exposed it. The 2 of them weren't like him and Wei Zhi. They were both men, so they were destined not to be recognized by society. Don't joke around. Xiaosusu forced a smile. She held her chopsticks and took a bite of the potato chips in the bowl. The potatoes are already cooked. Everyone, eat quickly. Otherwise, they'll all be boiled into powder later. Luqing took advantage of the situation and said a few words of praise. When Wei Jing saw this, he didn't know what else to say. When Luqing saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. If possible, he also hoped that he could be together with Xiaosusu. However, the gap between the two of them was too big. He had 2 houses now, and his mother and uncle were in the publishing industry. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was considered a good life. However, Xiaosusu was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Although her family's financial situation couldn't be compared to Wei Jing's, she could still casually go to high-end places. A gown could cost hundreds of thousands to millions. When she attended an auction, she could casually spend tens of millions without batting an eyelid. From then on, Lu Qing understood the gap between the two of them. After marrying him, Xiaosusu might not be able to live a life of squandering money like water. How could he let a girl suffer with him? Even if Xiaosusu didn't mind now, what about in the future? In another 2 years, their initial feelings for each other would fade and all their shortcomings would be magnified infinitely. Lu Qing didn't want to gamble on this possibility. He wanted to be friends for the rest of his life. The atmosphere between the 3 of them was a little gloomy. Wei Jing regretted talking too much. He wanted to find a topic to talk about, but he didn't know where to start. Suddenly, a familiar man's voice sounded behind them. "Zhao, where do you want to sit? Come, come, come. Help yourself. I'll pay. It's okay. I can eat by myself." The woman's voice revealed a sense of indifference and helplessness. It's boring to eat hot pot alone. It's more lively when everyone is together. The voice was getting closer and closer. It was obvious that someone was walking over. When Wei Jing got up, he happened to meet the man's eyes behind him. Zhu Wenyu was stunned for a moment. "Wei Xiaojing, you're here to eat too?" "Uh-huh." Wei Jing nodded. His gaze fell on Ruan Xiaoyu, who was wearing a fiery red woolen coat. Then, he turned back to Zhu Wenyu. "Did you guys come together?" Zhu Wenyu smiled and was about to nod when Ruan Xiaoyu beat him to it. "No, I'm here to eat. He followed me here." "Wei Jing, do you have any seats? Do you mind if I join you? I'll invite you out to karaoke later." Zhu Wenyu's heart was about to break when he heard this. He had been chasing after Ruan Xiaoyu for a long time. At first, she treated him well because he was Wei Jing's friend. Later on, he didn't know what happened. Not only did he not make her like him more, but he also made her hate him. Now, she would rather take a detour with him around. Zhu Wenyu picked up his broken glass heart and walked over with a smile on his face. "Count me in too. I'll ask the waiter to add a small stool." "I don't mind." Ruan Xiaoyu was speechless. Wei Jing's seat was an ordinary 4-seater, facing each other in pairs. The seat that Zhu Wenyu mentioned was a stool that was moved over from the aisle. Ruan Xiaoyu had said that to make Zhu Wenyu back off. However, he was so thick-skinned that she was dumbfounded. She sighed softly. "Forget it. I'll find a seat myself. We're all acquaintances. You don't have to be so polite, Zhao." Zhu Wenyu took a few steps forward as he spoke. His gaze shifted from Wei Jing to the 2 people sitting opposite him. Why? Did they look so familiar? He pondered for a moment before an idea struck him. He pointed at Lu Qing and shouted, "Isn't this the son of the mistress who fought with Senior Xiao the other day?" Silence. There was complete silence. The atmosphere could not be described as awkward. Ruan Xiaoyu glared fiercely at Zhu Wenyu. He lowered his voice and said, "You're not 18 years old this year. You're 8 years old. Why can't we talk things out? Why are you shouting?" People were very sensitive to terms such as mistress. 2 tables nearby looked over at this moment. Lu Cheng's face was livid. He gritted his teeth and said, "My mother is not a mistress." They could not stay in the restaurant any longer. The 3 of them were almost done eating, so they decided to leave together. Before Wei Jing left, he patted Zhu Wenyu on the shoulder. "All right, it's not your fault. You should stay here and enjoy your meal." Zhu Wenyu scratched his head. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "I didn't do it on purpose. I was just too agitated." Ruan Xiaoyu chuckled when she saw that. "Haven't you been agitated before? All right, I don't feel like eating anymore. Can you please stop following me? You're like a stalker. It's really annoying." This was the first time she had spoken so harshly to Zhu Wenyu. After they left the restaurant, the cold wind blew. The three of them instinctively shrank back. Half of Lu Cheng's face was covered by his ash-gray scarf. He said, "Believe it or not, my mother is that man's first wife. Xiao Yuan's mother is the culprit who destroyed my family. But it's nothing." The winter wind howled, and the withered branches stood erect above their heads. It would be Christmas in a few days. Merry Christmas songs were playing in the streets and alleys. Most of the shops had already made Christmas trees. Sparkling lights twined around the trees of various sizes. There were also small gift boxes that had been wrapped up. After spending a certain amount in the shop, one could draw a gift box. Most of the gifts were not expensive, and they were just for good luck. The three of them wandered aimlessly on the streets, listening to the man talk about the sad past in a casual tone. His emotions were calm, as if he was talking about something unrelated. Wei Jing could not imagine how there could be a father in this world who did not love his son. Wei He was not related to him by blood, and his mother had cheated on him. It was normal for him to hate him. But as for Lu Cheng's father, they clearly got married in a normal way. How could he do this after becoming rich? What's that bastard's occupation? Damn it, I'm going to ask someone to put him in a gunny sack tomorrow and beat him up. Otherwise, I won't be able to appease the anger in my heart. Xia Susu clenched her fists, and her beautiful oval face twisted. She spat out vulgarities that were completely opposite of her appearance. It's nothing. It's all in the past. Don't be rash. He used to think that he would remember this hatred for the rest of his life, but after he moved out of that house and left that place, he got better and better. The pain faded little by little as time passed. He still could not forgive that man, and there was even a subtle feeling in his heart that he hoped that he would lead a bad life. But there was no need to keep this person in his heart every day. Xia Susu glared at him fiercely, and her words were filled with unconcealable heartache. You too. You can tell me if there's anything going on at home. What's the relationship between the two of us? Why are you being so polite? Senior Xia, I don't think there's anything wrong with what you said at the end. Wei Jing, who was sandwiched in the middle, raised his hand weakly. But, it's not good for you to interfere in this matter. Xia Susu was rendered speechless by Wei Jing's honest words. She felt extremely uncomfortable when she thought of the hardships Lu Qing had gone through. In the end, she walked to the side sullenly. It was not like she could solve his family's problems with money. Besides, why would Lu Qing accept her money? Right. After the commotion, Lu Qing relaxed. He seemed to have thought of something, and a conflicted expression flashed across his handsome face. Wei Xiaojing, isn't your brother a member of the Wei family? Will he take over the Wei family? I don't know. Mr. Wei seems to want my eldest brother to return to the Wei family, but what about the details? I don't know. Wei Jing glanced at Lu Qing suspiciously. Why do you ask? In the past few years, Jing'an had been developing rapidly. Its resources were much better than the declining Wei clan, and it was considered a tyrant in B City. Wei Zhe was already so busy with Jing'an that his feet barely touched the ground. If the Wei clan was added to the mix, he would probably have even less time in the future. There's something that has been bothering me for a long time. I feel like I should tell you. Lu Qing tilted his head slightly and lowered his voice. I don't know what my biological father is doing. After all, he guards against me like I'm a thief. The warm yellow street lights illuminated everyone, and their shadows were very long. The young man raised his head in confusion. He did not know why this person was telling him this. I suspect that his sources of money are not legitimate. If your eldest brother still cares about the Wei clan, he should hurry up and investigate. Lu Qing thought about it and used the word suspect. In reality, this was definitely the case. No company could avoid people who embezzled public funds and took kickbacks. Thank you. I'll talk to my eldest brother. Wei Jing thanked him sincerely. He believed in Lu Cheng's character and knew that he would not make empty promises. It's nothing. Actually, this is also part of my selfishness. I'll be happy if he doesn't have a good life, Lu Qing said with a self-deprecating smile. If you want to investigate, hurry up. He embezzled a lot of money. A conservative estimate would be at least 30 to 40 million yuan. This means that there are bigger fish up there. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Wei Jing's relaxed expression froze when he heard this. This amount of money did not seem to be a lot in the entire Wei clan. As one of the top 100 companies on the Forbes list, even if Wei Jing did not know much about these things, the entire Wei clan's assets added up to at least 10 billion US dollars. However, this 10 billion US dollars included the total value of the Wei clan's real estate assets. It would be considered good if they had even a tenth of their liquid assets. An employee embezzling at least 30 to 40 million US dollars was definitely not a small amount. If he could embezzle that much, it meant that the people covering for him could embezzle even more. To sum it up, if the boss ate the meat, the subordinates ate the minced meat. Wei Jing shook his head and thought for a long time, but he could not come up with anything. Xiaosusu, who was walking briskly in front, turned his head. He was oblivious to the conversation between the two of them. Why are you two dawdling behind me? Do you still want to go back to the dorm? I'm coming. Lu Qing responded and quickly walked over. Wei Jing hesitated for a moment before he hailed a taxi and said, "You two can go back. I have something to do at the last minute, so I'll be going home tonight. I'll ask my roommates to cover for me at the dorm." What's the matter? Why so sudden? Xiaosusu mumbled as he looked at his watch. Lu Qing understood and changed the topic. Alright, he has something to do. Let's go. The weather is freezing. It's almost Christmas, why isn't it snowing yet? How would I know? Xiaosusu looked up at the dark sky. B City was located in the north, and the winter was so cold that it could freeze people to death. When the two of them spoke, they could see the white steam coming out of each other's breaths. They looked at each other and laughed happily. Suddenly, something white fell on the tip of Lu Qing's nose. He was stunned and touched it with his hand. Then, snow fell from the sky and landed on people's heads. Some people exclaimed and quickened their pace, while others happily pulled the people around them to talk about the first snow. Does this count as my wish coming true? Lu Qing smiled. Some snowflakes fell on his long eyelashes and quickly turned into water droplets. They slid down the corners of his eyes like inconspicuous teardrops. Xiaosusu chuckled. No, it's just a jinx. Let's go back to the dorm. It's so cold. Lu Qing shivered. Do you think we should take a taxi? Xiaosusu rolled her eyes at him and patted his back hard. Let's go. We're near the school. Why take a taxi? We'll be back in 5 minutes. It's warm in the car. Lu Qing said innocently. Xiaosusu waved her fist and acted like a big sister. I have to maintain my image. Don't force me to hit you. Okay. Got it. When Wei Jing returned to the villa, the light snow had turned into heavy snow. The whole world seemed to be surrounded by white. Even without the street lights, it was as bright as day. He opened the door and saw that the living room was dark. He looked up at the clock in the living room. It was 8:54. Wei Jing's villa had 3 floors. The living room, kitchen, and living quarters for the servants were on the first floor. Wei Jing and Wei Zhi's bedroom and study were on the second floor. The third floor was a simple gym, home theater, and other entertainment activities. It was definitely not as good as the Wei family's old house in any aspect, but Wei Jing and Wei Zhi liked it very much. The house was so big that it seemed a little empty. Young master, why are you back? The housekeeper, who lived on the first floor, came out of the house when she heard the noise. She smiled and said, Are you hungry? Do you want me to make you some supper? Wei Jing shook his head. No, I just ate and came back. Where's Big Brother? He's not back yet? Mr. Wei is probably working overtime at the company. The housekeeper said. It's a big company after all. He's busy. Wei Jing nodded. Okay, go and rest. Don't worry about me. He went upstairs to his room as he spoke. It was still early. He hesitated for 2 seconds before he finally dialed Wei Zhi's number. Xiaojing, what are you doing? The man's voice was deep and a little hoarse. It was like a gust of wind brushing past his ears. Wei Jing almost melted. He calmed himself down and started to criticize him. Big brother, it's so late. Why are you still working overtime at the company? The man on the other end of the line hesitated for 2 seconds before he said. You're home. It was not a question, but an imperative. Wei Jing patted his chest. How did you know? How else would you know that I'm still working overtime? Wei Jia sighed. He took his jacket and said, wait for me. I'll be right back. Wei Jing looked at the phone that had been hung up. When Wei Jia came back, the clock had already turned slowly to 10:30 p.m. The heater in the house was very strong. Wei Jing was wearing a brownish-yellow sweater as he sat by the desk. His mind was filled with what Lu Qing had told him. He could not continue with the drawing in his hands. The door was pushed open. The man carried the wind and snow with him as he hugged the youth from behind. He glanced at the graphics board and said, it's so late. Why are you still drawing? Aren't you working as well? Wei Jing mumbled. You have to take care of your body when you're young. You have to sleep early and wake up early. You can't stay up late to work like this. Okay. I know I was wrong. Wei Jia raised his hands in surrender. His dark eyes turned into a puddle of spring water. He bent down and licked the youth's delicate and fair earlobe with the tip of his crimson tongue. He sucked and said in a hoarse voice, you came back so late. Did you miss me? Wei Jing pushed the man away. His ears were sensitive. This simple teasing was enough to make his body go weak. The corners of the youth's eyes were seductively red. His fair and clear face looked as if it had been sprinkled with rouge, revealing a delicate pink. His voice was so soft that it made people want to bully him even more. Stop fooling around. I have something important to talk to you about. Wei Jia took off his heavy woolen coat and hung it on the hanger. He stood there with a slender waist, long legs, and broad shoulders. He had the body of a model. His expression was deadpan. He was the epitome of a beast in human clothing. He said calmly, go ahead. I'm listening. Wei Jing looked up and glared at him. His voice was much better now. He told him everything that Lu Qing had said today and said, Big brother, do you still want to take over the Wei clan? Wei Jia chuckled when he heard this. Doesn't the Wei clan have Wei Yu Wei now? One Yu and one Jing are enough to keep me busy. I'll get someone to look into what you said. He thought for a moment and added, don't worry. Our family has enough money to support you. We don't need his share. Wei Jing felt a subtle sweetness in his heart. I'm being serious. Don't talk about other things. Isn't supporting a wife serious enough? Wei Jia said innocently. Wei Jing lowered his head. He had been blushing from Wei Jia's string of sweet nothings recently. Sometimes, he felt indignant. Everyone was about the same, so why was he always the one blushing? It wasn't fair. The youth plucked up his courage and looked up. Why aren't you my wife? Wei Jia changed his words. Supporting a husband is serious too. It was just a matter of title. He would let Wei Jing do whatever he wanted. He looked at the man's masculine face that was full of hormones and called him husband. His heart trembled inexplicably and he felt very awkward. After struggling for 2 minutes, Wei Jing sighed. He was like a small fish that had been tossed onto the beach by the waves. He was on his last breath. Forget it. You should just call me your wife. He didn't know why. He had accepted the fact that he was on top from the start. If he was on top of such a strong and handsome big brother. Just thinking about it made Wei Jing feel like his idol had collapsed. His life had turned black and white. He felt terrible. He could only atone for his sins with his death. Wei Jia didn't think too much about it. He was used to being tough. The only person who could make him give in was the person in front of him. Although he was very resistant to being under someone else's body and being controlled by someone else, if Wei Jing insisted, he would give in. After all, they were both men. Why could he be on top of Wei Jing, but Wei Jing couldn't be on top of him? Was this fair to Wei Jing? As he thought about it, he looked at the youth's small arms and legs. Although his heart was thundering and he felt like a landslide had passed through, If it was Wei Jing, if it was this person, the two of them looked at each other. Although their thoughts were completely different, they could see the frustration in each other's eyes. Wei Jia thought that if Wei Jing wanted to be on top, even if he felt uncomfortable, he could endure it. After all, both of them worked together. There was no reason for Wei Jing to do it alone. Wei Jing thought that fortunately, his big brother's attitude was that he definitely wanted to be on top. Otherwise, he would probably break down. To a certain extent, it was a great harmony. Come, let your husband kiss you. Wei Jia threw the scene in his mind to the back of his mind. The tender meat in front of him was right in front of him. How could he not eat it? Wei Jing thought about how Wei Jia had called him hubby and felt inexplicably gratified at this moment. He walked to the man's side. One of them raised his head and the other lowered his head. Their lips and teeth touched. The youth could feel the man's hot palm on his waist. His lips were sucked and licked by the other party, and it gave him a thrill that made his scalp tingle. Soon, he didn't have time to think about anything else. His whole body was like a small sailboat in the waves, dancing with the other party's lips and tongue. After an unknown period of time, Wei Jing leaned against the man's broad chest and gasped for breath. His lips were numb, and his words were a little tongue-tied. Can't you be a little gentler? Do you think it's possible for someone who's so hungry that his chest is sticking to his back to eat slowly when facing a big meal? Wei Jia was also panting a little, but he was much better than Wei Jing. It's already very kind of you to not eat the whole meal and only fill your stomach. Bastard, twisted logic. Wei Jing muttered softly. When the man was explaining, his hand slid to his waist and pinched the smooth soft flesh. Wei Jing's legs went weak and he almost fell. Fortunately, Wei Jia was still supporting him. Otherwise, he would have been embarrassed. The man chuckled. Little baby, why can't you walk properly? If you fall, my big brother will be so heartbroken. Wait for me, I'll give you this tomorrow. Oh. No. We'll put a wool carpet in the room. I guarantee that you won't be hurt no matter how you fall. Wei Jing looked up. The pitiful youth who was bullied had a layer of hazy mist in his eyes. His fair little face was red and he looked pitiful yet adorable. Get lost. Who do you think I'm doing this for? Wei Jia looked back at him innocently. If you continue to look at me like this, I feel like I won't be able to control myself anymore. Wei Jing. Who exactly was this person who was in heat all the time? Hurry up and change his upright, abstinent, strong, and charming big brother back. Wei Jia, who had been abstinent for countless years and had finally licked a piece of meat, could no longer control himself. The Wei family brothers were having a happy and intimate time here. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the Wei family's old residence was not very good. In the study room, Wei He, whose hair had turned white, sat on the main seat. His exquisite and gloomy face had wrinkles at the corners of his eyes due to the merciless passage of time. He had gained a lot of weight and his well-maintained figure was now slightly bloated. At this moment, the man's face was filled with anger. He slammed a document on the table heavily. Didn't you say that the City W project was in the bag? Why did you run away now? How could you do such a thing? Wei Yuwei stood upright in front of the table with a worried look on his face. I'm sorry, father. What use do I have for your apology? Wei He was so angry that his heart was aching. He did not know if he was going through menopause in recent years, but his temper was very bad and his mind was controlled by anger. He kicked the table with all his might. I'm handing the Wei clan over to you. Look at it, the entire Wei clan has been going downhill all these years. The shareholders have long been unhappy. If you don't do a good job, you can forget about your position as vice president, Wei He said coldly. Wei Yuwei trembled when he heard this. He lifted his head and his eyes were red. Father, give me one more chance. This time I'll definitely do a good job. You only have one chance. If you miss it, don't even think about the next one. Wei He shook his head. He took a sip of the warm water beside him and took out a pill from the drawer. He popped it into his mouth and swallowed it with water. Time was unforgiving. Wei He, who used to be strong and cold, was now like any other ordinary person in the world. He was troubled by his illness. Yes, father, Wei Yuwei replied and quietly left the room. After he left the study, Wei Yuwei's expression changed. The regret and sadness from before disappeared and was replaced by pride. He walked back to his room and took out a phone that he rarely used. He dialed a number. The old man has already made up his mind to remove me. This time, we'll do something big. We'll clean out the Wei clan and then hide abroad. Wei Yuwei's face darkened when he heard something on the other end of the line. He said angrily, "We're in the same boat now. Without me, how could you have made so much money over the years? You should get rid of your real estate as soon as possible so that you can escape. Don't worry. When have I ever let you suffer losses when you're with me?" The two of them conversed for a while. Wei Yuwei's other phone rang. He picked it up and looked at it. He raised his eyebrows and said enthusiastically, "Grandma, how are you doing over there? Do your feet still hurt?" Madame Wei was almost 70 years old. Her body was already on the verge of collapsing. She smiled when she heard her grandson's words. "Grandma is fine. Don't worry. How are you? Wei He, that bastard, didn't do anything to you, did he?" "Grandma, don't worry. He doesn't know about our relationship. Why would he purposely come after me?" Wei Yuwei smiled. "Besides, you know his current condition. He's like a scholar whose vitality has been sucked away by a female ghost. I don't think he'll live for long." Madame Wei smiled happily when she heard this. That's good, that's good. Ha ha ha. Evil will be repaid with evil." After that, Wei Yuwei said a lot of good things, which made the old woman on the other end of the line beam with joy. He only heaved a sigh of relief when the call ended. Wei Yuwei didn't have any feelings for Madame Wei. However, she knew his secret. Before he fell out with Wei he had to treat her well. Anyway, this old woman was already 70 years old. Who knew how many more years she could live? While Wei Yuwei had a lot on his mind, Wei He also had a lot of worries. His beloved eldest son didn't want to return to the Wei clan and take over the Wei family. This was something he hadn't expected. Even if there was Jing'an, wouldn't it be better if they merged into one family? Why didn't Wei Zhe want such a large fortune? The next day, something happened in B City. The high-end residential area developed by the Wei clan, Dark Blue Bay, was trending on Pigeon. Clearwater Bay was a high-end residential area that the Wei clan group had just completed in recent years. Even though housing prices had skyrocketed in recent years, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the Chinese people to buy houses. Coupled with the Wei clan's old reputation, they bought excellent houses all over the country. And now, Clearwater Bay, located in the third ring of B City, was trending on Pigeon. At first, it was just a white-collar beauty's complaint. "Han Lan, a few days ago, I saw a big bulge in the wallpaper in my room. Today, I couldn't help but remove the wallpaper. Then I realized that the walls in my house were falling off. This is the new house I got last year. My heart hurts." Picture, the phone's resolution was very high, and a large piece of the white wall could be seen clearly, revealing the ugly limestone inside. Coupled with the exquisitely decorated room, it looked particularly hideous. Netizens commented below, "The house you got last year? You can look for the property management for this kind of thing. The property management will care about you. Don't think too much, just find someone to force it. It won't cost much, but it will be very troublesome. Speaking of which, where is this house?" "It's probably a shoddy construction," Han Lan replied. "It's Clearwater Bay. I originally came here for the Wei clan, but, woo-woo. Crying, don't say any more, it's uncomfortable. Isn't Clearwater Bay very famous? How did it become like this? It's so red and dazzling, so is there any room for people to live in now? It won't collapse one day, right? You're scaring me to death." The topic should have ended there, but who knew that many owners would come forward with pictures and complain about all kinds of strange things in their new houses. Some of them had broken pipes, some of them had cracks in the walls, and even more strange was that the roof was leaking. It was simply impossible to guard against. Everyone talked to each other and found that many of them were houses in Clearwater Bay. The matter became bigger and bigger, and finally, it became a trending topic. A group of dumbfounded people watched a good show. It became a trending topic in the morning. Wei Yuwei's first reaction when he heard the news was to not let Wei He see it. Wei he had been in poor health for the past few years, so he would sleep a little longer in the morning. During breakfast, Wei told his mother to coax Wei he today and not let him know about this. Zhao Wanwan had been on tenterhooks these days. She secretly tugged at her son, who was already much taller than her, and looked worried. Let's not do it anymore, okay? Anyway, we have enough money now. Let's hurry up and leave the country before anything happens. Mom, after this time, I won't do it anymore, okay? Wei said, I swear, this is the last time. I'll leave as soon as I get the money. How long will it take? Zhao Wanwan asked. Wei estimated the time and stretched out 3 fingers. 3 months. I'll try my best to finish it within 3 months. It was already the 23rd of November. 3 months meant that it would be February next year. It would be just after the Spring Festival, so it was not a big problem. When Zhao Wanwan saw this, she replied softly, okay, then hurry up. Remember, you're the most important. You must be careful. Wei's heart warmed when he heard this. He opened his arms and gave her a warm hug. Mom, don't worry. I'll definitely let you live a good life in the future. Okay. Zhao Wanwan smiled happily. Wei left the Wei family's old mansion. The first thing he did was to call Wei Zhe. The phone rang a few times before the other party picked up. The man's lazy and sexy voice came from the phone. What's the matter? F***ck. Wei cursed in his heart. He was careful and cautious here, and he was very worried. However, that person was living a good life. The contrast between the two was simply infuriating. However, he had to ask for help now, so he could only endure it. Little Zhe. Isn't flying pigeon your business? Did you see the comments on flying pigeon? No matter what, you're still a member of the Wei family. It's not good to let outsiders slander us like this. Wei laughed. Wei Zhe raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He didn't bother to hide his sneer as he said, I don't remember you and I being family. You can't say that. Wei smiled disapprovingly. We're all members of the Wei family. Of course we're family. Wei Zhe felt that the saying shameless people are invincible in the world was true. He hung up the phone without another word. The man was lying in the soft blanket, and the young man's soft body was beside him. He glanced at the young man's delicate skin. Half of Wei Jing's face was hidden in the blanket, and only the top half of his face could be seen. His thick, curly eyelashes were like a small fan that covered his lower eyelids. His soft, black hair was scattered messily to one side, and his smooth forehead was exposed. Wei Zhe seemed to be mesmerized. He lowered his head and gently planted a kiss on the young man's forehead. After the kiss, he still wasn't satisfied. He took out his phone, aimed it at the two of them, and took a photo together. Wei Zhe's photography skills were terrible. What was originally a very beautiful photo was ruined by him. It took a lot of effort for both of them to be exceptionally beautiful to capture this distorted photo. The man was very happy. He thought that his photo was great. His heart skipped a beat, and he used his finger to set the photo as his screensaver. After doing all this, he finally had the time to log into Messenger Pigeon and browse through the things inside. When he thought about the message Wei Jing had sent him yesterday, Wei Zhe couldn't help but frown. After all these years, had the Wei clan fallen to such a state? TSK. The man's lips curled into a cold smile. Wei. He ate too much. Wasn't he afraid of getting a stomach ache? Wei Zhe went to work as usual in the morning. When he arrived at the office, the receptionist downstairs told him that someone from the Wei family had arrived. The assistant asked Wei Zhe if he wanted to arrange a meeting. Just tell him to come up, Wei Zhe said. He casually released Wei's number, which he had previously blocked. If he wanted to suppress them, he had to succeed in one fell swoop. He had to suppress them until they couldn't make a comeback. Now that someone was giving him money, how could he not accept it, after all? Raising a wife was a huge expense. Wei was dumbfounded when the call was cut off. When he dialed again, he was told that the phone was turned off. After thinking for a while, he realized that he had been blocked. He almost vomited blood at that time. His face was gloomy, and he didn't even call. Instead, he went straight to Jing'an. When he reached the top floor, an assistant was waiting for him at the elevator. Wei Yuwei had seen this person before. He was Wei Zhe's university classmate from the beginning. He seemed to be Xianxia. The other party greeted him warmly, and he couldn't find any fault with him. If it weren't for the fact that the hatred between him and Wei Zhe couldn't be resolved, he would have thought that the other party valued him very much. Assistant Su walked to the door of the office and said politely to the man, "Please wait for a moment." "It's okay." Wei Yuwei's smile was simple and honest. This was his habitual action to hide his true thoughts. "Boss Wei, you're in charge of such a big company. You're busy every day. It's only right for me to wait." Assistant Su smiled again and glanced at the office door. Mr. Wei Yuwei is here." There were two Mr. Wei, so he had to change the way he addressed the other one. "Let him in." "Yes." Assistant Su pushed the office door open and gestured for Wei Yuwei to enter. He said a few nice words and said, "Mr. Wei is waiting for you inside. Please come in." Wei Yuwei cursed in his heart. Why was he pretending? It was only a few steps, and he still had to wait. It was obvious that Wei Zhe was trying to intimidate him. However, he had to endure it at this time. He had already become the vice president of the Wei clan. All these years, other than Wei He, who dared to give him a hard time. Unfortunately, there was Wei Zhe now. This father and son pair was born to be his nemesis. Wei Yuwei entered the office with a warm smile on his face. "Mr. Wei, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever. I don't know how many girls will fall for you if you stand out." Wei Zhe's gaze was cold. He put down the document in his hand and pointed to the chair opposite him. "Sit down. If you have something to say, say it." He did not even want to exchange pleasantries with Wei Yuwei. "Okay." Wei Yuwei sat down opposite Wei Zhe. "Mr. Wei, I'll be straightforward. How much do you want to pay to remove the trending topic on Flying Pigeon?" Flying Pigeon is a free communication software. The things on it were spontaneously brought up by netizens. "What's the point of telling me about this?" The man smiled indifferently. "Who can you blame if your own product is not good enough?" "I'll pay 5 million. Wei Yuwei gritted his teeth. "Remove it." Wei Zhe raised his eyebrows and looked at him with his arms crossed. His gaze was clear and cold, as if to say, "Are you stupid?" Wei Yuwei said. 6 million. I can't go any higher. You can't even sell it at this price usually. If the founder of Flying Pigeon was not Wei Zhe, if Wei Yuwei did not have a guilty conscience, if he did not have a grudge against Wei Zhe, such a small matter would have been settled by his subordinates. 10 million. Wei Zhe opened his mouth. "Don't ask for too much?" Wei Yuwei was about to laugh at the man. "Besides, with your status, do you still lack that little bit of money?" Wei Zhe smiled. There was a blinding sweetness in his smile. "I do. It's very expensive to raise a wife. Naturally, I have to work hard to earn money." Wei Yuwei could not react for a moment. "Wait. You have a girlfriend? Why haven't I heard of her? Which family's daughter is she from? Let's get down to business." Wei Zhe, who had secretly finished showing off, said seriously. Wei Yuwei was speechless. Wei Yuwei had been in the upper-class circle all these years. The people he liked did not like him. Others liked him, but he didn't like them. He was neither high nor low. In the end, he kept a few small models outside and didn't have a serious girlfriend. To put it bluntly, Wei Yuwei had initially wanted to find a woman who could help him in his career. However, he also knew that in the end, the Wei family would most likely fall into Wei Zhe's hands. Wei Yuwei was in the limelight now. In a few years, Wei Zhe would return and there would be no room for him. Wei Yuwei did not have Wei He's good looks. He could make a woman fall head over heels in love with him and marry him willingly. In the end, he decided to go all the way. He decided to take the Wei clan's money and run away with it. Even if some people on the sidelines had already acknowledged him, he was not in the mood to talk about it anymore. He would drag it out and wait until he had the money. There would always be women who would be willing to throw themselves at him. but now, he actually heard a hint of pride in Wei Zhi's tone. It was as if he was saying, "You're a single dog. I already have a lover. Are you jealous?" No, no, no. He must be overthinking. How could Wei Zhi be such a childish person? Wei Yuwei tried his best to keep a straight face. He raised his eyes and looked straight at Wei Zhi. The Wei family will be yours from now on. Aren't you afraid that the Wei family will be ruined and you won't be able to get anything? What's there to be afraid of? I have a Jing, and Wei Zhi gently took a sip of tea. 10 million yuan. If it's a single cent less, there's no need to talk about it. Wei Yuwei. Okay. The two of them did as they said. Soon, this matter was removed from the trending searches. Originally, it was just a small problem. It could be said that it was the fault of the property management. It could also be said that it was the result of a bad renovation. After everyone dug around, their enthusiasm quickly decreased. The company was also afraid that the matter would blow up. They quickly contacted the property owners and helped them resolve the big problems. After discussing the matter, Wei Yuwei walked out of the office. His eyes were attracted by a figure. Not far away, there was a woman wearing a Chanel suit. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her eyes were moving, and her every move was filled with a seductive charm. Compared to the models he kept, she had an air of superiority. Wei Yuwei's eyes darkened. He walked over to the woman. Hi. Pretty lady, do you work here? Yes, and you are? Xianxia, who was holding a cup of coffee, was stunned. Her face with exquisite makeup was not as stunning as it looked from afar. Her skin was a little dark and her fake eyelashes were too exaggerated. Wei Yuwei raised his eyebrows. A trace of disappointment flashed across his heart. However, his expression did not change as he greeted the woman. I'm here to discuss business. Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of asking you out for dinner? I'm at work. A trace of pride flashed across Xianxia's face. However, she deliberately put on an anxious and shy expression. Why don't we exchange phone numbers? You must give me a chance. I'll be very sad. Wei Yuwei deliberately winked at the woman. He was a 26-year-old man. Although his looks were average, he was humorous and wore high-end ready-to-wear clothes. Xianxia thought about it. She had given up on Wei Zhi. If this man could come to discuss business with Mr. Wei, his family must be rich. The woman seemed to be in a difficult position. In the end, because the man was too enthusiastic, she reluctantly exchanged phone numbers with him. Wei Jing did not have classes in the morning, so he slept in. After lunch, the driver drove him to school. After a few months of interaction, the four people in the dormitory were no longer new to the university. When Wei Jing arrived at the dormitory, Hong Ji and Sun Jianghao were playing a game together. They kept mumbling. Kill him. Kill him. That's it. Little guy, how dare you fool around in front of me with low HP? Ah. Why did a group of people jump out of the bushes? Big brother, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Don't kill me. I told you to be more wretched. You're just a fragile little sorcerer. Sun Jianghao rolled his eyes. That's right. I'm not as strong as you. Wei Jing was curious. He could not help but walk over to take a look. On the computer screen, he saw the pitiful little sorcerer lying on the ground. Hong Ji was already engrossed in the game. When he saw Wei Jing coming over, he casually asked him a few questions and then continued to fight in the game. Do you usually play this game in the dormitory? Wei Jing asked. Yes. Sun Jianghao took a big gulp of warm water to moisten his throat. He began to promote the game. Do you want to play? It's really fun. Brother, I'll take you flying. Haha. Hong Ji sneered. You're just a bronze player. Who gave you the courage to say that? Liang Jingru? Sun Jianghao was speechless. This was King awkward. These two people were new to the game and did not know much about the game. They were tortured by each other every day, but they still willingly threw themselves at each other. Wei Jing saw the two of them bickering and laughed out loud. I've been busy painting recently. You guys go ahead and play. Sigh. This is what it means to have a higher starting point than you, and to be more hardworking than you. How can people like us, who come here to waste our days, have the face to talk to you? Sun Jianghao sighed. His already pale skin added a touch of whiteness to his face. Hongji glanced at him. So, do you still want to play? Yes, yes, yes. The two of them were playing in full swing. Zhu Wenyu, who was at the side, was in dire straits. He remembered the first day Zhu Wenyu came over. She was wearing a clean white t-shirt and three-quarter casual pants. Her hair was specially styled. It was fluffy, soft, and stylish. Standing there, she looked like a reserved young master. Now, this young master was wearing a pair of fluffy slippers that he bought from a street stall for 20 renminbi. He was wearing Hongji's army green long down jacket. His hair was messy like a chicken's nest. His eyes were dizzy and his expression was gloomy. He looked like he had just returned from a battle in the 1980s. What's wrong? Why do you look so listless? Wei Jing walked over and patted his shoulder curiously. Wei Xiaojing. Zhu Wenyu looked up with tears in her eyes. I might have fallen out of love. Wei Jing said. Although it's a little hurtful, I want to ask you when you fell in love? Zhu Wenyu was speechless. Wei Jing looked back at Zhu Wenyu innocently. In the end, Zhu Wenyu was defeated. He looked at the young man in the computer chair who curled up into a ball and said in a muffled voice, Zhao Yu must have been angry yesterday. She's ignoring me now. She won't answer my calls or reply to my texts. Wei Jing was at a loss for words when he thought about how the two of them interacted yesterday. He said carefully. Do you plan to continue like this? What do you mean? Zhu Wenyu looked up. Her tender baby face was filled with obvious confusion. Do you like Ruan Xiaoyu because you want to marry her? Do you like her? Let me tell you, all relationships that don't involve marriage are hooligans, Wei Jing said righteously. Zhu Wenyu frowned. But didn't Zhao Yu say that you should have a romantic relationship when you were talking to her? So you don't plan to marry Ruan Xiaoyu? Wei Jing asked. Well. Zhu Wenyu was suddenly at a loss for words. He liked Ruan Xiaoyu, but he had never thought about marriage. He always felt that it was far away from him. Since you don't plan to get married, why do you have to chase after her? Wei Jing saw this and said, Zhao Yu obviously doesn't like you. B City is so big. You will meet someone you like and want to marry in the future. Was that so? Zhu Wenyu touched his chest. He felt disappointed. He didn't want to get married, but it didn't matter who the other party was. He just didn't care about it now. Even if you really like her, the way you chase after her. I'm afraid you need to change a little, Wei Jing said. Zhu Wenyu's face fell when he heard this. I sent flowers, fruits, and takeout. I even wanted to buy clothes, shoes, and bags for Zhao Yu. Didn't I see other people chasing her like this? So, you succeeded? No. Zhu Wenyu's expression was a little complicated. The flowers were rejected by her. Not only did she give the fruits to her roommate, she even transferred the money to me. She only succeeded twice with takeout. As for the rest, she didn't accept anything. Isn't there a saying that bag cures all diseases? She also said that if one doesn't work, then two. In the end, Ruan Xiaoyu hated Zhu Wenyu more and more. Think about what you said when you first met her. Think about what you're doing now. Wei Jing was a little speechless. Zhu Wenyu felt wronged. But being rich is also my ability. I don't know much about love, so I can't tell you much. But if you really, really like Ruan Xiaoyu and want to marry her, then you should do it properly. Don't be too anxious. You'll scare her. Okay. By the way, I almost forgot about what happened in the restaurant. Please apologize to your friend on my behalf. I don't know what happened to me at that time. Maybe I was out of my mind. A layer of embarrassment appeared on Zhu Wenyu's face. Okay. Wei Jing didn't have the right to forgive Zhu Wenyu on behalf of Lu Qing. He could only say this one word. Zhu Wenyu nodded. He sat on the sofa and continued to think about life. Wei Jing could only sigh. Everything had its vanquisher. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before Wei Jing became an adult. Wei Jing's birthday was on the 23rd of December. There were only 7 days left before the most important Lunar New Year in China. Hong Ji and Sun Jianghao were both from City W. As soon as the winter break started, they packed up and went back to their hometown. They could only miss Wei Jing's birthday party regretfully. 18 years old. This was a watershed. On this day, it meant that Wei Jing had officially become an adult and could bear legal responsibilities. He was an independent adult. Wei Zhe was so excited that he wanted to make a big deal out of it and announce to the world that his stupid rabbit had become an adult again. When Wei Jing heard about it, he quickly stopped him. He said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Let's just gather all our acquaintances and have a meal together." Wei Zhe was about to refute when he suddenly thought of something. He swallowed his words and said, "All right then. Then I'll call Su Jiahui and ask them to come to our house on the 23rd, Wei Jing said as he took out his phone. Unexpectedly, the man beside him suddenly grabbed his hand and stopped him. The teenager looked up and asked blankly, "What's wrong? Is there a problem? Your 18th birthday is such an important event. Shouldn't we go to your grandparents' place to celebrate it?" Wei Zhe said. After Wei Jing's biological grandfather retired a few years ago, he moved to B City with the old lady. When Wei Jing was on vacation, he would go over to stay with the old man for a while, but in the end, he would still return to his own small villa. This caused him to feel guilty towards his grandparents. Now that his elder brother had mentioned it, he immediately reacted and said in annoyance, "Big brother, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten to discuss it with my grandparents." When Old Master and Old Master first moved to City B, they lived in a small villa bought by Wei Zhe. It was located right next to the villa they were living in now. There were nannies to take care of everything. After living there for a month or two, the two of them could not stand the loneliness. There was no one to chat with them and they felt lonely. After living there for about half a year, the two of them used their savings to buy a small residential house in the suburbs. Together with a group of old people who lived nearby, they danced in the square, knitted sweaters, and sang folk songs. They lived a very comfortable life. Wei Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he found out. Seeing that the old man didn't want to come back, he didn't force him, but he had to accept the nanny. Old Madam and the others were in their 60s this year. Perhaps it was because of Wei Jing that they had something to look forward to in life. In the past few years, their health had improved a lot compared to before. However, their age was still there. If anything happened, it would be more convenient for them to have a nanny around. What he didn't expect was that before Wei Jing's call was made, the old madam's call came first. The old lady on the other end of the phone said in a clear voice, "Xiao Jing, isn't it your 18th birthday in a few days? I want to talk to you about something. A few of our close relatives want to come and take a look. What do you think?" "Sure." Wei Jing agreed. "My uncles are coming over. As their nephew, I will naturally entertain them well." Wei Jing hadn't interacted much with old madam's relatives over the years. Their relationship was neither good nor bad, but on the surface, it was still okay. Now that they wanted to come over, he would naturally do his part as a host. "Okay, not many people are coming. It's just your granduncles and grandaunt's families. I'll go back to the villa tomorrow. Will we have the banquet outside or at home?" Thinking of her obedient and kind grandson, old madam almost couldn't wait to pull him out and show him off in front of others. Her grandson. He had grown up. It should be at home. Anyway, the place is big enough. "Wait, let me ask Big Brother for his opinion," Wei Jing said a little uncertainly. "Okay, you can discuss it." Old Madam could tell that Wei Zhe was really good to Wei Jing. He probably took this matter more seriously than she did. After exchanging a few more words, they hung up the phone. Wei Zhe stood beside Wei Jing and listened to their conversation. He pointed at the villa and said, "We'll have the banquet in the villa next door. Since your uncles are coming over, they can stay in the guest room next door. It looks like there will be a lot of people, so let's make it a buffet. Why don't we have the banquet in our house?" Wei Jing glanced at the man strangely. Wei Zhe blinked. He deliberately dragged out the last syllable with a sense of mystery. "This is a secret. Wei Jing, it took about 5 hours to travel between City W and City B by train. However, it was very difficult for the whole family to buy tickets during the spring festival. In the end, they could only grit their teeth and buy plane tickets. They rushed over at about 6 o'clock in the evening the next day. Old Madam and the rest wanted to pick them up at the airport, but Wei Jing persuaded them to go back. They were old, and there was a traffic jam during the spring festival. It was best to avoid it as much as possible. There were not many people coming from City W this time. There were a total of 7 people. 4 from eldest uncle's family came. They were eldest uncle's grandfather, his 2 sons, and his eldest son's grandson. Eldest aunt's family came. Eldest uncle worked in City A, so he would come to the address they gave him after work in the evening. Wei Jing called for 2 cars. Excluding the driver, there were just enough seats for 4 people in each car. They put their luggage in the back of the car. Since eldest uncle's family sat in one car, Wei Jing could only sit with eldest aunt's family. Su Jian, who was eldest aunt's youngest son, sat in the front seat. Wei Jing squeezed in the back seat with the other 2 people. The heater in the car was on full blast. The white-haired woman glanced at the young man with a warm smile on her face. This car must have cost a lot. Xiaojing is really amazing. He can make a lot of money so quickly. It's all my eldest brother's car, Wei Jing said. Back then, the woman wanted to give her youngest son to the 2 elders to be their adopted son. When Wei Jing came back, she secretly scolded him. Now, decades had passed in the blink of an eye. Although there was no need to hold on to those small grudges from. Back then, in his heart, Wei Jing liked eldest uncle's family more. Su Jian and Wei Jing were born in the same year. He was only 18 years old now, but he had already dropped out of school this year. According to old Madam, it seemed that he could not continue to study. No matter how his parents persuaded him, he refused to go to school. In the end, they had no choice but to let him be. Wei Jing felt that it was a pity when he heard this. However, since it was his own choice, as an outsider, he could not say much. They were stuck in traffic for more than 2 hours before they finally arrived at the villa. When they saw that they had returned, a servant came up to them with a warm smile on her face. The group of people was shocked when they received their luggage. Wei Jing walked in front and said, "I've already asked someone to tidy up the guest room. It's upstairs. I'll take eldest uncle and his family to have a look. On the way, you can put your things away. If there's anything inappropriate, you can tell me. This is where you usually live?" The woman felt that her eyes could not take it all in. She was not educated and was not cultured. Even so, she could see that this world was very different from the world they lived in. "My eldest brother and I live next door." Wei Jing raised his hand and pointed. "This is where Grandpa and Grandma live. Unfortunately, they don't like it. They think it's too quiet and want to move to the suburbs. The 2 of them stayed here yesterday and should be waiting for you now." As soon as Wei Jing finished speaking, the 2 elders in thick tang suits came out of the villa to welcome them. When everyone saw each other, they had to say some polite words and compliment each other. Wei Jing took advantage of the opportunity to say a few words to coax the group of people. When they arrived at the guest room, the others did not have any problems. Su Jian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly looked up. "Don't you have a computer?" Wei Jing was stunned. "Is a laptop okay?" According to seniority, Su Jian was Wei Jing's uncle. However, the 2 of them were about the same age, so Wei Jing could not call him by his full name. In the end, he just called him by his name. "No." Su Jian was a little troubled. "The laptop will lag." Wei Jing felt that he understood a little. "If you want to play games, you can come to my house." He pointed next door. "There's an arcade on the 3rd floor of my house. There's everything there." "Thank you." Su Jian smiled faintly. Wei Jing felt that time was really magical. The once sloppy brat had now become a quiet and shy otaku. Wei Jing really could not think of anything else other than this word. The adults in front of them were chatting together. As the host, Wei Jing could not leave the table. Moreover, the young man who had just spoken to him was the only one who was the same age as him. He could not help but chat with him. "I heard from eldest Missy that you're not studying anymore." "Why?" "I'm not good at studying." Su Jian scratched his head. Even if I go to university, I won't be able to get into a good university. It's a waste of money. Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Wei Jing asked. Su Jian was stunned. He had dropped out of school in July this year. For the past 6 months, he had been staying at home to eat, drink, play, and play games. His family had told him to look for a job after the new year. When the time came, he would just find a place to work and suffer. When Wei Jing saw this, he knew that the child did not have any ideas. He asked tactfully, "Do you have anything you want to do in the future?" Su Jian did not need to think about it. He answered reflexively, "Play games." Wei Jing. Very good. It was very suitable for an otaku's hobby. Now, even without Wei Jing's reminder, Su Jian knew that he was not reliable. He sighed dejectedly. Forget it. We'll talk about it later. Since Su Jian interrupted the topic himself, Wei Jing naturally couldn't continue to speak. Everyone had their own life and should be responsible for their own choices. Su Jian's brother, Su Yuan, was 27 years old this year. He was in the IT industry and had a good salary. However, he often worked overtime. He had previously agreed to come today but did not succeed. He called them and said that he would come tomorrow night. The next day, Wei Jing went to work as usual. It was almost the Chinese New Year holiday and the company was a little busy. Su Jian ran over to find Wei Jing to play games. In the game hall on the 3rd floor, Wei Jing would play some Super Mario games when he was young. Now, he was addicted to drawing and couldn't extricate himself. Su Jian threw himself on the computer, looking like a deep networm. Other things couldn't get his attention at all. Wei Jing looked at the familiar scene on the screen and watched as Su Jian flew up and down inside. He was suddenly curious. He asked, "Are you good at this game?" "Yes, it's not bad." Su Jian answered casually with one hand on the keyboard and the other on the mouse. "What rank are you at?" "Bright Diamond." "Are you at the Challenger level?" "Yes." "You're so good." Wei Jing sighed sincerely. "My 2 roommates struggled for a few months before they managed to level up from bronze to silver. Every day, they would lament that the game was difficult." Su Jian, who had not been praised for a long time, shook his hands and failed to move. The enemy found an opportunity and killed him in an instant. He was a little annoyed but also a little proud. He said, "This is nothing. God probably placed the talent points in the wrong place. They clicked on learning while I clicked on gaming." Ha 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 ha. Wei Jing laughed out loud. The two of them were like ordinary friends, staying in the game hall. Wei Jing looked at the dwarf jumping around on the big screen and then looked at Su Jian's cool operation on the computer. He suddenly realized something. "Oh right, if you like to play games, you can play professional games." Wei Jing suddenly jumped up. "Or you can do a game livestream. Both of these seem to be quite profitable." Then, Su Jian's hand shook again. Wei Jing was silent for 2 seconds and said, "I don't know if I can train with my shaking hands. Otherwise, it won't work." Su Jian was about to vomit blood. Who was he doing this for? It was all because of him. Although Su Jian was dead, their team had a great advantage. They had already pushed to the high ground, and only one person was left on the other side. They were basically guaranteed to win. He stopped looking at the computer and turned to look at Wei Jing. "I know a little about the livestream that you're talking about, but is it possible to be a professional gamer just because you want to?" Wei Jing looked up blankly. "I don't know. Why don't I call my big brother and ask?" "Forget it." Su Jian was scared when he thought of the tall young man he saw yesterday. Wei Jing scratched his head and pointed at the computer. He suggested carelessly, "Then why don't we try live streaming first? We won't lose anything anyway." Su Jian said. "Okay." Live streaming had suddenly emerged in the past 2 years. Because it was not as serious as the anti-pornography campaign of the modern era, most of the people who made money were female streamers who skirted the boundaries. Hot figures, sweet singing voices, and revealing beautiful legs made a group of people cry and howl in the bullet screen. Su Jian registered an account, downloaded the live streaming software, and started playing games. It was his first time live streaming, and he did not have the experience of watching other people's live streams. Some of the netizens who clicked in by mistake felt that it was boring and left. Some of them stayed because they were bored, but they were quickly convinced by Su Zhen's cool operation. Someone asked, "Are you going to open a SMF account to help others score points?" Su Zhen was confused. "Ah," he said shyly, "I don't have a SMF account yet." With one person speaking, the others soon followed suit. The number of viewers was not high, and the gifts were pitifully few. After a whole afternoon of live streaming, a few people probably saw that he was doing well and gave him some small gifts as encouragement. After the live stream ended, Wei Jing looked at the pitiful gifts that did not exceed 10 yuan. "Why don't we forget about it? This was too little." "No." Su Zhen was very happy. "I've decided. I want to continue live streaming." Wei Jing patted him on the shoulder. "Good luck." That afternoon, Su Zhen's brother, Su Yuan, rushed over. Su Yuan and Su Zhen had the same blood flowing in their bodies, but their personalities were completely different. One was tactful and courteous, while the other was taciturn and reclusive. Wei Jing and Su Yuan had met twice, both times in City W. This was the first time they met in City A. They finished a lively dinner together. As the adults chatted, the three of them, as well as eldest uncle's son, gathered together. Wei Jing sat with Su Zhen, Su Yuan sat with youngest uncle's son, Chen Ming. Wei Zhe was still working overtime in the company and had yet to return. Chen Ming mocked himself, "Wei Xiaojing, I didn't expect your family to be so well off. This is something we can't achieve even if we work our whole lives. It's all my brothers." Wei Jing rubbed his nose. "I don't have the ability to earn so much money." "Don't be so modest." Su Yuan pushed his black-rimmed glasses up his nose. "You're a student of a university. When you come out, how many companies will fight to hire you?" These words made people feel comfortable. Wei Jing smiled. The few of them chatted for a while. Whether it was Chen Ming or Su Yuan, the two of them wanted to build a good relationship with Wei Jing. If they had a good relationship, they could ask for his help in the future. Wei Jing didn't think too much about it. Later on, Su Zhen also chimed in. The four of them had a good chat. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Early in the morning, the servants in the villa were busy cleaning, tidying up the hall, and preparing the utensils. Wei Jing wanted to have the birthday party at night, so everyone could go to bed after eating and drinking. But Wei Zhe insisted on having the party at noon and didn't allow him to go back to his villa. "Wei Jing. Do you think I'm stupid?" Wei Zhe looked up with a serious face. "How could that be? Today is my birthday. I'm the boss. Speak. What did you do next door?" Wei Jing crossed his arms and bared his teeth. He purposely put on a fierce look. But a jumping rabbit wasn't intimidating at all. Wei Zhe blinked. "I already told you. It's a secret." "Wei Jing, you'll find out tonight." Wei Zhe relaxed a little. "It's a surprise. Trust me." At about 11 o'clock in the afternoon, almost all of Wei Jing's invited friends arrived. There was Su Jiewei's family, Li Fei, Nian Ningel, Fatty Yi, Lu Qing, Xia Susu, and Zhu Wenyu. There were a total of 19 people. There were several long tables in the hall filled with food and drinks. The servants stood at the side, ready to serve them at any time. The moment Fatty Yi entered, he said, "Wei Xiaojing, your 18th birthday party is too shabby." "I think it's pretty good. We're all acquaintances. If we throw a big party, it'll all turn into socializing." "It's boring," Xia Susu chimed in from the side. She was Fatty Yi's childhood goddess. Now that he saw her, his eyes lit up. "Senior, you're right." Xia Susu glanced at him. "Eh? Do we know each other?" Fatty Yi seemed to hear the sound of his heart breaking. "Senior, we went to the same junior high school." Xia Susu, on the other side, Zhu Wenyu and Lu Qing were speechless. After a moment of silence, Zhu Wenyu slowly said, "I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose the last time." "It's okay." Lu Qing shook his head. After that, there was another long silence. At the birthday party, the group sat together and chatted for a while. Then, a servant pushed the birthday cake onto the table. Wei Jing made 3 wishes in a dignified manner. After cutting the cake, everyone presented their gifts. When it was Wei Zhi's turn, he spread his hands. I didn't prepare anything. Li Fei laughed when he heard that. Do you think we'll believe you? Wei Jing waved his hand and pursed his lips into a smile. Okay, I know. This is a secret, right? Wei Zhi, the others didn't understand what Wei Jing meant and looked at each other. Old Madame Gu smiled and said, it must be a Xiaojing who prepared a surprise. As she spoke, she even blinked childishly and pointed next door. Since this morning, there have been many people going in and out of that place. Everyone glanced at her and instantly understood. Su Jiahui sighed and wailed, are there any other good brothers like me? Please give me a dozen. Isn't Li Fei good enough for you? Wei Jing asked. Su Jiahui glanced at him plaintively and said, you don't understand. I need a big brother who supports me without any principles, tolerates me, and gives me a large sum of money to squander. Everyone roared with laughter. The group of people chatted and laughed until 2 in the afternoon before leaving. Wei Jing had drunk a little wine and his fair face was flushed. He pointed outside and his eyes were hazy with tears. Can I know your little secret now? Wei Zhi's eyes darkened. Are you sure you want to know now? Yes. Curiosity killed the cat. This was probably what Wei Jing meant. Then come. Wei Zhi held the youth's slender and soft hand and walked step by step to his house. The villa servants were all helping out next door. Wei Zhi had already told them not to come back today. He opened the door and walked into the living room. A small warm yellow lamp lit up a corner of the living room. Beautiful candles burned in a heart-shaped circle. A small cake about 7 inches long was placed on the table. Not far away, there was an inconspicuous document by the side. Wei Zhi held the tipsy Wei Jing's hand and let him sit on the chair beside him. Under the candlelight, the young man's fluffy black hair softly rested on his forehead. His beautiful cat eyes were slightly raised, and the tip of his small nose was perky. His fair and delicate skin, and his beautiful facial features were as beautiful as a painting. He took out the pair of rings that he had prepared beforehand and knelt on one knee in front of the youth's shocked gaze. The man's face had a gentle smile and a pair of deep eyes bloomed with deep anticipation. Wei Jing, are you willing to become my lover and spend the rest of your life with me? Wei Jing was immediately jolted awake from his drunkenness. It had just snowed heavily a few days ago. Outside the window, it was covered in white snow. A chilly north wind sneaked into the room through the cracks in the window, causing a burst of coldness. The slender young man opened his cat-like eyes. His dark and curly eyelashes left a small shadow on his lower eyelids. The warm yellow light cast a hazy halo on him. He was like a porcelain doll carved from jade, staring blankly at the man in front of him. His handsome and deep facial features were tinged with gentleness. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and his eyes sparkled, as if the stars in the sky were shining in them. He knelt in front of him in a submissive manner and lowered his head, giving the young man in front of him the right to hurt him. At this moment, he was just a humble ordinary man begging the person he liked to be willing to spend the rest of his life with him. The young man's fingers that were resting on the edge of the chair moved slightly. He reached out his hand and slowly stretched out his delicate hand, which was like white jade, in front of the man's undisguised surprise. He smiled, but a layer of mist slowly appeared in his eyes. I'm willing. It was obviously an expected answer, but Wei Zhi suddenly panicked. The hand holding the box trembled slightly as if it was not under his control. He quickly lowered his head, not wanting the young man to see his silly expression at this moment. The small man's platinum diamond ring was as heavy as 1,000 pounds at this moment. He carefully put it on the young man's ring finger. After doing all this, Wei Zhi breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that in this cold winter, his back was actually drenched. The man looked up and saw the young man smiling and crying at the same time. At this moment, they seemed to have completed a very difficult task, and both of them were very embarrassed. He could not help but reach out his hand. The teardrops fell on his fingertips. It was like being bitten by an ant, itchy and bitter. Wei Zhi's hand trembled. He held the young man's face with both hands and kissed him carefully. Why are you crying all of a sudden? Don't cry. I haven't shown you your birthday present yet. Fine kisses fell on the young man's face one by one. Wei Jing sobbed softly, clutching the man's clothes tightly and muttering, "Aren't I happy? It feels like a dream. I suddenly proposed. Dating without the purpose of marriage is a hooligan. Why would Big Brother do that to you?" Wei Jia said, his voice a little hoarse. Wei Jing snorted and laughed. The two of them hugged for a long time. It was cold outside, and the room was as warm as spring and summer. The spider plant in the corner of the flower pot moved quietly, green leaves full of vitality. At this moment, even the air was filled with sweetness. The two of them looked at each other, and everything was beyond words. Wei Jing looked at the ring on his left hand. It was made of simple platinum and wrapped in a small diamond ring. His heart was sweet. When he came back to his senses, he saw that there was a document in front of him. There was even a pen beside it. Wei Jing was stunned for a moment. He was still immersed in the proposal just now. What is this? A birthday present. The man stood beside him. Wei Jing glanced at the person beside him strangely. The other party smiled innocently at him. His eyes were overflowing with affection. He flipped open the document and looked at it. "Big Brother, are you sure this is a birthday present for me?" His habit of stuttering when he was nervous had not changed. "The name is all here. Do you think I would make such a big mistake?" The man shoved a pen into Wei Jing's hand. He heard the man say, "Sign it." "I prepared it a long time ago." "No, no." Wei Jing threw the pen in his hand to the side. He was about to jump out of his chair. "This is too expensive. I can't accept it." If he signed this, Jing'an would directly become his property. Wei Jia had fought hard for all of this, so he shouldn't take it from him. "Is there a need to be so polite between the two of us?" Wei Jia laughed softly. "This is not just a birthday present for you. It's also a betrothal gift. If I do anything wrong in the future, you can kick me out of the marriage with nothing." Wei Jing said, "Big Brother, don't joke around. Will you abandon me in the future?" he asked. Wei Jing answered without hesitation, "Of course not." He had already decided that even if the man did not want him, he would shamelessly stay by his side. "So what's the difference between yours and mine?" Wei Jia asked. Wei Jing was speechless. There did not seem to be anything wrong, but he still felt a little awkward. The man said a few more words and coaxed the confused teenager into signing his name. He was the one who gave the money to the other party, but he was the one who was happy. Wei Jia carefully kept the document. Then, he pushed the cake in front of Wei Xiaojing. "Let's cut the cake." The two of them had just finished eating and were not hungry at the moment. After casually taking 2 bites, Wei Jing felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Why was the other party looking at him with a burning gaze, as if he was going to pounce on him in the next second? Wei Jing took a deep breath and got down from the chair without a trace. He said, "I'm too full. I'm going upstairs to exercise to digest." Wei Jia smiled meaningfully. He said, "Let's go up together. I want to exercise properly too." Wei Jing was speechless. Why did he feel like a lamb in a tiger's mouth? However, he was already at the side of the stairs. He wanted to change his mind, but he was too embarrassed to do so. He could only speed up to the 3rd floor. The man followed behind him unhurriedly. When he saw him like this, he teased, "Can't wait anymore?" "Yes, yes." Wei Jing nodded. "There's a treadmill on the 3rd floor. I haven't used it yet, but I've been wanting to try it for a long time." With that, he sped up. "Let's change to another kind of exercise today." The man behind him suddenly pulled the youth into his arms. His neck hurt, and the man's hot breath blew on his earlobe. At this moment, Wei Jing was like a little rabbit under the claws of a wolf. The aura that belonged to a top predator made him tremble. Big brother, don't be like this." The youth's voice was soft, like a little hook. It made people want to bully him even more and make him beg for mercy with a sobbing tone. The man laughed softly. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Wei Jing felt a broad and well-defined palm crawl along his sweater and into his waist. There was a circle there, and his body suddenly went limp. His mind was in a mess, and he allowed the person behind him to do whatever he wanted. He didn't even know when he was carried to the room. Actually, it didn't matter, they were now fiancés, and they were all men. Everyone knew about things like desire, so it was only a matter of time before they went to bed. There was no need to hesitate. After thinking everything through, Wei Jing hugged the man back and kissed him back. His technique was really not good. He nibbled at the man randomly, and from time to time, he even bit the man. However, the man was still intoxicated and went crazy. It was just an ordinary kiss, but it made them hot. Their lower bodies were already beginning to bulge. Wei Jing panted and pushed the man on top of him. The corners of his eyes were red, and there was a layer of mist in his eyes. His beautiful face was tainted with a hint of fragrance, and it added a touch of charm. I'm going to take a shower first. Shower after you're done. Wei Jia had already taken off his sweater, revealing his strong 8-pack abs. Wei Jing was a little fascinated. He saw that the other party wasn't paying attention, so he secretly poked him with his finger. It was hard, and it was completely different from his soft belly. He was a little envious. He also wanted such a body. I'll let you look as much as you want later. His hand was caught. Wei Jing looked up and saw the man's scorching gaze that made him feel hot all over. He subconsciously twisted his body and looked away. Who wants to see you? You're thinking too much. Damn it. He stuttered. Okay. You don't want to look at me, but I want to look at you. I want to look so much. His long-cherished wish of many years was fulfilled overnight. At this moment, even if Wei Jing reached out to slap his face, he would happily reach out. Wei Jing's face turned red. Big brother, you're breaking the rules when you talk about love. He was in a daze, and he didn't even realize when his clothes were taken off. The two of them looked at each other. Wei Jing was very shy. He turned his body and wanted to curl up, but the man's hand grabbed his leg and he couldn't move. You, let go of me. His voice was already a little sobbing. After an unknown period of time, the young man's sobs disappeared. And everything returned to normal. He got up and went to the bathroom to fill up the water. He carried the young man in his arms and bathed him. Because he had to remove the thing behind him, the moment his fingers reached in, the young man started sobbing softly and begged for mercy. Big brother. Woo. I really can't take it anymore. Woo. I want to rest, he was really tired. Wei Jia quickly comforted him. Okay. Don't do it. Big brother will just bathe you and then go to sleep, okay? Good boy. It's okay. Woo. The young man opened his eyes and looked at him weakly. He immediately fell asleep from exhaustion. Wei Jia carried him to the bedroom next door. He slept next to him and looked at the young man beside him. He couldn't get enough of him. How could there be such a good-looking person in this world? His nose, eyes, mouth. Every part of him was extremely good-looking. He was so engrossed in looking at him that he didn't even notice when the sky turned dark. He only remembered that the room was pitch black when he came back to his senses. Only the hazy moonlight shone into the room. Wei Jia patted his head. He put on his clothes and went to the villa next door to ask the chef to make 2 bowls of porridge and light side dishes. When he was carrying the food back, he bumped into old madam, who was knitting a sweater. She asked curiously, "Why didn't you just come over and eat?" Wei Jia smiled. Wei Jing isn't feeling well and is still asleep. I brought the food over to feed him. Oh my! Old madam exclaimed. What's wrong? Don't tell me he caught a cold. It's okay. Don't worry, I'll take good care of him. Wei Jia had just slept with her grandson and felt a little unsatisfied and guilty. He looked away, mumbled a few words, and hurriedly left with the food. Wei Jing was in a daze when he felt someone wake him up. He casually ate some food and went back to sleep. When he woke up the next day, he felt pain all over his body. He felt uncomfortable everywhere, especially his buttocks. It felt as if there was something stuffed there, and it made him extremely uncomfortable. When he saw that no one was around, he secretly reached behind him and touched a handful of ointment. As for who had applied it, it was obvious. Wei Jing secretly blushed. The heater in the room was on full blast. This was Big Brother's bedroom. He casually took the man's sweater and pants and put them on. The loose sweater revealed half of his shoulders, his exquisite and small collarbones, and the kiss marks on his chest. It was enough to make anyone blush. Wei Jing wanted to take advantage of the fact that no one was around to quickly go back to his bedroom and change before coming out. Unexpectedly, he bumped into Wei Jia as soon as he opened the door. He was shocked and instinctively shook his body. He smiled at the man ingratiatingly. "Big Brother." Wei Jia raised his eyebrows and looked at the young man from head to toe. In the end, he suddenly smiled. "I think you look better without pants." Wei Jia was much taller than Wei Jing. The clothes he wore just right were a little big on Wei Jing's body. For example, the sweater in front of him revealed a large part of his upper body, and the bottom only reached his buttocks. If he didn't wear pants, his beautiful legs would captivate a lot of people. Wei Jing's face turned red, and he secretly cursed the shameless man. "Get out of the way, I'm going to change." Wei Jia wanted to leave him behind to do something, but thinking that the servants in the villa would be back soon, he could only helplessly turn his body to the side. "Come downstairs to eat after you're done changing." "Got it." His buttocks were still hurting, so Wei Jing changed into a loose casual outfit. When he went downstairs, the man just happened to put the porridge on the table. He walked over and sat down, gritting his teeth. It was very satisfying when he made the porridge yesterday, but now that he was done, it was very painful. "You're still eating porridge?" Wei Jing was a little dissatisfied. When he glanced at the light side dishes on the side, he frowned. He exercised so much yesterday, so he should be given meat today. Tat in front of Wei Jia was the same porridge as Wei Jing. He scooped up a spoonful and put it into his mouth. After swallowing it, he said, "Aunt Li made the porridge. It tastes very good. I want to eat meat." Wei Jing blinked and began to act cute. After a moment of silence, Wei Jia's gaze pierced the young man's buttocks. He said meaningfully, "Your buttocks will hurt, and then you'll get heaty. Be good. Eat the porridge today, and I'll ask the kitchen to cook a big meal for you tomorrow." "Who did this to me?" Wei Jing muttered. "It's my fault." Wei Jia confessed. "That's why I'll eat with you." "Come. What will you eat in the future?" "What will I eat?" "Follow the leader's footsteps closely, okay?" If he didn't mention it, Wei Jing would have forgotten that he was now the biggest shareholder of Jing'an. After one night, Wei Jing, who had a huge fortune, blinked and blinked again. After 2 or 3 minutes, he said, "It feels like nothing has changed." "Because there's no difference between what's mine and what's yours," Wei Jia replied casually. "That's right." He smiled faintly, and his heart was sweet. Was there a need to distinguish between the two of them? They would spend a long time together in the future. After the birthday, the Lunar New Year was approaching. Eldest uncle and eldest Missy's families planned to go home as soon as possible. As the host, Wei Jia naturally couldn't let them come and go in a hurry. He asked his assistant to bring the two families around B City and bought a gift for each of them. Then, he arranged for a car to send them back to W City. Before leaving, Su Jian said to Wei Jing enviously, "Your brother is so good to you." Wei Jing was stunned. He couldn't bear to hear these words at this moment and felt awkward. He thought to himself, "I'm already his lover, so of course he has to be good to me." He smiled embarrassedly. "It's okay. We're all family. You don't understand." Su Jian shook his head, and there was bitterness in his eyes. Their family wasn't rich. They only had an old building, and they were brothers. They had a good relationship when they were young, but when they grew up, Su Jian could vaguely feel his brother's rejection. There were only so many assets, and everyone wanted to have more. Su Yuan had worked for 4 to 5 years, and now his monthly salary was about 15,000 yuan. The property prices in B City had risen to sky-high prices these years. With his salary, when would it be possible to buy a house? Therefore, the house in W City was especially important. Su Jian was only 18, and he didn't think too much. He just felt a little sad. He had his considerations, and his parents were even more pondering. Their eldest son was now successful, and could earn at least 200,000 to 300,000 yuan a year. Their youngest son hadn't even graduated from high school. He wasn't tactful and didn't have any ability. He wasn't even as handsome as his brother. The old couple planned to leave the house to their eldest son. They still had 200,000 yuan in savings with their eldest son, and if he wanted to buy a house in the future, they could support him. Su Yuan exploded when he heard that. Why did he only get 200,000 yuan? Su Jian was able to get a house worth over 100,000? Just because he was the younger brother, he had to give in? So he was right because he was poor. After the matter fell through, the old couple didn't dare to mention this matter again, afraid that it would make their eldest son unhappy. Su Jian, who didn't know anything, was mocked and ridiculed several times by Su Yuan. He wasn't good with words, but he had a ruler in his heart. Slowly, he distanced himself from the other party. After sending off the relatives, it was the new year in the blink of an eye. The servants at home had all gone home for the holidays. Old Master and Old Madam would move in for a few days during the new year. There were couplets and fortune dolls in the house. On New Year's Eve, Wei Jing had planned to spend it with Weijia first. After all, Weijia had to go back to the Wei family's old house that night. Who knew that Weijia would smile and touch his face and say, "I'll go to the old house later and just put on a show. Let's eat dumplings together tonight." Wei Jing said excitedly, "Okay, okay." After he reacted, he hesitated. "Isn't this not too good? After all, Mr. Wei is your father." Wei Jing's feelings towards Wei He were very complicated. In his previous life, he had always treated Wei He as his father. He had longed for him for more than 10 years. After he was reborn, he had let go of it. Although he still had resentment in his heart, it wasn't too deep. When he found out that he wasn't Wei He's son, he felt a little awkward. In his previous life, he had snatched Wei Jia's company. Wei He had only chased him out of the Wei family. He was really lucky that he hadn't been beaten to death. In Wei He's eyes, he was just a turtle dove that had taken over the magpie's nest. He was insatiably greedy and heartless. At this moment, Wei Jing didn't hate or resent Wei He. In his eyes, he was just Wei Jia's father. "Don't you know what kind of person he is?" Wei Jia raised his eyebrows. "I'm just going to go through the motions. I'm afraid he doesn't care about me. After all, Wei Yuhui is still there." When Wei Jing heard Wei Yuhui's name, he was so angry that his cheeks puffed up. Why was this person still haunting him? In his previous life and this life, he was the one who acted the most. "Wait for me to come back tonight." Wei Jia put on his coat and got into the driver's car to drive to the Wei family villa. Old Madam and Old Master Wei didn't ask much about the two of them. Right now, they were making dumplings in the living room. The white skin was wrapped in a belly full of shepherd's purse pork. It was round and full of ingredients. Wei Jing washed his hands and sat down to help. Ever since the two elders had come, everyone had been making dumplings together during Chinese New Year. When Wei Jia arrived at the Wei family, it was still early. It was just past 11 o'clock. Wei He and the others were all sitting in the living room. When they saw Wei Jia, Wei Yuhui raised his eyebrows. "Why are you here so early today?" "I had something to do in the afternoon, so I came early," Wei Jia said as he handed his coat to the helper beside him. "I won't be having dinner tonight." The white-haired Wei He coughed and glanced at the man coldly. "You're not even spending Chinese New Year at home. What's the use of having a son like you?" Wei Jia casually found a seat and sat down. He smiled gently. "You can choose not to have a son." Cough, cough, cough. "How can you talk to your elders like this?" Wei He was so angry that his eyes turned red. "I shouldn't have let you out in the first place. Look at what you've learned." Zhao Wanwan said, "Little Jia, no matter what, he's still your father. We only celebrate Chinese New Year once a year. Can't you go along with him a little?" Wei Jia took a sip of water. It was very strange. At this time in his previous life, Wei He was still very healthy. Although he was almost 50 years old, he looked no different from a middle-aged man in his 30s because he took good care of himself. But now, he looked older than his actual age. "Father." He smiled. "If you're not feeling well, you should go to the hospital for a proper checkup. It's best if you can try another hospital." Zhao Wanwan and Wei Yuwei's eyes narrowed. They stopped what they were doing at the same time. Many thoughts ran through their minds. In the end, they could only think of one thing. How did he know? How was this possible? The cold wind whistled through the window, blowing the snow off the branches and onto the ground. The four of them sat separately in the room. Weijia had just met the person he had been looking forward to for a long time 2 days ago, so he was in a good mood. Even though he was facing Wei Yuwei and the others, he still had a smile on his face. "I was just giving a small suggestion." "What are you talking about?" The white-haired man frowned. "Huh? It's almost 11:30. Weijia shrugged and changed the topic nonchalantly. "It's time to eat. Don't be angry. Xiaoxia is just concerned about you." Zhao Wanwan forced a smile and pretended to comfort him. "He's right. Let's go to another hospital for a checkup. I'll make an appointment." "Phew." Wei Yuwei secretly sighed in relief. He and Zhao Wanwan looked at each other and started to sing the same tune. "Dad. Xiaoxia is right. He and I are both your sons, so we won't harm you. Leave the hospital to me. It's not a big deal if we go to another hospital." Weijia raised his eyebrows. "Tsk. Was he trying to take the initiative in his hands? That's enough. Do you think I don't know my own body?" The more someone felt that their body was failing, the more unwilling they were to admit it. Wei got up and walked to the dining table. The family started to eat. He sat at the head of the table and looked at his two sons. He was extremely unhappy. Wei had brought Wei Yuwei and his mother to the Wei family's old mansion to set a goal for Weijia. He wanted to fill his heart with hatred and make him strong enough. Then, he would come back and beat up these two people. He would use his own abilities to prove to everyone that he was capable of supporting the entire Wei clan. But in the end, he was strong, but it had nothing to do with the Wei clan. Now, when he walked outside, everyone would say that Wei had a good son. After saying that, they would say, "Release the illegitimate son. Don't be reluctant. When the time comes, give him some shares and let him enjoy the dividends. Just be a good hedonistic son." Wei listened with difficulty. He wanted Weijia to come back, didn't he? The problem was that the other party was now focused on developing Jing'an and had no interest in the Wei clan. A few years ago, she was still a little reserved, but this year, she didn't even spend New Year's Eve at the old mansion. After dinner, Weijia pretended to sit in the living room for a while before he got up to leave. Wei knew that he couldn't keep him here, so he waved his hand and told him to leave quickly. On New Year's Eve, every household had to turn on the lights. Everyone sat in the living room together, eating dumplings and watching the Spring Festival Gala, which was getting worse year after year. Wei Jing sat at the dining table with a white porcelain bowl in his hand. There was some sesame oil in the bowl, and he ate one small dumpling at a time. He was very satisfied. "It's delicious. Grandma's stuffing is the best." Wei Jing gave the old lady a big thumbs up in an exaggerated manner, which made her smile happily. The old lady happily put 2 more dumplings in his bowl. "Eat more if it's delicious. Learn from your brother and grow more meat. You're too skinny." Wei Jing. When Wei Jing heard this, he felt a little embarrassed and guilty. He covered his face with one hand and pretended that he hadn't heard anything. Weijia, who was at the side, glanced at him mischievously. He smiled and teased, "Grandma, don't be fooled by Wei Jing's thin figure. He actually weighs 145 pounds. It's just that his frame is small, so he looks thin." "This is my standard weight," Wei Jing grumbled indignantly. "I'm 1.8 meters tall, and my standard weight is 75 kilograms. Weijia laughed and added, "Are you 1.8 meters tall?" Wei Jing, who was only 2 centimeters tall, hugged his bowl and almost cried. "But I'm 2.5 kilograms lighter than the standard weight." "Yes, that's right." Weijia suddenly moved his head closer and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "I don't mind that you're fat. In fact, I think it's better if you're fatter. It'll feel better when I hug you." Wei Jing was very touched when he heard the first part, but the last part made him blush. He secretly glanced at the two elders sitting opposite him. When he saw that they were just looking at him with a smile and didn't react, he felt relieved. Weijia was too bold. What if he was discovered? The two elders only felt that the two of them were very close. Although they weren't biological brothers, they were closer than real brothers. After dinner, Weijia volunteered to wash the dishes. Wei Jing followed closely behind and said that he would be Weijia's assistant. The two elders wanted to help, but they refused. Wei Jing said matter-of-factly, "Grandpa made the noodles, and Grandma made the stuffing. Just leave the washing of the dishes to me and Big Brother." When Grandpa Xing heard this, he pulled Madame Xing, who was still worried, beside him. He was wearing a Chinese tunic suit today. Although he was old, he still had his own temperament. "Alright, leave the children's matters to the children. It's just washing the dishes. Let's not get involved. I'm just worried. Wei Jing is fine. He's been washing the dishes all these years. But look at Weijia. He's a big CEO. Can he wash the dishes?" Old Madame Xing's worry was not without reason. "Alright, why are you thinking so much? At most, we'll just break 2 bowls. It'll be safe if they break." Old Master Xing was very optimistic. Old Madame Xing sighed softly. Forget it, she didn't care anymore. In the kitchen, Weijia rolled up his sleeves, picked up the dish towel, and carefully wiped the dishes in his hands. Wei Jing, who had said that he would help, leaned against the wall. His dark eyes stared unblinkingly at the person in front of him, as if he was mesmerized. There were 4 of them, and there were only a few bowls in total. After Weijia was done washing the dishes, he washed his hands with hand soap and turned to the young man beside him. "Why do you keep staring at me?" I'm not." Wei Jing looked up abruptly. He looked away guiltily. "When did I look at you? I'm just urging you to see if the dishes are clean." After saying this, Wei Jing looked away and said with a little hesitation, "We have a dishwasher at home." "Big Brother, why are you washing the dishes with your hands?" Weijia, the corner of his mouth twitched. He strode over and put his arm around the young man's shoulder. "It's almost time for the skit on the Spring Festival Gala. Let's go out." Wei Jing was even more puzzled. "Big Brother, do you like skits?" "They're not bad." Weijia was someone who had never stepped into the kitchen. How would he know if there was a dishwasher? Pfft. The young man covered his mouth and laughed softly. Under the man's puzzled gaze, he strode forward. "Come, let's go watch TV." Forget it. He would leave some face for the man who was acting so stupidly. The whole family sat in the living room, drinking fruit tea while watching TV. The old man was not very energetic. He yawned and went to bed before midnight. Only the two of them were left in the living room. There were still 20 minutes until the new year. Without the elders, Wei Jing leaned into the man's arms as if he had lost all his bones. The pendant around his neck peeked out from his collar. It was a thin white chain and a man's platinum diamond ring. It was the ring that Weijia had given her when he proposed. Weijia touched the ring on his left hand and said unhappily, "Even if I wear it, what can others say?" "No. What if it gets exposed?" Wei Jing refused without hesitation. Today's society did not tolerate gays. It was fine if he was exposed, but Weijia was now in charge of such a big company like Jing'an. If a rival company found out about it, Jing'an's shares would definitely fall. The man placed his hand on the young man's smooth hair. He was a little worried. "So what if they find out? We will get married when the time comes." In this situation, it seemed like he had to be a secret lover. "Big Brother, don't be angry." Wei Jing begged for mercy. "Even if you want to announce it, can you wait for 2 years after I graduate?" Wei Jing was a little guilty. He wanted to delay it for as long as he could. So what if they never announced it? As long as their relationship was good, it was more important than anything else. Weijia couldn't even wait to dote on Wei Jing, so how could he really be angry with him? Besides, he did not care, but the school was a small society. If they were exposed now, it would have a bad impact on Wei Jing's university career. I'm not angry. The man narrowed his almond-shaped eyes and said with a hint of mystery, Come. Come to the balcony. There were only 3 minutes left until the new year. The outside of the house was covered in snow and the north wind was whistling. Wei Jing could not help but shiver as soon as he reached the balcony. He exhaled a puff of white air and his fair face was flushed because of the cold winter. He stomped his feet and complained, It's so cold outside. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a warmth behind him. The man's hand was hugging his waist. Their chests were pressed against each other's back and a steady stream of hot air surged from behind. Wei Jing pursed his lips. Even his breath was sweet. What exactly happened? The end of his sentence was drowned out by the sudden burst of fireworks. The new year had arrived. The sky full of fireworks exploded above the people's heads, extending endlessly. It was like a charming and gentle dream, causing people to be immersed in it. Wei Jing stood there in a daze. He looked at the sky with his beautiful cat-like eyes. It was as if there were stars falling from his eyes. They were bright and dazzling. After some time, 2 huge hearts bloomed in the sky. Big brother. He opened his mouth and his voice was trembling. Do you like it? He hugged the other person's waist tightly. It was like a drowning person hugging the last piece of driftwood. He refused to let go. Yes. How could he not like it? The young man wanted to turn his head to look at the other person's expression. He felt his earlobe warm and his vision turned black. When he came back to his senses, his back was pressed against the hard and cold wall. Their lips and teeth were connected and their breaths were filled with each other's scent. Wei Jing was extremely nervous. They were outdoors. If they were discovered, it would be over. The kiss ended. Wei Jing's tense body suddenly relaxed. The youth's eyes were filled with a layer of hazy mist, which was instantly charming. He looked up, and the corners of his eyes were crimson. Don't do this next time. It's too dangerous. Go in. You'll catch a cold. Wei Jing rubbed the young man's slender waist with his bony fingers and started to change the topic. This was probably the most comfortable Chinese New Year that Wei Jing had ever had. He had his lover in his arms, his company was stable, and his enemy was about to be destroyed. Everything was so beautiful, time always passed by in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the Chinese New Year was over. Wei Jing returned to the dormitory with a big bag of snacks. He arrived a little late. Hong Ji and Sun Zhenghao, who had rushed over earlier, had already cleaned up the dormitory. They did not stop to rest and started to team up with their netizens. Zhu Wenyu was sitting at his desk with his headphones on. He did not know who he was chatting with. Wei Jing put the snacks aside and did not disturb the team. He walked over to Zhu Wenyu, washed 2 big winter dates, and handed one to Zhu Wenyu. Do you want some? Huh? Wow. When did you get here? Don't look. Zhu Wenyu jumped up and covered the computer screen with his hands. His face was red. Wei Jing was dumbfounded. I went back to the dormitory for a while. Why? Were you chatting with Ruan Xiaoyu? Otherwise, he could not imagine why Zhu Wenyu was so nervous. No. Zhu Wenyu felt that he was a man who had attended Wei Jing's birthday party. They could be said to be best friends now. He hesitated for a while and said softly, I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone. Wei Jing stuffed the dates in his hands into Zhu Wenyu's hands. Don't worry. Just tell me. Zhu Wenyu said mysteriously, I hired a relationship guru and asked her to teach me how to chase Xiaoyu. After all, girls should understand each other. Cough, cough, cough. Wei Jing choked on his own saliva in shock. He was in disbelief. No way. How can you believe that? Besides, you're too close with another girl. If Xiaoyu finds out, she will ignore you even more. Don't worry. Zhu Wenyu waved his hand nonchalantly. Song Wenhua is 5 years older than me. 5 years? How can I like a big sister who is so much older than me? Besides, she would not like a little kid like him. He thought to himself. Isn't it just 5 years? I'm 6 years older than. Big brother? Wei Jing swallowed the second half of his sentence. Wait a minute. The teenager raised his eyebrows and pointed at the screen with a trembling hand. Who did you say you were talking to? Zhu Wenyu was frightened by his reaction and said weakly. Song Wenhua. Wei Jing's mind went blank. Song Wenhua from the Song family? You know her? Zhu Wenyu asked. Wei Jing thought to himself, not only do I know her, but she was also my big brother's fiancée in my previous life. He touched his nose and said vaguely, she and my big brother have some business dealings. They used to have dinner together, but we're not close. Wait a minute. Who's your big brother? Wei Zhe. Haven't you met him before? Wei Jing was confused by the question. Zhu Wenyu said. Wei Zhe from the Wei family? He's the one from the Wei clan group, the big boss of Jing and now. Wei Jing said, yes. Didn't I tell you about him before? No, Zhu Wenyu said weakly. The two of them exposed each other's disguises, one startled and the other startled, like two rabbits testing each other. Since everything was out in the open, Zhu Wenyu stopped covering the computer screen. He chatted with Song Wenhua and said to Wei Jing, I met Song Wenhua at a New Year's party. Her family and mine are friends, so we exchanged contact information. By the way. The teenager's fingers paused. I heard my dad talking about the Wei family a few days ago. It might sound unpleasant, but I think I should tell you about it. Wei Jing was curious. What's the matter? My family is in the construction business. Some time ago, someone from the Wei clan came to discuss a business deal with us and asked for a commission. This is quite common in the industry, but the Wei clan offered a very low price. Zhu Wenyu frowned and thought carefully about what his father had said. If this deal was successful, our family would have to give them second-grade materials if we wanted to make a profit. In the end, both sides couldn't come to an agreement and the deal fell apart. Zhu Wenyu said this because he wanted Wei Jing to tell Wei Zhe about this matter so that he could catch the people in the company and prevent them from overstepping their boundaries. I got it. Thank you. Wei Jing patted the teenager's shoulder and thanked him sincerely. It's okay. We're all brothers. There's no need to thank me. Zhu Wenyu's heart warmed and he smiled. His childish face looked adorable. Jing and Culture Company, Limited. The Spring Festival had just ended. People were still immersed in the joy of the Spring Festival and there was a joyous atmosphere when they met. A graceful woman was holding a cup of coffee with her slender and beautiful fingers. Her fingernails were dyed pink and her long black hair was dyed brown with a large perm at the end. The person beside her saw her and asked curiously, Xia, why are you the one delivering the coffee? Where's Ming Li? Ming Li has something to do. Xia smiled casually. She asked me to deliver the coffee so that Mr. Wei won't have to wait for too long. Oh. Is that so? The woman shrugged and looked at Xia mockingly. Hurry up then. There's a lot of work to do outside. Okay. Xia was furious. She was Wei Yuwei's girlfriend now. She was going to marry into the Wei family in the future and be part of Mr. Wei's family. How could she have any thoughts about Wei Zhe? If her boyfriend hadn't asked her to check if there was anything wrong with Wei Zhe, she wouldn't have rushed to do this. Ever since Xia met Wei Yuwei last time, the two of them quickly became close. Wei Yuwei said that he could take her to meet his parents this year and they could get married at the end of the year. Xia's heart was burning and she was already fantasizing about her beautiful life as a rich man's wife. Wei Zhe was the only one in the office. Xia put the coffee in her hand on the table and said in a low voice, Mr. Wei, the coffee you asked for is here. Wei Zhe took a sip and said, Why are you here? Where's Ming Li? Ming Li has something to do. She asked me to deliver the coffee. Xia wanted to observe for a while longer, but she didn't have an excuse to stay. Just as she was about to leave, the phone beside her lit up. She glanced at it and saw two familiar men. The young man's eyes were closed, and the corners of his eyes and eyebrows were flushed. Next to him was a man that Xia couldn't be more familiar with, Wei Zhe. Strictly speaking, the two of them could be considered brothers, but, for some unknown reason, Xia felt that their relationship was abnormal. Definitely abnormal. This was a woman's intuition. What are you still doing here? Weijia frowned when he answered the phone. I'm sorry. Mr. Wei, I'll go out right away. Xianxia left the office in a daze. Everything outside was the same as when she left. The people were still the same, and the things were still the same, but Xianxia felt numb all over. So disgusting. Weijia was actually gay, and he even slept with her younger brother. Wasn't this perverted? Xianxia felt like vomiting whenever she thought about how she used to like Weijia. At this moment, she had already chosen to forget that Wei Jing and Weijia were not biologically related at all. She hurriedly ran to a secluded emergency exit and dialed Wei Yuwei's number. Before he could respond, she spilled everything out. Hubby, did you know? Weijia is a pervert, a psychopath. This kind of person should be sent to a mental hospital for treatment and electrocution. Wei Yuwei was stunned by her words, and his face lit up. What's wrong? He and Wei Jing, his younger brother, do you know each other? Yes, what's wrong? The two of them are a couple. Both of them are gay. Isn't that disgusting? Junzia's face was full of disgust. Wei Yuwei slowed down his breathing. Are you sure? This? Junzia hesitated for a moment. I just peeked at Weijia's phone. Not only did the two of them sleep together, but they even used this picture as their screensaver. Anyway, I think the two of them are definitely gay. Okay, I got it. Baby, you did a good job this time. Hubby bought you a bag. Don't tell anyone about this. Leave it to me. Hubby. Junzia said coquettishly, I don't want to work here anymore. Whenever I think of my big boss being gay, I feel goosebumps all over my body. Baby, bear with it. Wei Yuwei was impatient, but his words were pleasant. When the time comes, I'll take you to meet my parents. You have an independent job. This is a bonus. They won't think that you're here for my money. Bear with it a little longer. After you get married, everything will be fine, okay? Junzia heard that and agreed. An independent woman. And an unmarried lover who relied on a man to support her, the older generation would definitely like the former. The two of them exchanged a few more words before Wei Yuwei hung up the phone. Then, he made another call. Hello. It's me. I want you to do something for me. Help me investigate two people. It's best if you can take some intimate photos of them. Even if they're not intimate, you have to make it seem like there's something going on between them. Do you understand? Okay. I'll send you the information right away. Okay. According to Wei Yuwei's previous plan, he should have started to wrap up and prepare to run away by now. However, he had been hindered by some things and had not received the money yet. TSK. If he was discovered now, all his previous efforts would be wasted. However, as long as he received the money, then, the entire Wei clan would collapse. He laughed softly. That old man Wei didn't he value the Wei clan the most? Now that the Wei clan had been destroyed, he would probably die of anger. As for Weijia, he valued his younger brother the most. Oh. No. Little lover? When the time came, he would send some intimate photos to the entertainment reporters. Even if they weren't real, they would still be disgusted. Wei Jing had never thought that he would be able to see Wei He again. He didn't know if it had been too long, but the man in front of him and the Wei He in his memory didn't seem to be the same. He was wearing the same boring black suit that Wei He had always liked. His tone and gaze were the same, but Wei Jing still felt that something was amiss. He had been stopped by Wei He and his men on his way home. Now, they were in an open Western restaurant nearby. At a glance, there were many people around them. Wei Jing's fear was soothed. He did not dare to be alone with Wei He now. He was afraid that Wei He would kill him or take him away with drugs. If that happened, he would not even have a place to cry. Mr. Wei, may I know why you are looking for me? The man had not spoken since he sat there. He only stared at him with disgust, as if he was looking at an ant. Wei Jing's face stiffened. He felt a little uncomfortable. Was there something that he could not say directly? He was not a roundworm in the man's stomach. He could understand what he meant just by looking at him. Say it. Wei He looked away impatiently. What do you want? Only then will you leave Weijia. The air seemed to become quiet at this moment. Everything around him seemed to be far away. Wei Jing's fingers trembled as he held the cup. He lowered his head. The light in the restaurant shone on his face, making him look like a delicate porcelain doll. He is my brother. What do you mean by leaving? What have you done? Don't you know? Wei He did not want to beat around the bush with the man in front of him. He reached out his right hand, and the bodyguard beside him immediately handed him the document in his hand. The man slammed the document on the table. He gritted his teeth and said, "Open it and take a look." Wei Jing hesitated. He slowly opened the document in front of him. His movements were so careful that even his heart seemed to be trembling. Photos. Many pictures appeared in front of the young man. There were pictures of him and his big brother shopping at the supermarket. There were also pictures of the two walking together when Weijia dropped him off at school. The two in the pictures didn't do anything intimate, but the flirtatious atmosphere and pink bubbles seemed to overflow even though they were separated by dimensions. After Wei Jing looked at all the photos, his heart relaxed. Thank goodness. There was nothing out of the ordinary. He started to play dumb. Isn't this just a normal daily life? Photos can be deceiving. What can this prove? He pretended to be arrogant and sneered. That detective is useless to take these useless photos. Wei He wasn't 100% sure that Wei Jing and Wei Zhi didn't have any feelings beyond that of brothers. However, no matter how he looked at it, Wei Jing was too much of a hindrance. He had always thought that as time passed, the relationship between the two of them would naturally fade. However, after so many years, the two of them were still very close. At this point, it was no longer a matter of whether Wei Jing did it or not. Wei He wanted him to do it, so he had to insist that Wei Jing did it. You don't have to refute. I have eyes. I can see the relationship between the two of you clearly. As Wei He spoke, he reached into his pocket and took out a recording pen. The pen looked quite old. The workmanship of the pen could not be compared to the current pen. Wei Jing had a bad feeling. He slowed his breathing and clenched his fists. His nerves were extremely tense. Do you want to hear it? The man smiled disdainfully. Many years ago, when I talked to Weijia, why do you think he was only nice to you? It was because he knew from the beginning that you and I were not related by blood. No. That's impossible. Wei Jing instinctively retorted in a shrill voice. The tape recorder started to play with a faint rustling sound. After so many years, the conversation that only the parties involved knew about appeared openly in Wei Jing's ears. Where did you send Wei Jing? It's just that I've always treated him like a pet. Suddenly, one day, the weak little rabbit ran away, and as his owner, I was abandoned by him. How could this be? Who would treat someone who is not related by blood as their younger brother? Wei Jing is timid, loves to cry, and is a coward when he encounters trouble. This kind of person is the easiest to control. Even if I break his legs, I believe he won't dare to resist me. Isn't this a very good tool to relieve stress? The familiar voice made Wei Jing unable to muster up the courage to refute. His breathing suddenly quickened, and details that he had never thought about suddenly appeared in his mind. Weijia's strange acceptance, patience, and trust. If all of this was based on the fact that he was someone who couldn't compete for the Wei family's assets, then everything made sense. An illegitimate son who had been eliminated from the beginning would not be able to shake his position. So it didn't matter how much he doted on him, but that was all in the past. Wei Jing tried his best to hold back the tears that were about to fall. Big brother really liked him now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have raised him for so many years. He wouldn't have given him the majority of Jing'an's shares. Even if there were some bad things in the beginning, the end result was good. Wasn't that good? Weijia cared about him, at least, he cared about him now. Therefore, he shouldn't be angry. He should be obedient and trust Weijia, his lover. He shouldn't be angry at a man whom he hadn't seen for a long time and who had once hinted at others to kidnap him. Mr. Wei, if this is the only thing you want to talk about, then let me tell you, my relationship with Big Brother is very good now. You won't be able to sow discord between us like this. Wei Jing lost his composure and slammed the table as he stood up. A discordant tune suddenly rang out in the quiet and elegant restaurant, attracting the attention of most people. If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave. I have to have dinner with Big Brother tonight. I don't have time to waste here. After saying this, Wei Jing rushed out of the restaurant before the man could react. Wei He, who was left behind, sneered. It was because his heart was shaken that he was bluffing. The more he was lacking, the more he was lacking. The louder he shouted, the more he wanted to show others that he already had the status. Actually, he was still afraid. Sir, the bodyguard beside him said. Let's go back to the Wei family's mansion. But Madam told me to take you to the hospital for a checkup. The bodyguard was in a difficult position. Wei He frowned and said coldly, I'm your employer. Make sure you understand your position. Yes, Mr. Wei. A few decades had passed. The group of servants that Wei He had when he first came to the Wei family had long disappeared. He was no longer as young and energetic as he was many years ago. A few decades ago, he was ambitious and had vowed to bring the Wei family to the top. A few decades later, he was old and clumsy. He looked like a candle in the wind and could die at any time. He sat in the back seat of the car and looked at his reflection on the black phone screen. He was only in his 50s. When did he become like this? How did he become like this? The servants in the Wei family's mansion had always been quiet and obedient. Wei He walked into the living room. It was empty. There were only exquisite decorations and silent servants cleaning the place. It was like a tomb for the dead, silent and desolate. He didn't know why, but his heart felt a little stuffy. The Americano coffee in the cafe fermented in his stomach, and an indescribably bitter taste suddenly rose in his mouth. Where's Zhao Wanwan? Wei He asked. Madame Zhao left not long after you left, the servant replied respectfully. Although Zhao Wanwan was now living with the Wei family, Wei He had never acknowledged her as Mrs. Wei. Therefore, the servants called her Madame Zhao. Wei He nodded. The sunlight outside the window was just right. It shone on him and warmed his heart. The cold winter had passed. The pure white snow melted into a stream and moistened the ground beneath him. He walked to a secluded corner of the courtyard and took out his phone. The other party picked up quickly. Hello. Hello, Mr. Wei. What can I do for you? At this moment, Wei He was no longer the lonely old man from before. He was the current head of the Wei family who had single-handedly seized control of the entire family. His cloudy eyes shone brightly, and his entire being was as cold as ice. How's the investigation going? So far, there are still some suspicious points. He took a deep breath. Continue investigating. Who are Wei Yuwei and Zhao Wanwan close to? What do they do on a daily basis? Investigate every single one of them. Yes, Mr. Wei. Wei He was not a stupid person. After being reminded by Wei Zhao on New Year's Eve, he realized that something was wrong. The medicine he usually took had been tampered with. If he took it for a long time, it would make him mentally tired, powerless, and muddle-headed. Wei He felt that he was really old. How could he not realize such a clumsy scheme, or was it because he was too confident in his deterrence and thought that Zhao Wanwan and Wei Yuwei would not dare to do anything to him? Once he realized that something was wrong, he would be able to find loopholes in all the previous areas. On the surface, Wei He did not say anything, but he had already sent people to investigate in secret. Wei Yuwei had been the vice president of the Wei clan for 6 to 7 years. He had accumulated a lot of connections. If he wanted to uproot him, he had to be patient. Night fell. As usual, Wei He sat on the sofa for a while before he got up, exhausted. He rubbed his temples. I'm going to sleep. You guys should rest early too. Okay. Zhao Wanwan smiled softly. Her words were full of concern and reproach. It was impossible to dislike her. I asked the bodyguard to take you for a checkup today, but you refused. Our family is not short of money. Your health is the most important thing. Wei He's gloomy face relaxed slightly. He waved his hand casually. I just had a checkup a few days ago. What's there to check? It's the same old problem. Okay. You're right. Zhao Wanwan played along. If you're tired, go and rest. Okay. Wei He nodded. He walked in front of Wei Yuwei. Halfway through, he suddenly turned around and called out to him. Oh yes, I talked to Wei Jing. That little bastard refused to leave. Think of a way to get him out of here. Dad. That's not good. Wei Yuwei was excited, but he pretended to be in a difficult position. No matter what, Wei Zhe and I are brothers. If I bully his lover like this. Shut up. We're both men. What kind of lover are you talking about? Wei He frowned and scolded loudly. Do what I ask you to do. I don't care what method you use. Anyway, as long as you get Wei Jing out of my sight, I have a private island overseas. I'll give it to you. Dad, don't worry. Leave it to me. A private island overseas was Wei He's private property. It was real estate. If he sold it, Wei Yuwei's breathing quickened. His eyes lit up. He could disgust Wei Zhe and get money at the same time. Wasn't this a good thing to kill two birds with one stone? Wei He turned around and sneered. Since Wei Yuwei would be eliminated sooner or later, wouldn't it be wonderful to use him to get rid of Wei Jing? When Wei Jing returned to the small villa, it was still early, and the warm sun shone above everyone's heads. He looked up and subconsciously closed his eyes from the glare. Xiaojing, what's wrong? The housekeeper asked worriedly. If there's anything wrong, you can discuss it with Mr. Wei. We'll find a solution. Wei Jing was stunned. He smiled and said, I'm fine. Really? But you don't look too good. Don't force yourself. Mr. Wei loves you so much. He'll definitely be on your side, the housekeeper said encouragingly. Wei Jing's emotions calmed down a little when he heard the housekeeper's words. He scratched his head and strode upstairs. I'm really fine. It's almost the deadline. I have to go draw. Are you really fine? The housekeeper, who was left downstairs, was puzzled. But you look like you're about to cry. Forget it. I must be overthinking. The room, which had been empty for a few days, was still clean and tidy. Wei Jing sat on the computer chair and turned on the computer. His gaze fell on a spot in the air. The housekeeper was right. Wei Zhe loved him so much now, but it was all in the past. He shouldn't be calculative about it. He had the ability to make Wei Zhe, who hated him, like him now. That was his ability. Others couldn't be envious of him. Jingyan was in his hands. Wei Zhe wouldn't dare to provoke him. Otherwise, he would make him leave with nothing. Wei Jing comforted himself and suppressed his depressed mood. During this period of time, he had to go to school and fall in love with Wei Zhe. During the serialization of the manga, he had stopped updating for a week. This time, he couldn't continue being a lazy fish. Wei Jing opened his graphics tablet and started drawing carefully. After so many years of learning, his strokes were smooth and the characters were lively. Coupled with the inspirational and hot-blooded story, he had attracted a large number of fans. After drawing for a long time, Wei Jing put down his pen and rubbed his sore wrist. Suddenly, the penguin icon on the bottom right corner of his computer rang. Fei Xiaomao, I'm so angry. Super angry. Super angry. So angry that I'm about to explode. Wei Jing looked at it in a daze. Before his brain, which was filled with paintings, could react, his fingers had already reflexively returned. I rejected the story of the battle between cute pets a long time ago. I'm not going back on my word. Fei Xiaomao, Wei Jing, pitiful. JPG, Fei Xiaomao, of course I know. I'm not angry at you because of this. It's something else. Wei Jing was curious. What is it? Why are you so angry? Fei Xiaomao was Wei Jing's first editor. Although they were no longer working together, their personalities were similar and they often contacted each other. Previously, Fei Xiaomao had even introduced him to drawing a story for a mobile game. At that time, Fei Xiaomao had been so flustered by Wei Zhe's confession that he didn't have time to do anything else. Therefore, he had rejected the offer. Fei Xiaomao, didn't I tell you that I had a blind date? We've been dating for a while now. Both of us think that it's a good idea and we're getting engaged. Wei Jing, isn't that good? Congratulations on getting rid of your bachelor career. Claps. JPG, Fei Xiaomao, listen to me first. A few months ago, he got promoted by some dumb luck. Then, a female junior came over and tried to push her cousin into their department. Wei Jing. If I remember correctly, your boyfriend's company is Jing'an, Fei Xiaomao. Yup. Wei Jing, forgive me for being blunt. Even if he becomes a manager, it's impossible to push a good-for-nothing into Jing'an, Fei Xiaomao, no. That person is quite capable. Wei Jing, Fei Xiaomao, there are 2 interns. The company only allows 1 to stay. Wei Jing thought for a while and said tactfully, connections are also a kind of relationship. If 2 people are not too different in terms of ability. You understand. Fei Xiaomao. The other one is my cousin. Cold face emotion. JPG, Wei Jing. I understand. So he chose the other person, Fei Xiaomao. Yup. Fei Xiaomao, and that woman was his first love. He told me about it during the blind date and even showed me a photo. At that time I just thought that this person was so funny. He was so cute. As for now, it started crying with a bark. Wei Jing, damn. Who hasn't loved 1 or 2 scumbags in this day and age? This multiple-choice question has changed from an intern to a man choosing between 2 women. Fei Xiaomao, the problem is that I didn't tell him that the other intern is my cousin. Wei Jing, meow meow meow. Fei Xiaomao, I feel that no matter what, I have to rely on myself to fight for everything. Plus, I've asked him openly and secretly, and he always said that my cousin's workability is better than the other person. The person who will stay in the end should be my cousin. Who knew that he would be intercepted in the end? Huiqiu Wei Jing. This question is beyond my ability. Obedient. JPG, Fei Xiaomao, that's why I'm also very conflicted. It's hard to say who's right and who's wrong, but Fei Xiaomao was the man's girlfriend. Seeing her boyfriend help the woman he once had a crush on and even accidentally hurt his cousin, she was definitely upset. Fei Xiaomao, forget it, forget it. I can't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the sadder I feel. Do you think he still has feelings for that woman, Wei Jing? I don't think that counts. Probably, Fei Xiaomao, Why did I mention it again, Fei Xiaomao? Speaking of which, Pandalin, we've known each other for so many years and we're both in B City. Do you want to meet me, */omega \**? They've known each other for 4 to 5 years and should have gotten to know each other long ago. It's just that the other party didn't mention it. Wei Jing was a man, and he felt that it was inappropriate to ask a girl out. Now that the other party took the initiative to ask, he naturally agreed. Sure. When are you free, Fei Xiaomao? The day after tomorrow. Since it's the weekend, let's go shopping together. I want to buy to appease the resentment in my heart. Wei Jing. Can I refuse to go shopping, Fei Xiaomao? Cough, cough. I forgot that you're a man, Pandalin. Let's meet at the Cat Cafe on Huban Road, Wei Jing. Okay. At this moment, the sky darkened and the last ray of sunlight disappeared, leaving only silence in the room. Wei Jing got up, turned on the lights in the room, and did 2 open chest exercises. The little bit of sadness in his heart slowly dissipated into the air. Life wasn't as smooth as it seemed. He and Wei Jia had known each other since they were young. After the baptism of time, they became each other's lover and dependents. He used to think that everything was perfect, but it was actually just a whim. But even so, even if he was just using him, it didn't matter. He was just a pet who loved to tease. All these years, he saw how well Wei Jia treated him. He even generously gave Jing'an to him as a birthday present. He trusted and loved him so much. How could he blame the current Wei Jia because of a voice message from the past? A family needed 2 people to run it, and love needed 2 people to protect each other. All these years, he had always been the one being tolerated. He threw a tantrum, ran away from home, and willfully followed the old madams back to City W. And in his previous life, that betrayal, he had done so many terrible things, but he had always been patiently accepted in Wei Jia's arms, holding up the world for him, allowing him to soar freely. The corners of the young man's lips curled up slightly, and there was a sweet smile in his eyes. This time, he would be the one to tolerate Weijia. He stood by the window, looked at the man in a suit downstairs, and waved his hand vigorously. "Big brother." "Yes." The man looked up, and their gazes met in the air. A warm south wind blew, and small sharp teeth emerged from the ground. The heavy branches sprouted, and in an instant, it was the season of spring, when flowers bloomed, and all living things came back to life. They looked at each other and smiled. Weijia had one hand in his pocket, and his long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly. His deep eyes were filled with gentleness that could melt a person's heart. "Come down quickly, it's time to eat." "Coming soon." Wei Jing broke into a big smile, and there was no gloominess at all. That conversation was squeezed into a small round pancake and hidden in his heart, becoming his little secret. Wei Jing ran downstairs and complained, "Why are you working overtime again? It's already 6 or 7 o'clock. Weijia said helplessly, "I didn't work overtime, and there was a traffic jam." He paused for a moment and asked casually, "Did Wei He come to look for you today?" Wei Jing was stunned by the question. He looked at him suspiciously. "Big brother, how did you know?" Weijia took off his jacket and placed it on the chair. His bony hands loosened the tie around his neck. He lowered his head and cleverly avoided Wei Jing's gaze. "I have a friend who happened to be having dinner in the dining room." He did not finish his sentence and left Wei Jing's imagination running wild. Wei Jing replied with an "Oh." "Mr. Wei, I don't know where he got a lot of photos of us alone, but he insisted that the two of us are." The young man gave a thumbs up and made a couple gesture. "What do you mean by certain?" Weijia saw that there was no one in the living room. He quickly pounced on the teenager and kissed him on the cheek. "We are." Wei Jing, who was caught off guard by the sudden attack, looked around nervously. His face flushed red. "Big brother." Okay. It's my fault. Let's go and eat." Weijia raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. Wei Jing did not know that Weijia had sent bodyguards to follow him all this time to prevent any accidents from happening outside. He was also told about his meeting with Wei He by the bodyguards who were hiding in the dark. However, they were too far away and did not know the content of their conversation. Oh. However, he was relieved to see that Wei Jing seemed to be in a good mood. After dinner, the servants went to rest. Wei Jing, who was drawing, suddenly saw a large shadow appear on the screen. Before he could scream, someone hugged his waist and a man's hot breath blew on his neck. "Wei Xiaojing, it's time to rest." "It's you, big brother." "You scared me." Wei Jing patted his chest and said with lingering fear, "Can you make a little noise when you come in next time?" Weijia said helplessly, "The sound of the door opening was loud." "You were too focused." Wei Jing lowered his head guiltily. He glanced at his watch. It was 8:57 p.m. It was still early. He nudged the man behind him with his elbow and said, "Let go of me first. I'll paint for another hour and then go to sleep." "No, it's 9 o'clock. Let's sleep together." Weijia insisted. "I'm almost done, big brother." If the hard way didn't work, then he would use the soft way. Wei Jing pretended to look up pitifully and looked at the man's face pitifully. "Let me finish drawing. I'll be done soon. Otherwise, I'll have to continue tomorrow." Weijia. Acting cute is against the rules. Wei Jing, please, big brother, go to sleep first. I'll be there in a while. All right. Weijia was helpless. He got up and sat on a chair. "Go ahead and draw. I will wait for you." The man's gaze was so intense that it was like a sticky cake sticking to his body. Wei Jing's heart was in a mess. The more he wanted to draw properly in front of the man, the more messy his strokes were. He sighed and turned his head helplessly. "Big brother, don't keep looking at me." Weijia raised his eyebrows and smiled. "I can't get enough of my lover. I can't bear to look at you less." It was a blow to the heart, and his heartbeat quickened. Wei Jing put down the pen in his hand in defeat. He got up and grabbed the man's hand. He smiled and said, "Let's go to sleep. Don't you want to paint?" You keep staring at me like that. My heart is on you. How can I sleep? Weijia smiled and put his hand on the young man's waist. This is considered a confession. You like me that much? I can't help it. Wei Jing pretended to be innocent and shook his head. It's because someone likes me so much that he gave me all his assets. Then I reluctantly like him a little. Little liar. Then what are you? Little liar's lover. Big liar. That doesn't sound too bad. The two of them hugged each other in the room. The air suddenly became hot. Their lips touched and their breaths quickened. The big liar pressed on top of the little liar and ate him up again and again. In the end, the little liar didn't even have the strength to cry. When Wei Jing woke up in the morning, he didn't even have the strength to speak. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he and Fei Xiaomao had agreed to meet the next day. Otherwise, he would have missed the appointment today. Weijia brought breakfast to him. Wei Jing thought about yesterday's incident as he ate. He swallowed the porridge in his mouth. Big brother, how do you think Mr. Wei found out about our relationship? His tone was very certain, but that photo. It doesn't feel too outrageous. Weijia smiled. What do you think? Wei Jing said, it can't be? It's Wei Yu Wei again? Why is this person always trying to set us up? What have I done to him? The stewed corn porridge was fragrant. Weijia scooped up a spoonful of porridge and said casually, he's not trying to set you up. He's trying to set me up. So I'm being implicated? Wei Jing sighed helplessly. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Since it's because of you, then there's nothing we can do. Let him continue to act. Let's see how long he can keep this up. Don't worry, it won't be long. Weijia picked up Wei Jing's empty bowl and put it aside. Although he's doing things secretly, if we investigate carefully, there's nothing we can't find. It's time to close the net. There was a hint of hostility in the man's eyes. He was high and mighty, as if he was talking about an insignificant person. Wei Jing's heart skipped a beat. He felt that this man was really too handsome. Ah, he said in a superimposing manner. The two of them were lovey-dovey at home for the whole day. The next day, Weijia wanted to continue, but Wei Jing firmly rejected him. He and Fei Xiaomao had agreed to meet at 10 in the morning. Wei Jing arrived 20 minutes early. The cat cafe was naturally themed with cats. There were many cats in the cafe. They were very clean and were not afraid of strangers. They would take the initiative to rub against the legs of the customers. The group of cat lovers were so mesmerized that they wanted to stay in the cafe and not leave. Wei Jing sat on the sofa with a white two-tone-eyed cat lying on his lap. Its fur was smooth, and its little paws were pink and tender. It was very intelligent, and he could not bear to put it down. Fei Xiaomao's real name was Fei Xiaomao. She was from B City and was the only child in her family. Her parents were considered rich, and she worked leisurely as a landlady. She and Pangolin had known each other for many years, and this meeting had made her feel conflicted for a long time. Pangolin did not usually show his face, and yesterday he told her not to be scared. He must have felt inferior because of his appearance. Fei Xiaomao was on the chubby side, but her facial features were considered pretty. After makeup, she could be considered a little beauty. But now, she was going all out for Pangolin. She did not wear any makeup, and her hair was casually tied into a ponytail. She chose the simplest sweater and jeans, and she did not even wear her favorite high heels. Looking at herself in the mirror, she felt a little sad that she was shorter for no reason. Forget it, forget it. She was going there for a meetup, not a blind date. So what if she looked ugly? However, when she saw Wei Jing in the cafe, who looked exquisite, had beautiful facial features, and was wearing a big branded shirt, she felt that she was about to cry. Didn't you say not to be scared? How could you not follow the rules? Wei Jing looked back at her innocently. So, are you scared now? She was a 27-year-old girl. Her skin was fair and smooth, her eyes were watery, and her face was chubby. Without makeup, she looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Although she was not considered pretty, she was definitely not ugly. What do you think? I feel like I'm being seduced by beauty. Fei Xiaomao clutched her chest and looked like she was about to suffocate. Wei Jing raised his eyebrows and felt a little happy. Just because of that? What else? Fei Xiaomao pursed her lips and looked like a righteous person. If there's anything, just come at me. I can take it. Hurry up. Ahem. It's nothing, nothing. Wei Jing quickly waved his hand. Yesterday, he thought that Fei Xiaomao's boyfriend worked in Jing'an, and that she might recognize him. Now, it seemed like he was overthinking it. Maybe if Wei Zhe came over, Fei Xiaomao might not even recognize him. It's so embarrassing. They're all looking at me. Fei Xiaomao covered her face with the menu and felt like she had nothing left to live for. Ah! You should have said so earlier. I just changed into a nice set of clothes and put on some makeup before coming over. Now you're a handsome guy, and I'm a lowly girl sitting opposite you. The contrast is too tragic. I feel sorry for myself. Wei Jing had always been sensitive to the malicious looks of others. He looked around and said awkwardly, then what should we do? Why don't we go shopping and change into a new set of clothes for you before we eat? Fei Xiaomao sat on the chair like a deflated balloon. Forget it. Let them look. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Even if they want to stab me to death with their eyes, they have to let me eat first. After that. She took the menu away in despair and called the waiter to order steak, drinks, and dessert. Wei Jing had eaten at home, so she wasn't hungry now. She casually ordered 2 desserts. Wei Jing was about to tease her when he saw Fei Xiaomao's expression change instantly. She looked straight in a certain direction. Wei Jing was curious. He followed her gaze and saw 2 familiar faces. Weren't they the secretary and the young man who had eaten with Jing'an that day? He looked back suspiciously. What's wrong? Did Fei Xiaomao know them? Fei Xiaomao took a deep breath, picked up her bag and raised her head proudly. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Her boyfriend was eating with a white moonlight. Did he think she was dead? No matter how shabby she was, she couldn't lose to others. Xiaomao, you're here too. The man scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Xia said that she's very grateful to me for what I did last time, so she wants to treat me to a meal. After the man's reminder, Fei Xiaomao saw the young man at the side. This must be Xianxia's cousin? They weren't eating alone. Fei Xiaomao calmed down a little. She glanced at Xianxia and said politely, what a coincidence. Why don't we eat together? Xianxia had long known that Senior Su liked her, so she made use of his connections to pull her family members into the company, which was a matter of course. She was even more disdainful of the woman in front of her. How could she compare to her in terms of figure, education, looks, and EQ? Okay. Let's eat together. There's another person here, right? There are 5 of us. Let's go to the private room. Xianxia was very polite. Wei Jing had his back to them, so Xianxia and the others didn't see his face. He touched his nose. If he stuck out his head, he would be stabbed. Why should he hide? After thinking it through, Wei Jing slowly turned his head and smiled politely. Hello. Xianxia, Senior Su. Fei Xiaomao saw that the 2 of them looked as if they had seen a ghost and asked curiously, what's wrong with you? I know my friend is good-looking. But you don't have to act like this. Senior Su stammered, hello, little Mr. Wei. Whenever he saw Wei Jing, he would think of the embarrassing incident in the cafeteria last year. He was just a small employee, but he had actually taught Mr. Wei's younger brother a lesson. Fortunately, Mr. Wei was magnanimous and didn't pursue the matter. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Xianxia's emotions were even more subtle. She had already decided that Wei Jing and Wei Zhe were a couple. She hated this shameless young man who was willing to be a man's pet for money. Especially when she saw Wei Jing's facial features and fair skin, which were more exquisite than hers, a subtle hint of jealousy and malice flowed out from the bottom of her heart. You don't have to call me that. You're Xiaomao's boyfriend, right? I'm her friend. You can just call me by my name. Wei Jing reached out his hand to the man kindly. Let's get to know each other again. Hello, I'm Wei Jing. Hello. I'm Su Min. The man reached out his hand with trembling hands. Wei Jing was amused when he heard the name. He couldn't help but laugh. I think I'm fated to be with the surname Su. My master's surname is Su, my aunt's surname is Su, and my brother's assistant's surname is Su. Then you. Ha ha ha. Su Min was infected by the young man's relaxed attitude and laughed foolishly. As for this. What's your name? Wei Jing thought for a long time but couldn't dig out the woman's name from his memory. Xianxia forced a smile and held her bag tightly. She didn't look like she was going to reach out at all. Hello, little Mr. Wei. My name is Xianxia. After that, she pointed to the person beside her. This is my cousin, Jun Ming. Jun Ming had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was half a head taller than Wei Jing. His skin was a healthy wheat color. When he smiled, there was a hint of naughtiness. He was very attractive. He took the initiative to reach out his hand. Hello, I'm Jun Ming. Hello. Wei Jing shook his hand. It wasn't a good idea for the five of them to stand in the corridor. Soon, they were led to a private room by the waiter. Fei Xiaomao sat between Su Min and Wei Jing. On the other side of Wei Jing was Jun Ming, followed by Xianxia. Wei Jing sat on the chair. He felt that the way Xianxia looked at him made him very uncomfortable. It was as if she was looking at trash. Jun Ming, on the other hand, was very enthusiastic about him and kept chatting with him. Since they were in a private room, Fei Xiaomao removed the steak she ordered and changed it to lunch with everyone. It was only after a while that she was in the mood to speak. Wei Jing, what do they mean by little Mr. Wei? You said that you have a backer in Jing'an? Who is it? Tell me the truth. Su Min listened to her girlfriend's bold words and felt a little agitated. Who is the founder of Jing'an? Think about it. Wei Jing looked back helplessly. Oh. Wait a minute, I'll search online. Fei Xiaomao had just taken out her phone when her boyfriend grabbed her hand. The woman, who was already angry, suddenly exploded. She scowled and said, What? If you have something to say it quickly. Don't disturb me. Su Min was stunned by the roar. She was as weak as a puppy who had accidentally stopped a pack of wolves. She said weakly, There's no need to search. The CEO and the biggest shareholder of Jing'an is Xiao Wei. Wei Jing's big brother. Fei Xiaomao felt that there might be something wrong with her ears. She tilted her head. Brother? Big brother? Yes. F***ck. She suddenly jumped up and turned to ask Wei Jing, Doesn't that mean you're a rich second-generation heir? The kind who has super big thighs. Almighty, do you need a leg accessory? The kind who can shout 6,666 after going to university. Wei Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Aren't we already friends? They had been friends for 5 to 6 years. Even if it was only on the internet, they were still friends. He. Fei Xiaomao laughed foolishly for a while. She felt happy in her heart. Su Min, who was standing at the side, felt a little uncomfortable. This was his girlfriend, but now she was staring at another man with shining eyes. There was a subtle jealousy brewing in her heart. This had nothing to do with whether Wei Jing would like Fei Xiaomao or not. It was just a man's possessiveness that was causing trouble. The five of them got along quite well. Fei Xiaomao was a little repulsed by Xianxia and Jun Ming, but on the surface, no one could find fault with her. Wei Jing heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. Although Fei Xiaomao was usually careless and jumpy, she had always been good at interpersonal relationships. During the meal, Su Min got up to go to the bathroom. Wei Jing secretly whispered to Fei Xiaomao, What's going on? Didn't you say that he eliminated your cousin from the list? Why is he eating with the white moonlight now? Doesn't he feel guilty or guilty? Fei Xiaomao secretly glanced at Xianxia, who had exquisite makeup on, and said in a low voice, I haven't told him that the person who was removed is my cousin. Wei Jing, I don't think it's useless to say it. Anyway, he's already removed him. I can't just put him back. Fei Xiaomao scratched her head. Well, if you don't mind, Wei Jing was about to say that he could help, but Fei Xiaomao hurriedly interrupted him. She said, Forget it. My cousin is an adult. He has hands and feet. Self-reliance is the way of the king. Wei Jing felt a little helpless when he heard that. He said jokingly, "Didn't you just say that you wanted to cozy up to me? Why don't you want it now that it's here?" "Don't worry. I'll definitely cozy up to you when I have to." Fei Xiaomao touched her nose and said like an old man, "Young people. Let them fight on their own." "What are you talking about? You're being so mysterious. Let me listen too." Jun Ming suddenly spoke up, startling the two of them. Wei Jing sat up straight. It was not good to talk about other people's work in front of them. He casually picked up a mouthful of food and stuffed it into his mouth. After swallowing it, he said vaguely, "It's just a small matter." "Oh? Is that so?" Jun Ming said, "How did you two meet on the internet? It feels so magical." Fei Xiaomao said without a smile, "It's just a random friend request. A blind cat bumped into a dead mouse. I accidentally bumped into a golden thigh." All these years, Wei Jing had never exposed his true identity on the internet. As his good friend, Fei Xiaomao would keep it a secret even if Wei Jing didn't say anything. Wei Jing was willing to meet her. Because he trusted her. How could she let down this rare trust? Jun Ming asked a few more questions, looking very interested in Wei Jing. Xianxia, who was sitting next to him, was frightened. She was afraid that her cousin would go astray and be seduced by Wei Jing. In the end, she couldn't bear it anymore and said in a low voice, "Jun Ming, come with me. I have something to tell you." Jun Ming was very observant. He knew that Xianxia was angry. He didn't dare to provoke her. After apologizing to Wei Jing and the others, he followed the woman out. "Humph. She must have gone out to say bad things about us. She interrupted Jun Ming's conversation with us in such a hurry. Is she afraid that we can't sense it?" Fei Xiaomao complained, "Wei Jing, is this person really from your company? Why do I feel that she's more important than you? That look of disdain is too ugly. I'm so angry." As soon as Fei Xiaomao finished speaking, the door of the private room was pushed open. Su Men stood by the door with an awkward expression. She didn't know how much she had heard. The air was a little stuffy. Wei Jing didn't want to get involved in the young couple's business. He got up and left. "You guys talk. I'll go to the bathroom." After saying that, he didn't give the other party time to react and directly walked out of the private room. The bathroom was at the end of the corridor on the right. He had to pass through the empty area at the front desk to get there. Wei Jing had one hand in his pocket and walked slowly in the direction of the front desk. As soon as he reached the place, he vaguely heard a familiar voice. "Stay away from him. He's gay. Do you know that? You're the only son in your family. What if you get led astray by him?" "Gay? I think he's quite cute. He's cuter than a girl." A casual voice was heard. "Cousin, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I saw Mr. Wei's phone screensaver with my own eyes. Two grown men lying together. What do you think they can do? It's so disgusting." Wei Jing. Oh. Why did he feel like he had discovered something? The conversation between the two of them continued. Wei Jing heard Jun Ming's incredulous voice. "Wait, isn't he brothers with Jing and CEO? Did you make a mistake?" "What mistake?" Xianxia raised her eyebrows and argued, although he and Wei Zhe are not related by blood, they grew up together. What's the difference between them? Jun Ming was a little moved. Then he can be raised as a child bride. Raising a little beauty is the dream of many men. Wei Jing was speechless. Xianxia gritted her teeth. Anyway, I won't let you get too close to him. Who knows if being gay is contagious? If you go astray, as his cousin, how can I live with myself? Okay. Cousin, you're too old-fashioned. We're in a scientific world now. Homosexuality is innate. It's not a cold that can be transmitted through the air. Jun Ming touched his nose and looked to the side, his eyes flickering. Xianxia waved her hand. Okay. What you said makes sense. Anyway, you just have to stay away from him, okay? Okay. Jun Ming agreed with the woman. Okay, let's go back to the private room. Xianxia took out some powder from her bag and touched up her makeup. She held her head high like a swan that had won a battle. Be careful about what I told you just now. Don't expose yourself. Understood. After the two of them finished talking, they turned around and saw Wei Jing standing behind them. Xianxia's face stiffened. How much did he hear? Wei Jing said without changing his expression. What a coincidence. The three of them chatted casually for a while. Wei Jing went to the washroom, while Xianxia and Jun Ming walked in the direction of the private room. The three of them brushed past each other. The atmosphere of the gathering was unusually awkward. After a while, everyone dispersed. After that, Fei Xiaomao sent a message. Pandalin, I'm sorry. The two of us were having a good meeting, but I messed it up. It's okay. On the contrary, I have to thank you for letting me discover something, Wei Jing said. Fei Xiaomao was curious. What's the matter? I can't talk about that. How are you and your boyfriend? Have you reconciled? Wei Jing changed the topic. It's still the same. He's just a blockhead. The engagement has been delayed. I've decided to think about it for a while. Fei Xiaomao was at a loss. Wei Jing and Wei Zhe had dated before, and the two of them couldn't be more familiar with each other from their previous lives to this one. He knew nothing about the emotional entanglements between a man and a woman, so he could only comfort her and make her feel at ease. He was surprised when he received Wei Zhe's call. What's wrong? Do you still remember your father? His sarcastic tone didn't hurt Wei Zhe at all. The man casually flipped a page of the book on his lap and said casually, You've been investigating Wei Yuwei recently. I have some evidence here. Do you want to take a look? The other party was silent for a long time. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, You investigated me? No. Wei Zhe rejected without hesitation. I'm investigating Wei Yuwei. Recently, I discovered that there was a group of people investigating him, so I guessed it was you. Wei Zhe's tone of control made Wei He extremely uncomfortable. He was used to being high and mighty. Now, not only was he being played by Wei Yuwei, but he was also being watched by Wei Zhe. His expression immediately darkened. I'll investigate it myself. Wei Zhe was shocked by his reaction and asked in return, Are you sure? Wei He didn't want to say anything else and hung up the phone. He had lived for so many years, so he knew very well what he was doing. Wei Yuwei's investigation had already come to an end. He reckoned that he would soon find out what the other party was doing. The problem he had to consider now was, should he wait for Wei Yuwei to get rid of Wei Jing before making a move, or should he make a move immediately? 3 days later, when the detective placed the document in front of him, Wei He's breathing quickened. His face was pale, and he almost couldn't catch his breath. He quickly stuffed a heart-saving pill into his mouth, and only then did he manage to catch his breath. Wei Yuwei had taken away half of the Wei family's wealth. At this point, he no longer cared about Wei Jing, an insignificant person. He directly called Wei Yuwei and asked him to come back. Wei Zhe had been tailing Wei Yuwei. When he heard that Wei Yuwei was in a hurry to leave the country, he decisively called the police and submitted the evidence he had prepared for a long time. After Wei Jing found out about this matter, everything came to an end in an urgent manner. What's going on? You said. Mr. Wei is dead? The last 2 words were so soft that it sounded like a breath. Wei Jing stood there in a daze. It was as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. But in our previous life. Wei Zhe had dark circles under his eyes. His black hair was messy on his forehead, and his usually well-ironed suit was wrinkled. He looked exhausted. Although I know father, he values the Wei clan very much, I didn't expect him to have a cerebral hemorrhage after being provoked by Wei Yuwei's words. He died. Wei Zhe's father-son relationship with Wei He was so weak that it was negligible. However, when a person died, it was like a lamp being extinguished. No matter how much hatred and resentment there was, it faded away with the passing of an old friend. Big brother, don't be sad. Wei Jing's nose twitched. He hugged his man tightly like a small heater. At this moment, all the comforting words seemed so weak. He could only hug him tightly and try to give him courage. Don't worry, I'm fine. Weijia reached out to rub the young man's soft black hair. Suddenly, there was weight in his empty chest. Weijia, who was at a loss, slowly found his backbone. They hugged each other like this for a long time. After a while, Weijia slowly opened his mouth and dropped a bomb. Wei Yuhui is not Wei He's son. Oh. Wait. Big brother, what did you say? Wei Jing was dumbfounded. It was a long time ago. When Zhao Wanwan was young, she was also a beauty in school. She had a good figure and was beautiful. She was the target of countless men. She was the first to get together with Wei He. At that time, Wei He's status in the Wei family was low, but he was still a member of the Wei family. Not to mention other things, he had more money than a normal person like Zhao Wanwan. In addition, Wei He was handsome. Zhao Wanwan calculated that she would not lose out no matter what. People's appetites always grew bigger and bigger. A man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. After Zhao Wanwan came into contact with the other members of the Wei family, she slowly looked down on Wei He. Fortunately, she did a good job of keeping up appearances and did not let Wei He notice. She frequently expressed her goodwill to the eldest son of the Wei family at that time. A beautiful woman, who was also the lover of the illegitimate son he hated, climbed into his bed. Perhaps it was to stimulate him or to belittle Wei He, but the man slept with Zhao Wanwan, who was still Wei He's lover at that time. After Zhao Wanwan became pregnant, she found someone to do a DNA test. She wanted to use this child to bind herself to the eldest son of the Wei family. How many women did the eldest son of the Wei family have? He did not take it seriously at all. He even treated it as a joke and told the old madam about it. Zhao Wanwan had no choice but to continue staying by Wei He's side. Later on, the eldest son of the Wei family died in a woman's belly. Wei He took over the entire Wei family and Madame Wei was lucky enough to escape with her life. This made sense. At that time, they were all Wei He's children. Why did the old madam only treat Wei Yuhui nicely and have a special liking for him? Wei Jing was dumbfounded. He rubbed his stiff face in a daze. Big brother, how did you know? Wei Yuhui wouldn't be so stupid as to reveal everything, right? He really did reveal it himself. Weijia sat on the sofa. His features were deep and handsome, and the corners of his lips curved into a heartless smile. But he didn't say it to me. At the time, he probably thought that he was going to leave, so he revealed everything to father. He didn't expect that he would hide a recording pen in his office. Wei Jing recalled how Wei He came to look for him with a recording pen a few days ago. This was probably his habit when talking to him. Mr. Wei, it's because of this. Wei Jing cut off the second half of his sentence and said vaguely. Weijia sighed softly. He smiled at Wei Jing and said, you don't have to be so formal. Just ask what you need to ask. You might think that I'm cold-blooded, but... He looked straight at the young man and revealed his true feelings in front of the person he loved the most. I don't have any father-son relationship with Wei He. Calling him father is just a form of address to me. He paused for 2 seconds and carefully tried to curry favor with him. You don't hate me, do you? Of course I don't. Wei Jing shook his head vigorously and expressed his inner feelings incisively and vividly. Even if I hate anyone, I won't hate you, big brother. It should be said that he liked him the most in the world. He liked him more than he liked himself. The oppressive and silent atmosphere suddenly livened up because of these words. Weijia gently curved the corners of his lips. There was a relaxed smile at the corners of his eyes. It'll be just the two of us in the future. You can't chase me away. Otherwise, I'll starve to death on the streets. Pfft. Wei Jing was amused and laughed out loud. Life was unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, Wei He was dead. Wei Yuhui was sentenced to life imprisonment for embezzlement and murder. His mother, Zhao Wanwan, was sentenced to 20 years in prison for covering up for him and not reporting the truth. At the same time, she was also one of the beneficiaries. On the day of Wei He's funeral, the sky was gloomy and many people came. There were business friends, his mistresses, and many illegitimate children. On the surface, they were crying loudly, but in their hearts, they were thinking about the inheritance. Wei Jing just watched from afar. He thought that since Wei hated him so much, he shouldn't go over and be an eyesore at this time. Wei had embezzled too much money. On top of that, the project that he had been trying to make a final profit from was a mess. The entire project had been ruined and the Wei clan had collapsed because of it. Wei followed his original plan and annexed the Wei clan. He incorporated it into Jing'an and made it a subsidiary of Jing'an. There were many things waiting to be done. Wei was completely busy. Wei Jing wasn't idle either. He had said that he was going to adapt his manga into an anime. Now, he was finally going to do it. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed just like that. During the summer break, Wei Jing received a call from Su General. He said that he had met an online friend in B City and wanted to come over to have fun and meet up with them. Wei Jing heard this and teased him. "A girl you like?" Su Gen's face immediately turned red when he heard this. He quickly shook his head. No. It's a guy. He's a game streamer like me. He's super good at games and his hand speed is really fast. Su Gen couldn't stop talking when it came to games. Su Gen had said that he wanted to be a game streamer back then and he really did it. His family couldn't control him no matter what. In the end, they just let him be. In the past half a year, he had successfully signed a contract with a website. With his amazing hand speed and positioning, he was doing well. He could earn about 100,000 yuan a month. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the top streamers, but to the Su family, this was considered a huge profit. One had to know that their eldest son, Su Yuan, was a university student. He only earned about 10,000 yuan a month. The estrangement in the family was caused by the issue of a house. Now that their youngest son could earn so much money a month, he could buy a house himself. What was there to fight about? Therefore, Su Gen could be said to be flushed with success recently. He had a career and money, and he was doing what he liked. Su Yuan also stopped being sarcastic to him. It could be said that he was living a good life. He thanked Wei Jing more than once. If he hadn't told him about this path, Su Gen probably wouldn't know which construction site he would be moving bricks at now. Okay. Let me know when you're coming over. I'll pick you up at the airport. Wei Jing smiled. Okay. The person on the other side answered readily. As soon as the call ended, Wei Jing felt a weight on his shoulder. He shrugged helplessly and complained sweetly, "Big brother, you're so heavy. Hurry up and go to work. You're coming with me." Wei Jing pulled on the teenager's collar like a child. Wei Jing shook his head decisively. No. Wei Jing said, "You haven't been willing to accompany me recently. Tell me, do you think I'm annoying?" "I don't." Wei Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only go along with his words. "I can go, but you can't press against me and kiss me anymore. Otherwise, I won't go in the future. Do you understand?" Yesterday, Wei Jing went to the office to accompany Wei Jia. Who knew that the other party would suddenly sneak in? Coincidentally, an insensible secretary came in without knocking. Wei Jing was so scared that his heart stopped. Wei Jia knew that he was in the wrong. He rubbed his nose and said, "Okay." The two of them had been together from their previous lives to this life. Even if they were lovey-dovey every day, they wouldn't feel annoyed. The sun was shining brightly outside the window. The leaves were lush, and the fragrance of an unknown flower sneaked in through the window. It was fragrant and refreshing. The next day, Su Gen couldn't wait to run to B City. Along the way, he chattered about the netizens. In the end, he asked Wei Jing in a particularly embarrassed manner, "Can you accompany me to the meeting? I'm a little embarrassed to be alone." Wei Jing was speechless. "Don't you have to show your face during the live broadcast? Why are you shy now?" "How am I shy? It's just that I think it'll be awkward if two otakus meet and don't have anything to talk about." Su Gen scratched his head and looked very troubled. Wei Jing patted his shoulder and said, "You're both game streamers, so you can talk about games. You'll definitely have something to talk about." Su Gen said, "We play games every day. I'm just afraid that he'll feel annoyed." "You play games every day, but I don't see you feeling annoyed." Wei Jing explained. "That's different. I don't feel annoyed because I like to play games. I love this industry. But he said that he's playing games purely to earn money to repay his debts. There's nothing to like or dislike about it. He just thinks it's convenient. Su Jian glanced at Wei Jing and said weakly. Wait a minute? Wei Jing was attracted by two words. Repay his debts? Who does he owe money to? I'm not sure. I heard that his family was originally very poor and couldn't even afford to go to school. A kind person sponsored him. He seems to be in his 20s now. He took the college entrance exam again this year and successfully got into C University. Su Jian was both excited and a little disappointed. Why is this world so unfair? It's fine that he's better than me at games, but he's also a little top student in school. C University and University A, where Wei Jing studied, were the top universities in V City. The two of them dominated. Wei Jing had become bad friends with Su Jian in the past 6 months. He didn't hesitate to pour cold water on him. That's enough. You're not the best. That's why I need you to support me. Su Jian smiled at Wei Jing to please him. It was summer vacation, so Wei Jing didn't have much to do and was very free. Plus, he was also curious, so he agreed. On the other side, the young man who was praised by Su Jian was seriously cooking in the kitchen. The 3-bedroom apartment was about 100 square meters. It was neatly arranged, and the aroma of food drifted into the living room. Wei Min was sprawled on the sofa like a boneless cat. He held a thick photo album in his hand, and his gaze fell on a point in the air. Little dummy is the food not ready yet? I'm starving. He said as he rolled on the soft sofa. He glanced outside and sped up the movements of her hands. It's almost ready. Wait for another 10 minutes. Okay. Wei Min sprung up from the sofa. His empty stomach was crying out in hunger. He quickly tidied up the useless things on the table and waited for the meal to start. The two of them had lived together for more than a year, and were very familiar with each other's habits and hobbies. Wei Min didn't expect it himself. At that time, he was just stupid and kind, so he sponsored Hidi. Later, the two of them became such close friends. At this time, Hidi had the ability to make money and didn't need his sponsorship anymore. But she was still willing to stay by his side, wash his clothes and cook for him, be his mother, and supervise him to get up and go to bed on time. Wei Min sat at the table, and there was an unconcealable smile on his face. That's great. He also had a family. The dishes were simple home-cooked dishes. There were minced meat and eggplant, braised fish, fried meat with chili, and chives and eggs. Wei Min filled a big bowl of rice and chatted with the young man while eating. You're going to meet your online friend tomorrow, right? Have you decided on the location? Hidi had good facial features and a calm temperament. Although he couldn't compare with Wei Min's gorgeous facial features, he could still be considered a handsome young man. He picked up an eggplant with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. I booked an open coffee shop. Don't worry, nothing will happen. After all, she's someone I met online. Wei Min muttered. Don't worry. If something really happens, it's hard to say who will be the one to beat up who. As he said this, he rolled up his sleeves and showed Wei Min his strong muscles. He was born in the countryside. When he was young, he did farm work with the adults. That was how he trained his brute strength. He thought for a moment and suggested, why don't you go with me? Anyway, you have nothing to do tomorrow. Wei Min didn't even think about it before she agreed. The next day was a sunny day. Wei Min and the others arrived at the coffee shop 20 minutes early to wait. There were people coming and going outside the window. His gaze fell to the side, and he was silently in a daze. After a few minutes, he heard the person beside him call out, "You're here." He. I was planning to come early, but I didn't expect you to come even earlier than me. When Wei Min heard this, he retracted his gaze from the window. When he turned his head, he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. He never thought that he would see Wei Jing again in this way. Ever since he left the Wei family's old mansion, he and Wei Jing had become people from two different worlds. Half a year ago, he also went to Wei He's funeral. He wandered around, but he didn't see the young man that he desperately wanted to see and apologize to. Now that he suddenly met him, the scene and words that he had rehearsed countless times in his mind suddenly became stuck in his chest. He couldn't spit them out. In the end, it became a dry greeting. Long time no see. Wei Jing was also quite surprised. Although he still had soundproof walls, he wouldn't talk about what happened back then in public. Therefore, he calmly replied, "Long time no see." Then he sat across from him and didn't say anything. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward after being messed up like this. Wei Min wanted to apologize to Wei Jing, but in the end, he said something completely different. He said, "I didn't expect your friend and my friend to know each other. We're even doing a live broadcast on the same website. This is really fate." As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but scold himself. Idiot. Go and apologize. Go and say sorry. Wei Jing took a sip of tea and looked at Su Jian, who was staring at him with an unclear expression. He slowly softened his tone. It's quite fate. It had already been several decades since they met again. Wei Jing held the teacup with both hands, his fingers caressing the warm surface of the cup. The light green tea gave off a refreshing aroma. He looked up and sized up the young man in front of him. He was only 18 years old, and his face still had a hint of immaturity. The words he spoke were gentle and amiable. He was a completely different person from the arrogant and willful Wei Min from his previous life. Different life experiences gave everyone a unique personality. Wei Min's change was not sudden. Why are you all sitting there in a daze? It's almost noon. What do you all want to eat? The man's voice broke the silence of this side of the world. There was a faint smile on his face as he lazily leaned on the sofa cushion. His features were handsome, but his eyes were extremely cold, like a sharp knife. Wei Jing was stunned by his stare. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This person probably thought that he had a grudge against Wei Min. That's why he's acting like this. Anything. I'm not hungry. Wei Jing went along with the man's words. Wei Min was in the wrong for what happened back then, but the real mastermind was already dead. Furthermore, he was still young at that time. Things had changed with the passage of time, so the grudge that had been buried by time was not worth mentioning to outsiders. Then we'll eat anything. Oh right, I forgot that I haven't introduced myself. As Wei Min spoke, his gaze landed on Su Jian, who was still in a daze. Hello, I'm Wei Min. Oh. Hello, I'm Su Jian. He finished speaking in a daze. Then, as if he remembered something, he suddenly stood up and stammered, "Wait, you're Wei Min? Then what's your relationship with Wei Xiaojing? Are you brothers?" No. I said something wrong. Su Jian patted his mouth in annoyance. He glanced weakly at Wei Jing and slowly added the second half of his sentence. Were we brothers in the past? Now Wei Jing was his cousin. Wei Min's hand that was holding the teacup paused. A trace of guilt flashed across his eyes. He replied with a gloomy expression, "Yes. Xiaojing used to take care of me, but I..." He glanced at the young man opposite him nervously. His voice was so soft that only he could hear it. "I did something terrible." "What did you say?" Su Jian asked. Wei Min shook his head. "Nothing. Let's order. Do you want to eat steak or pasta?" Su Jian rubbed his nose. He was not good at using knives and forks, and when he cut the steak, it always made an unpleasant sound. He did not have to think about it, so he chose the latter. Wei Jing came over after breakfast. His stomach was still full, so he casually ordered a snack. Su Jian admired He's gaming skills very much. Seeing that the strange atmosphere had passed, he couldn't stop talking, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the other side. He was a little embarrassed. The atmosphere of the meal was neither good nor bad. Wei Jing and Wei Min were silent. Only when the other two people asked would they give a brief answer or two. When Su Jian and He saw this, they consciously lowered their voices. After eating and drinking, Su Jian was itching to play games. He saw that Wei Min was not in a good mood and wanted to go home. At the crossroad, Su Jian pointed to the left. "We're going this way. Goodbye." He felt a little regretful that they could not be gay friends. He nodded. He was taller than Wei Min by more than half a head. Standing behind her, he looked like a bodyguard. He said, "Goodbye then." "Okay. Goodbye." The two groups of people walked in opposite directions at the same time. Wei Min walked a few steps woodenly. His expression was uneasy and his face was distorted. He suddenly turned around and came face to face with He, who was walking behind him. That person was shocked by Wei Min and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Wei Min looked back and could still see Wei Jing's figure. If they met again this time, they might never see each other again in the future. This was fate given to him by the heavens. He suddenly had unlimited courage in his heart. He lifted his feet and strode forward. The young man turned and waved at He, who was behind him. His smile was bright and his eyes were full of the bright summer sun. It was as if he had gotten rid of all the haze. "I'm going to apologize to someone. The person I told you about before." Although he had done something wrong, it could not be offset with a simple, "sorry." But if he did not even apologize verbally, how could that be? It was a sunny August. At noon, the sun was like a small stove, illuminating the entire B city. Wei Jing and Su Jian walked one after another on the street. When they were waiting for a red light, Su Jian could not stand the weather. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, "I'm going to the convenience store to buy some drinks." "What do you want to drink?" Wei Jing was also uncomfortably hot. He glanced at the red light. This street was more complicated. This light was 90 seconds. "Get me a bottle of cold mineral water." "Okay. Then wait for me," Su Jian said and walked back to the road they had just come from. Wei Jing stood by the street. He was like a withered cabbage under the sun. He walked to the right. Under the shelter of a big tree, he finally felt better. Not far away, a large truck suddenly sped up like crazy. It went straight to the side of the road. When Wei Jing heard the scream, he was looking at his phone. When he looked up, a huge object suddenly crashed into his eyes. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The sun disappeared and turned into a cold winter night. The young man stood there in a daze. In his heart, he was screaming, "Run! Run quickly!" But his body could not move. Everything started to rewind in his eyes. He was drunk. His body was heavy and his limbs were weak. He stood on the street in a daze. He did not do anything, but he was hit by a large truck. His head hit the ground. After a moment of sharp pain, he became numb. The alcohol had numbed his body and mind. Everywhere he looked, there was a bright red color. Was he really reborn? Was everything in front of him reality? Could it be that everything he experienced was just a fantasy before he died, the large truck that was the same as the one in his blurry memory? He was also hit and sent flying. It was like a painting that was left in the depths of time. A warm liquid splashed on his face. The young man made a meaningless sound. He opened his eyes. Blood stained the hot ground with a different color. But this was not his blood. Wei Jing stared blankly at the ground. When the truck crashed, the front of the truck directly hit the big tree behind him. A circle of people surrounded him. They caught the driver who reeked of alcohol. There were also enthusiastic people who dialed 110 and 120. Wei Jing just stared blankly at the person on the ground. He was wearing a white and blue striped t-shirt and a pair of beige casual pants. His body was curled up and his face was covered by his black hair. Only his blood-stained neck was exposed. He. Wei Jing suddenly could not breathe. He clenched his right fist and pressed it against his chest. His breathing was rapid and his eyes were sore, but he could not cry. This was the person he had just met. The person he had just decided not to meet in the future. The person who was just standing in front of him with a silent expression. Occasionally, he would smile, but he still had a lot on his mind. He wanted to say, "Why did you save me? Didn't you hate me back then? Now that we haven't met for so many years, why did you suddenly come back?" Everything in front of him was like a ridiculous joke. It was a melodramatic plot written by an unreliable scriptwriter. Wei Jing. His eardrums were hit by a loud sound. Wei Jing's muddled brain suddenly sobered up a little. He looked up and saw Su Jian running over in a panic. His tears fell one after another. They were like pearls with a broken string, smashing onto the hot ground. He staggered and ran to Wei Min's side in a panic. His shoes were stained with blood. He placed his hand on the youth's black hair, but he did not dare to move. Would he die? Just like himself in his previous life, his body was smashed into pieces. His face was hideous. He turned into a pile of ashes and was buried in the cold ground. The ambulance is here, the ambulance is here. The crowd screamed in surprise. Wei Jing followed closely beside the nurse. He watched as they carried Wei Min into the car with a stretcher. Wei Jing quickly followed. He shouted to Su Jian behind him, "I'm going to the hospital with you. Tell he D." In the car, the nurse started to stop Wei Min's bleeding and gave him an 4 drip. Wei Jing sat at the side. His voice was cautious and his eyes were full of hope. "Doctor, how is he? Will he be okay?" The nurse was busy with her hands and said with a heavy expression. "It's hard to say. We have to see if his brain is injured. Family members should be mentally prepared." These words were like a sledgehammer that smashed his head. Wei Jing felt dizzy and almost fainted. There were abrasions on his arms and legs. The white skin had been scraped off, revealing the red flesh underneath. When the car hit him, Wei Min pushed him away and he rolled on the ground. It was very painful. It was extremely painful. It was even more painful than when he died in the car accident. Why was it so painful? It was so painful that his heart did not listen to him. His numb and stiff fingers dialed a familiar number. Before the person could speak, the youth's choked words came out along with his tears. "Big brother, I'm on my way to the hospital. Wei Min was hit by a car to save me. It's very serious. Big brother. I'm so scared. If anything happens to him, I'll burp, even if I die. I won't be able to rest in peace, burp." In the cold corridor of the hospital, the smell of blood mixed with the smell of disinfectant was nauseating. Wei Jia was in the middle of a meeting when he received Wei Jing's call. He immediately paused the meeting and hurriedly drove over. The man stood on the other side of the corridor, panting heavily. He looked at the restless teenager under the light and frowned when he saw the bandage. He walked up to the teenager and softened his tone. "Are you okay?" Wei Jing shook his head blankly. There were still traces of blood on his face. The bright red color contrasted with his pale face and it was a ghastly sight. "It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay." Wei Jia reached out and hugged the teenager tightly. His fingertips were trembling and his complexion was not much better than Wei Jing's. God knows how fast his heart was beating when he received the call and heard the person on the other end say that he was on the way to the hospital. In the blink of an eye, he felt as if he had returned to his previous life. When he received the call from Wei Jing's cell phone number, he hid the joy in his heart and put on a cold and arrogant expression. He thought that if you apologize, I'll forgive you. The next second, he was coldly informed that Wei Jing was dead. It was not a joke or a prank. He was really dead and turned into a cold corpse. He could not cry, laugh, or speak. His corpse would be sent to the crematorium and turned into ashes that could not be held. One moment in heaven, the next moment in hell. That was it. Now, he had a second chance. Was history going to repeat itself? Fortunately, the teenager's last words saved him and pulled him out of his terrible nightmare. After hanging up the phone and coming back to his senses, Wei Jia realized that his back was covered in a layer of cold sweat on this hot summer day. Part of his shirt was wet. He hugged the teenager for a few minutes. The warmth and weight in his arms made him feel at ease. "How is Wei Min?" he asked as he took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wanted to wipe the blood off the teenager's face. "Wei Min, I don't know, but there was a lot of blood. He lost a lot of blood." Wei Jing looked up. His dark eyes were no longer able to shed tears. He seemed to be numb. "He won't die, right? He was still alive before. I was the one who should have died. He'll be fine. He'll be fine." Although it was a little immoral and could even be considered despicable, Wei Jia was very glad that Wei Jing was still in his arms. He was not the one lying in the cold operating room. That was great. of being able to talk to him. Su Jian and He Di followed closely behind Wei Jia. He Di's eyes were red and her face was ashen. It was obvious that she had cried a few times along the way. This was the first time Su Jian and Wei Min had met. They didn't have any feelings for him. They just sighed. He was such a nice person. Something happened just like that. There was no warning at all. During this time, the door of the operating room opened and closed several times. The nurses came and went in a hurry. Even though they were wearing masks, their anxiety could be seen. Every time the door opened, Wei Jing and the others' eyes would shine brightly. As time passed, the light became dimmer and dimmer. The fiery red sun had set. It was dark outside, like a monster. Every minute and every second became abnormally slow at this moment. It was like a tape with a stuck case, intermittently moving forward. After some time, the door of the operating room was suddenly pushed open. The haggard doctor pulled down his mask and said, "His life is not in danger for the time being. The patient's left foot and head injuries are more serious. There may be sequelae in the future. Please be mentally prepared. He will wake up after the anesthesia. He should have symptoms of fever in the next few days, doctor." "I want to ask, what are the sequelae? Is it serious?" Wei Jing asked carefully. Even his breathing became lighter. "There is a very deep wound on his face. It will leave a scar. As for his foot, it depends on the later treatment. If he recovers well, he will have no problem walking." Wei Jing's legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Wei Jia, who was behind him, supported him in time. "If he recovers well, he will have no problem walking? But what if he recovers badly? Then what would Wei Min become?" "He would become a cripple." The doctors had already left. Wei Min was pushed into the intensive care unit. He looked extremely pitiful. His entire face was wrapped in bandages, and only his eyes, ears, lips, and nose were exposed. Many tubes were inserted into his body, and the machine beside him quietly displayed the teenager's heartbeat and blood pressure. "He will be fine. We will call the best doctor." Wei Jia hugged the person in his arms tightly and comforted him carefully. "We can do surgery on his face. The plastic surgery industry is very advanced now. We can slowly treat his leg. He will be fine. Big brother." Wei Jing squeezed out this sentence from his throat. "Have you forgotten what Wei Min likes to do the most?" Wei Jia was silent. In his previous life, Wei Min's favorite thing to do was to travel and take photos at the same time. He was like a spinning top, going around the world non-stop. When he saw something he liked, he wanted to eat it. When he saw beautiful scenery, he wanted to capture it in his camera. But now, where could Wei Min go with his leg injured? The doctor's words were very clear. Even if he recovered well, he would only be able to walk. If he ran for a long time, his leg would not be able to withstand it. Not only that, but if it rained in the future, with a leg injury like this, the pain would be unbearable. It would be as if someone had taken a blade and scraped his flesh. It would make him want to pry his leg open and rub it with his hands. It would be a pain that would follow him for the rest of his life. Wei Jing had cried too much. His tears had dried up. His eyes silently looked through the glass window at Wei Min, who was quiet like a mummy. He even wanted to roar loudly. "Why did you save me? Don't you hate me? Why don't you just continue to hate me? Why did you pay such a big price for me?" Wei Min's condition wasn't optimistic. He started to have a high fever in the second half of the night. At that time, Wei Jing was sleeping on a narrow single bed in the hospital. He was in a daze and couldn't close his eyes. He was thinking about something and was completely awakened by the noise outside. He looked at the simple small room and smelled the faint smell of disinfectant in his nose. He was in a trance for a few seconds before he suddenly jumped out of bed. Wei Min's ward was next to his. When Wei Jing went over, he saw a group of doctors in white coats surrounding the ward. He Di was leaning against the white wall with a half-smoked cigarette between her fingers. She frowned and looked haggard. Wei Jing's heart skipped a beat. He clenched his fists subconsciously and said while breathing unsteadily, "What happened? Didn't Wei Min recover?" "It's okay. Heedee's voice was hoarse. He'll be fine. She didn't know if she was comforting Wei Jing or herself. The young man stood silently beside the man. Su Jian had already left. Wei Jia had also left to investigate the car accident. Before he left, he wanted to take Wei Jing with him. After all, there was no use for him to stay here. This time, Wei Jing refused to listen to the man no matter what and insisted on staying in the hospital. About half an hour later, the doctors came out of the ward. Wei Jing and the others hurried over and asked eagerly, "Is he okay?" "It's nothing serious. His temperature has dropped," the doctor said. "Then, can I go in and see him?" "Just one look," Wei Jing said carefully. "Yes, you can, but you have to change into sterile clothes and disinfect them before you go in." "No problem, no problem. It's my duty." Wei Min's condition had stabilized. The most important thing now was to prevent infection. Wei Jing and the others went through a lot of trouble and changed into clean clothes. They wrapped themselves up tightly and entered the ward. The person on the bed was sleeping quietly. His face was covered with bandages and his expression couldn't be seen. Wei Jing covered his mouth tightly with both hands, afraid that he would cry out of helplessness. He was given a chance to restart his life, but he had ruined Wei Min's life. 11 years ago, Wei Min lost his mother due to a car accident that should not have happened. 11 years later, he should have been lying in a hospital room, but instead, he was replaced by a disfigured Wei Min with a foot injury. "Don't cry." The man who had been silently following behind Wei Jing suddenly spoke. He walked in front of Wei Min and turned to the person on the bed. "Get better quickly. The person I want to apologize to is right here. I've been thinking about this for so many years. How can I give up halfway?" As he spoke, the 1.8-meter-tall man began to choke with sobs. Wei Jing's mind went blank for a moment. "What do you mean by someone who wants to apologize? If I tell him, he'll be angry. It's better for him to say it himself." Heedee said. There was silence. Wei Jing had a vague idea in his heart, but he was not sure. The two of them stayed in the ward for more than half an hour before they were asked to leave by the nurse. "Go and sleep for a while. I'll keep watch outside." Wei Jing rubbed his sore eyes. "I'm not sleepy." Heedee sat beside Wei Jing. "Oh." Wei Jing did not try to persuade her. He could not sleep in this situation either. The moon was bright outside the window, and the summer night sky was full of stars. Fireflies carrying small lanterns wandered in the bushes of the hospital. Wei Jia's men were very efficient. They brought the truck driver's information over on the same day. According to the information, the man was a long-distance truck driver. He was a gambler and owed hundreds of thousands of yuan in debt. He had just resigned from the company he worked for a month ago, and the next thing he knew, he was in a car accident. Wei Jia put down the information in his hand and sneered. "There must be someone behind this." "Have you checked the loan details?" he asked. "Yes, there's nothing unusual." "Then what about the gambling debt?" "According to the information we found at the casino, the debt has been paid off." "Yes. So, who was the mastermind behind this?" Wei Jia pondered for a few seconds. There was a person in his mind, but he could not remember it, as if there was a layer of membrane between them. The driver was already locked up in the police station. When the man was caught, he reeked of alcohol. His speech was a little slurred, but his mind was very clear. He insisted that he was drunk driving and that everything was an accident. Wei Jia looked across the glass with a gloomy face. "You're not going to say anything?" It was fine. He would dig out the truth bit by bit. He would not let go of anyone who wanted to hurt Wei Jing. That was what Wei Jia thought before he left the police station. However, he never expected that the murderer would walk into a trap. No. He should not have walked into a trap. He should have fought with all his might. It was 2 o'clock in the morning at that time. After a tiring day, his tensed mind had relaxed, and he was in a state of fatigue. When the car crashed into him, if he hadn't jumped out of the car decisively, he might have really been hit by the other party. After the incident, Wei Jia found it unbelievable. In just a few seconds, his body seemed to have been stimulated with infinite potential. The scene in front of him became slow motion. He opened the door, jumped out of the car, and rolled over in one breath. Since the other party had come for him, the driver, who was sitting in the front seat, was not in danger of dying even though he was seriously injured. Weijia's body had a few abrasions. He took a few deep breaths and took out his phone to call the hospital and the police station. Then he walked to the other car and looked inside. The person in the car had a head full of white hair, and half of his face was full of wrinkles. His body was twisted at a strange angle, and blood dripped down the broken car onto the dark gray road. He was definitely not going to survive. That was Madame Wei. Madame Wei had always lived abroad and rarely returned to China. Weijia rarely heard about her. After all, Madame Wei did not like him and he did not have any feelings for Madame Wei. Now that he thought about it carefully, all of this actually made sense. Wei Yuwei was her grandson. He had sent Wei Yuwei to prison. Madame Wei naturally hated him. But he did not expect her to be so decisive. She directly drove over. There were fewer cars on the road in the middle of the night. The ambulance and the police station quickly rushed over. Weijia informed the driver's family that he would pay for the medical expenses and would also give them an additional allowance. With Madame Wei as the source, everything that happened after that was easily investigated. Madame Wei was old. 2 months ago, she was diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer. She did not have long to live, so she came back to China to avenge her grandson. She was the one who had found the truck driver to hit Weijia, but she had not found an opportunity. Yesterday, the driver had seen Wei Jing and called Madame Wei. Madame Wei hated Weijia and the people around him to the core. She wanted to kill as many as she could. In addition, if Wei Jing was hospitalized, Weijia would definitely visit her. She would then find an opportunity to kill Weijia. The plan was very rough, but Madame Wei did not care. Her body couldn't take it anymore. She could smell the scent of death every day. This was Madame Wei's last gamble. Once she did it, there was no turning back. She had been away from China for many years and had given most of her money to Wei Yuwei. If Weijia wanted to investigate, it would only take a few days to find her. Therefore, she used her trembling hands to hit the truck for the last time. Even if she died, she would not allow herself to enter prison. In the end, the truck driver was sentenced to life imprisonment and deprived of his political rights for life because of intentional homicide. Assistant Su was puzzled when he heard the truth. He asked in bewilderment, "If we do a good job, we should be able to sentence him to death." "No need." Weijia curved the corners of his lips slightly. His dark eyes were bottomless and he smiled casually. "Sometimes, living is more painful than dying." Hearing this, Assistant Su shuddered and shut his mouth. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, Wei Min, who was covered in injuries, was finally moved from the intensive care unit to a normal ward. It was late August, and the weather was hot. The air conditioner was on in the ward, and the lilies on the bedside table emitted a faint fragrance. Wei Jing washed a big red apple and carefully cut it into small pieces before bringing it to the half-lying patient on the bed. The young man's voice was soft and gentle, like the spring breeze in March. "Eat some fruit. I'll feed you." "Oh." Wei Min, whose face was bandaged, spoke with a lisp. Wei Jing smiled happily when he heard this. He carefully fed Wei Min, afraid that he would do something wrong and make him feel uncomfortable. Wei Min's condition had stabilized in half a month. Wei Jing stayed in the hospital for half a month, and no matter how Weijia persuaded him, he refused to go home. Wei Min ate a little of the big apple and shook his head, indicating that he did not want to eat any more. Wei Jing replied with an "oh" with a depressed expression. He put the plate aside and forced a smile. "Do you have a bad appetite? What do you want to eat tonight?" He asked an acquaintance from her hometown to get 2 free-range chickens. "Let's drink chicken soup tonight, okay?" Wei Min nodded. Now, if he made a slight expression, he would pull on the wound on his face. The pain made him lose his appetite and his spirit. There was nothing to do in the ward. Wei Jing sat on the chair and the awkward atmosphere spread. After a few seconds, he stiffly turned on the television and looked at Wei Min ingratiatingly. "I'll change the channel. If you see a channel you like, just nod." Wei Min did not say anything, nor did he nod. Wei Jing's straight back hunched. He silently changed the channel, and the guilt in his heart almost drowned him. That. Wei Min opened his mouth and gasped. You don't have to be like this. You don't have to apologize for my sadness. I did it willingly. Although he was seriously injured, Wei Min felt satisfied because of it. He felt like a monster sacrificing himself. Looking at Wei Jing's careful expression, he wanted to rub his hair to see if he was as soft as he remembered. How can you say that? If you didn't save me, why would you become like this? The young man shrunk his shoulders and clenched his fists until they turned white. The tears that he had been holding back for a long time fell down like pearls from a broken necklace. You, don't cry. Wei Min's eyes flashed with panic. I should be the one apologizing. When you were young. I went overboard. No. Wei Min was deceived when he was young. Although he was selfish, he did not make a big mistake. The past had long passed. Time had beautified the person in his memory. What's more, this person was now lying on the hospital bed because of him. Listening to his apology, Wei Jing only felt that his heart had been ruthlessly stabbed by someone. It was so painful that his breathing became rapid, and his tears fell even harder. I should be the one apologizing. The two of them apologized to each other, revealing the guilt buried in their hearts. Wei Jing cried, and Wei Min unconsciously choked with sobs. What's wrong with you? When He came over with the insulated box, she saw the two pitiful little animals blinking their red eyes, looking extremely dejected. No. The two of them looked at each other. Suddenly, the corners of their lips curled up at the same time and they said in unison, nothing. The past was the past. What was important was the present. After this incident, the relationship between Wei Jing and Wei Min improved by leaps and bounds. Wei Jing considered himself to be Wei Min's half-elder brother. As the elder brother, he felt that he should dote on his younger brother and grant his younger brother's every request. Wei Min remembered the bad things he had done all these years. He apologized to Wei Jing and never forgot about it. His obsession was so deep that he wanted to turn into a demon. He enjoyed Wei Jing's every care and concern. He loved the gentle tone of his voice. When he met those gentle eyes, he couldn't look away. At that time, to be able to appear on that road, to be able to push Wei Jing away without hesitation, to be able to live without any worries. It was really too good. The pain tortured him every day, but as long as he saw Wei Jing, he would feel a sweetness from the bottom of his heart. Wei Min removed the bandage in September. There was a hideous scar on his face from his forehead to his cheekbone. The originally bright and beautiful young man had instantly turned into an ugly demon. Wei Jing wanted to cry again at that time, but he held it in and comforted him. Let's go find a plastic surgeon. It will be fine. It will be fine. In contrast, Wei Min's emotions were very stable. He had already prepared himself for his current appearance. Do you dislike me? Do you think I'm ugly? He asked. How is that possible? Wei Jing retorted without thinking. I think you are very good-looking, the most good-looking. Wei Min smiled secretly. That's enough. Over the years, he had experienced the coldness and warmth of the world. He had seen many joys and sorrows, so he had long been immune to the eyes of others. Wasn't it just a scar? He was not a girl. This was a man's metal. Thinking of this, Wei Min felt a little proud. The bandage on his face was removed, but the cast on his leg was still there. His knee was comminuted, and it would take at least 3 months for him to be able to walk. When school was about to start, Wei Jing held Wei Min's hand reluctantly and carefully coaxed him as if he was coaxing a child. In the end, when he was about to leave, he looked back 3 times with every step, which made the man beside him frown. After returning to his own villa, Wei Jing took a warm hot bath. Wearing a spacious bathrobe, he sat absent-mindedly on the sofa in the room. He didn't even notice that he had drunk his favorite milk. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about how Wei Min is doing in the hospital. Wei Jing answered subconsciously. After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized what was going on and turned around. Sure enough, he saw Wei Zhi's face as dark as water. He said impatiently, there are nurses who will take good care of him. Why are you thinking so much? Wei Jing knew that he was in the wrong, so he didn't say anything. In the past 2 months, he had devoted all his energy to Wei Min. He ate, drank, peed, and slept in the hospital. Even when Wei Jia came to the hospital, Wei Jing couldn't wait to return to the ward after a few words. He was afraid that something would happen to Wei Min. He completely ignored Wei Jia. Since their rebirth, they had never had any conflicts. However, because of this, they had a few cold wars in private. Seeing that Wei Jing listened to his words, Wei Jia's expression improved. He softened his voice and said, Wei Min saved your life. I am very grateful to him. It is only right that you want to take care of him. However, you can't put all your focus on him. You both have your own lives to live. Wei Min is my younger brother. Wei Jing glanced at Wei Jia indignantly and muttered softly, as his older brother, of course I have to spoil him. Didn't you spoil me a lot back then? Wei Jia was silent for 2 seconds before he said with difficulty, think about our current relationship. Wei Jing, I am the one who wants to spend the rest of my life with you. Wei Jia lowered his voice. If I treat someone like how you treat Wei Min, ignoring you and arguing with you over this person, will you be sad? Of course I will, Wei Jing said awkwardly. He vaguely sensed that something was wrong with him. That is why I will be sad too. He pulled the young man into his arms and said in an unbelievably gentle voice, let's not have a cold war anymore, okay? These days, the two of us haven't had much time to talk. I'm sorry. Wei Jing hugged him back. He didn't dare to imagine how sad he would be if Wei Jia ignored him because of someone else. However, he had unknowingly done something so overboard. I'm sorry, big brother. He expressed his apology again. It's okay, Wei Jia said, it's not that I don't want you to visit Wei Min, but there has to be a limit to everything. Okay. Hearing the obedient reply from the person in his arms, Wei Jia's heart, which had been tense for the entire summer vacation, finally relaxed. Wei Jing's kindness to Wei Min, coupled with Wei Min's gradually obsessive gaze, made Wei Jia feel a huge threat. He had to nip everything in the bud so that the spark could not be ignited. In the hospital, Wei Min was half lying on the bed, absent-mindedly watching a TV series. The cleanly washed kiwis were cut into small pieces and placed on a plate. He ate one bite at a time and was in a daze for a few seconds. Suddenly, he asked stupidly, Hedi, aren't you going to class? Hedi's school started 3 days earlier than Wei Jing's school. I asked for leave from school, he said. Oh, Wei Min responded and sighed. I wonder how Xiaojing is doing now. Hedi's hand, which was peeling an orange, paused. She said casually, he's only been away for a day and you're already missing him. He has a family and an older brother. To put it bluntly, when the time comes, he will have to be separated. Wei Min was silent for a while before he said softly, yes. I miss him. He had been thinking about this person for decades. Suddenly, when school reopened, Wei Jing could no longer accompany Wei Min every day like before. He divided his energy into 3 parts and gave them to 3 places, school, Wei Jia, and Wei Min. A month later, the cast on Wei Min's foot was removed and he entered a painful period of rehabilitation. As his kneecap was severely damaged, it could not bear the weight of his body. Every step he took was so painful that it felt like he was going to die. Wei Min was only 17 years old. After walking a few times, he was unwilling to move again. Wei Jing was extremely anxious when he heard this. He ran from school to the hospital that day and advised softly, let's just walk a little every day, okay? Just a little. As the culprit who caused Wei Min to become like this, the teenager could not say anything tough. But it hurts so much, Wei Min said pitifully. Wei Jing held his breath when he heard this. He forced a smile. But your foot will only recover if the rehabilitation is done well. Let's just walk for 5 minutes every day, okay? When the time comes, I'll support you and we'll walk together. The teenager's eyes shone with hope. His tone was gentle and there was a hint of subservience in it. Wei Min nodded reluctantly. He bit his lip and said softly, then you must support me well. Okay. The teenager revealed a big, bright smile. Don't worry. Even if I fall, I'll support you well. Okay. Wei Min responded softly with a smile of pure joy on his face. He, who was standing at the side like an invisible person, glanced at the two people in front of him. He frowned slightly and pursed his lips into a sharp, cold line. He stared blankly at Wei Min's injured face. The ugly scar had undergone plastic surgery, but it was still very hideous. There would be a second surgery later. However, Wei Min did not feel sad at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be happier than before. He didn't understand his feelings. She only felt stifled. Humans were selfish and protective. Although he didn't show it on his face, he actually resented Wei Jing for being saved by Wei Min, and even himself. Why did he persuade Wei Min to apologize, since he already had her contact details? Wouldn't it be better to delay it for a few days? Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. The three people in the room looked over at the same time. Wei Jing said softly, "Please come in." "It's me." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Jia, who was dressed in a tailored suit, stepped into the room. Wei Jing's eyes lit up. Like a monkey seeing a banana, he couldn't wait to get on top of Wei Jing. However, because there were other people around, he could only obediently call him Big Brother. "Why are you here?" "I'm here to check on Wei Min." "As if." "I'm here to take you home." Wei Jia's expression didn't change. "I heard from the doctor that your body is recovering well. As long as you recuperate well, you won't have any problems walking in the future." Wei Min was a little afraid of this Big Brother. He sat on the bed obediently. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." "That's good." Wei Jia stepped forward and put his right hand on Wei Jing's shoulder in an intimate manner. "When you're discharged from the hospital, Xiao Jing and I will have to thank you properly." "Thank you so much this time." Wei Min looked at the man's hand and felt a little upset. He forced a smile. "You're welcome. It's what I should do." When the car accident happened, his mind went blank and his body instinctively rushed over. "You can't say that. I'm really grateful that you risked your life to save me. Wei Jing is the most important person to me. This time, if it weren't for you." Wei Jia didn't say much. He pushed the document in his hand in front of Wei Min and changed the topic. "After thinking about it, I really don't know how to thank you, so I can only be a layman. This is 1% of Jing'an's shares. I hope you don't mind." Jing'an was developing rapidly and had long become the overlord of B City. This small 1% didn't seem like much, but it was actually worth a lot. It could be said that with this sum of money and the annual dividends, Wei Min wouldn't be able to spend it all even if he didn't do anything in the future. "This?" Wei Min looked a little reluctant. "It's too expensive. There's really no need. I'm doing it willingly. I don't want your reward." After accepting this money, the relationship between him and Wei Jing seemed to have changed. His relationship with his family had become a real transaction. "Just accept it. In my heart, Xiaojing's life is more important than the entire Jing'an. This is just a small token of appreciation. If anything happens to you in the future, I'll help you." Wei Jia's voice was gentle, but he didn't allow Wei Min to refuse. He placed the document beside Wei Min's hand. Wei Min looked away and stole a glance at Wei Jing. He saw that the young man was so touched that his eyes were brimming with tears. He looked silly and adorable. The man had already said so much. If Wei Min still didn't accept it, it would be his fault. Just as he was hesitating, Wei Jing came back to his senses and screamed. "Ah!" Everyone in the room was shocked. He happily held Wei Jia's hand. "I have shares in my hands too. I want to give Wei Min 1% of the shares." How could he let Big Brother do something like thanking him alone? Wei Jia held the young man's soft hand and smiled helplessly. "Okay. Big Brother, you're the best." After getting the man's permission, Wei Jing instinctively threw himself into his arms and rubbed his chest intimately. "I like you the most." The atmosphere between the two of them was incompatible with the surroundings. Wei Min clenched his fists. He looked at Wei Jing and then looked at Wei Jia. A sense of helplessness suddenly rose in his heart. When they first met, the relationship between the two of them was just so. Now, they were so close that it was blinding. If he hadn't done anything wrong back then, would he be the one who was so close to Wei Jing now? He also wanted a brother. Wei Min thought uncertainly. The matter of the shares was settled just like that. Wei Jing felt very happy that he was giving money to someone. He accompanied Wei Min in the hospital for a while before Wei Zhe drove him home. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became gloomy after losing him, the source of joy. He could vaguely see through Wei Min's thoughts, but she didn't say anything. Wei Zhe and Wei Jing didn't seem like brothers at all. He was gay and had a radar for the aura of his own kind. The man sighed in his heart. Wei Min's little scheme that he didn't even realize was probably going to fail. What do you want to eat? He smiled and patted the young man's head lovingly. I'll cook for you. Wei Min was still a little depressed. The contract beside him was like a hot potato. He touched the scar on his face and recalled Wei Zhe's handsome face. He suddenly felt even more unhappy. Tell me, am I ugly now? Isn't it just a scar? What's ugly about it? He raised her eyebrows and said indifferently. If possible, he would rather have the scar on his face. Oh. If you don't have enough subscriptions, this is an anti-theft stamp. Wei Jing smiled awkwardly. He waved his hand and refused. It's okay. Wei Min is my younger brother. It's my duty to take care of him. Actually, we usually... Oh. We don't talk much. It's just a small gift. Keep it. The young man forcibly stuffed the things into the child's hands. He glanced outside and said enthusiastically, Did you come here alone? It's late. It's not safe for you to be alone. I'll send you home. It's okay. Wei Jing suddenly had a few more gifts in his hands. Fortunately, they were cheap and he didn't need to feel burdened. The child pursed his lips and said, The driver is waiting for me outside. These gifts? Thank you. They're waiting for me at home. I'll leave first. Goodbye. Goodbye. The young man waved his hand and a bright smile blossomed on his face. However, the smile did not reach his eyes. Let's play together next time. Okay. The child nodded. The autumn wind blew, bringing with it a chill. He hugged the gifts and walked out. He even forgot to take the picture album he chose. Because of this incident, the sky was already dark when Wei Jing returned to the Wei family's old mansion. Only the red glow of the sunset was left. I'm back. The first thing the child saw when he returned home was Wei Zhe sitting on the sofa. The young man held a thick book in his hand. His back was straight, his handsome face was tense, and his eyes were filled with anger. What did you promise me yesterday? He raised his eyebrows and asked. Wei Jing looked up at the clock in the living room. It was already 7 o'clock. He suddenly felt guilty. He smiled at the teenager and tried to change the topic. Big brother, why are you reading here? It's bad for your eyes. What do you think? Wei Zhe sneered. He threw the thick book on the coffee table with a loud bang. Is this the 2 hours you promised? If he admitted his mistake, he would be in jail. Wei Jing blinked and slowly walked to the young man's side. He held the young man's hand and started to act cute. There's a reason for this, big brother. I should have come back a long time ago, but you took away my sketchbook yesterday, so I couldn't help but go and buy one in order to prove the truth of his words. Wei Jing took out the things that Lu Tianyu had given him. Colorful boxes of crayons, cute rabbit erasers, sky blue album cover with cartoon characters. All in all, they were all toys that children would like. They also suited Wei Jing's current appearance, age, and preferences. Although Wei Zhe knew that there was a lot of exaggeration in the child's words, he didn't want to be too strict with him. Otherwise, he would really become an old mother. His complexion improved a little, but he still had to educate him. Do you still dare to go back on your word after promising big brother? I won't dare to. Wei Jing shook his head obediently. Tonight's sweet and sour pork ribs are confiscated. I asked the kitchen to make chicken soup. You have to drink 2 bowls. Before the child could refuse, the young man added slowly, This is your punishment. When he said this, there was a faint smile on his face. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, but there seemed to be a storm brewing in his ink-black eyes. At a glance, it was bottomless. Wei Jing shuddered subconsciously. So scary. It felt like he would be eaten alive. Big Brother didn't hit him or scold him, but it felt more chilling than that. Big Demon King. Humph, Wei Jing said in his heart. Weijia was true to his word. During dinner, he personally scooped 2 bowls of chicken soup for Wei Jing. The chicken soup was mellow but not greasy. The fragrance of shiitake mushrooms and chicken meat combined perfectly. It was irresistible. Wei Jing licked his lips and suddenly smiled. He was like a little fox that had been fed, with a hint of slyness and cuteness. His big brother really couldn't bear to punish him. It was just some delicious soup. This should be a compliment. He, as he smiled, he turned into a silly rabbit. What slyness? It was just an illusion. Weijia's hand that was holding the chopstick slowed down. He frowned slightly. He didn't understand what was wrong with his younger brother. Did his younger brother have a little secret without him knowing? This was really annoying. His originally relaxed brows were covered by ice and snow again. Weijia placed the 3rd bowl of chicken soup in front of the child and said concisely, "Drink." Wei Jing was too skinny. He needed to be nourished. Oh, he should gain about 20 pounds. Wei Jing, QAQ big brother, I was wrong about you. Sob, sob, sob. He's going to stuff himself to death. The bowls used by the Wei family were very delicate and small. The 3 bowls of chicken soup didn't contain much, but the visual effect made it seem like a lot. Wei Jing drank all the punishment in his heart. After all, he didn't keep his promise. He deserved to be punished. After dinner, Wei Jing lay on the sofa like a salted fish. He felt that he could roast it if he sprinkled some salt and chili powder. Get up. Sit up straight. Weijia personally helped the child up. It was not good for the child to lie down like this after dinner. However, in less than 2 seconds, Wei Xiaojing fell down again. He laughed and said, "If I don't want it, then I don't want it. What can you do about it?" He had eaten his fill and was now bold enough to protest his big brother's actions. Weijia raised his eyebrows and carried the child into his arms. He let the child sit on his lap and rubbed Wei Xiaojing's head. "Are you still going to make a fuss?" The young man's shoulders were not as broad as an adult's, but they were very strong. A faint mint fragrance drifted into the child's nose. He couldn't help but hug his big brother's chest. Thump, thump, thump. The strong and powerful heartbeat was intoxicating. How nice, this was his big brother. "You're acting cute with your big brother." A familiar teasing voice sounded above his head. The young man's slender hand patted the child's back comfortingly. Weijia was in a good mood. His whole body seemed to be shining. He couldn't say anything nice and didn't know how to coax a child. Perhaps it was because of this that Wei Jing betrayed him in his previous life. He was an unqualified brother. He only knew how to go along with him and give him money and status, but he couldn't say anything considerate. He might still be unqualified in this life, but it didn't matter. He would protect this person well and let him live a carefree life. In the innermost room on the 2nd floor, a little boy with red lips and white teeth was holding the latest mobile phone in his hand. The disappointment on his face was obvious. He said, "Uncle, what kind of person did you find for me? She's useless." Even Wei Jing ran away. Wei Ming gritted his teeth as he thought about how close the two of them were. Take it slow. Don't be anxious. Build a good relationship with them first. A deep male voice came from the phone. You have to make Weijia like you and be willing to let you be his younger brother. That's the most important thing, understand? Got it. The child's tone was impatient. I hate Wei Jing, but I also hate Weijia. If it wasn't for him, my mother wouldn't have been locked up. But your mother can only be released if he values you. So be good, okay? Okay. As for Wei Jing, there's no rush now. We can't let the other party find out. Don't give yourself away. I know you're upset, but for your mother, you have to bear with it. Otherwise, she'll be in prison for the rest of her life. Okay. Wei Min rubbed his sour nose. I'll be good. As long as he could save his mother, he would do anything. Wei Jing smiled awkwardly. He waved his hand and refused. It's okay. Wei Min is my younger brother. It's my duty to take care of him. Actually, we usually. Oh. We don't talk much. It's just a small thing. Keep it. The young man forcibly stuffed the things into the child's hands. He glanced outside and said enthusiastically, "Did you come here alone?" It's late. It's not safe for you to be alone. I'll send you home. It's okay. Wei Jing suddenly had something in his hand. Fortunately, it was cheap and he didn't need to feel burdened. The child pursed his lips at the teenager and said, "The driver is waiting for me outside. These gifts. Thank you. They're waiting for me at home. I'll leave first. Goodbye. Goodbye." The teenager waved his hand. A bright smile bloomed on his face. Let's play together next time. Okay. The child nodded. The cool autumn wind blew, bringing with it a chill. He hugged the things that the teenager had given him and walked out. He even forgot to take the picture album that he had chosen. Because of this unforeseen event, the sky was already slightly dark when Wei Jing returned to the Wei family's old mansion. Only the fiery red sunset emitted the last rays of light and warmth. I'm back. The first thing the child saw when he returned home was Wei Jia, who was sitting on the sofa with an unhappy expression. The young man held a thick book in his hand. His back was straight, his handsome face was tense, and his eyes were filled with anger. What did you promise me yesterday? He raised his eyebrows and asked. Wei Jing raised his head and looked at the clock in the living room. It was already past 7 o'clock. He immediately felt guilty. He smiled at the teenager and tried to change the topic. Big brother, why are you reading here? It's bad for your eyes. What do you think? Wei Jia sneered. He threw the thick book on the coffee table with a loud bang. Is this the 2 hours that you promised? If he admitted his mistake, he would be in jail for the rest of his life. Wei Jing blinked. He slowly walked to the teenager's side and held his hand. He started to act cute. There's a reason for this, big brother. I should have come back a long time ago, but you took my picture album away yesterday. I couldn't help but buy another one. In order to prove the truth of his words, Wei Jing took out all the things that Lu Tianyu had given him. There was a box of colorful markers and crayons, a cute rabbit eraser, and a sky blue picture album cover with cartoon characters. All in all, they were all little things that children liked. They were also very suitable for Wei Jing's current appearance, age, and preferences. Although Wei Jia knew that the boy was exaggerating, he didn't want to be too strict with him. If he did, he would really become an old mother. His expression softened a little, but he still had to educate him. Do you still dare to go back on your word when you promised big brother? I won't dare, I won't dare. Wei Jing shook his head obediently. Tonight's sweet and sour pork ribs will be confiscated. I asked the kitchen to make chicken soup. You have to drink 2 bowls. Before the boy could refuse, the teenager added slowly, "This is your punishment." When he said this, there was a faint smile on his face. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. His ink-black eyes seemed to be brewing a storm. At a glance, it was bottomless. Wei Jing shivered subconsciously. So scary. It felt as if he would be eaten alive. Big brother clearly didn't hit him, nor did he scold him, but the feeling was even more chilling than that. Big Demon King. Humph, Wei Jing said in his heart. Wei Jia was true to his word. During dinner, he personally scooped 2 bowls of chicken soup for Wei Jing. Without the oil, the chicken soup was mellow but not greasy. The fragrance of shiitake mushrooms and chicken meat combined perfectly. It was irresistible. Wei Jing licked his lips and suddenly smiled. He was like a little fox that had been fed, with a hint of slyness and cuteness. His big brother really couldn't bear to punish him. It was just some delicious soup. This should be praise. He, as he smiled, he turned into a silly rabbit. What slyness? It was just an illusion. Wei Zhi's hand that was holding the chopstick slowed down a little. He frowned slightly. He didn't understand what was wrong with his little brother. Did his little brother have a little secret without him knowing? This was really annoying. Wei Zhi's originally relaxed eyebrows were once again covered by ice and snow. He placed the third bowl of chicken soup in front of the boy and said concisely, "Drink." Wei Jing was too skinny. He needed to be nourished. Oh, he should gain about 20 pounds. Wei Jing, you big brother, I was wrong about you. Sob, sob, sob. I'm going to stuff him to death. The bowls used by the Wei family were very delicate and small. The 3 bowls of chicken soup didn't actually contain a lot, but the visual effects made it seem like a lot. Wei Jing drank all the punishments in his heart. After all, he didn't keep his promise. He deserved to be punished. After dinner, Wei Jing lay on the sofa like a salted fish. He felt that he could be roasted if he sprinkled some salt and chili powder. Get up. Sit up straight. Wei Zhi personally helped the boy up. It wasn't good for his body to lie down like this after dinner. However, in less than 2 seconds, Wei Xiaojing fell down again. He laughed and said, "If I don't want it, then I don't want it. What can you do about it?" He had eaten his fill and was now bold enough to protest against his big brother. Wei Zhi raised his eyebrows and carried the boy into his arms. He let the boy sit on his lap and rubbed Wei Xiaojing's head. "Are you still going to make a fuss?" The boy's shoulders weren't as broad as an adult's, but they were very sturdy. A faint mint fragrance drifted into the boy's nose. He couldn't help but hug his big brother's chest. Thump, thump, thump. The strong and powerful heartbeat was intoxicating. He Di and Wei Min. The weather in early spring was still a little chilly. The warm but not glaring sun shone down, bringing warmth to people. As soon as Wei Min walked out of the airport, the person next to her covered her entire face with a thick scarf, only revealing a pair of black eyes. The buttons of her coat, which she had opened in the airport, were also buttoned up one by one. A trace of warmth flashed through his heart, but on the surface, there was a hint of helplessness. "You're wearing too much. I feel like everyone is looking at me. It's so strange." Among the beautiful people in spring clothes, Wei Min, who was wrapped up so tightly like winter, was really eye-catching. "Then let them look." He debuttoned the last button and put Wei Min's cold hand into her pocket. "According to what I said, you should come back in 2 months when summer comes. It's still cold in B City now, and your feet will hurt again." As he spoke, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across his face. Wei Min couldn't stand his old cadre's words the most. Every time he heard it, he wanted to laugh, but his heart softened. "It's okay. It's warm enough now. I'm not a fragile glass doll." Wei Min waved his hand indifferently. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go home quickly." If she didn't interrupt him, she was afraid that she would be greeted with another long speech. After Wei Min was injured while saving Wei Jing, he moved from the house left by his mother to the villa next to Wei Jing's to make it easier to take care of him. After living there for a few months and completely recovering, Wei Min and he discussed moving back. When they arrived home, the air conditioner was turned on. After the temperature rose, Wei Min, who was too hot, was allowed to take off his coat and scarf. There was a scar on his face that ran from his forehead to his temple. The scar had been treated several times, and it had changed from a ferocious and thick appearance to a shallow one. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to see it. "What do you want to eat tonight?" "Anything. I like to eat whatever you cook," Wei Min said casually as he lay on the sofa, holding the photo he took himself in his hand. Even if he couldn't walk for long periods of time, even if there were many difficulties, as expected, he still liked photography. The young man pursed his lips into a faint smile. He liked the scenery and people that were captured by the camera. Over the years, he had accompanied him to many places and had taken good care of him every time. They were like friends and family. Above friendship, but not yet lovers. They cooked some home-cooked dishes for dinner. Wei Min picked up a small piece of wing tip and fried it until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Wei Min ate a lot in one go before he put down his chopsticks in satisfaction. "Your culinary skills are really excellent." He thought for a moment and said, if those fans of yours knew that you even activated your cooking skill, they would probably go crazy. Back then, Hedi had relied on her heaven-defying hand speed to attract a large number of fans in the game's livestream area and earned a lot of money. The contract he signed with the website this year had already expired, and he was not prepared to continue. Hedi had invested in many businesses over the years and was doing well. She could be considered a small boss. Hedi said, I only cook for you. Her words were really subtle. Wei Min's ears turned red and he quietly turned his face away. Don't be so sure. Hedi was afraid that Wei Min would fly into a rage out of humiliation, so she stopped teasing him and changed the topic. Are you going to Wei Jing's place tomorrow? Yes, yes, yes. I haven't told him that I'm coming back. I'll give him a call later. Sigh. Wei Min suddenly sighed and a touch of melancholy appeared on his face. I don't know what second brother likes about big brother. Big brother can scare people to death with just a frown. Hedi was speechless. The two of them have been together for 7 or 8 years. Do they need you to worry about them? Wei Min, Hedi touched the young man's head affectionately. Think about yourself. After so many years, what's your answer? Wei Min was shocked and he looked nervous. However, he tried to act as if nothing had happened. What answer? I can't chat with you anymore. I have something to do. Hedi calmly cleaned up the tableware and smiled meaningfully. After so many years, it was time to close the net. In the splendid hall, there were neatly dressed servants, a serious father, and a big brother who looked at him coldly as if he was a cockroach. All of this made little Wei Jing panic. He couldn't help but take a step back and timidly hide behind his mother. Mom, are we going to live here from now on? You can be with Dad every day from now on. Xiaojing, are you happy? The woman in her 30s had taken good care of herself and looked like a college student who had just entered society. There was a touch of sadness between her charming and delicate eyebrows, which made people want to reach out and smooth it out. Yes, yes. Wei Xiaojing gently pursed his lips and revealed a careful and joyful smile. From now on, he also had parents and would not be laughed at by the children in kindergarten. Although he knew that his father was busy with work and often couldn't come home, and he shouldn't complain, it was really good that they could always be together in the future. Xiaojing, can you go and say hello to your brother? Shuo pulled the child who was hiding behind her out and spoke softly, but there was no expression on her face. Wei Jing was confused at this time. He didn't know how to read people's expressions and didn't understand that his big brother didn't welcome him at this time. He smiled and said in a sweet and clear voice, Hello, big brother. My name is Wei Jing. I'm 6 years old this year. Wei Jia, who was only 12 years old at the time, already knew how to hide his emotions. He was neither friendly nor showed any disgust. He just looked at the child who only reached his waist and said indifferently, Hello, I'm Wei Jia. Wei Jing secretly felt that this big brother didn't seem to welcome him. He became nervous all of a sudden and stuttered as he spoke. He was like a little rabbit that had seen a big tiger and was frightened. Wei Jing raised his head and secretly glanced at his father, whom he respected and feared at the same time. When he saw that his father didn't even look at him, he silently took a few steps back and hid behind his mother again. Dinner was Wei He's favorite Western food. The 4 of them sat at the same table in silence. Wei Jing was young and couldn't exert any strength. He couldn't control the hand holding the cutlery well. The silver knife and fork hit the porcelain plate and made an ear-piercing sound, which attracted the other people's gazes to often fall on them. Do you need my help? Shuo asked. No need, Mom, I'm full. Wei Jing put down his cutlery with a smile. The warm yellow light shone on his face, and his long and curly eyelashes left a small shadow on his lower eyelid. Aren't you going to eat more? Shuo looked at the untouched steak and frowned. Wasn't his appetite a little too small? Then I'll have some soup. Wei Jing picked up the spoon and placed the cream of mushroom soup in front of him. In that case, he wouldn't make a sound that would make everyone unhappy. He was so hungry, but he couldn't cause trouble for his parents. They would hate him. He had to always be a good boy. That was the only way everyone would like him. After dinner, Wei Jing was given a room in the Wei family's old mansion. Can I live next to Mom? Isn't the second floor good? It's convenient to go upstairs. The room faces the sun and the air is good, Xianxia asked in confusion. But Mom, Dad, and Big Brother all live on the third floor. Why did they leave me alone on the second floor? Wei Jing didn't ask this question. He sat on the big, soft bed and watched his mother disappear around the corner. The sour, weak tears spread uncontrollably in his eyes. No, he couldn't cry. He wiped his tears and encouraged himself. It didn't matter if he didn't live on the same floor. He could live with Dad and the others in the future anyway. Wei Jing obediently went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and take a shower. He climbed onto his bed. The clean and tidy sheets carried the smell of the sun after being exposed to the sun. The child subconsciously rubbed against them, and with the worry and joy of coming to a new environment, he fell asleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Wei Jing and Wei Zhe were the only two people left in the Wei family's old mansion. Wei Jing wanted to please his older brother, whom he had never met before, but he didn't know where to start. In the end, he sat on the sofa like a little dummy and stared at Wei Zhe with a worried expression. Wei Zhe, in Wei Zhe's eyes, Wei Jing was just one of his father's illegitimate children, whom he hated. Moreover, this illegitimate child's mother was exceptionally resourceful. She was able to stay in the Wei family's old mansion, and her child was a strong competitor and enemy. He couldn't let his guard down. After some time, under Wei Zhe's vigilant gaze, Wei Jing asked foolishly, "Big brother, didn't you go to class today? Mom said that I have to move to a different kindergarten because I'm moving." "Big brother, do you have to move too?" "A home tutor will come and give me lessons later," replied Wei Zhe coldly. "What?" The child's eyes widened in disbelief. "Big brother, do you need extra lessons?" In Wei Jing's eyes, a home tutor would only happen if the child was very bad at his studies and was very disobedient. This was what they meant by telling the parents. Wei Zhe, huh? Why did it feel like something was wrong? And what was with this little rascal's gaze? Wei Jing's imagination was running wild, so he couldn't help showing some pity on his face. He thought for a while before he used his mother's words to teach him. "I think we should study hard and not cause trouble for Mom and Dad." Wei Zhe, so there was indeed something wrong, right? I just, Wei Zhe's gaze was too frightening. The young Wei Xiaojing couldn't withstand it at all. He trembled with fear and couldn't bring himself to say the rest of his words. Their days at the Wei family's old mansion weren't much different from before. If he really had to compare, Wei Jing missed the days when he lived with his mother in the small villa. At least there weren't as many rules as there were now, and he didn't have an older brother who hated him. Children were actually very sensitive to other people's thoughts. Wei Jing had interacted with Wei Zhe several times, but he had always been snubbed. Later on, he didn't want to be with this ice-cold older brother of his. Also, at this time, he understood the ridiculous things he said the next day when he came over. The one who had truly caused trouble was him alone. During that time, Xianxia went out more and more frequently. Almost every time Wei he went out, she would follow closely behind him. Wei Jing was about to start primary school, so he took a break from school and played at home until September. For a long time, Wei Jing didn't know what to do in the huge Wei family's old mansion. He could only obediently stay in his room or take a walk in the garden. He didn't have any playmates or elders. He was like an invisible person who quietly stayed in a small corner. His presence was almost non-existent. Then, Xianxia died in a car accident. Everything was a mess. Wei Jing was in a daze and didn't know what to do. He didn't even see his mother's body. When he came to his senses, his mother had passed away, his father was hostile, and his older brother was cold. He hid alone in the room on the far right of the second floor. He was even afraid to go out. He was afraid that he would bump into Wei he and meet his gaze, which was as if he was looking at trash. He didn't understand. It had only been a few short months. How did everything change? He only dared to hide in his room and sob softly. His voice was soft and weak, like a newborn kitten. It was tender and pitiful. Time passed bit by bit. In this year, the relationship between Wei Jing and Wei Zhe improved. Although Weijia still ignored him, he didn't stare at him coldly anymore. Occasionally, when he was in a good mood, he would even talk to him. Wei Jing didn't understand the opportunity for change, but he was very happy. In the second grade, a few days before National Day, Wei Jing was scared by a classmate. He fell down the stairs and injured his head. On National Day, his father came home, which was rare, and brought back a cute little boy. He said that the boy was his younger brother. His name was Wei Min. Wei Jing was very happy to see Wei Min. He thought that his little brother was so cute. He was so soft and small. He wanted to hold him in his arms and take a look. Moreover, his little brother talked to him obediently. His room was also opposite his. Maybe they could whisper to each other at night. That day, Wei Jing, whose head was wrapped in gauze, was pleasantly surprised and happy to see Wei Min. However, what greeted him was undisguised childish and vicious words. "You must be the bastard that my mother talked about. My mother said that you will be kicked out of the Wei family soon. In the future, my mother and I will move in." Huh? Wei Jing tilted his head. He was young and didn't really understand what a bastard meant. He only knew that it was definitely not a good word. Why would I be kicked out? He panicked and said anxiously, "My father and big brother are here? This is my home." I. Because you are stupid and a bastard. Wei Min raised his small face and said disdainfully, "I heard that you didn't even get first place in the exam. You are really stupid." In the eyes of students, grades didn't represent everything, but they definitely represented a person's great value. Because of these words, Wei Jing was depressed for the next few days. He was timid and cowardly in front of Wei He. He looked extremely cowardly and cowardly. Wei Min became even more intelligent and quick-witted, which won Wei He's favor. On the last day of National Day, Wei Jing was bullied by Wei Min again. In the middle of the night, he hid under his blanket and wiped his tears. He cried and cried until he fell asleep. When he woke up again, he was extremely thirsty. He turned on the lights and walked down the corridor with a glass of water. After drinking a bellyful of water, he felt a little better. When he was awake, the grievance slowly climbed up from the bottom of his feet. Wei Jing didn't understand why his father, who had always been gentle to him, suddenly became so cold. Was it because his mother had passed away? Who is there? This was the scene that Weijia saw when he came down to get a glass of water. The small child hugged his knees and curled up on the sofa like a small furry ball. He was pitiful and cute. Was this Wei Min? No. With Wei Min's personality, he wouldn't do such a thing. Then, it must be that silly little fool. "Wei Jing," he said. Big brother." Wei Jing raised his head. His eyes were red, and there was a layer of mist in his eyes. His fair and tender face was full of tears. "Why are you crying?" Perhaps it was because this person no longer had the right to compete with him, but Weijia didn't have the initial vigilance towards Wei Jing and naturally relaxed. Wei Jing shrank back and said, "I'm not crying." Weijia raised his eyebrows and had a playful look on his face. It was as if he was saying, "Do you think I'm stupid?" When one was sad, one's heart would soften when there was someone by their side, and they would involuntarily want to act coquettishly. "Big brother, do you think I'm really stupid? But I don't want to be like this. I've been working hard." Why? Don't you like me?" The child was like a rabbit. He kicked his legs and threw himself into Weijia's arms. He cried loudly, and his tears and snot were all over Weijia's grey pajamas. Weijia was dumbfounded. After some time, the person in his arms seemed to be tired from crying. His voice was hoarse, and his body was twitching. Every sob was like a needle piercing the tip of Weijia's heart, causing him to tremble. Weijia tentatively patted the child's back and comforted him stiffly. Don't cry," he carried Wei Jing in his arms and walked back to his room. He was so obsessed that he hugged the crying child and slept the whole night. After that, he thought that Wei Jing and Wei He weren't related by blood. He was a younger brother who had no competition. Moreover, he was honest and stupid. He didn't know how to fight back when he was bullied by Wei Min. In that case, it wouldn't be a problem for Weijia to raise him. He would treat him as a pet and play with him when he had nothing to do. It would be a form of entertainment. From that day onwards, Wei Jing was surprised to find that his relationship with Wei Zhe had improved by leaps and bounds. It was out of control. Wei Jing was speechless. Could it be that big brother liked weak little brothers? The weather was clear and there were no clouds in the sky. Wei Jing sat obediently beside his elder brother, holding a fairy tale book in his hand and reading it with relish. The 9-year-old child was deeply fascinated by the various beautiful scenes described in the book. "Elder brother, why didn't the little mermaid end up with the prince in the end?" the child asked unhappily. Wei Zhe's hand movements paused. "Probably because she is not strong enough. But she is already very brave. For the prince, she sold her voice to a witch and came to the land alone. I think she is very powerful." Wei Jing said intermittently, "Why does the prince want to be with the princess?" "A choice of status. If she is strong enough, she can forcibly take the prince away and keep him for herself," Wei Zhe said. In the beginning, the little mermaid was like a maid to the prince after she came to the shore. The prince let the mermaid sleep on the carpet by his door and said charming sweet words to her, making the mermaid unable to extricate herself from him. But when the prince met the beautiful princess, the little mermaid should leave and make room for the other party. Those beautiful and intoxicating whispers seemed to have never existed. The young Wei Jing didn't quite understand Wei Zhe's words. He just looked up in confusion and thought that the elder brother who said this was very handsome. He was even more handsome than the prince in the fairy tale. That night, it rained heavily. The thunder was so loud that it sounded like a giant roaring in one's ears. Wei Jing was still sad about the story he read during the day. He was like a withered cabbage, making people want to water him and fertilize him so that he could grow stronger. Wei Zhe now cherished this younger brother of his. Seeing that he was unhappy, he wanted to coax him. "Sleep with me tonight." Without hesitation, this sentence naturally came out of his mouth. "Ah?" Wei Jing's face was full of surprise as if he had been hit with $1 million prize. "Really? Won't it be too much trouble for you?" "It's okay." Wei Zhe shook his head. He looked at the 9-year-old Wei Xiaojing from head to toe and said, "Tomorrow, I'll ask someone to move your bedroom next to mine. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me." Wei Jing's heart was filled with sweetness. He nodded firmly. Yes. In the future, he could also live on the 3rd floor like his father and big brother. That night, it was Wei Jing's first time sharing a bed with Wei Zhe. He obediently washed himself in the bathroom until he smelled good. He rubbed the shower gel from head to toe twice. He was afraid that there was something dirty on his body and that Wei Zhe would hate him. The child, who was wearing milk pajamas, had his cheeks flushed red from the steam. His cat eyes were sparkling, and his voice was soft and sweet. "Big brother." Wei Zhe was instantly struck by her cuteness. He couldn't stop himself from reaching out to the child. First, he grabbed the child's cheeks and rubbed them hard. The soft and smooth texture made him happy. He simply hugged the child in his arms and rested his head on the child's neck. His breath was filled with the child's scent. The child's natural milky scent mixed with the mint scent of the shower gel was intoxicating. Faced with Wei Zhe's passionate hug, Wei Jing's mind went blank. He blankly curled up in the teenager's arms like a glutinous rice ball. "Good boy. It's almost summer vacation. Where do you want to go?" Wei Zhe asked. "I want to go with Big Brother," Wei Jing said. "I'll go wherever Big Brother goes." Why was he so obedient? Why was he so adorable? Wei Zhe pursed his lips. An imperceptible smile appeared on his face. "Come. Let's sleep." "Okay." Wei Jing rubbed against the teenager's chest and fell asleep contentedly. During the summer vacation, Wei Jing was the first to leave the country. He came to the blonde-haired, blue-eyed country of America. He was excited and a little scared at the unfamiliar language, unfamiliar people, and unfamiliar country. He could only hold his big brother's hand tightly and stand beside him. He watched as Wei Zhe spoke to the people around him in fluent English. Wei Jing went to bilingual kindergarten and could only speak simple everyday English. Now, he was completely dumbfounded. Smiley face, angle, Wei Zhe dragged him to Disneyland in California. There, he saw Mickey and Minnie, who had only appeared in the anime. His big brother even took a lot of photos of them with his camera. They walked through the streets of America, which was like a time warp, had a sumptuous meal, and played exciting roller skating. Big brother, you're amazing. The photos are so beautiful. Wei Jing stared at the small screen. His eyes lit up as he praised. Wei Zhe puffed up his chest. However, he pretended that it was not a big deal. It's just a casual photo. Wei Jing was exhausted after the whole day. However, he was abnormally excited. He excitedly walked around Wei Zhe. Looking at the teenager's handsome face, his heart was filled with warmth. He wanted nothing more than to throw himself at him and cling to him tightly. He did not want to get off him for the rest of his life. This was his big brother. He was gentle and kind to him in his own way. Even if he did not have a father, it did not matter because he had his big brother. His big brother was more important than anything else. At least, that was what Wei Jing thought at this moment. Unfortunately, people's hearts were fickle. That small promise was unknowingly thrown to the back of people's minds and became a wasteland. Wei Zhe knew that he was dead. It was a strange feeling. He stood calmly in the corner of the operating room and watched as his heart stopped beating. He watched as the doctors tried to save him by electrocuting him. However, he was already dead. It was a ridiculous scene. At this moment, he wanted to laugh, but his soul could not make the gesture of laughing. He had endured for many years, and had been coldly calculating everything. In the end, he died in a car accident that was unknown whether it was an accident or a scheme, at the tender age of 12. There's no need to do it. It's useless, Wei Zhe said. Even though he knew that the doctors could not hear him, he could not help but say it. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the electrocardiogram fluctuate. Wei Solzhe, he took a step forward, wanting to see what was going on. However, a strange force came from above. Almost immediately, Wei Zhe fell into a coma. In the hospital filled with disinfectant, cold lights shone down from above. Wei Zhe stood in the bathroom and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He seemed to have been reborn? But, who would reincarnate into someone who was older than their original age? After Wei Zhe died, he followed this body as a bystander for more than 10 years. When he suddenly died on the tombstone, he fell into a coma. When he opened his eyes again, he woke up in the hospital. Fortunately, he had been learning from him all these years. Otherwise, he would be in the dark now. Bang! 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 There was a knock on the door of the ward. Wei Zhe took a deep breath and warned himself to be calm. He must be calm. He could not reveal any flaws. He walked out of the bathroom and said in a low voice, "Come in. President, Mr. Wei Jing wants to see you." The secretary in a black suit had a polite smile on his face. However, he was complaining in his heart. What the hell are these two brothers doing? If they want to see each other, so be it. They were so close that they could wear the same pants. Why are they being polite now? However, this Wei Jing was indeed an incurable hedonistic son of rich parents. He ate Wei Zhe's things, drank Wei Zhe's things, and used Wei Zhe's things. In the end, he even colluded with others to betray Wei Zhe. If not for the fact that his big boss was smart enough to see through him, the Wei clan would probably be in a precarious position right now. Wei Jing? Isn't he dead? Wei Zhe rubbed his head. He clearly remembered that this body had fainted in front of the tombstone after attending Wei Jing's funeral. No. Or it should be said that he died in front of the tombstone, and that was how he came to be. Thinking about how his body had inexplicably started to have a heartbeat, the answer was self-evident. President, did you have a nightmare? The secretary's smile was a little forced. Mr. Wei Jing is waiting for you outside. Would you like to meet him? Wei Zhe was silent for a few seconds before he said with difficulty, "Let him in." He was able to exchange souls with the original owner of this body. Now that Wei Jing had come back from the dead, what was so strange about it? Maybe, this memory was wrong. Wei Zhe's memory of Wei Jing was still stuck at the age of 7. His face was round, his eyes were big and bright, and he was short. He was always curled up in a corner of the Wei family's old mansion, like an invisible person. It was only when Wei Min came that he became a little more human. He even threw a tantrum like a proud rabbit. However, when he thought about the past in his memory, he decided not to have anything to do with Wei Jing anymore. What he needed was a cute little pet that would only beg for mercy in its owner's arms, not a wild animal that would bite its owner from behind at any time. Big brother. Wei Jing's eyes were red when he came in, and there was a layer of mist in his eyes. He stood timidly at the side and looked at him pitifully. This seemed a little different from the memories he had inherited. Wei Jing, Wei Zhe said after some consideration. Wei Jing didn't know what was wrong with him. He should have died when he was 7 years old. After that, he mysteriously came to this place and watched this body as a soul for more than 10 years. When the car accident happened, he was inexplicably sucked into this body. No. This shouldn't be the case. This body should have already died and the grave should have been prepared. However, in the blink of an eye, it was as if time had flowed backward. He was actually back to the day before this body died. Because he knew the future, he obediently stayed in the hotel for a night and successfully avoided death. The next day, he was fine, but Wei Zhe fainted. This scared Wei Jing quite a bit. He panicked and was afraid that he was the cause of all this. If he had obediently died, then wouldn't Big Brother be fine? He didn't die, so did he need a scapegoat? Wei Jing wanted to see Wei Zhe, but he was stopped outside. That's right. He was now a traitor. He couldn't see Big Brother anymore. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly. All these years, Wei Jing had seen Wei Jing's actions and felt that he had failed to live up to expectations. He wished he could replace him. If he had such a good big brother, he would definitely hold on to his hand tightly. As for the cold gaze of his father, he didn't need it. Probably, resentment and self-blame alternated with each other and burned his nerves. All these years, he felt like he was in a void, watching a solo movie with himself as the main character. He put himself in the shoes of a bystander. If he wasn't standing in the shoes of a bystander, he would probably be like himself, buried in inferiority, panic, and fear, and do irrational things. He was really useless. Wei Zhe slept for more than a month. When he woke up, the people guarding him outside finally left. Only then did Wei Jing find an opportunity to visit him. But, the way Big Brother looked at him seemed a little strange. The two brothers who had been reborn and had experienced more than 10 years of boredom looked at each other speechlessly. In the end, it was Wei Jing who spoke first. He said guiltily, "I'm sorry, Big Brother. There was irrefutable evidence regarding the betrayal. A mistake was a mistake." Wei Zhe opened his mouth. He wanted to chase the person in front of him away and never see him again. He didn't want him to disturb his thoughts and cause him to follow in his footsteps. But his body couldn't help but want to comfort him. "Do you know your mistake?" "Yes." Wei Jing nodded silently and apologized again. "I'm sorry. Will you do it again in the future?" Wei Jing was stunned and shook his head vigorously. "I will never do such a thing again. I swear to God." "Why did you betray me?" This was something that he and his other self couldn't figure out. "Because..." Wei Jing thought hard and thought hard. But he couldn't think of a reason to betray him. It was just an evil thought formed by the accumulation of inferiority. He seemed to have been bewitched by the devil and stepped into Wei Yuwei's trap step by step. Seeing that Wei Jing didn't speak for a long time, Wei Zhe sighed softly. "Forget it. Big Brother?" The young man's beautiful cat-like eyes widened as he looked at him pitifully. "I forgive you this time, but..." The man's sharp eyes were deep and bottomless. "Only this time, do you understand?" He forgave him? This was simply a surprise that fell from the sky. Wei Jing's breathing quickened. This month's worry had turned into joy. He threw himself into the man's arms and hugged his thin waist tightly. His tears rubbed against his hospital gown. "Wah wah 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 wah. Big Brother, I was wrong. It's all my fault. That's why things turned out this way. Big Brother." His words were incoherent and unclear. Wei Zhe wanted to push his hands away, but because of his hoarse voice, he couldn't bear to do so. Before he met him, he only wanted to punish this traitor severely. He wanted to make him lose all his dignity and live on the streets. But once he met him, his heart softened like a ball of cotton candy, soft and sweet. He let the other party play with it in his hands. Weijia smiled bitterly. This person was probably his destined nemesis. Creak, the door was suddenly pushed open. Song Wenhua, who was wearing a white suit and dressed exquisitely, stood at the door of the ward. The corner of her mouth twitched. Sorry, I forgot to knock. She seemed to have come at the wrong time. It's okay. Weijia shook his head and looked at his fiancée from head to toe. When Wei Jing heard the door being pushed open, he was so scared that he trembled. Now that he heard Song Wenhua's voice, he couldn't even lift his head. He buried his face in Wei Jia's arms and refused to come out. He was so embarrassed that his face turned red. Ah. He was already an adult, but he actually cried in front of others. It was so embarrassing. What's wrong? No. Nothing. Wei Jing adjusted his posture and took 2 breaths of fresh air. He continued to cling to Wei Jia and refused to leave. Wei Jia, all right. He was the younger brother that he acknowledged. No matter how stupid and pretentious he was, he had to continue to spoil him. He's still young and a little shy. Don't mind him. Wei Jia lied through his teeth. When Song Wenhua heard the word young, she almost couldn't keep her face straight. She wanted to grab Wei Jia's collar and scold him. Your younger brother is already 21 years old. He just stabbed you in the back not long ago. You call that young? He's still shy? Why don't you go to heaven? I don't mind. Song Wenhua smiled gently. After all, Xiaojing is still young. Their marriage was based on benefits. The person in Wei Jia's arms was his younger brother. Even if she was his little lover, Song Wenhua wouldn't mind. These 2 people could speak whatever they wanted. Even if they wanted to talk nonsense, they could still make it sound reasonable. The temperature on Wei Jing's face, which had just gone down, suddenly rose again because of these words. All right, all right. Are you really going to throw a tantrum? Wei Jia lowered his head and said softly. Wei Jing slowly let go of his hands and ran out like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. I'm going to buy something. You guys talk. Song Wenhua chuckled and said coldly, I forgave him. Okay. Wei Jia nodded. You're quite magnanimous. She said sarcastically, I'm not as magnanimous as you. Wei Jia coldly glanced at the woman and warned, he's my younger brother. Don't play any tricks. What a deep brotherhood. Song Wenhua said meaningfully, hey. Don't tell me you've fallen in love with him. Have you fallen in love with your biological younger brother? Pfft. Wei Jia laughed softly as if he had heard a joke. Don't you think you're thinking too much? Moreover, Wei Jing wasn't related to him at all. Song Wenhua touched her chin. Did she really see wrongly? That doting and loving gaze, forget it. Anyway, she had already gained a foothold in the Song family. Wei Jia also controlled the entire Wei clan. It was a win-win situation for the 2 of them. Even if they got married in the future, it would just be an exchange of benefits. It didn't matter if she fell in love with Wei Jing, even if he had a bunch of lovers. Are you all right? Song Wenhua changed the topic. You fainted for no reason this time. The entire Wei clan is in a mess. If you hadn't eliminated all the people from Wei Yuwei not long ago, who would the Wei clan belong to now? It's a different story. I'm fine. Wei Jia nodded. This kind of problem won't happen again in the future. You promise? Song Wenhua's delicately drawn eyebrows furrowed. She didn't seem to believe him. Did the doctor find out the reason? No. I know the reason myself. Wei Jia waved his hand and began to chase her away. I still have some documents to deal with later. Is there anything else? Song Wenhua couldn't help but roll her eyes. She deliberately pinched her throat and put on a sad expression. You heartless little brat. I took the time out of my way to see you, and you treat me like this? You're hurting my heart. Sob sob sob. Wei Jia. Wei Jia felt a little nauseous. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. You know I'm not as important as your precious little brother. He can stay here, but I can't. I'll come and see you another day. Song Wenhua waved her hand and walked away coolly. Wei Zhi didn't say anything. He rubbed his chest. Little brother, forget it. He shook his head. Don't think too much. I should hurry up and deal with the documents I've left behind in the past 2 months. Wei Jing had already been chased out of the Wei family's house by Wei He. It was impossible for him to move back. Wei Zhi arranged for him to stay in an apartment near the company. He had just woken up. Although he had been watching Wei Zhi do things for years, it was a different experience for him to do it himself. Fortunately, he was smart and applied what he learned. In about a month, he knew everything about the Wei clan. Compared to Wei Zhi, who had a career, Wei Jing was much more boring. He spent most of his time drawing in his apartment. Sad and happy stories would appear on his Weibo. When he was lonely, he would look at Weibo, watch TV dramas, and play games. He was a typical otaku. Wei Jing had recently fallen in love with a mobile game called Honor of Kings. It was a tower-pushing game. There were a total of 10 players. 5 on the enemy's side and 5 on the enemy's side. The player would control the character to kill the opponent and take the opportunity to push the opponent's tower to determine the winner. Wei Jing's character was the seductive Daji, who was given free of charge in the game. Daji was beautiful, had a big chest, a slim waist, and long legs. With every step she took, her waist would twist and turn. The fox tail behind her would stick up high. She was so cute. Wei Jing was a newbie. He played the game carefully. He was afraid that he would be caught by the enemy and tortured to death if he was not careful. Daji had 3 skills. The first skill was Daji Slap. She would slap the opponent to death. The skill dealt a lot of damage. The second skill was Daji's Little Heart. Daji would use charm on the enemy. The enemy would drool and fall into a coma. The third skill was Daji's Fox Fire. The 5 balls of Fox Fire had their own navigation skills. As long as they aimed at the enemy, they would automatically find them. No matter how hard the enemy tried to run, they would not be able to escape. Wei Jing died the least in the early stages. He earned the most gold coins. After buying the equipment, he used the 3 skills to hit the enemy's face. Before the enemy could react, they were already dead. The characters of the players varied. When the enemy was about to lose, some people couldn't help but curse. F*CKU, Daji. F*CKU, B*TCH in the grass, Wei Jing. Wasn't her mentality a little too bad? He didn't want to bother with this person. There was no point in arguing with this kind of person. He would feel bad if he won, but he would feel even worse if he lost. When that person saw this, he became even more motivated. He stopped playing the game and focused on insulting him. All kinds of vulgarities came out one after another. It was disgusting to watch. Some of Wei Jing's teammates couldn't stand it and helped him fight back. Since he can't win, he started scolding others. It's obvious that he's unhappy in real life and came to the game to make his presence felt. In the end, he can't win even in the game. Wei Jing took a look. The opponent was a Qingyao Jin. His specialty was that he had thick HP and HP. He was the type that couldn't be killed no matter what. Goodbye, trash. After the game ended, Wei Jing reported the guy who cursed him without hesitation. Wei Jing was a pitiful person who had just entered the game. He didn't know that sometimes, reporting was useless. He thought that as long as he received a message from the game saying, "We will punish this player severely," it would be considered a success. Just as Wei Jing was preparing for the next game, he received a friend request from the Qingyao Jin from the previous game. He thought that no matter what, the other party had helped him. After thinking for 2 seconds, he decisively accepted. Zhu, hey. Brothers, let's play together. They were all newbies. It would be fun to play together. Wei Jing replied, sure. When the next game started, Wei Jing chose Daji again. Zhu chose a weak mage like Wei Jing. His teammates were also randomly chosen. Everyone was bronze. They ignored the notification that they lacked a tank and archer. They did whatever they wanted. It could be said that they were very willful. The enemies on the other side were just like them. They were in a mess. Everyone fought randomly and lost in a short while. After that, the two of them teamed up a few more times. There were wins and losses. It was all fun. When Weijia came back at night, he saw his younger brother holding a phone. His face was red and he was very excited. It was just a game. Why did he look like he was on steroids? He couldn't stop playing. He glanced at his younger brother's phone and asked curiously, "This is fun?" "It's very fun. Brother, do you want to play with me? Come on. Let's team up. I'll lead you." Wei Xiaojing, who thought that he was a veteran, was very arrogant. Weijia's mouth twitched. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. Go wash your hands." "I've ordered takeout. I'll go wash my hands after this game." Wei Jing stared at his phone. He was afraid that he would die if he wasn't careful. Weijia. Oh wow. The little bunny was bold again. She actually dared to openly resist him. The takeout was some simple home-cooked dishes. As Wei Jing ate, he swiped his phone and searched for game guides on the internet. He was on the verge of going crazy. Weijia, who was ignored, was very unhappy. "Don't keep looking at your phone. It's bad for your eyes." "It's okay. I'll look at it again. It'll be fine." Weijia. He couldn't live like this anymore. In the next few days, Weijia was busy with work. Wei Jing was busy playing games with Zhu 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 and tricking people. These two guys were terrible at playing games. After playing for a few days, they finally went from bronze to silver. However, it was useless. They were still at the bottom of the list and were looked down upon by others. Those who played Glory looked down on Starlight. Starlight looked down on Diamond. Diamond looked down on Platinum. Platinum looked down on Gold. Gold looked down on Silver. The Silver and Bronze brothers hugged each other and trembled. Weijia, who was ignored, couldn't stand it anymore. His younger brother was handsome and gentle. Although he was a little timid, he didn't have to become an otaku. During the weekend, he took the initiative to suggest that they go out for a walk. Wei Jing was addicted to games. He refused without blinking. "What's so fun about it? I don't want to go. There's a Su Jiaming art exhibition in B City. I remember that you used to like him a lot." Weijia said. "He passed away the day before yesterday. This might be the last time." Wei Jing's hand trembled. He couldn't care less about the game. He quickly asked, why did he pass away so suddenly? He was old. He was dying. Weijia didn't have any feelings for Su Jiaming. He didn't care much about it. Wei Jing was silent. Su Jiaming was only 60 years old. With the current medical conditions, this was considered a short lifespan. He had an inexplicable admiration for this person. Now that he heard that he had passed away, he couldn't help but sigh. "I remember that his son was still young when he died. He was only in his 20s. Wei Jing said. "Yes." Weijia nodded and said indifferently, "I heard that he was too impulsive when he was handling a case. He was stabbed by his agitated father while trying to save a child who was being abused. He died after being sent to the hospital. If his son was still alive, he might not have passed away so early." Wei Jing put down his phone in a daze. He felt sorry for his son. He was impulsive and ended up like this. Maybe it has something to do with his disciple. The person who killed his father was abused by his father when he was young. I heard that Su Jiaming took care of him since he was a child and treated him like his own son. Weijia picked up his jacket and pulled up the young man who was lying limp on the sofa. "Do you want to go to the art exhibition?" "Yes, yes, yes." Wei Jing ran to his room. "Brother, wait for me. I'm going to change." "Hurry up." The past had been covered in dust. The people involved were all dead. It had become the truth that would never be known. Su Jiaming was very famous in the world of painting and calligraphy. This art exhibition had been prepared for a long time. With the death of the people involved, the tickets were even harder to get. Weijia had also spent a lot of money to get 2 tickets. The art gallery was very quiet. The well-dressed men and women of all ages looked solemn as they looked at the master's works. Wei Jing and Wei Zhe walked together. Occasionally, they would meet acquaintances. They would exchange greetings in a low voice and then go their separate ways again. Obviously, this was not a good place to talk. "Wei Jing, you're here too," a short-haired girl said. She was wearing a simple white suit and a pair of flat shoes. She walked very softly and didn't make any sound. Strictly speaking, this was the first time that Wei Jing had seen her. Fortunately, he had seen her many times with the other Wei Jing in the void. This person was the queen-like Xianxia. Her family and Su Jiaming were neighbors. She had a crush on Li Fei, who had been imprisoned for patricide. Usually, this girl liked to wear masculine clothes. Today, she was wearing a skirt, which was rare. Wei Jing replied in a low voice, "Ningel, don't be too sad." Ningel and Su Jiaming had been neighbors for more than 10 years. The two families had a good relationship. Now that Su Jiaming had passed away, she must be feeling very sad. "I'm fine." Ningel wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled at Wei Jing. "Actually, I had a premonition. I just didn't expect this day to come so soon." Not long after Li Fei was imprisoned, he committed suicide. Su Jiaming fell seriously ill and his hair turned white. Not long after, Su Jiahui died in the line of duty. Mother Su was greatly affected and passed away a few months later. A good family was completely destroyed. Su Jiaming was the only one left in the world, a lonely and helpless old man. Without anyone to rely on, Su Jiaming's body quickly deteriorated. Sometimes, when he was confused by his illness, he would shout about retribution. It was all retribution. Ningel didn't know what retribution was. She just thought that Uncle Su was such a good person. How could he have retribution? These paintings. Ningel touched them through the cold glass. Uncle Su donated all of them, including most of his assets. He only left a small part to Auntie Li. The Auntie Li she was talking about was Li Fei's mother. "Oh. He's really a good person," Wei Jing replied dryly. "Yes. He's really a very good person." Ningel's voice sounded like she was about to cry. "But why? Why were the good people like them the ones who got hurt in the end?" Wei Jing took out a white handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. He looked at the woman's red eyes and said, "Wipe them." "Sorry, I lost my composure." Ningel didn't take Wei Jing's handkerchief. She took a deep breath and said, "You can continue looking at them. I want to calm down by myself." "Okay. Call me if you need anything." "I'll definitely help if I can," Wei Jing said. After the two of them walked away, Wei Zhe couldn't hold it in anymore. He asked, "Do you like her?" "Huh?" Wei Jing was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he instinctively touched his nose and said intermittently, "She likes Li Fei, the one who committed suicide in prison because he killed his father. She doesn't like me." Wei Zhe sharply noticed that he was changing the topic. He felt even more upset. He had gotten the tickets to bring his younger brother out to have fun. It was to cultivate their relationship, not to matchmake the two of them. Wei Zhe gritted his teeth and said, "So, you like her?" "I used to like her." Wei Jing didn't want to lie. This body did have a crush on Ningel. Now that he was the owner of this body, he naturally couldn't lie. When Wei Zhe heard this, he felt like exploding. This kind of feeling was similar to how he had painstakingly raised a beautiful little flower and guarded it every day. Just one look at it made him feel good, but the flower suddenly opened its mouth and said that it wanted to jump into someone else's flower pot. How could he let that happen? "No, you're still so young. You're not allowed to fall in love." Wei Jing, who was 21 years old, looked confused. "I'm young?" In this fast-paced era, precocious children knew how to coax their girlfriends with snacks when they were in primary school. It was even more impressive when they were in middle school and high school. He was already 21 years old this year. How could he be called young? "In my eyes, you'll always be a child." Wei Zhe ruffled the young man's black hair. His words were so sweet that it made people panic. Wei Jing blushed and said shyly, "Big brother, what are you talking about?" Wei Zhe patted the young man's head and changed the topic. Let's continue looking at the paintings. As for romance, as his older brother, he naturally had to keep an eye on him. End of chapter 102. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.